Chapter 1. The Little Rabbit Seeks Answers Online. As Yu Mao opened his eyes, his entire body ached as if he had endured a beating. He found himself lying on a thick bed of fallen leaves, surrounded by towering trees whose names eluded him, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage. Rubbing his sore arm, he sat up and realized his face was smeared with mud. He wiped it away, revealing a face that was pleasingly handsome, neither strikingly beautiful nor unremarkable, but one that drew the eye the longer one gazed upon it. In the dim light filtering through the trees, his skin appeared clean, his nose straight, and though his lips were pressed together in a nervous line, their shape was quite appealing. In his current disheveled state, he was likely to evoke a sense of desire in others. As he was lost in thought, a sudden turn of his head revealed a peculiar bird perched on a nearby, crooked tree. The creature was adorned in a riot of colors, its long, curved beak and round, beady eyes fixed intently upon him. Upon noticing Yu Mao had awakened, the brightness in the bird's eyes dimmed, and it let out an almost human-like sigh, fluttering its wings in apparent dissatisfaction before taking flight into the depths of the forest. Yu Mao, propping himself against the tree, pondered, "What is the meaning of this? Why did that bird seem disappointed at my awakening?" Surveying the eerily tranquil forest, a fundamental question emerged. Where exactly am I? Having narrowly escaped from the south to the northeast, intending to settle down, he was bewildered to find himself in an entirely different location upon awakening. Had his journey been in vain? Before the age of 6, Yu Mao's life had been smooth sailing, raised by a strong mother and a love-struck father. However, after his mother perished in a car accident, his father succumbed to despair. His grandparents and maternal grandparents took him in, and after graduating from university, he secured a job that barely sustained him. Sadly, his grandmother fell ill and passed away, followed by his grandfather, who could not bear the loss. Both sets of grandparents had also departed, having succumbed to poisonous mushrooms they had foraged themselves. Alone in the world, Yu Mao had finally found stability in his work, only for the apocalypse to descend upon him. He became a beastmaster, albeit the weakest tier, transforming into a rabbit. Fortunately, his digging skills were impressive, and he had heard that the northeast's frigid climate would freeze zombies in their tracks. Traveling northward, he encountered countless zombies, but at last, he reached his destination, only for fate to play a cruel joke, placing him in an unfamiliar environment upon waking. What a misfortune for the unfortunate survivor. Battling through the aches in his body, Yu Mao ventured cautiously towards the edge of the forest. With every step, he was on high alert, fearing the sudden appearance of a zombie or a half-human, half-beast creature. Strangely, the forest was devoid of such threats, save for some unfamiliar wild animals that, though intimidating in appearance, were merely ordinary creatures that scurried away upon meeting his gaze. Time passed unmeasured, and the trees gradually thinned, allowing glimpses of light from outside. A surge of hope filled him, prompting a quickened pace. Yet, as he emerged from the forest, he froze in astonishment. Before him stretched an endless expanse of grassland, the wind stirring the grass into waves, momentarily distracting him from his pain. However, as relief washed over him, his heart sank at the rustling sound nearby. Suddenly, 2 gray figures burst forth from the grass. They were hyenas, their gaunt frames revealing each rib, baring their teeth as drool dripped from their jaws, their hungry gazes fixed upon him. A shiver ran down Yu Mao's spine. Just as he had emerged from the forest, he encountered these local predators. Instinctively, he began to retreat, only to stumble over a grass root, nearly falling. The hyenas, sensing his fear, emitted low growls, inching closer with a predatory crouch. Yu Mao's heart raced, aware that these ravenous creatures would not relent easily. As their foul-smelling breath drew near, he steeled himself. Survival was paramount. In an instant, he transformed, shrinking down to a fluffy, yellow-white rabbit. With a powerful kick, Rabbit Yu Mao launched himself forward like a bullet, his ears pinned back against his body as he sprinted away. The hyenas, momentarily stunned, were bewildered at how their prey had transformed into a creature capable of escape. After a brief hesitation, their bloodlust kicked in, and they let out a cacophony of excited howls, giving chase with all their might. The wind whipped past Yu Mao's ears as the grass blades lashed against him. He dared not look back, relying solely on his hearing to gauge the distance between himself and his pursuers. The heavy panting of the hyenas and the sound of their claws scraping against the earth grew increasingly close, the stench of their breath nearly overwhelming him. He could even hear the wet sounds of saliva dripping and the sharp clicks of their jaws. At one point, a cold nose nearly brushed against his hind leg. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Suddenly, he veered sharply, diving into a thicker patch of grass, using his small size to burrow beneath the roots. The larger hyenas stumbled, caught momentarily by the tall grass, letting out frustrated growls. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yu Mao spotted a small mound ahead and dashed towards it, his forepaws digging furiously like shovels, sending dirt flying as he burrowed into the freshly dug hole, not daring to look back. Once fully enveloped in the dark, damp earth, the furious scratching and howling of the hyenas faded into the distance. He collapsed at the bottom of the tunnel, gasping for breath, his fur standing on end from the ordeal. In the darkness of the earth, Yu Mao lay panting, his heart still racing. The frantic dash had drained him completely. He felt as though his lungs might burst. Just as he began to catch his breath, a sudden flash of light exploded in his mind, a torrent of chaotic images and information flooding in, causing a throbbing pain in his head. He cradled his head, taking time to process the deluge before slowly coming to a realization. Remarkably, he had not only escaped the zombie-infested apocalypse, but had plunged headfirst into an even more primordial world. This realm was known as Beast World, teeming with lethal beasts and rumored to be inhabited by shape-shifting beastmen. It appeared that he had stumbled into a world of traversals. Leaning against the cold earthen wall, he smirked. In the apocalypse, zombies pursued the living here. Wild beasts were eager to devour him at the slightest provocation. Regardless of the location, life was a constant struggle. With this thought, the initial panic of his transition subsided. He brushed the dirt from his fur and perked his ears to listen for sounds outside his burrow. No matter where he found himself, survival remained the ultimate truth. Chapter 2. The Neighbor Next Door. As dawn broke, Yu Mao awoke. He sat up from his nest of dry grass, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, still groggy. The surroundings were silent save for the calls of birds. Suddenly, a sense of unease swept over him. He opened his mouth and attempted to make a sound, fearing the attention of larger predators. He kept his howl soft, reassured that his voice had not failed him before he fell silent. This had become a habit of his after long periods without human interaction. The fear of losing his voice lingered. He refrained from speaking to himself, occasionally letting out a quiet howl to break the silence. His stomach grumbled fiercely, and the sensation of having his chest pressed against his back was truly unbearable. He cautiously shook off his fur and stealthily poked his head out of the burrow. The outside world was tranquil, dew clung to the blades of grass, and the air was refreshingly crisp. He twitched his nose, carefully discerning the scents carried by the wind. The thought of hunting for meat was utterly preposterous. He could hardly tackle larger prey, and even the smaller creatures, such as the mice, were unappealing to him. It was far more practical to find some grass or leaves to ease his hunger. He dared not venture far, remaining close to the thicket near the entrance of his burrow, while keeping his ears perked for any sounds and observing a few deer-like animals grazing in the distance. He noticed they were selectively feeding on certain leafy plants and scattered red berries on the ground. With a plan forming in his mind, he waited until those animals wandered off a bit before quickly hopping over to the nibbled plants. He first sniffed them to ensure there were no unpleasant odors, then cautiously took a bite of an untouched thick leaf. It was slightly astringent, but quite juicy. He also sampled one of the red berries. It was sweet and tangy, surprisingly delightful. He hurriedly indulged, nibbling at these familiar edibles to quell the persistent growl of his belly. Once satiated, he remained industrious, using his paws to dig a shallow pit beside the berry bush to attend to his physiological needs. Having completed this, he finally relaxed a little, though his body remained tense as he quickly burrowed back into the safety of his earthen home. For the past few days, he had not dared to stray far, staying near the entrance of his burrow, nibbling on the astringent leaves and carefully memorizing the terrain around him. The vegetarian fare left his mouth feeling bland, and his heart felt emptier still. On this particular day, he explored a gently sloping hillside, when suddenly his ears picked up the faint sound of flowing water. His heart leapt, and he perked up his ears to listen intently. Indeed, it was the sound of water. Suppressing his excitement, he tread lightly, parting the layers of shrubs and foliage. A narrow creek appeared before him, its crystal-clear waters flowing briskly. Water, such a precious resource. He hurried to the bank and peered down. The creek was shallow, revealing smooth pebbles beneath. A few plump fish with gray backs swam leisurely, their rotund bodies mesmerizing to Yu Mao. He instinctively swallowed. Fish. This was meat, far superior to those scratchy wild leaves. As he fixated on the swimming fish, his stomach growled even louder. He retreated to the edge of the forest, scanning the ground until he found a sturdy, sharp twig of suitable length. Armed with the twig, he returned to the creek, took a deep breath, and transformed back into his human form. He crouched down, trying to steady himself at the water's edge, gripping the makeshift spear tightly. The creek babbled on while the fish continued to swim leisurely, completely unaware of the looming danger. Yu Mao held his breath, his gaze fixed on the nearest fish, mentally calculating the refraction caused by the water. In the apocalypse, he had resorted to various methods for food. Fishing with rudimentary tools was not a novel endeavor for him. He understood that he would have only one chance. Should he miss, the fish would scatter in an instant. Every muscle in his body tensed as he poised the twig in the air, like a stone frozen in place. Now was the moment. Timing his strike, he thrust the twig downwards with force and precision. The twig broke the surface, plunging into the water with a splash. Yu Mao felt a solid resistance at the end of the stick, and a surge of joy filled his heart as he quickly pulled it up. Indeed, he had speared the plump fish, which writhed and struggled at the end of the twig. Elated by this unexpected bounty, he did not rush back but instead explored the area further. Luck was on his side. Not far from the creek, he discovered a sizable cave at the base of a rocky incline. The entrance was partially obscured by vines, and the interior appeared dark. Cautiously, he peered inside. The cave was not deep, with some dry, long fur scattered about, which felt quite soft to the touch. Yu Mao's spirits lifted. He quickly gathered several clumps of relatively clean fur and hugged them close. Upon returning to his small burrow, he set the fish aside and carefully spread the soft fur on the cave floor, pressing down to create a more comfortable resting place. Then he set about preparing the fish. For his small frame, this fish was quite substantial. He used his claws in conjunction with his teeth to tear off chunks of meat, savoring it in small bites. The fish had a mild scent, likely due to the good quality of the water. The flesh was firm and slightly sweet, far more satisfying than nibbling on leaves. He prudently set aside the remaining half on a large leaf for his next meal. He had no intention of starting a fire. The light and smoke would be far too conspicuous in this unfamiliar territory, and who knew what it might attract. After all, during his most desperate times in the apocalypse, he had eaten raw food and had long since grown accustomed to it. As for the notion of beastmen consuming raw food, he thought little of it. Beasts do just that. As long as he could fill his belly and survive another day, that was sufficient. As night fell, Yu Mao nestled in his cave, slowly chewing on the remaining half of the raw fish, when suddenly, the outside world grew eerily silent. Even the occasional chirps of birds and the buzz of insects faded away, replaced by a weighty, invisible pressure. Instinctively, the hairs on his neck stood on end. He carefully set down the fish and inched towards the entrance, peering out cautiously. What he saw made his breath catch. A leopard was sauntering past, not far from him. Its sleek, shiny coat was adorned with subtle dark patterns, its muscles flowing and powerful, subtly shifting beneath its skin with each graceful step. Its form was lithe and agile, moving with an effortless grace that was both casual and menacing. The leopard stopped near the entrance of his burrow, tilting its head slightly. Those cold, amber eyes casually swept over the unassuming entrance where Yu Mao was hiding. The gaze lingered for but a moment, as if it were merely a fleeting glance. Yet in that instant, Yu Mao felt as if he were pinned in place by an invisible force. Fortunately, the leopard soon turned away, continuing its patrol with elegant, deliberate strides, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. Only when the oppressive atmosphere dissipated completely did Yu Mao exhale sharply, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He slumped back into the burrow, contemplating how truly terrifying such a neighbor could be. Having such a neighbor brought both advantages and disadvantages. There would not be overly aggressive carnivores in the vicinity, but at the same time, he was now on the menu of the Black Panther. Chapter 3. Allow me to touch your tail as dawn broke. Yu Mao emerged from his humble abode, relying solely on berries and the occasional fish he caught. His belly was perpetually unsatisfied, leading him to ponder the necessity of securing a more stable source of meat. Brave, Tutu, fear not the challenges, he encouraged himself, wandering nearby to observe the traces left by wild rabbits and pheasants in the grass. Utilizing his limited knowledge of the wilderness, he identified several paths frequented by beasts and set to work. He gathered some resilient vines, crafting a few rudimentary snares, anchoring them at the roots of the grass. He then arranged a few stones of moderate size for concealment, hoping that some unfortunate creature might unwittingly stumble into his trap. As he toiled, a peculiar thought flickered through his mind. Though he considered himself half a rabbit, the notion of capturing one for sustenance felt rather disconcerting. However, he swiftly dismissed this discomfort. Survival in this unforgiving environment was paramount, leaving little room for such musings. Regardless of whether it was rabbit or fowl, anything that filled his stomach was deemed valuable. After meticulously inspecting his rudimentary traps, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Once his tasks were complete, he hastily retreated to his burrow. Gulula, stop calling. I have no food for you. Yu Mao patted his belly, convincing himself to rest. Early the next morning, he eagerly rushed to check his traps. From a distance, he noticed signs of struggle near one of the snares, accompanied by faint grunting sounds. His heart leapt with excitement as he approached. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Instead of the anticipated pheasant or rabbit, he had ensnared a half-grown wild boar. Its hind leg was entangled in the vines, and it writhed anxiously, attempting to escape while emitting low, threatening growls. A jolt of fear coursed through Yu Mao. This creature would not be easily subdued, with tough skin, thick flesh, and tusks. Fortunately, it was merely a young boar, its teeth not yet fully developed. He could not afford to hesitate. The boar's cries would undoubtedly attract other predators. For the sake of his own survival and sustenance, Yu Mao snapped off a branch, using the sharp end to dispatch the young boar. The creature let out a short, mournful wail, thrashing violently for a moment before its struggles subsided. Yu Mao released his grip, cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure no other animals were drawn by the commotion. Without delay, he tore into the still warm flesh with his claws and teeth, the heavy scent of blood filling his senses. It was rather fatty. He forced himself to swallow the energy-rich morsels rapidly, knowing that this was not the time for picky eating. He needed to fill his belly quickly and depart. Each bite represented a chance to survive another day. Yu Mao dragged a sizable portion of wild boar meat back to his burrow, feeling quite fortunate. Thankfully, the mother boar had not pursued him, or his small stature would have been no match. Little did he know, that very mother, potentially tracking him by scent, was currently languidly draped over a sturdy branch nearby. Not far away, a towering tree sheltered a sleek, black leopard, which lay lazily, licking the remnants of blood from its jaws. Its deep green eyes, indifferent, turned toward the inconspicuous burrow below, observing the little gray rabbit laboriously dragging the meat into its den. The black leopard showed no sign of emotion, merely flicking its powerful tail. It retained a vague impression of this little creature, recalling its timid nature, yet its surprising resourcefulness. Did it not used to be gray? With a dismissive glance, the leopard rested its chin upon its forepaws, closing its eyes to resume its leisurely repose. Yu Mao, nestled within his burrow, drifted between slumber and semi-consciousness, the distant hum of a motorcycle echoing in his ears, reminiscent of the chaotic days of the apocalypse. He abruptly awoke, his heart racing. Wait, would there be motorcycles in this place? Holding his breath, he strained to listen. The sound was deep and powerful, vibrating rhythmically, indeed reminiscent of an engine idling. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he crept to the entrance, cautiously peering outside to discern the source. The moonlight was dim, and he squinted to adjust to the darkness. The first thing he spotted were two closely positioned, glowing eyes radiating a faint green luminescence. That light was cold and unblinking. Yu Mao's mind buzzed, snapping into focus. These were not lanterns. They were unmistakably a pair of eyes. Following those eyes downward, he barely discerned a massive and graceful silhouette. The black leopard was lying near the entrance of his burrow, its head resting on its forepaws. The rumbling sound he had mistaken for a motorcycle emanating from its gently rising and falling chest. It was merely the creature's purring. Yu Mao froze in place, scarcely daring to breathe. He belatedly realized that leopards, like large cats, purred in a manner akin to a small engine. Staring directly into those two cold green orbs, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. As he remained motionless at the burrow entrance, locked in a gaze with those emerald eyes, the low purring reverberated in his ears. Just then, a deep, languid voice broke the silence. Leng Ting. Yu Mao jumped, his eyes widening in shock. And no, it's not cold. Leng Ting tilted his head. I know you're not cold. My fur is quite warm, isn't it? This forest and the stream where you drink and catch fish all belong to me. A pang of anxiety struck Yu Mao. It seemed the landowner had come calling. You dwell here, taking what you find, Leng Ting remarked, his tail flicking lightly, but you cannot take without giving. Yu Mao held his breath, uncertain of the powerful being's intentions. Did it desire the meager meat he had just secured? Or perhaps his very life? Compensation. Leng Ting's gaze seemed to drop, fixating precisely on the fluffy little tail behind Yu Mao. Allow me to touch your tail. What? Yu Mao wondered if he had misheard. He glanced up at the sharp claws of the imposing figure and felt the weight of its overwhelming presence. The disparity in this request was staggering. But what could he say? He could neither fight nor escape. He pursed his lips, his ears drooping slightly, and very slowly he inched forward, presenting his fluffy little tail as a tacit concession. Only one thought lingered in his mind. What on earth was wrong with this leopard? Chapter 4. The fluffy little cutie. Before Yu Mao could fully process the situation, the imposing figure of the black leopard began to blur and transform. In the blink of an eye, the menacing beast was replaced by a tall, elegant man. Leng Ting casually perched at the entrance of the burrow, moonlight cascading upon him. His tousled black hair framed his face, accentuating his deep green eyes, which resembled two unfathomable wells, shimmering with a captivating light that seemed to draw one in. His nose was prominent, and his lips were thin, rendering his strikingly handsome face almost surreal, yet imbued with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. He said nothing, merely extending his hand toward Yu Mao. Yu Mao hesitated, but eventually took a few tentative steps forward. In an instant, Leng Ting scooped him up, cradling him in his arms. Leng Ting's hands were large and his fingers long, exuding the unique warmth of a feline predator as they thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Yu Mao froze completely, feeling his fur become tousled. He had to admit, his rabbit form boasted fine fur, soft and dense, an exquisite texture. Coupled with the inherent flexibility of his bones, being held felt akin to cradling a soft, fluffy mass. Leng Ting appeared quite pleased with the sensation beneath his fingertips, his previously indifferent demeanor softening into a more relaxed expression. He tenderly attended to the soft fur on Yu Mao's back and the base of his ears, ultimately allowing his fingers to rest upon the small, white tuft resembling a cotton ball at the end of his short tail, giving it a gentle squeeze. Yu Mao couldn't help but shudder. Leng Ting gazed down at the fluffy creature in his arms, his dark green eyes flickering with a hint of subtle satisfaction. He affectionately ruffled the rabbit's head, his voice maintaining its usual monotone, yet it seemed less frigid. Remember to pay the protection fee in the future. Having had his fill of affection, Leng Ting placed Yu Mao down and vanished into the darkness without a sound. Yu Mao remained in his rabbit form, sitting dazedly at the entrance of the burrow, his fur ruffled and askew. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted a paw and slowly groomed his disheveled coat back into order. He lay down, resting his chin on the earthen mound at the burrow's entrance, beginning to ponder with his not-so-bright mind. Had he just been petted by that leopard? It seemed the creature had not harmed him, merely touched him, albeit a bit roughly, nearly rubbing his fur bare. Moreover, that leopard, no, that individual named Leng Ting, appeared quite formidable, reigning over this territory. Yu Mao blinked a couple of times. Such a powerful being had not devoured him. only petted him a few times and mentioned a protection fee for the future. He mulled over this notion, and a sudden thought struck him. Did it imply that as long as he occasionally allowed that creature to pet him, he could forage for food and drink water in this area without worry? With this realization, Yu Mao straightened up abruptly, his ears perked up. Yes, with such a formidable ally tacitly permitting his presence. Those hyenas and the like would surely think twice before troubling him. Although the path to this conclusion was somewhat convoluted, the outcome seemed quite favorable. Yu Mao rubbed his face with his paw, feeling that the darkness before him was not as daunting as it had seemed. Could it be that his circumstances were improving? Was he under someone's protection? A weight lifted from his heart, and he couldn't help but feel elated. He swayed slightly, transforming back into his human form. And without much thought, he bounced lightly on the spot, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. In that moment, the remnants of his earlier disarray were rendered utterly transparent under the hazy moonlight. The dirt and grime that had clung to his face had long since been wiped away, revealing skin that glimmered as if illuminated by the moon itself. His features were perfectly formed, with relaxed brows and eyes, a straight nose, and due to his good spirits, his eyes sparkled with a particular brightness. He was lean yet not frail, his waist supple, and his recent jumps possessed an innate grace. Especially when he tilted his head slightly, the line from his jaw to collarbone was smooth and elegant, resembling the most exquisite of detailed brush paintings. He appeared clean and vibrant, utterly oblivious to this fact, his unguarded demeanor exuding an irresistible charm in the stillness of the wilderness. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, in the shadows, those dark green eyes remained fixed upon him. Lung Ting, hidden behind a tree, watched silently. His gaze swept over the corners of Yu Mao's eyes, glimmering with mirth, then traveled down to the neck that glowed white beneath the moonlight, ultimately resting on the tips of his fur that quivered slightly with each gentle leap. The fluffy tuft was utterly adorable. Something flickered swiftly in the depths of Lung Ting's gaze. His throat seemed to subtly constrict, then he averted his eyes, seamlessly melting back into the darkness as if he had never been present. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yu Mao had devoured the remaining wild boar meat in his burrow, leaving no morsel behind, not even the sinewy remnants clinging to the bones. Afterward, he meticulously groomed himself, especially cleaning his oily and fishy mouth and paws, ensuring he was spotless. Once he completed these tasks, he shook his fur and emerged from the burrow. A yellow and white rabbit appeared in the morning light, a fluffy ball resembling a small snowball touched by warm, pale yellow. Having just cleaned himself, his short hair was fluffy and pristine, gently quivering with his bounding movements. He discerned the direction and cautiously hopped toward the nearby creek. His 4 short legs alternated rhythmically, leaving a trail of faint footprints on the grass, his rotund silhouette looking quite content, feeling emboldened by the presence of Lung Ting as his protector. Yu Mao's courage had indeed grown considerably. After quenching his thirst by the creek, he licked his lips, recalling the warmth of the black fur from the cave. That bedding had been extraordinarily comfortable. After all, the leopard had plenty of fur. Surely taking a small piece wouldn't be problematic. He doubted Lung Ting would mind. With this thought in mind, he turned around, bouncing back toward the cave. The vines at the entrance still hung half down, and inside, it was eerily quiet. Yu Mao softened his movements, peering inside, the dim light requiring a moment for his eyes to adjust. Upon seeing the interior, his fur nearly bristled with shock. Lung Ting lay within, his massive black form rising and falling gently with each breath, those haunting eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. Yu Mao froze at the entrance, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He stared at the scattered black fur on the ground, then glanced at the slumbering black panther, wrestling internally with his fear. Ultimately, his desire for the soft bedding overwhelmed his trepidation. Holding his breath, he tiptoed forward, his gaze fixed on Lung Ting, ready to flee at the slightest movement. He cautiously approached a tuft of fallen black fur, lowered his head, and swiftly grabbed the largest piece before turning to escape, moving like a flash of yellow and white. Only after he had dashed far from the cave did he dare to pause, his heart racing wildly. He placed the tuft of black fur carrying a faint scent of the beast on the ground and pawed at it, feeling a sense of pride. This would surely make his little nest cozier. As for the potential consequences of stealing fur, he chose to set that thought aside for the moment. Chapter 5 à retreat. Retreat. Yu Mao felt a newfound sense of security, and his thoughts on daily living became lively. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly busy. First, he expanded his little burrow deeper and then secretly dug a more concealed hole nearby, specifically to store any excess food he found. At this moment, he was energetically digging beside a dirt slope. His front paws worked rapidly, sending clumps of soil flying backward. He had previously discovered a few plants here, their leaves wilting, yet beneath them lay several plump tubers, resembling the potatoes he remembered. While he was engrossed in his task, a sudden flurry of wings interrupted him. Turning his head, he spotted that peculiar, vividly colored bird with its hooked beak landing lightly on a nearby stone, tilting its head and fixing its round, glistening eyes upon him as he toiled. Yu Mao paused momentarily, casting a glance at it, but he quickly resumed his digging, ignoring the bird. He had grown accustomed to its unexpected appearances. To his surprise, the bird suddenly spoke, its voice high-pitched and tinged with straightforward curiosity. "When are you going to die?" Yu Mao's paws froze, and he abruptly lifted his head, still holding a clump of dirt in his mouth, utterly bewildered. He suspected there was something wrong with his hearing. Seeing that he did not respond, the bird flapped its wings impatiently and inquired again, "You look so weak. Why are you still alive?" Confirming that his ears were functioning properly, Yu Mao sprang up, puffing himself up to appear larger and disregarding the dirt on his fur, pointing an accusatory paw at the strange bird and unleashing a torrent of insults. How dare you? You flamboyant, flat-feathered creature. Can you even speak human language?" Infuriated, his fur bristled, transforming him into a large, round ball, spewing every insult he could muster. "You look like a faded rag, with a crooked beak and squinty eyes. How dare you curse me? Have I eaten your rice? Have I blocked your sunlight? What business is it of yours when I die?" The more he berated, the angrier he became, and he bent down to scoop up a hard clump of earth, hurling it at the strange bird with all his might. "Get lost. If you don't leave, I shall pluck every feather from your body and roast you alive." The strange bird nimbly evaded the clod of earth. Startled by Yu Mao's sudden outburst, its round eyes widening even further. "I speak the truth. You are so feeble that you could perish at any moment. It would be better for you to die now, allowing me to use your skin for my nest, taking advantage of the dry season to lay an egg. A golden spade. With your feathers, why not use your own plumage for your nest?" Yu Mao panted heavily, his chest heaving. What is the matter with the beastmen? Is it permissible for one beastman to question another about their continued existence? What a wretched place, where even a bird can bully someone. The strange bird replied, "My feathers are not soft. There is no need for you to be angry. I am a principled beastman. I will come for you when you are about to die." Yu Mao hopped about, throwing whatever he could find, anything that resembled weeds, trying to take down something with him, even in death. The strange bird, momentarily taken aback by Yu Mao's tirade, had never encountered such an irate rabbit before. It squawked twice and hastily flapped its wings, disappearing into the forest. Yu Mao remained standing, panting heavily, taking quite some time to calm down. He looked down at his muddy paws, touched his flushed face, and suddenly bent down to pick up the potato he had dropped earlier, vigorously wiping off the dirt. "Well, this is something. Even a bird thinks I deserve to die. I shall not perish. Not only shall I survive, but I will thrive and grow stronger. I will make this little nest comfortable, stock up on food, and grow robust." With that thought, he felt a surge of energy, more than before, and his front paws, like little windmills, worked even harder to dig into the earth, mud flying everywhere. Yes, he wanted to live well, outlasting that wretched bird, those two hyenas, and even that leopard who always wanted to stroke his fur. When they are all old and deceased, he would seek out their graves to relieve himself upon them one by one. This somewhat mischievous yet gratifying thought brought Yu Mao a sense of contentment. As night fell, Yu Mao squatted in his expanded nest, gazing at the small hole he had turned into a storeroom. Inside were plump potatoes and several dried fish he had previously sun-dried, providing him with a sense of security. He delightedly thought that even if he failed to catch fresh prey in the coming days, he would not starve with these provisions. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Yu Mao perked up his ears, and before he could peek out, a tall shadow had already stopped at the entrance of his burrow. It was Lung Ting. He had a freshly slain deer in his mouth, blood dripping from its neck. Those dark green eyes scanned the darkness, landing on Yu Mao's somewhat smug face. Lung Ting displayed no expression. He merely tilted his head and, with his sharp teeth, tore a large chunk of bloody meat from the deer's hind leg, casually tossing it into Yu Mao's burrow. The piece of meat thudded heavily at Yu Mao's feet. Before Yu Mao could react, Lung Ting's blood-stained hand reached in, giving a light, yet firm, squeeze to the tuft of fur at the tip of his short tail. Having completed this mundane task, he picked up his deer again and turned to leave, disappearing into the deepening night, leaving behind a faint scent of blood. Yu Mao stared blankly at the substantial piece of deer meat at his feet, then glanced at his tail that had just been ruffled, and the small sense of pride in his heart instantly swelled into immense joy. He hastily dragged the meat into his burrow, placing it alongside the potatoes. Observing his now more abundant store, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The rent was worth it. However, the burrow needed some renovation, perhaps transforming it into a labyrinthine structure, so that anyone entering would be unable to find him, thus enhancing his safety. Yu Mao enjoyed a late-night snack, tearing the remaining deer meat into strips and laying them on broad leaves to dry, preparing them for storage. This place was indeed peculiar. It was scorching during the day, but turned quite cold at night. The deer here was unlike any in his previous world. After finishing his meal, he felt warmly energized. Yet sleep eluded him. Deciding to forego sleep, he set about enhancing the security of his burrow. As it turned out, being industrious paid off. In the latter half of the night, a snake, a common one, not a beastman, slithered into his burrow. Yu Mao used a sharpened branch to kill the snake, discarding the skin but keeping the meat in strips for later. Chapter 6. The neurotic leopard Yu Mao was particularly pleased with his little burrow. The entrance was cleverly disguised with dry branches and tangled grass, while the interior was intricately dug with several misleading pathways. Any unfamiliar creature venturing inside would surely become disoriented. Only by navigating through these twists and turns could one reach his cozy rabbit nest at the back. The more he admired his handiwork, the more pride he felt, and he joyfully bounced about for a moment before preparing to venture out in search of food. He carefully trotted through familiar territory, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Suddenly, he halted, his ears perked up in alertness. Not far ahead, nestled in the grass, lay a lion cub. The little creature was furry and appeared rather innocent, engrossed in nibbling on a broad-leaved grass at its feet. Yu Mao, startled, quickly crouched behind a rock, his heart pounding. He held his breath, fixating on the cub, ready to dart back into his burrow at the slightest hint of danger. If the mother lion was absent, it would be a perfect opportunity. He had never tasted lion before. The cub remained oblivious to his presence, finishing its meal before licking its lips and wobbling away, seemingly returning to its mother. Once the cub was out of sight, Yu Mao cautiously poked his head out. Curiously, he approached the spot where the cub had been grazing, inspecting the broad-leaved grass closely. If even the cub ate it, surely it was safe? He gingerly took a bite of the leaf tip, chewing thoughtfully. It had no distinct flavor, neither bitter nor astringent, just a mild tenderness. Now reassured, he promptly gathered a hefty handful of the broad-leaved grass, cradling it in his arms. On his way back, he casually nibbled on a few leaves. Although tasteless, they would at least fill his belly. It seemed this grassland offered plenty of edible treasures. He delightedly mused, his steps feeling significantly lighter. Yu Mao, clutching a large bundle of broad-leaved grass, contentedly made his way home, humming a tuneless little tune. The lion cub that had initially wandered off had not gone far, peering out from behind a large rock. Its round eyes curiously followed Yu Mao's retreating figure before silently trailing after him. This little cub had recently departed from its birth den and just rejoined its pride. This was its first time exploring the grassland independently, and upon spotting a creature that resembled neither a lion nor any animal it had encountered before, standing on two legs and using its paws to grasp grass. It was utterly fascinated. Crouching low, guided by its innate stealth, it kept a safe distance behind Yu Mao. Observing him enter a disheveled thicket and stop by a pile of dry twigs and leaves, the cub watched as Yu Mao dug in and promptly vanished from view. Confused, the cub blinked its eyes and scampered over to the pile, sniffing with its nose and pawing at the twigs, only catching a faint trace of Yu Mao's scent. Unable to find any entrance, circling in place, it emitted a soft, puzzled whine. Where had that peculiar creature gone? Shaking its tail, the cub ultimately succumbed to its curiosity and wandered off, intending to return to its mother and siblings. The young lion ambled along the path with its head tilted, when suddenly a shadow loomed behind. Its fur bristled instantly, and turning abruptly, it found itself staring into a pair of cold, emerald-green eyes. "Mister, have you seen my mother?" "No, but perhaps in your next life you will." Lung Ting had silently appeared, his massive black form exuding a terrifying pressure, as he emitted a low growl filled with warning from his throat. This was his territory. Any intruder without permission would be prey. "Are you pleased, little one?" The young lion froze in fear. Its limbs stiffened, forgetting even to flee. Lung Ting crouched slightly, muscles coiled tightly, ready to pounce. Just as the tension reached its peak, a thunderous roar from the side shattered the silence. A swift, tawny figure dashed forward like lightning. It was the mother lion. Without hesitation, she positioned herself protectively in front of her cub, baring her sharp fangs and issuing a threatening growl towards Lung Ting. "My daughter is still young. She does not know this is your domain." Lung Ting's movements halted, his gaze growing even colder. Is ignorance sufficient? The mother lion, well aware of Lung Ting's prowess, dare not confront him directly. She hastily nudged a freshly caught antelope she had yet to eat towards him with her paw, while keeping her body firmly shielding her cub. Retreating step by step. "Take this as compensation. It won't happen again. There shall be no more little lions entering your territory." Lung Ting's eyes flicked between the fresh antelope and the tense mother lion. Ultimately, he refrained from pursuing them, merely watching coldly as the mother lion picked up the trembling cub and fled towards the boundary of his territory, disappearing swiftly. Lung Ting lowered his head and sniffed at the antelope at his feet, picking it up. Consider it an unexpected bounty. He flicked his tail and strolled away leisurely, as though the brief confrontation had never occurred. Yu Mao returned home and, turning around, found the young lion was missing, letting out a disappointed sigh. He had hoped to savor the taste of lion. "Little rabbit, what is this?" Lung Ting approached him, carrying the antelope with a graceful stride, unhurried. "A sheep." Yu Mao leaned closer to Lung Ting, nudging his thigh with his nose, puzzled by the leopard's peculiar penchant for rubbing against him. "What a good boy. You attracted both a large and small lion. If it weren't for me, they would have devoured you. Do you understand?" Lung Ting began to spin a tale. While there was truth in it, the sequence and reasons were askew. Such trivial deceptions would be easily unraveled by other beasts. Yet the not-so-bright little rabbit fell for it completely. "Thank you." Yu Mao patted his chest, feeling a bit foolish. He had thought it was just the young lion, unaware that the mother lion was also nearby. He promised himself not to underestimate future encounters and to never lead animals back home. "No need for thanks. Would the little rabbit care to share my prey?" Yu Mao nodded. One should never pass up a free feast. He opened his mouth to take a bite, only to end up with a mouthful of fur. "This wool is quite thick. I'll take some to adorn my little bed." Lung Ting remarked, "You've grown quite plump, little rabbit. It hasn't been easy for you." The leopard opened a gap, allowing the little rabbit to access the tenderest meat. Once the little rabbit had its fill, Lung Ting finished the remaining meat. Sated and content, he affectionately ruffled the rabbit's fur, feeling joyous. Chapter 7. The arrival of the rainy season. Yu Mao was sniffing a cluster of berries when his ears picked up subtle rustlings from the nearby grass. He cautiously turned to see a hyena cub awkwardly poking its head out from the grass. The sight of its dull gray fur and characteristic short, stout snout reminded Yu Mao of the harrowing chase he had endured on his first day. A surge of anger coursed through him, and without thinking, he bared his teeth and emitted a low growl, preparing to pounce and intimidate the little creature. The cub shrank back in fright, letting out a high-pitched whimper. At that moment, the nearby dry grass was violently disturbed as a massive gray figure surged forth, shielding the cub. Its uneven yellow teeth glistened with drool, and its fierce gaze fixated menacingly on Yu Mao. Yu Mao's heart sank. He recognized this adult hyena. It was one of the two that had chased him mercilessly on his very first day. The bravado he had just displayed vanished in an instant. Faced with a ravenous adult hyena, his small frame felt utterly insignificant. His back chilled as he took steps backward, a singular thought racing through his mind. This is it. He was truly doomed. Hyenas were not known for their reason. It lowered its body, preparing to pounce. Leave. A frosty voice suddenly cut through the tension. Lung Ting, leaning against a nearby tree trunk with arms crossed, directed a piercing gaze at the hyena. The hyena froze. It recognized the aura of the true master of this territory. Reluctantly, it let out a low growl, glancing between Yu Mao and Lung Ting before ultimately retreating, tail tucked low, nudging its cub as it hastily bounded back into the grass. Yu Mao's legs nearly gave way beneath him, almost collapsing to the ground. Lung Ting approached, casting a dispassionate glance at him. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Yu Mao, still shaken, glanced at Lung Ting, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him. He pointed towards the direction the hyena had vanished. That hyena, it almost ate me, and its larger counterpart chased me on my first day, nearly costing me my life. The more he recounted, the more dread he felt, his ears and tail drooping as he quietly added, if I hadn't run quickly and hidden in this forest, you wouldn't have seen me again. Lung Ting observed the trembling little rabbit, now a quivering ball of fur, listening to his plaintive accusations. Though his emerald green eyes betrayed little emotion, his presence felt even colder. He extended a hand, roughly ruffling Yu Mao's fur, further disheveling it in a somewhat awkward gesture. He merely acknowledged, yet Yu Mao inexplicably felt the atmosphere around them lighten slightly. As night fell completely, enveloping the surroundings in silence, Lung Ting ensured Yu Mao had safely retreated into his burrow before rising, his dark silhouette merging seamlessly with the night. He remembered the scent of the two hyenas and their pack's location. Not long after, distant howls echoed from the grassland, sharp and piercing, before fading into silence. In the latter half of the night, Lung Ting returned to the edge of the forest, carrying with him a faint scent of blood. He cast a distant glance at Yu Mao's concealed burrow, confirming that steady breathing emanated from within before leaping up to his usual resting branch, methodically licking away non-existent blood from his claws. Now it is peaceful. The sky, once dazzlingly blue, had swiftly darkened. The wind carried a damp, earthy scent as the grass swayed, whispering softly. The rainy season had arrived. Yu Mao poked his head out of the burrow, observing the gray, overcast skies. The relentless downpour showing no signs of cessation. The scent of wet earth intensified, and even the stone he often leaned against at the burrow entrance felt damp to the touch. Retreating back, he shook off the raindrops clinging to his ears. Thankfully, he had stored plenty of provisions. His little stash was filled with tubers and dried meat, sufficient to last him for a while. Yet, his fluffy coat felt perpetually damp, leaving him uncomfortable. He nestled back into his bed of soft fur, listening to the incessant patter of rain outside, pondering how long this relentless downpour would last. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle approached the burrow, confirming his earlier suspicion. The towering figure of Lung Ting stood there, enveloped in a veil of moisture. In his grasp, he held a recently deceased small prey, which he nonchalantly tossed by Yu Mao's burrow. Eat, Lung Ting stated succinctly, his gaze sweeping over Yu Mao's well-fed form, confirming that the little rabbit would not suffer from hunger for the time being, and that he remained relatively dry. With that, he turned and vanished back into the curtain of rain. Yu Mao stared at the fresh catch, then at Lung Ting's silhouette disappearing into the downpour. He shifted his position, laboriously dragging the prey into the burrow before settling into a more comfortable posture in his warm, dry nest. Thankfully, the prey was quite small, comparable in size to his own form. Otherwise, he would have struggled to bring it inside. With meat to consume, he felt elated. At last, the rain ceased, and the sun shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the water-laden blades of grass. Yu Mao hurriedly emerged from his burrow, stretching lazily and feeling the dampness in his bones. The creatures of the forest were restless, the air filled with rustling sounds as they eagerly sought sustenance. Yu Mao busied himself rummaging through the underbrush, his eyes darting about. Suddenly, he caught sight of a plump, grayish bird hiding beneath a patch of grass, its short wings suggesting it was not a strong flyer. As the bird noticed him approaching, it panicked and attempted to flee, its tiny legs moving swiftly. Yu Mao, however, would not let it escape. He instantly transformed back into a rabbit and pounced forward. The bird, unable to outpace him, was pinned beneath his claws, flapping futilely before succumbing to stillness. Holding the heavy bird in his mouth, Yu Mao felt a surge of joy. Upon returning to the entrance of his burrow, he deftly plucked the feathers and prepared the bird. Eagerly, he tore off a leg and bit into it, his eyes instantly brightening. The meat was tender and flavorful, surpassing anything he had previously tasted, delighting him to his very core. With grease coating his mouth, he mumbled through his meal, "So delicious. I must find more of this bird next time." In a matter of moments, he devoured the entire bird, savoring every last bite and licking his paws clean. He then set off again, hoping to catch another bird of similar kind, but it seemed his luck had run dry, even as the rain began to fall again. He encountered no such bird. Chapter 8. A madman. The rain not only persisted but intensified, the sound crashing violently against the earth and leaves, creating a cacophony intertwined with the rumbling of thunder that seemed to shake the very ground. Yu Mao curled up in his burrow like a fuzzy ball, his ears pressed tightly against his back, yet sleep eluded him. He licked his somewhat dry paws, feeling restless, and finally, he could not resist the urge to peek out of the burrow to ascertain the outside world. What he beheld startled him. The downpour outside resembled a thick gray-white wall, the rain striking the ground and sending up plumes of mist as if the earth were smoking. His vision was utterly obscured, rendering him unable to discern anything beyond a few steps. The world seemed to consist solely of the relentless rain and the deafening claps of thunder. He hastily withdrew his head and shook off the moisture from his fur. This rain was truly terrifying, and he worried whether this little burrow could withstand it. Just then, the light at the entrance dimmed abruptly. Lung Ting, drenched and exuding a heavy aura of moisture, bounded over. His dark fur, soaked by the rain, clung tightly to his muscular frame, rendering him even more imposing than usual. He shook his head, sending droplets flying, and his deep green eyes shone brightly in the dim light. Without uttering a word, he approached Yu Mao and nestled beside him, his warm, dry belly dispelling some of the dampness and chill surrounding them. "Are you not cold?" Yu Mao pondered, unable to comprehend why this leopard would venture out in such torrential rain. Did he not fear catching a cold? In this weather, a cold could be perilous. "I am not cold. My fur remains dry," Lung Ting replied, using a large paw to stroke Yu Mao's furry ear, which felt delightful to touch. Yu Mao, overwhelmed, retreated back into the burrow. Disappointed, Lung Ting licked his paw and departed. The rain continued sporadically for 3 full days, during which Yu Mao huddled within his burrow, watching his previously hoarded supplies dwindle away until the last piece of jerky was consumed. He licked the empty leaves, feeling a pang of anxiety. On the 4th morning, the incessant clamor of the rain finally ceased. Although the sky remained overcast and the clouds thick enough to obscure the sun, the rain had indeed stopped. Yu Mao eagerly peered out from his burrow. The scene outside was chaotic, with waterlogged ground and puddles everywhere. The earth, saturated, had turned soft and mushy. The air was thick with an intensified, musty scent. Ignoring the slippery terrain, his stomach growled incessantly. Cautiously, he leaped out of the burrow, his paws sinking into the soft mud upon landing. He gathered his bearings and bounded toward the berry bush and the broadleaf grass he had previously discovered. He needed to find something to eat quickly, or he would truly starve. Navigating carefully among the damp roots of grass, Yu Mao sniffed around eagerly. After days of consuming his reserves, his stomach was growling voraciously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Nestled within a fallen patch of grass lay a plump egg. Not small in size, its gray-white shell speckled with droplets of rainwater. He hurried over, circling the egg twice. Using his paws, he scratched at its surface. The shell was quite hard. He glanced around, locating a sharp-edged stone, and with his forepaws gripping the egg, he struck it forcefully against the shell. With a crack, the shell opened slightly. Eagerly, he approached, using his paws to pry the crack wider, lowering his head to the opening. The slick egg liquid, slightly fishy, beckoned him, and he could not resist. He slurped it down greedily. The icy liquid quelled the gnawing hunger that had plagued him. He licked the remnants from around his mouth. Feeling satisfied, with his belly now full, he felt invigorated. Tossing aside the empty shell, he twitched his little nose, carefully discerning the moist air, continuing his quest for the next meal. As Yu Mao explored the muddy slopes, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar plant scent. Pushing through the rain-drenched grass, he discovered several yellowing leaves and bent stems. It was potato vines. A surge of excitement coursed through him as his forepaws began to dig vigorously around the roots. Resembling tiny shovels, mud splattered across his face, but he paid no heed. As he dug through the soft upper layer of soil, he uncovered several round, muddy tubers. The more he dug, the more excited he became, his paws growing weary until he finally turned the area upside down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 large potatoes emerged, each one as big as his rabbit-sized head. Elation surged through Yu Mao, causing his ears to perk up. He quickly transformed back into his human form, wrapping each potato in large leaves he had fortuitously discovered, strong yet inedible, bitter to the taste, but perfect for carrying. He cradled the precious potatoes back to the entrance of his burrow, placing them carefully to the side. Then, transforming back into a rabbit, he used his head and forepaws to brace against one potato, straining with all 4 legs to roll into the burrow. He repeated this process several times until all the potatoes were safely stowed away in his little cache. Gazing at the pile of potatoes in the corner, Yu Mao rubbed his paws together in satisfaction. With this bounty, he would be well fed for several days. After finishing his potato gathering, he glanced up at the sky. It remained gray, but at least the rain had ceased. Not daring to rest, he realized that hunting was arduous. Seeking out some greens would be more prudent, for time was of the essence. He wandered through the edges of the forest, his eyes scanning with the precision of a scanning device. To his delight, he spotted something unusual. On a low tree hung 2 pale fruits, their exterior brown and oddly shaped. He recalled seeing a long-tailed squirrel nibbling on these before. If a squirrel could eat them, then surely he could as well. Standing on tiptoe, he plucked one from the branch, rubbed it against his fur, and took a decisive bite. The flesh is white, juicy, and has a flavor reminiscent of mango, albeit less sweet and rather mild. After a few bites, he finished one and plucked another from the tree, searching the vicinity for more of such fruits. By the end of the day, his legs felt as if they might shrink from all the running. Yet, gazing at the pile of round potatoes within the burrow, along with the hazelnuts he had gathered later, Yu Mao felt a surge of accomplishment that dispelled his fatigue. Content, he retreated into the burrow, licking his paws. Even if the dismal weather continued to rain, he could comfortably nestle in his den for several days. As the sky grew darker, the silhouette of Lung Ting appeared at the entrance. He held a plump, gray short-winged bird in his mouth, casually tossing it at Yu Mao's feet. The Yuan Don Yao. Lung Ting shook off the moisture from its feathers, his voice steady and unvarying, describing the bird as timid, quick to hide, and difficult to catch. He paused momentarily before adding that it tasted delightful. Yu Mao looked down and smiled. This plump, gray bird was indeed the one he had caught previously and found particularly fragrant. So it was called Yuan Don Yao. He felt a surge of joy, not expecting Lung Ting to gift him such a treasure. The little rabbit twirled in delight. Its ears perked high as it hopped around the bird. Then, as if recalling something, he turned and presented his fluffy short tail next to Lung Ting's paws, giving it a gentle shake. The message was unmistakable. Here, feel free to touch. The rabbit was in high spirits. Lung Ting paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark green eyes. He lowered his gaze to the fluffy offering, extending a paw to gently rub against it. Clever of you to present yourself. Chapter 9. Fragments. The sky was rarely clear. The little rabbit ventured out in search of food, feeling desperate from hunger after skipping a meal. Saya, just take a bite. The tribe relies on you. Indeed, Yu Mao concealed himself behind dense bushes, secretly observing a nearby open area. There, a tribe of beastmen gathered, predominantly lion beastmen, some lounging and dozing, while others groomed one another. His gaze was quickly drawn to a massive black lion in the center. Its sleek, shiny coat and robust physique suggested it was the leader, with claws capable of effortlessly crushing him. Yet, the lion's behavior left Yu Mao wide-eyed. The creature languidly sprawled on a flat rock, too lethargic to even raise its eyelids. A lioness approached, delicately carrying a large piece of fresh, red meat, and carefully placed it by the lion's mouth. Only then did he lazily open his jaws and begin to gnaw. He didn't even need to clean his own paws afterward, as another lioness came over to assist. Yu Mao watched, his mouth slightly agape. How luxurious this life seemed. He thought of his own daily grind, waking early and toiling away, evading predators, and nearly risking his life for a morsel to eat. Meanwhile, these lions had their meals brought to them, living in a manner he could only dream of. A wave of bitterness washed over him, akin to biting into an unripe fruit. If only he could enjoy such a life of ease and indulgence, with attendants to cater to his needs. He swallowed hard, lingering on the sight of the majestic black lion, before reluctantly retreating, continuing his arduous search for dinner. As Yu Mao busily searched for roots, the fur on the back of his neck suddenly bristled. He abruptly turned, nearly halting his heart. The imposing black lion, who had been lounging in the tribe, had silently approached him from behind, its golden pupils narrowed as it loomed over him. The predator's gaze was piercingly cold, sending tremors through Yu Mao's legs, his mind racing to calculate an escape route. Just as he prepared to flee, the lion spoke languidly, its deep voice resonating with an undeniable authority. "Little rabbit," Saya shook his thick black mane, "come sleep with me." Yu Mao froze, his entire body rigid. His ears perked straight up, suspecting he was hallucinating. What on earth was the lion saying? He glanced at the lion's massive form and sharp claws, and considering his own small stature, his throat went dry as he stammered. What, sleep? I still need to go back and check for the burrow." Saya, exhibiting little patience, exhaled a warm breath, taking a step closer, casting a shadow over Yu Mao completely. "Stop playing dumb." Startled, Yu Mao jumped back, his back pressed against a rough tree trunk with no room to retreat. His heart raced, nearly escaping his throat, as he realized the lion was prepared to act forcefully. In a moment of desperation, he shut his eyes and shouted, "Lung Ting. Lung Ting is nearby. He'll be here soon." At that instant, Yu Mao himself felt uncertain. Unexpectedly, Saya halted his advance. He tilted his massive head, a flicker of clear apprehension crossing his golden eyes, murmuring, "That guy?" He scrutinized the trembling Yu Mao for several moments, seemingly weighing his options, before irritably flicking his tail. "TCH, troublesome. He truly has it easy." With a low growl, he ultimately refrained from advancing further, turning with heavy steps and leisurely returning toward the tribe. Yu Mao did not collapse to the ground until the gigantic black figure vanished from sight, breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Shaken from the encounter, Yu Mao deemed the area unlucky and quickly changed his direction in search of food. Not far along, he spotted a light brown marmot digging vigorously at the roots. The marmot turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Yu Mao, seemed to relax, not only refraining from fleeing, but also chattering away. "Finally, I see something alive. With this rain, my home is turning into a mud pit, and I'm starving. Just out looking for some roots to munch on." As he prattled on, he continued to dig, his small eyes darting curiously at Yu Mao. "You look unfamiliar. A newcomer? Which tribe do you belong to? What brings you here?" Still somewhat dazed from the earlier fright, Yu Mao responded vaguely. The marmot was unperturbed, continuing its chatter. "I saw you come from that direction. Didn't he encounter any big fellows, did you? In this area, there are two that you definitely shouldn't provoke." It lowered its voice mysteriously, despite no one else being around. "One is from a forest to the east." It gestured toward Lung Ting's territory, the Black Panther, Lung Ting. "That fellow, TSK, is a lone wolf, incredibly formidable, and has a terrible temper. Anyone who trespasses on his territory is in for a bad time." Yu Mao's heart skipped a beat. recalling Lung Ting's dark green eyes. And the other, the marmot pointed toward the lion tribe, is the leader of that lion group, the black lion, Saya. That guy has some connections with Lung Ting. It displayed a fearful expression. He certainly possesses strength, but the problem is, if he takes a liking to someone, regardless of their willingness, he'll try to drag them into his den. So be careful. Don't let him catch sight of you. Being noticed isn't all bad. Having a powerful beastman to protect you is a good thing. The downside is that Saya is more about sleeping than caring, and not many of his 18 lionesses live to tell the tale. A chill ran down Yu Mao's spine as he realized the black lion he had encountered earlier had such a reputation. He thanked the still chattering marmot, heavy-hearted as he walked away. Finally, he understood that he had just emerged from a wolf's den and stumbled into the territories of two formidable figures, necessitating even greater caution in his future travels. However, knowing that Lung Ting wielded such influence brought him a slight sense of reassurance. After all, he paid rent daily. As Yu Mao took a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of rustling footsteps behind him. Turning around, he spotted the tawny groundhog, who was energetically following closely at his heels. "Hey, wait for me!" exclaimed the groundhog, bounding up beside him. "Let's search together. Having company is safer." "My name is Sui Sui, what's yours?" "Yu Mao," he replied. Sui Sui, true to her name, chattered incessantly as they walked side by side. "Your name sounds lovely. I know a place up ahead where the berries are plentiful, though it's a bit far. I was terrified earlier. Did you see that big creature flying overhead? Those claws. Wow, the weather is so unpredictable. It threatens rain and then pours. My grass mat at the cave entrance is going to be bleached white again." Sui Sui would occasionally point out which mushrooms were poisonous or discuss the recent skirmishes between nearby tribes, her topics hopping from one to another without any discernible order. Yu Mao felt his head buzzing, as if a swarm of bees were circling his ears. He responded with vague sounds of agreement, keeping most of his attention focused on foraging for food, occasionally startled by Sui Sui's sudden bursts of volume. Stealing a glance at the incessantly chattering creature beside him, he couldn't help but sigh internally. This little one surely had the gift of gab. Chapter 10. Survival Skills with Sui Sui, the loquacious living map, by his side. Yu Mao's efficiency in gathering food reached astonishing heights. Sui Sui would point with her tiny paw, enthusiastically informing him which red berries were sweet and which broadleaf grasses were tender enough to squeeze water from. Before long, Yu Mao's arms were filled to the brim with foraged goodies. On the way back, he could barely manage to hold everything. Sui Sui trotted along beside, her curious little eyes darting about until Yu Mao paused before a pile of camouflaged dead branches, skillfully creating an opening to enter. Only then did Sui Sui realize, "Oh my, you live here?" Standing at the entrance of the cave, she peered inside with awe. "This is the heart of the territory of that esteemed leopard. Wow, Yu Mao, you're incredible. You can stay here safely? That leopard is notoriously temperamental. How did you manage it?" Yu Mao pushed the last potato into the cave, dusting off his hands and mumbling, I just live here." He certainly couldn't admit that his safety was secured by paying rent with his tail. How embarrassing. Sui Sui, however, reached her own conclusion, nodding vigorously. "I get it. You must be exceptionally strong for even that esteemed one to acknowledge you. Wow, my new friend is truly remarkable." The groundhog's admiration for Yu Mao soared to new heights, filling him with pride. Cold Ling had sent their group of herbivores here to forage, but they were not allowed to settle down. Foraging was only permitted during the rainy season, not at other times. Seeing the admiration in Sui Sui's eyes, Yu Mao felt a twinge of pride. It was the first time he had been admired. He had no friends, as others deemed him unlucky, and having grown up without the desire for companionship, he only wished to survive. He beckoned to Sui Sui. "Would you like to come in and sit? I'll share some berries with you." "Sure." Sui Sui eagerly scrambled inside, her little mouth once again chattering away, this time filled with praise for Yu Mao's capabilities. As he distributed the berries, he listened to her buzzing compliments, finding that having a talkative friend was rather delightful. While Sui Sui munched on the berries Yu Mao had shared, she proudly shook her whiskers. "My place is quite clever. It's right on the edge of Cold Ling's territory." close enough to his domain that most creatures wouldn't dare approach, yet not too deep inside to risk an accidental encounter with him. After swallowing a mouthful of fruit, she continued to boast, "I spend most of my time underground. Look at my paws." She lifted a front paw, still dusty from digging. "I've excavated several tunnels that connect everywhere. Whenever I want to chat with a friend, I can simply burrow through the tunnels. Safe and convenient." Yu Mao blinked in astonishment, realizing this was a possibility he had never considered. "Is it really that simple?" Sway, perceiving his surprise, replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. We herbivores can dig. Who doesn't have a few tunnels for visiting neighbors? The surface is dangerous. You never know when a large creature might emerge. The underground is safe, quiet, and perfect for sharing gossip about where the tastiest food can be found." Leaning closer to Yu Mao, she lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. "I know for a fact that the rabbits near the dandelion field to the east and the badgers on the southern slope are all connected underground. One day, I'll take you to visit." Yu Mao suddenly comprehended why he had always felt there were few herbivores in this area. It wasn't that they were absent, but rather they had relocated underground. Looking down at his solitary little burrow, he felt like a mere island compared to the vast underground social network Sway described. He pondered whether he should deepen his burrow and attempt to connect with the neighbors. But perhaps not. He wasn't particularly fond of visiting. Seeing Yu Mao's bewildered expression, forehead. "How can you be both clever and clueless, my new friend?" She leaned in closer, adopting the tone of a little teacher. "You need to learn more than just foraging and digging. There are many tricks in these woods. For starters, you must learn how to avoid snakes." At the mere mention of snakes, Yu Mao's ears perked up, and he instinctively sat up straighter. This was indeed an area of ignorance for him. In the post-apocalyptic world he had inhabited, there were not as many venomous creatures. Sway, pleased with his attentiveness, began to impart her wisdom. "First, it's best to plant thorny vines or scatter strong-smelling ash near your burrow. Snakes dislike those scents and usually won't come close." She drew an S shape in the dirt with her little paw to mimic a snake's slithering. "When you're walking, keep your eyes open. Don't just focus on foraging. If you see smooth trails or hear faint rustling sounds, stop immediately and take a detour." And Sway lowered her voice, adding an air of mystery. "If you do happen to encounter one, don't panic and definitely don't turn your back and run. You must slowly back away while keeping your eyes on it, making yourself appear larger. If we groundhogs encounter one, we stand up, fluff our fur, and make a racket. Sometimes that can scare them away." Spoke rapidly, detailing everything from how to identify venomous snakes to what to do in the unfortunate event of a bite. Although her words were a whirlwind, each piece of advice was a genuine survival skill. Yu Mao listened intently, not daring to blink, fearing he might miss a single word. He realized how rudimentary his previous survival tactics had been. It was sheer luck that he had survived until now. As he absorbed her teachings, he silently repeated Sway's words in his mind, determined to commit these life-saving lessons to memory. "Did you remember everything? Especially about scattering ash and keeping an eye on your path?" Sway asked again, her concern evident. Yu Mao nodded vigorously. "I remember. Tomorrow, I will find some strong-smelling grass to burn for ash." Seeing Yu Mao's earnestness, Sway felt a swell of satisfaction. Although her new friend was a bit slow, he was eager to learn. She realized she would need to teach him many more things. It was her first time encountering such a round rabbit with a built-in scarf. His fur was not the usual dull gray, but clean and pristine. She appreciated friends who valued cleanliness. Yu Mao reflected, this world, like the post-apocalyptic one, is truly arduous for survival. Chapter 11. A little closer the following day dawned with clear skies, and Sway eagerly scampered to knock on Yu Mao's burrow, his tiny paws rustling the dry twigs. "Yu Mao, come out. There's no rain today, and I want to take you over to the dandelion field. The rabbit there has the most delightful grass seeds." Yu Mao poked his head out of the burrow, a hint of apology etched on his face. He shook his head gently. "Thank you, Sway, but I think I will pass." Sway's excitement faltered, confusion flickering in his small eyes. "Why not? It's wonderful to make more friends, and we could trade for some tasty treats." Yu Mao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet his tone remained resolute. I'm already quite overwhelmed with the daily hunt for food. The stock I have might seem ample, but it will not last long. He gestured towards his diminutive storehouse, explaining, while friendship is indeed valuable, I simply lack the energy for it at the moment. Just being your friend brings me joy. Sui Sui observed Yu Mao's earnest yet slightly awkward demeanor, though he still found it hard to comprehend. To him, having more friends made life easier, especially when it came to foraging for food. However, he swallowed back his persuasive words. Every beast has its own way of living. Extending his tiny paw, he comfortingly patted Yu Mao's paw. All right, if you don't want to go, then we want to go. When you're well fed in the future, you can change your mind. He flicked his tail and regained his spirited demeanor. So, where do you plan to look for food today? I know of some tender shoots growing to the west. I can take you there. Yu Mao, warmed by Sui Sui's unaffected exuberance, nodded in agreement. All right, I would appreciate your guidance. As sunlight bathed the two little creatures, Sui Sui chattered animatedly, while Yu Mao quietly followed beside him. Under Sui Sui's lively direction, Yu Mao ventured into a thicket he had never visited before. Sui Sui excitedly brushed aside a thick layer of fallen leaves, eagerly pointing. Look, this is it. We call it Tu Dan. It resembles your potato, doesn't it? Just a different color. Yu Mao leaned down to inspect, discovering several round, black spheres buried in the earth, their rough skins indeed reminiscent of potatoes, albeit entirely black. He skeptically unearthed one, weighing it in his paw, and cautiously took a bite. Cough, cough. After just a few chews, Yu Mao found himself choking, his neck stretching uncomfortably. The texture was exceedingly dry, powdery, akin to consuming a lump of desiccated cassava dough, with a flavor so bland it was nearly tasteless, merely a choking hazard. Sui Sui, observing his reaction, chuckled. How is it? Quite filling. Isn't it? But it must be eaten with water, or it could choke a beast. After finally managing to swallow the dry Tu Dan, Yu Mao hurriedly ran to a nearby puddle to drink several gulps of water. Although the taste and texture left much to be desired, the substantial feeling of fullness was undeniable. He regarded the black lump in his paw, contemplating. While unpalatable, this food could indeed stave off hunger, and it appeared easy to find. Without delay, he began to dig up all the Tu Dan he could find nearby, soon amassing a small pile. Thank you, Sui Sui. This could be a lifesaver. Yu Mao sincerely expressed his gratitude, while tucking the black tubers into his fur. Sui Sui, pleased, proudly flicked his tail, of course. Aye. Sui Sui, no many good things. On the way back, Yu Mao pondered how he might enhance the flavor of these unappetizing Tu Dan. Perhaps they could be mixed with fruits? After a day of activity, Yu Mao finally nestled into his cozy, fur-lined nest. However, an unexpected visitor arrived at the burrow entrance. Lung Ting's expressionless face appeared, his voice low, come out. Yu Mao mused internally about what rent the leopard might be collecting this time, but complied and emerged obediently. Just as he stood firm, before he could utter a word, Lung Ting leaned closer, his barbed tongue unexpectedly licking from Yu Mao's forehead to his cheek with considerable force, akin to being sandpapered. Yu Mao stumbled back, his face and neck instantly drenched in the other's saliva. He froze, raising a paw to wipe his face, only to find it sticky and wet, feeling utterly perplexed. What did this mean? Was he marking his territory? Once finished, Lung Ting seemed to have completed a necessary ritual, his dark green eyes sweeping over Yu Mao's damp face and disheveled fur, appearing somewhat satisfied. Without a word, he turned and seamlessly blended into the encroaching darkness, leaving Yu Mao at the burrow entrance, his face glistening with saliva and windswept. Yu Mao lowered his gaze, sniffing his arm. The scent was so strong it made him cringe. How bothersome this leopard was. The next day, the rain fell even heavier than before. The sound of the downpour mingled with the booming thunder, causing a sense of unease. Yu Mao poked his head out, observing the gray sky, then lowered his gaze to sniff himself again. The potent scent of Lung Ting's possessive essence clung to his fur, refusing to dissipate. After a moment's thought, he leapt from the burrow, standing directly beneath the torrential rain. The icy droplets drenched him instantly, and he shook his head. allowing the rain to cleanse every strand of fur. As he bathed, he occasionally raised a paw or lowered his head, sniffing his arms, chest, and back. The rain cascaded down, pooling at his feet. After a prolonged wash, he lowered his head once more and took a deep breath. This is much better. The only scent now was the crisp, clean aroma of rain, finally washing away that irksome odor of saliva. Content, he shook his thoroughly soaked fur, splattering water droplets everywhere. Then he quickly turned around, agilely darting back into the dry warmth of his burrow. Once inside, he shook himself vigorously several times, attempting to rid himself of any excess moisture. Now his entire body was drenched, his once fluffy fur clinging tightly to him, making him appear smaller than usual, a soggy, yellow-white fluffball. His ears, too, drooped from the wetness, trembling with each movement. He returned to his soft, fur-lined nest, curling up, extending his pink tongue to leisurely lick his front paws and chest fur, trying to dry them off. His rounded back and focused grooming in the dim burrow made him exceptionally endearing. Ugh, that infuriating leopard, Yu Mao grumbled as he slipped into slumber. The relentless rain outside, making it impossible to stay awake. Remaining awake would only hasten his hunger. Chapter 12. A challenge. Lung Ting lay on a high branch, rainwater dripping from the edges of the leaves, his body feeling uncomfortably warm. Closing his eyes, the image of that rabbit uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. At first, it was the soft, yellow-white fluff ball nestled in his embrace, the warmth of its presence, and the ticklish sensation of its little tail trembling in his palm. Then it morphed into a human form, glistening skin adorned with droplets of water, a slender waist, and that moment under the moonlight when it had playfully leaped, the hem of its clothing swaying to reveal glimpses of bare skin. The images intertwined and flickered, becoming increasingly vivid, even imbued with a certain ethereal warmth and tactile sensation. His throat felt dry, a strange heat coursing through him, uncontrollably pooling in his lower abdomen, a stirring sensation emerging from within. Suddenly, Lung Ting opened his eyes wide, his emerald pupils constricting in the darkness, his breathing growing heavier. Frustrated, he swatted his tail against the branch beneath him, producing a soft crack. He attempted to dispel the chaotic thoughts, but the furry sensation and the stark whiteness of the figure lingered in his mind like an unwelcome weed. The more he resisted, the more pronounced it became. He let out a low gasp, tilting his head back to allow the cold rain to cascade over his face, attempting to extinguish the fiery torment igniting within him. Yet the memories entwined with Yu Mao's figure clung to him more tenaciously than the night rain. Lung Ting felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body. The rain did little to quench the flames, but rather rendered certain images more vivid. Frustrated, he shook his head and resolved to find a way to vent his agitation. With a few powerful leaps, he darted towards the vicinity of the Lion clan, precisely locating the cave where Saya resided. The entrance was suffused with an ambiguous aura, and unusual sounds emanated from within. Unperturbed by these details, Lung Ting bellowed into the cave with a deep growl, infused with an undeniable combat spirit. Saya, come out and fight. Inside the cave, Saya, entangled with a newly won lioness at a critical juncture, was startled by the sudden challenge, his blood boiling, instantly cooling down. An elevated part of his anatomy visibly wilted. Infuriated, he nearly choked, shoving the lioness aside and storming out of the cave, roaring into the rain at the dark figure. Lung Ting, are you out of your mind? Picking this moment. Lung Ting disregarded his fury. He merely sought a punching bag to stretch his muscles. Without waiting for Saya to hurl more insults, he lunged forward, his sharp claws slicing through the air. Saya, flustered, scrambled to defend himself, mentally cursing Lung Ting 1,000 times over. This fight was both infuriating and humiliating, undoubtedly the most disgraceful battle of his career. The sky cleared, yet the storm within Saya remained. Lie on a rock. He allowed the lioness to groom a shallow scratch on his forepaw. He irritably shook his dense black mane, emitting discontented grumbles. Oomph. If it weren't for that guy's toxic advantage, I wouldn't have backed down. He mumbled to the affectionate lioness beside him, his golden eyes filled with defiance. In a true battle, the outcome remains uncertain. However, even he doubted his own conviction. That Lung Ting was indeed a monster, not only employing the swift and brutal tactics of a leopard, but also inheriting the venomous lineage from his mother. His claws bore a debilitating toxin that, while not fatal, slowed down opponents, rendering them vulnerable. Not to mention his pitch-black fur that blended seamlessly into the night, making him nearly undetectable by the time one realized his presence. His icy claws might already be at their throat. In this continent where strength was revered, a hybrid like Lung Ting, capable of combat, infused with poison, an adept at stealth, was nearly unbeatable. He was feared not only for his temper, but for his unpredictable venom and ghostly demeanor. Saya licked his paw, suppressing the unwilling acknowledgement of his trepidation. He would never admit to being outmatched. It was simply that wretched poison that was difficult to contend with. Yes, that was it, he muttered, flipping over and burying his head in his forepaws, resolutely refusing to think of that bothersome shadow. The sky had cleared, and Yu Mao ventured out alone in search of sustenance. He contemplated exploring further afield, hoping to uncover something new. However, luck was not on his side today. As he ventured into a thicket he had never encountered, before he could even lower his head to sniff, the fur on his back bristled in alarm. A lynx had unexpectedly blocked his escape route. This creature was several sizes larger than an ordinary wildcat, its gray-brown fur adorned with dark spots, ears tipped with straight black tufts, and its yellow-green eyes glowed like two small lamps, fixated on him with unabashed hunger and ferocity. Yu Mao's heart sank. The lynx clearly regarded him as today's meal. He froze in place, paralyzed with fear, throat constricted. The lynx crouched low, its short, thick tail swaying dangerously, muscles taut. Poised to pounce. Run. He must flee immediately. The only thought in Yu Mao's mind was survival. He abruptly changed direction, not towards the open ground, but straight into the densest thicket beside him. He could almost feel the lynx's hot breath on his hind legs. He dared not look back. His short legs propelled him frantically forward through the underbrush. Brave rabbit, charge forward. The lynx, evidently starving, emitted a low, threatening sound akin to a cough, relentlessly pursuing him. Its speed matched Yu Mao's, and several times he could hear its claws slicing through the air mere inches from his tail. In a desperate maneuver, he made a sharp turn, attempting to utilize his smaller size to dart beneath the bushes. Thorny branches scraped against his fur, leaving stinging pain. But he paid it no heed. The lynx's massive form crashed through the foliage, its speed barely hindered. Ahead, a downhill slope appeared with determination. Yu Mao curled into a ball and rolled down the steep incline. Dizzy and disoriented, dirt and grass clippings coated his face. Yet he wasted no time getting back on his feet and continuing to flee. The lynx leaped after him, its claws embedding deeply into the ground he had just traversed. Fear washed over him like icy water, his lungs wheezing like a broken bellows, legs beginning to weaken. A vague direction remained in his mind: Lung Ting's cave. It was his only chance for survival. He instinctively dashed toward that glimmer of hope, his surroundings blurring, with only the increasingly close sounds of breathing and footsteps urging him on. As the lynx lunged, its shadow enveloping him entirely, Yu Mao summoned every last ounce of strength, propelling himself forward into Lung Ting's cave. Inside, the dim light bore the chilling essence unique to Lung Ting. To his shock, the ravenous lynx followed suit, crashing into the cave. However, as it crossed the threshold, a black flash surged from the depths of the cave. Lung Ting, already alerted by the commotion outside, barely rose. His front paw lazily lifted, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. With a soft thud, the lynx was silenced before it could utter a single cry. Its throat was precisely severed, blood gushing forth. Its massive body twitched twice before collapsing, its yellow-green eyes frozen in the ferocity of the hunt, now devoid of life. Lung Ting shook off the blood from his claw, his dark green eyes coldly surveying the lifeless carcass before turning to Yu Mao, who lay trembling on the ground, covered in mud and grass. Yu Mao gasped for breath, overwhelmed with relief. How wonderful, he was alive again! Lung Ting was furious. His rabbit had been wounded. Chapter 13. I want to go home. Lung Ting observed the small rabbit sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. He approached with a few strides, lowering his head and, without hesitation, began to lick him clean with his barbed tongue. This time, he exerted more force than ever, as if he intended to erase the scent of the lynx, dirt, and the fright from Yu Mao's body. "Hey, stop licking," Yu Mao protested, swaying unsteadily as he struggled to push away the enormous leopard head. Yet, with a flick of his tongue, Long Ting caused Yu Mao to lose his balance, tumbling backward and landing on his back, exposing his soft belly. A soft puff of air escaped from above. Yu Mao froze, momentarily forgetting the pain of his fall as he looked up to find a rare expression on Long Ting's typically stoic face. His lips curled slightly upward, and a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his dark green eyes. He actually smiled. Even at this moment, Yu Mao felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger. Scrambling to rise, but the slippery ground nearly sent him tumbling again. After a struggle, he finally regained his footing, his ears trembling with indignation as he pointed a paw at Long Ting. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Long Ting observed Yu Mao's disheveled appearance, barely able to stand, and his amusement deepened. He approached leisurely, his nose nearly brushing against Yu Mao's forehead, his voice low and tinged with mockery. "Isn't it amusing? You can't even walk steadily. That's because you licked me," Yu Mao exclaimed, nearly jumping in frustration. Unfortunately, his rabbit form lacked the necessary strength to retaliate. "Do you have any idea that I almost got eaten by that lynx because of your sudden antics?" "I know," Long Ting replied flatly, extending his tongue to give Yu Mao's forehead a decisive lick, flattening the unruly tufts of fur. "You're fine now." Yu Mao, infuriated by Long Ting's nonchalant demeanor, found himself powerless against the disparity in strength. Unable to escape, he could only tilt his head defiantly in protest. "You can't do this. I'm not your cub." "Indeed," Long Ting acknowledged, gently nudging Yu Mao closer to his warm body. "But you belong to me." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Enclosed in Long Ting's embrace, Yu Mao felt a mix of residual fear from his near escape and the frustration of being forcibly comforted, which made his eyes sting. In moments of vulnerability, he often found himself bullied. He wanted to curse, to bite back, yet all he managed was a muttered, barely audible complaint. "You damn leopard." This almost inaudible grievance, coupled with his disheveled fur and reddened eyes, appeared to Long Ting as nothing short of an endearing display of petulance. He looked down at the irritable little creature nestled in his arms, rumbling a satisfied purr in his throat. He thought to himself that it was indeed adorable, especially when angry. Unbeknownst to them, the rain outside had ceased, leaving only the gentle sound of droplets cascading from the leaves. Feeling a resurgence of strength, Yu Mao struggled to distance himself from Long Ting, shaking off the damp and messy fur. "I need to go back," he said softly, making a move towards the cave's entrance. Yet a black paw gently blocked his path. Long Ting's deep voice resonated from now on, "Stay here." Yu Mao halted, bewildered, and turned back. "What? Stay here? No way. Why not?" Long Ting's tail flicked impatiently against the ground. "It's dangerous outside. This place is safe. My burrow is just fine. I dug it myself, and I'm used to it," Yu Mao insisted, his ears perked straight up. "And here," he glanced around the spacious yet stark cave and managed to say, "There's no food stored here. I have plenty of potatoes and eggs back home. Food? If you want meat, I can hunt. If you prefer vegetables, I can fetch them," Long Ting replied, unperturbed, his dark green eyes fixed on him. "Your burrow is too small and shallow. What does size matter? What does depth matter? That is my home," Yu Mao protested, growing more resolute in his refusal. Living in the same cave with such a formidable presence was too overwhelming for him, and he felt utterly devoid of freedom. "I refuse to stay here. I want to return to my own burrow." Seeing that Long Ting showed no signs of moving his paw, Yu Mao resorted to lying down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "If you don't let me leave, I won't get up. I almost got eaten earlier. I'm too weak to do anything now. Better to die early than live in misery." Long Ting regarded him with a furrowed brow. He could easily force this little rabbit to stay, yet he feared that Yu Mao's agitation might lead to unforeseen consequences. The roundness of his belly, rising and falling, appeared exceedingly fragile. Silence enveloped the cave. After a considerable pause, Lung Ting reluctantly withdrew his paw, letting out a sigh. Do as you wish. Yu Mao could scarcely believe his ears and sprang to his feet. Really? Then I'm leaving. I'll see you off, Lung Ting said, rising gracefully and striding towards the cave entrance. Throughout their return journey, Lung Ting maintained a stoic expression. However, given his usual lack of facial expressions and the imposing aura of his leopard form, Yu Mao struggled to discern any subtle shifts in his mood. He merely sensed a weighty tension in the air, mistaking it for the coolness of the post-rain weather. You don't have to accompany me. Yu Mao attempted to lighten the mood, his short legs working hard to keep pace with Lung Ting. I know the way. Lung Ting ignored him, his gaze fixed ahead. Yu Mao continued, though my burrow is small, its location is perfect. I particularly enjoy it, and I even dug a storage space. Lung Ting remained silent, only the tip of his tail occasionally flicking, revealing his irritation. Thank you for today. Yu Mao finally remembered his manners as they neared the cave entrance. If I hadn't ended up here, I surely wouldn't have made it. At this, Lung Ting paused, glancing back at him with an inscrutable expression. He observed as Yu Mao cheerfully pushed aside the camouflage of the cave entrance and slipped inside. After lingering for a moment, he turned and silently vanished back into the forest. Yu Mao returned safely to his cozy little nook, curling up comfortably and burying his head in the soft bedding. Completely unaware that a certain leopard was harboring an unnameable frustration over his insistence on maintaining separation. On his way back, he took out his vexation on a hapless tree, breaking it with a single swipe of his paw. Chapter 14. The vulnerable lion Yu Mao nestled comfortably in his small burrow, burying his head in the soft bedding he had crafted and rubbing against it contentedly. He quietly encouraged himself, brave little rabbit, fear not the challenges. My cozy nook is the safest and most comfortable place. Nothing compares to it. After this self-affirmation, he closed his eyes, and his breathing quickly became smooth and deep as he drifted into a peaceful slumber in the haven he had made for himself. Meanwhile, Lung Ting returned to his own spacious cave, feeling an escalating frustration within him. He agitatedly flicked his tail, the hardened tip striking the stone wall with a sharp sound, leaving a faint mark. What did that little rabbit mean? His diminutive burrow could be swept away by a strong gust, and any formidable beast could easily dig it up. What was so special about it? His own cave was solid and expansive, fortified by his formidable presence. What could possibly be inferior to that little pit? He couldn't fathom it and found it hard to swallow his indignation. The urgent need to vent his frustration propelled him to rise abruptly, his dark silhouette slicing through the night like an arrow, heading straight for the lion tribe. Saya was lounging on his designated rock, yawning in boredom. He was savoring the unique aroma of some wild delicacy he had recently tasted, contemplating how to avoid the watchful eyes of his devoted consorts the following day while seeking another culinary adventure. Just then, a familiar, chilling scent approached rapidly, causing him to startle upright. He quickly spotted Lung Ting's signature cold expression, standing silently not far off, his gaze colder than the moonlight tonight. Hey, you again? Saya's temper flared instantly, his dense black mane puffing up in irritation. What did I do to provoke you? I haven't settled the score from last time. Lung Ting did not respond, his body shifting like a shadow as he lunged forward, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Saya cursed under his breath, scrambling to evade the attack while growling in frustration. Are you insane? Can't you reason? What terrified him most were Lung Ting's unpredictable claws and toxins. If this madman decided to target a vital spot, his future happiness would be utterly obliterated. The thought ignited a flame of anger within him, prompting him to retaliate fiercely. However, the disparity in strength was stark, and with Lung Ting in a foul mood, his strikes were both harsh and cunning. After just a few exchanges, Saya bore several painful gashes, and a powerful blow to his shoulder sent him staggering back several steps. He barely managed to regain his footing, panting heavily and looking utterly disheveled. After delivering a well-deserved blow, Lung Ting felt a degree of relief from the pent-up anger within him. He cast a cold glance at Saya, too indifferent to utter a single syllable, and turned to leave. Saya, watching the direction in which he had vanished, furiously clawed at the grass beneath him, uprooting a patch in his rage. What a scoundrel. Just because he possesses a modicum of venom, he acts with impunity. He complained to his companion, the regal lioness Ai Fei, who bore an expression as if she had foreseen this outcome. Look at him. He is utterly unreasonable. A graceful lioness ambled over, holding several hemostatic herbs in her mouth and skillfully applying them to his bleeding wounds. You should avoid causing trouble, she advised. The other lionesses have been keeping a close eye on you. We haven't yet settled the score from that time you sneaked away to indulge yourself. If you continue to be so unruly, she cast a meaningful glance at Saya. Don't even think about touching the prey around here, let alone the tender grass nearby. Upon hearing this, Saya felt as though he had been deflated like a punctured balloon. His previous arrogance dissipated entirely. He begrudgingly returned to his rock, burying his large head in his forepaws and emitting a disgruntled grumble. Great, I can't want to fight, and now I'm being closely monitored for stealing. This leadership role is far too stifling. He longed for the days when he had reigned supreme. If only he weren't so enamored with this group of lionesses. The sun was shining, and the rabbits were foraging for food, as is the natural order. Each day was arduous, yet the rabbit was content. Yu Mao busily dug with his forepaws on the hillside, sending dirt flying. He was focused on unearthing an edible tuber and was oblivious to the fact that he was in the wind's path. A few clumps of damp soil landed squarely on Saya's impressive front legs. Saya, already in a foul mood, shook his mane and surveyed the lionesses and cubs under his watchful care. He couldn't help but think of Lung Ting, who roamed alone yet had a special little pet. It filled him with an overwhelming sense of imbalance. How could a lion like him, with vast territory and a sizable pride, feel less at ease than that solitary Black Panther? He glanced down at the fresh dirt on his legs before looking at the culprit, a small, yellowish-white rabbit, which he recognized as belonging to Lung Ting. Hey, little rabbit. Saya couldn't resist addressing him, his voice deep and resonant. What? Yu Mao was startled by the sudden voice, leaping straight up in surprise. Turning around, he was met with the imposing figure of the black lion, and his heart raced. How do you walk without making a sound? You scare me. Saya found his reaction amusing, though he maintained his authoritative demeanor, flicking his robust tail. Oomph. If any random beast could sense my approach, what kind of strong beast would I be? He took a step forward, casting a massive shadow over Yu Mao, his golden eyes filled with sincere confusion. I, Saya, am the mightiest leader of this savannah's lion pride, with a territory larger than Lung Ting's and more followers. Why does it seem he lives more comfortably than I do? And he even has you, such a... He paused to choose his words carefully. Special little companion by his side? Yu Mao, still recovering from his earlier fright, momentarily dazed, instinctively replied according to his thoughts. He looked up at Saya's face, filled with wild power yet lacking refinement, and contrasted it with Lung Ting's flawless visage, even when aloof. Perhaps it's because you aren't as good-looking as Lung Ting? The air instantly thickened with tension. Saya's massive head tilted in confusion, seemingly unable to process the comment. Moments later, he erupted like a powder keg, his mane bristling in indignation as he let out a low growl filled with humiliation and rage. What? You think I'm not as handsome as him? You little rabbit know nothing about aesthetics. I'm majestic. I am formidable. I don't understand. I'm just a sincere little rabbit. I know nothing. Goodbye, ugly creature. Yu Mao, terrified by Saya's sudden outburst, fled in panic, his short legs propelling him like a cannonball towards his burrow, leaving a trail of dust and a few tufts of fur in his wake. Saya watched the yellowish-white dot vanish into the grass, his fury without an outlet, and could only vent his frustration by violently scratching at the ground, creating a deep hole in the once pristine turf. How outrageous! To suggest I am less attractive than that black-headed fellow? He roared into the air, feeling wronged by the lack of appreciation from those around him. Majesty, do they not understand what it means? I don't understand, but I see it all. You're not being honest, and they look down upon you. Why pursue them? Hannah, the most esteemed and eldest lioness, consistently reprimanded Saya for his flirtations. Saya protested, "This is all a misunderstanding. I have no interest in Lung Ting's rabbit." Chapter 15. The jealous panther Lung Ting unilaterally initiated a cold war manifesting in his absence from Yu Mao's burrow. Even when he caught a glimpse from afar, he would merely cast a frosty glance over his shoulder or completely ignore the rabbit as he walked away. Yu Mao accepted this new dynamic with surprising ease. Having struggled through the apocalypse, he had long since come to terms with life and death. He focused on foraging for food, finding solace in mere survival. Whether or not a beast protected him was of little consequence. Each day, he diligently dug and nibbled on grass, occasionally venturing out with his chatty groundhog companion, Sue, for exploration. The two furry friends busily foraged near a thicket of berries. Yu Mao cautiously plucked the ripe fruits, while Sue chattered incessantly about which berries were the sweetest. This harmonious, adorable scene caught the eye of Saya, who was lurking nearby. Ever since Yu Mao's cutting remark about his looks, Saya had become obsessively determined to prove his allure surpassed that of the Black Panther. He shook his head, and at that moment, vibrant branches of various colors, red, yellow, and a vine adorned with purple flowers, were inexplicably tangled in his once imposing black mane, resembling a straw pile victimized by mischievous cubs. With an air of confidence, he approached the two small creatures, convinced he looked magnificent. Clearing his throat, Saya attempted to garner their attention. Yu Mao and Sue both lifted their heads. Sue's eyes widened in shock, and he dropped half a berry without noticing. Yu Mao, momentarily taken aback, tilted his head in pure confusion. Saya savored their reactions, believing they were awestruck by his new appearance. He gracefully lowered his head to showcase his lavishly adorned mane. His voice tinged with a deliberately magnetic quality. What do you think? Am I not far more attractive than those who can only scowl? Yu Mao blinked a few times and answered with utmost honesty. Why do you have so many branches in your mane? It looks like you're wearing a messy bird's nest on your head. It's even stranger than before. Sue finally snapped out of his shock and quietly added, it looks like a shrub that got struck by lightning. Saya's feigned smile instantly froze, then shattered piece by piece. His enormous body trembled slightly, and his golden eyes shifted from disbelief to a burning humiliation. A bird's nest? A shrub struck by lightning? Saya clenched his teeth and repeated those two words, his voice tinged with anger. You two tasteless little creatures. This is called art decoration, the sublimation of grandeur. In a fit of rage, he spun around, causing several fragile branches from his mane to snap and fall. You have no understanding of true beauty. Yu Mao observed the nearly frantic expression on his face. Though he could not comprehend the source of his agitation, he instinctively attempted to offer comfort. Actually, removing those branches would make it quite normal. To Saya, this was akin to pouring oil on flames. Normal? Does that imply his original appearance was merely ordinary, devoid of charm? I am infuriated. Saya emitted a deafening roar, completely losing his composure, disregarding any semblance of image management. With his half-collapsed bird's nest hairstyle, he stormed away, his heavy footsteps echoing with indignation. Yu Mao and Sue exchanged glances. Sue patted her chest, still shaken. That lion leader is truly fierce. Yu Mao nodded in agreement, resuming his foraging of berries. Indeed, and his aesthetic is rather peculiar. Lingting lurked among the high treetops, his dark green eyes fixated on Yu Mao, surveying everything below. He witnessed the foolish lion Saya approaching his little rabbit, adorned with ridiculous embellishments, muttering something before storming off in a huff. This scene translated in his mind to an entirely different meaning. The fickle black lion, indeed, was relentless in his attempts to entice his domesticated rabbit. A wave of unbridled fury, intertwined with a fierce possessiveness, surged within him. Ling Ting's sharp claws instinctively retracted from their pads, embedding deeply in the trunk beneath him, producing an agonizing creak. He needed to act, promptly, to assert his dominance and make it abundantly clear to that naive rabbit who was the more powerful and reliable companion. With a flicker of movement, he vanished into the woods like a true specter. Before long, he returned, clutching a freshly slain deer. This young, robust creature, with its sleek fur, was his finest quarry, hunted in a remarkably brief span of time. He approached the slope where Yu Mao was foraging, dropping the deer with a thud at his feet, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. The imposing black leopard, still carrying the lingering aura of predation, stood before Yu Mao. Startled by the commotion, Yu Mao looked up to meet Lung Ting's gaze, which seemed even colder and more profound than usual. "For you," Lung Ting stated, his tone steady yet revealing a hint of deliberate display of strength. He prodded the fresh deer with his claws, ensuring Yu Mao could see the pristine wound and the deer's muscular form. Yu Mao stared blankly at the substantial gift at his feet. Wasn't the leopard just acting erratically? Why was he suddenly presenting such a large prey? See, Lung Ting, noticing Yu Mao's lack of response, assumed his display of grandeur had left him speechless. He lifted his chin slightly, exuding an almost childish pride. Only the strongest hunters can provide at any time. He cast a pointed glance in the direction Saya had departed, his tone dripping with disdain. Far superior to those who merely flaunt their tattered appearances and cannot even manage their own territory. He emphasized the terms strongest and fickle, his dark green pupils fixed on Yu Mao, searching for expressions of admiration, gratitude, or at least an epiphany. Yu Mao blinked, processing Lung Ting's words. He glanced down at the deer, then back up at Lung Ting's expectant face, and finally asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lung Ting was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. He wasn't ill. He was showcasing his strength and reliability. He awkwardly flicked his tail and replied stiffly, "I never engage in meaningless endeavors." This implied that gifting and demonstrating strength were the only matters of significance, while other emotions were trivial. Yu Mao responded with an "oh," quickly redirecting his attention back to the deer. He extended his paw to poke the still warm leg of the deer, sincerely remarking, "This venison looks excellent. It must taste far better than the earth eggs." "Thank you." He completely missed Lung Ting's insinuation regarding the comparison between the strongest and the fickle lion. His thoughts consumed with how to drag the deer back to his den and secure his next meal. Lung Ting watched as the little rabbit began to circle the deer. Contemplating where to start, feeling a lump in his throat, caught between exasperation and frustration. His display of strength felt as though it had struck soft cotton. After a moment of restraint, he could only let out a cold huff, turning away in silent frustration, leaving Yu Mao and Sui to revel in their unexpected feast. Chapter 16. The petty leopard. Since Lung Ting unilaterally decided to reconcile, he resumed his daily routine of collecting dues, appearing at Yu Mao's den as usual, his tall figure casting a shadow over much of the entrance. Yu Mao sat on a large stone at the entrance, nibbling on a freshly unearthed earth egg, and upon seeing him, continued to chew leisurely without any notable reaction. Lung Ting naturally approached, first reaching out to skillfully knead the fluffy short tail, relishing the soft touch of fur beneath his fingertips. He then moved his claws to Yu Mao's head, gently tousling the long ears that quivered with each chew. Yu Mao found Lung Ting's affection somewhat bothersome and shook his head in an attempt to evade him, but ultimately failed, allowing him to continue. After all, he had grown accustomed to it. Lung Ting observed the little rabbit's compliant demeanor, convinced that Yu Mao still favored him. Seizing the moment, he broached the subject again. His tone deliberately softened. "Come back to my cave. It's safer and more spacious there." Yu Mao halted his chewing, lifting his head to meet Lung Ting's gaze. Shaking his head firmly, "No." Lung Ting furrowed his brow. "Why? Give me a reason." He believed his suggestion was reasonable, entirely motivated by concern for the little rabbit's safety. Yu Mao set down the half-eaten earth egg and stood up. He could not articulate any profound rationale. He simply felt averse to the idea. He cherished his little nook and the sense of independence it offered. Looking at Lung Ting, his tone resolute and tinged with a stubbornness he was unaware of, he declared, "No reason. I just like living alone. I want to do this." As he spoke, he seemed to feel his words insufficient to convey his determination, raising a hind leg to stomp on the ground twice, producing a dull thud. His round form wobbled with emotion, ears flopping, and combined with his slightly puffed cheeks and earnest gaze, he resembled a petulant child rather than someone angry. Lung Ting found himself charmed by this display. How could this little rabbit be so endearing, even in refusal? The stomping and the annoyed expression were like delightful scratches on his heart. Suppressing the urge to scoop him up and ruffle him once more, he sighed softly, realizing that today's discussion would not yield results. "As you wish." Ultimately, Lung Ting acquiesced, extending a paw to ruffle Yu Mao's head, further disheveling his soft fur. "If you need anything, call for me." After speaking, he cast one last deep look at the rabbit, still pouting in defense of his little nook, before turning to depart, contemplating that this matter would require careful consideration. After all, the rabbit was on his territory and could not escape. One day, he would coax this bundle of softness into his den. Yu Mao, clutching the last morsel of deer jerky, slipped into his small storage space. He licked his lips, contemplating the frequency of Lung Ting's recent visits. Though he had not yet forced his way in, the entrance left him feeling quite insecure. A change in access methods was necessary. Thus, he resolved to take action. First, he meticulously concealed the original entrance, which Lung Ting was well acquainted with, using dry twigs and leaves, blending it seamlessly with the surrounding environment. At first glance, it was impossible to discern that there had once been a hole there. Next, he retreated into the burrow, raised his hindquarters, and began to excavate a discreet spot on the sidewall. His small paws worked rapidly, displacing the earth as it tumbled down. This time, he was particularly cautious, creating a passage that was both narrow and low, just wide enough for his rabbit form to squeeze through, while skillfully avoiding several areas of loose soil that were prone to collapse. After laboring for half the day, a new entrance quietly took shape behind a cluster of dense thorny vines. He emerged through the new opening, glanced back in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Now, the external entrance was merely a decoy. This was the true entrance to his domain, akin to engaging in guerrilla warfare. Once this significant task was completed, he felt a pang of hunger. Remembering the patch of dandelions near his nest, he hopped over eagerly. The dandelions were flourishing, their tender green leaves unfurling, some already adorned with vibrant yellow blossoms. Yu Mao approached, inhaling the fresh scent of grass, which uplifted his spirits. He cautiously nibbled on a few of the most tender leaves, finding them slightly bitter yet refreshing. He also selected a few unopened flower buds to carry with him, knowing that they could be dried and steeped in water. Even without hot water, he could use cold water for a semblance of tea. Observing the vibrant patch of dandelions, Yu Mao recalled that Sway seemed to enjoy such mildly bitter leaves, contemplating bringing some for her next time. As for the deer that Lung Ting had gifted him, most of the meat had been shredded into strips, and, taking advantage of the good weather in recent days, he had hung it at the burrow's entrance to dry into tough jerky. Now, it lay securely alongside his potatoes and eggs in his little storage, a source of confidence against hunger. He brushed the dirt from his paws, double-checked the disguise of the new entrance, and, satisfied with his efforts, burrowed back in, settling down on his soft, furry nest. With food in his belly, provisions in his burrow, and a safer hiding place established, his life felt quite comfortable. At the break of dawn, Yu Mao was awakened by a series of muffled thuds from outside. Alert! He perked his ears and cautiously peeked out from behind the thorny vines. Before him stood a bewildered young elephant, using its short trunk to bump against a nearby tree, emitting anxious whimpers, clearly distressed for being separated from its family. Before Yu Mao could ponder a course of action, a dark figure swooped in like the wind. Lung Ting let out a low growl, filled with authority, directed at the young elephant. The sudden presence of such a formidable aura startled the young creature, causing it to cease its tree bumping and anxiously pace in place. Lung Ting turned to a cheetah beastman who had appeared nearby, issuing a brief command, "Go find its herd." The cheetah beastman nodded and swiftly vanished into the morning light. Shortly thereafter, deep calls from adult elephants echoed in the distance. Upon hearing the summons, the young elephant immediately began to stumble toward the sound. With the problem resolved, Lung Ting appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Habitually, he approached the former entrance known to Yu Mao, pawing at it. He found it completely blocked. Only solid earth and meticulously disguised twigs remained. The entrance had been thoroughly sealed, evidently not long ago. Lung Ting halted, his gaze fixated on the blocked entrance, his dark green eyes narrowing. Who was he guarding against? In this territory, aside from himself, who else would frequent this rabbit hole? Who else needed to be kept at bay? This little rabbit had certainly grown bolder, not only refusing to share his dwelling, but now even daring to block the entrance. It was a blatant act of defiance. The possessive leopard felt his authority and an inexplicable sense of ownership being challenged. The air pressure around him visibly dropped, causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel several degrees cooler. He abruptly turned, his sharp gaze scanning the vicinity, attempting to locate the new entrance, his nostrils flaring as he discerned Yu Mao's scent lingering in the air. Yu Mao, hidden behind the thorny vines, watched Lung Ting's ominous demeanor with trepidation, daring not to make a sound as he cautiously withdrew his head further. It seemed he had truly riled up this sensitive leopard. No matter, it was not a grave concern. Death was merely the worst-case scenario. Chapter 17. The enchanting beauty Lung Ting was genuinely furious this time. The audacity of that rabbit to block the entrance. What difference was there from scratching his face? A surge of wrath coursed through him, causing everything he laid eyes on to irk him. In the ensuing days, the inhabitants of the grasslands and forests faced misfortune. Lung Ting seemed utterly consumed by madness. No longer did he confine himself to patrolling his territory. Instead, he took the initiative to roam, his gaze betraying an unmistakable hostility and a desire to provoke. A herd of antelope, drinking at a water source, scattered in fright at his approach. He did not pursue them, but leisurely trailed behind, reveling in their terrified cries. A hapless wild boar, merely glancing his way, found itself chased halfway up a hill, ultimately scurrying back to its den, quaking in fear and avoiding the outside world for days. Yet, none of this compared to the plight of Saya. Saya felt as though calamity had descended upon him while he was comfortably resting in his domain. As he dozed on his stone perch, Lung Ting could descend from the heavens, shattering the rock beside him, sending fragments flying into his face. While he was grooming with a lioness, Lung Ting would appear ghost-like, coldly observing them for a moment before silently snapping a nearby sapling in two, leaving behind an aura of menace. In the most outrageous incident, as Saya prepared to enjoy his lunch, Lung Ting walked right over, snatched the juiciest piece of meat he had just hunted, and turned away as if it were his rightful possession. "Hey, Lung Ting, are you out of your mind?" Saya could no longer tolerate the provocations, his mane bristling in fury as he shouted at the retreating figure. "What have I done to you? Have you taken the wrong medicine lately?" Lung Ting paused, slowly turning his head, his dark green eyes devoid of emotion, filled instead with a chilling silence. He said nothing, merely bared his teeth slightly, revealing his sharp canines, conveying an unmistakable message. "Not pleased? Come and fight." Saya, witnessing his impenetrable demeanor, felt an overwhelming frustration swell within him, nearly choking him. He suspected this leopard was indeed deranged, and severely so. Yet, he was no match for Lung Ting and had no evidence to support his claims. So he could only swallow his indignation, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, causing all creatures to steer clear of Lung Ting, an unfamiliar figure appeared within his territory. It was a female leopard beastman, adorned with a stunning golden coat that shimmered like flowing gold in the sunlight. Her patterns were clear and elegant, her physique graceful and fluid, exuding a wild yet noble beauty. She strode with poise, her golden fur billowing subtly with each movement, her amber eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Yu Mao, secretly observing the activity near the new entrance, immediately spotted this unexpected guest. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, unaware that the half-piece of dandelion leaf he had been holding had fallen from his grasp. "Wow!" The little rabbit couldn't help but exclaim softly, his ears standing tall. "What a stunning beauty!" The female leopard was unlike any beastman he had encountered before. She lacked the heavy oppressive aura of Lung Ting and the rugged dominance of Saya. Instead, she radiated a dazzling beauty that captivated the eye, akin to the sun itself. Naturally, Lung Ting took note of this intruder. He ceased his violent assault on a hapless shrub and cast a cold glance in her direction, imbued with a clear intent to expel. The female leopard, however, appeared unperturbed. She met his gaze with poise, elegantly flicking her tail and speaking in a melodious tone. "I merely passed through this territory. Do not be alarmed. Are you the master of this domain, Lung Ting?" This golden-hued female leopard, known as Xiang, was profoundly intrigued by Lung Ting. She gracefully swayed her long tail, her amber eyes boldly locking onto his, shimmering with an undeniable determination. Having traveled extensively, she had heard numerous tales about this hybrid black panther, powerful, reclusive, and dangerous. Yet, in her eyes, these traits perfectly epitomized the ideal qualities for a future mate. As for the whispers of his cold-heartedness, they paled in comparison to his undeniable strength and superior lineage. Confident in her allure and prowess, she believed no male could resist her advances. "This territory is well maintained," she remarked, her voice laced with an intentional softness as she stepped closer. "I have been searching for the strongest bloodline to sire my offspring. And you, Lung Ting, are the most fitting candidate I have encountered." She tilted her head slightly, showcasing the elegant curve of her neck, and continued, "We could form a temporary partnership. My beauty and strength, combined with your might, will surely yield offspring that will excel on this continent." Yu Mao, concealed behind a thicket of thorns, perked up his ears like antennas, absorbing every word. His heart sank, and he instinctively shrank his neck. This was disastrous. The main character had arrived, and she was stunningly formidable. He could almost envision himself being unceremoniously ousted, already contemplating which supplies to hastily pack. However, Lung Ting's response was utterly unexpected. He barely cast a glance at Xiaoying, as if her enticing proposal was merely a fleeting breeze unworthy of his attention. His gaze remained frigid, his tone devoid of emotion, starkly succinct, not interested. Xiaoying's confident smile froze on her face. She had anticipated negotiations and even subtle refusals, but never such an outright, unjustified dismissal. Why? She could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with a hint of indignation. "Give me a reason. Is it because you find me lacking in strength? Or perhaps in beauty?" She could not fathom any male remaining indifferent to her advances. Lung Ting finally shifted his gaze towards her, yet his dark green eyes held no admiration, no hesitation, only a gathering menace. The atmosphere around him became palpably dangerous, as if he might pounce and tear apart this unwelcome distraction at any moment. "Leave." Lung Ting uttered a single word. Xiaoying staggered back slightly, startled by the unmistakable malice in his gaze. All her fur bristled as the realization dawned upon her. This Black Panther was not playing hard to get or feigning disinterest. He genuinely had no interest in her and harbored a profound disdain for her intrusion. His eyes plainly communicated that if she did not depart, the next moment could turn fatal. A chill ran down her spine. She had no doubt that this unromantic madman would indeed strike her down. Gritting her teeth, she cast a lingering glance at Lung Ting, her eyes a tumult of reluctance, fury, and a hint of fear. Ultimately, she said nothing, pivoted, and with a few agile leaps, swiftly vanished from Lung Ting's territory. Yu Mao, hidden behind the thorns, was left agape, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. He actually rejected her? A stunning beauty had approached him, and he dismissed her without a flicker of an eye? And he nearly resorted to violence? His meticulously crafted plans for relocation were instantly cast aside. Blinking in bewilderment, Yu Mao observed Lung Ting still standing in place, the ominous aura of menace lingering in the air, leaving his mind filled with countless questions. What could possibly be going through that leopard's mind? Chapter 18. My flesh is sour. Xiaoying did not truly leave. The desire to bear a progeny possessing the finest genes was her most fervent longing at this stage, and Lung Ting was undoubtedly the optimal choice. She could not accept such a curt rejection, nor was she willing to concede defeat. Thus, she concealed her presence and lingered at the periphery of Lung Ting's territory, like a golden shadow, persistently seeking an answer. What sort of female could capture the attention of that peculiar Black Panther? She hid amidst the dense canopy or lurked behind tall grasses, her amber eyes fixated on Lung Ting's every movement. She expected to witness him displaying his unparalleled prowess while patrolling his territory or engaging in royal contests with other formidable beastmen, or even clandestinely rendezvousing with other beautiful female leopards. However, after several days of observation, Xiaoying felt as though she was on the brink of questioning her entire existence as a leopard. What had she witnessed? The notorious hybrid Black Panther, reputed for his cold and savage demeanor, spent the majority of his time stealthily stalking a rabbit. This was no ordinary pursuit. Lung Ting maintained a considerable distance, employing the terrain and shadows to conceal his massive form, his dark green eyes unwaveringly fixated on the yellow-white rabbit as it frolicked in the grass, dug into the earth, and nibbled on leaves. The little rabbit, having unearthed a particularly delectable tuber, joyfully hopped in place, its ears dancing merrily. Concealed behind a boulder 100 meters away, Lung Ting's lips twitched upward. Although the movement was nearly imperceptible, Xiaoying was certain she had not imagined it. The rabbit was startled by a grasshopper that suddenly leapt from the underbrush, causing it to flip backward. In that instant, Lung Ting's shoulders tensed, his claws extending from their sheaths, as if he might charge forth to shred the grasshopper, which posed no threat whatsoever. Only when the rabbit righted itself, bewildered and glancing around, did Lung Ting gradually relax, yet his gaze remained fixed on the rabbit. Xiaoying felt a twitch of disbelief at the corner of her eye. Was this Black Panther unwell? Was his greatest amusement simply to spy on a rabbit's daily life? What was so special about that rabbit? Beyond its clean fur and slightly soft appearance, not to mention its adorably clumsy movements, she could discern no remarkable qualities. It was neither strong nor alluring, nor was it a hunter. She even began to wonder if Lung Ting's rejection stemmed from an unconventional aesthetic, a preference for such a defenseless little creature. The absurdity of this thought struck her. She, Xiaoying, a beautiful female leopard with golden fur and athletic prowess, was somehow losing to a rabbit that could merely nibble on grass and dig in the dirt. She could not help but murmur a curse, her voice laced with incredulity and frustration. This leopard has truly lost his mind. Why does he spend his days following that rabbit? Is this truly his type? She fixed her gaze on the Black Panther, who had once again concealed himself perfectly in the shadows, his green eyes focused to the point of obsession. She glanced back at the oblivious rabbit, now foolishly attempting to drag a plant larger than its own head into a burrow, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably shaken. The future father of her cubs could not be this foolish panther. She resolved to leave immediately. If she lingered too long, what if her mind became tainted? Just moments ago, she had found the rabbit somewhat endearing. Xiaoying's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, as if a claw were incessantly scratching at her heart. She could not fathom why that seemingly ordinary little rabbit could captivate the extraordinary Black Panther, Lung Ting, to such an extent. Xiaoying resolved to change her approach and personally meet this remarkable rabbit. The weather was splendid that day, and Yu Mao was searching for tender grass alone on a vast meadow. With no large animals nearby, he relaxed his guard and nibbled on the grass tips, his ears gently swaying in delight. I adore tender grass. It tastes so good. Suddenly, a dazzling golden figure emerged from the nearby bushes. Xiaoying endeavored to present herself as gentle and harmless, slowing her pace and softly calling out to Yu Mao, attempting to capture his attention. Yu Mao lifted his head and saw the beautiful female leopard he had encountered a few days prior approaching him, her golden fur shimmering in the sunlight. His mind instantly blared the highest alarm. A leopard! A leopard! One that is coming closer. What other intention could she have but to eat me? Terrified, Yu Mao dropped the half-chewed grass and, without a second thought, propelled himself away like a cannonball, his speed leaving only a yellow-white blur in his wake. Today was simply unlucky. He had scarcely eaten any tender grass, and now faced the prospect of being chased by a leopard. Had he known, he would have stayed hidden. Xiaoying was taken aback by his overwhelming reaction and instinctively chased after him. As she pursued, she attempted to explain, her clear voice breaking intermittently with exertion. Hey, little rabbit, don't run. I mean no harm. Truly, I bear no ill intentions. Yu Mao, however, was deaf to her words, his little legs moving even faster as he mentally scoffed. I'd be a fool to believe that. If you mean no harm, why are you chasing me? Is this how one makes friends? Seeing him flee even faster, Xiaoying grew anxious and raised her voice. I simply wish to get to know you and befriend you. Will you please stop so we could talk? Befriend? A leopard wishing to befriend a rabbit? Yu Mao continued to sprint desperately, skillfully weaving through the grass and rocky crevices, his frustration mounting. What a preposterous lie. Do you take me for a mere 3-year-old? I could perhaps entertain the thought of friendship with herbivores like Sue, but with a natural enemy? That would be akin to inviting misfortune. Unable to contain himself, Yu Mao shouted back as he ran, his voice sharp with terror and exertion. There is no way a leopard seeks friendship with a rabbit. You clearly desire to devour me. I do not. I truly do not wish to eat you. Xiaoying replied, feeling a bit exasperated as she chased him. She considered herself quite swift, yet this little rabbit's escape skills were extraordinary. Navigating through the most intricate routes. I am merely curious. Just speak with me. Curious about what? How I taste. Yu Mao made a sharp turn, darting into a low, dense thicket of thorns, disregarding the pain of his fur being scratched as he burrowed deeper. I assure you, I am not delicious. My meat is sour, particularly sour. Xiaoying was momentarily obstructed by the thicket, watching the little rabbit recklessly dive in, both amused and exasperated. She halted, observing the thicket still trembling from his frantic escape, and flicked her tail in resignation. This little rabbit, timid as a sesame seed, possessed remarkable evasion skills. Clearly, she had no hope of extracting any information from him. Standing still, she gazed in the direction he had disappeared, her amber eyes filled with greater confusion. This rabbit, aside from its remarkable speed and heightened vigilance, what other peculiarities did it possess? Pondering this, she could only depart with a heart full of unanswered questions. Returning to his burrow, Yu Mao gasped for breath, stamping his feet in frustration, contemplating how to deal with her pursuit. Perhaps in another life, he thought, he was no longer the same rabbit he once was. He had evolved. His form was now significantly larger, and his speed had increased. Rabbit pride. Meanwhile, Lungting returned from hunting, only to discover the little rabbit was missing. According to the reports from the shadowy birds, Yu Mao had been pursued by a golden-furred leopard and narrowly escaped being devoured. Lungting thought, has his reputation fallen so low? Is he now prey for anyone? It was time to remind this pack of beastmen that he had not changed. He remained as formidable as ever, still quick to unleash his venom at the slightest provocation. Other beastmen remarked, what a splendid day. Why does it feel so chilling behind us? Chapter 19. The panther that never softens. Lungting offered no warning and posed no inquiries. As Xiaoying's silhouette reappeared in his line of sight, he surged forth like a bolt of black lightning from the depths of hell, unleashing an unheralded assault accompanied by the shriek of tearing air. Xiaoying barely registered from where he had sprung, only feeling a bone-chilling malice lock onto her. Drawing upon her years of hunting instinct, she rolled sideways just in time, a fierce clawing wind narrowly grazing her side, plucking several strands of her golden fur and leaving a fiery sting on her skin. Lungting, have you lost your mind? She exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger surging within her as she distanced herself, assuming a defensive stance, her amber eyes filled with terror. Her words went unspoken. Lungting afforded her no chance for explanation, his attacks relentless like a raging storm. His deep green eyes narrowed into dangerous slits devoid of reason, consumed only by a desire to obliterate the entity before him. Each strike aimed for her vital points, claws slicing through the air, every bite targeting her throat with blinding speed. Initially, Xiang intended to justify herself, but she quickly realized that Lungting was serious. He truly wished to kill her. This realization sent a chill through her core. As a powerful huntress herself, she immediately countered with all her strength, evading and blocking with her agile form, her golden fur becoming matted with dirt and flecked with blood amidst the fierce confrontation. What do you want from me? She gasped after narrowly dodging a lethal bite aimed at her throat. I have not invaded your core territory. I have not harmed any of your possessions. Lungting's response was an even more ferocious assault. His paw struck the ground where Xiaoying had stood moments before, and the hard earth instantly fissured with deep grooves. A low, threatening growl emanated from his throat, the malice within it rendering the surrounding air nearly palpable. Finally, Xiaoying grasped the futility of reasoning with this enraged leopard, now fully consumed by fury. He cared not for her explanations. He was only concerned with her repeated intrusions and her attempts to approach the rabbit, which had struck at his most sensitive nerve. She began to feel overwhelmed. Lung Ting's power, speed, and reckless fighting style gradually tipped the scales against her. The toxins radiating from him began to slow her movements. In an unfortunate moment of vulnerability, her hind leg was severely clawed, blood gushing forth as a sharp pain elicited a muffled cry from her lips. As she met Lung Ting's cold, emotionless gaze, one filled solely with a desire for destruction, Xiaoying experienced a genuine fear of death for the first time. She had no doubt that his next strike would sever her neck. "I'm leaving. I will depart immediately. I shall never approach this place again." She finally capitulated, enduring the excruciating pain as she shouted, "I swear by the spirit of the hunt." Lung Ting hesitated momentarily, but the intense malice surrounding him did not wane. It was as if he were assessing the veracity of her words. Xiaoying dared not hesitate, dragging her injured hind leg. She retreated step by step toward the edge of his territory, her eyes locked onto Lung Ting, fearful of another outburst. "I shall leave at once." Immediately, only when her figure had completely vanished into the dense forest beyond the boundary, did Lung Ting slowly relax his aggressive stance. He stood in place, his chest barely rising and falling, the violent aura surrounding him gradually subsiding. Yet, those deep green eyes remained cold, fixated on the direction where Xiaoying had vanished. Unmoving for a long while. Did he truly believe that running away would suffice? He had never promised to let her go. Before seeking retribution from Xiaoying, Lung Ting first circled around the entrance to Yu Mao's den. The entrance was still tightly blocked, with a new opening behind the thorny vines lying silent. Devoid of any sound, Lung Ting's imposing figure halted before the thicket, his head lowered as his emerald eyes attempted to pierce through the narrow, dimly lit, and winding tunnel, seeking clarity on the situation within. However, the tunnel was designed with great cunning, completely obstructing his line of sight. All he could detect was a faint trace of Yu Mao's scent wafting from the depths, mingled with the aromas of hay, earth, and stored food. This scent momentarily soothed his restless and violent heart. At the very least, that little rabbit remained safely nestled in its burrow, not frightened away, nor in any trouble. Silently, he stood at the entrance, gazing into the passage he could not enter. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, not loud, but clear enough to penetrate the darkness. "I will be gone for a day." There was no response from within, not even the slightest rustle. Yet, Lung Ting was certain that Yu Mao had heard him. Leaving that message behind, he no longer hesitated, turning sharply. His black silhouette shot forth like an arrow, propelled by a resolute killing intent, precisely tracking the direction where Xiaoying had hidden. The message he left was brief, yet his intent was unmistakably clear: to eliminate that reckless and repeatedly provocative flower, Leopard beastman. Leveraging his extraordinary tracking abilities, far surpassing that of an ordinary leopard, and his intimate familiarity with every inch of his territory, Lung Ting swiftly located Xiaoying at the edge of the territory, amidst a chaotic, rocky shore, where she was licking her wounds, attempting to regain her strength. Upon seeing Lung Ting return, now brimming with even more killing intent, Xiaoying's amber eyes filled with despair in an instant. She realized she could not escape. Her previous injuries had severely hampered her speed. "Lung Ting, I have already promised to leave. Why must you pursue me to the bitter end?" Xiaoying struggled in her final moments, her voice hoarse with fear. Lung Ting's response was a direct assault. This time, he held nothing back, his speed and strength reaching their zenith. Xiaoying fought back with all her might. But in her injured state, she was no match for him. His claws tore through flesh, and his fangs pierced her throat, the entire process astonishingly swift, offering her little time to experience pain. Just before her consciousness faded entirely, the last sight she beheld was Lung Ting's cold, unfeeling green eyes. An overwhelming tide of regret engulfed her. She regretted it deeply. Had she known this Black Panther would be so unhinged and so protective of that inconspicuous rabbit, she would never have dared to test his limits out of a trivial curiosity. All notions of powerful offspring and superior genes became ephemeral illusions in the face of death. She should never have been curious. With this final regret, the light in Xiaoying's eyes extinguished completely. Lung Ting stood beside her lifeless body, coldly shaking off the warm blood from his claws. He confirmed that the female leopard was irrevocably dead before lowering his head to grasp her body, leaping several times to drag it beyond the most remote boundary of his territory, carelessly discarding it at the cliff frequented by raptors. Having completed this grim task, he glanced at the sky. Not even a day had passed. It had only just begun. He did not return immediately, but walked to a nearby stream, meticulously cleansing every trace of blood and scent from his body and claws, ensuring that not a single hint of Xia Ying's essence lingered before proceeding toward Yu Mao's den with steady, unhurried steps. The aura of violence dissipated. Lung Ting had overthought. Yu Mao had not heard his words at all. He was lost in slumber, dreaming of home, where both his parents were present, and he was the happiest child. Upon waking, reality returned, and he found himself with nothing. He was in a state of melancholy when he heard Lung Ting mumbling at the entrance. Unable to discern what was being said, Yu Mao peeked out, his head emerging, yet he saw no trace of a leopard. Surely he was dreaming. Yes, that must be it. Lung Ting hadn't really come. The unpredictable leopard. Yu Mao, are you all right? Ie me fine. Then I shall enter. All right. Sui Sui had come to visit. Recently, a female flower leopard had arrived in the area, a relative of a cousin's second son's partner, who had met a tragic fate. It seemed quite dreadful. She hadn't died directly, but had been toyed with first. The world was quite dreadful, and he was very anxious. Upon receiving the latest news that the flower leopard beastman had departed, he dared to come out and check on his dear friend. His dear friend was a timid little rabbit, surely frightened these past few days, and he had brought pine nuts. They could enjoy them together. Chapter 20. Nai Jiangchao. Yu Mao curled up in his cozy nest lined with soft fur, his rabbit ears drooping. Not even the enticing earth egg, which he usually relished, could pique his interest. He remained motionless, immersed in a somewhat melancholic mood. Yu Mao, look at the delicious food I brought you. As Sui Sui burst in, he chattered excitedly, his small eyes darting in the dim light, quickly locking onto the unusually quiet yellow-white fluff ball in the nest. He bounded over to Yu Mao, nuzzling him with his nose. What's wrong? You seem so sluggish. Were you scared by that golden-haired leopard yesterday? I'm telling you, there's no need to fear. I've inquired, and that female leopard has been... No, Yu Mao interrupted gloomily. I was just thinking of some past events. Past events? Sui Sui tilted his head, plopping down beside him, gesturing with his small paws. Is it about things before you came to this forest? Don't dwell on the past. Look at you now, with such a large burrow, stocked with so many delicious treats, and with me as your extraordinary friend. And, well, that leopard, although a bit temperamental, is still looking out for you. Seeing that Yu Mao remained unresponsive, he began his specialty, a verbal barrage. Hey, let me tell you, I discovered something wonderful today. Over in the western slope, there's an abundance of Nai Jiangchao. Just snap off the stem, and it oozes sap so sweet. I'll take you to taste it. And I guess I got back. While digging a tunnel, I nearly broke in a badger uncle's home. I was so frightened that I quickly changed direction. Badger uncle has quite the temper, and if he found out I was digging beneath his house, he'd surely chase after me. All right, the thorny vines at your burrow have bloomed with little yellow flowers. Although they're not edible, they look rather bright. Do you think we should bring some back to decorate the burrow? He chattered on, transitioning from discussing various topics to which bugs tasted best when roasted, and from predicting weather changes to when the fish in the distant river would be most plump. He didn't need Yu Mao to respond. He was happily immersed in his own conversation, his little body bobbing along with his words, resembling a wind-up chatterbox. Initially, Yu Mao remained submerged in his sorrow, letting Sui Sui's words flow in one ear and out the other. However, Sui Sui's voice, sharp and lively, akin to a tireless bird, gradually encroached upon the gloomy recesses of his mind. He listened to Sui Sui's descriptions of the sweetness of Nai Jiangchao, the thrilling tale of nearly digging into Badger Uncle's home, and the trivial matter of the thorny vines blooming. Time slipped by unnoticed until he found himself following Sui Sui's narrative, imagining the flavor of Nai Jiangchao, worrying whether Badger Uncle would truly come after him, and even instinctively glancing up to see the so-called yellow flowers at the burrow entrance. Yet, he could see nothing. He would need to venture out to observe. The heavy emo mood was unwittingly dispelled by this unending stream of chatter. He sighed softly, extending a paw to gently nudge the still chattering Sway Sway. All right, enough already. My ears are about to develop calluses. Sway Sway paused, blinking his little eyes at him. Are you all right now? Not thinking about those unhappy things anymore? Yu Mao nodded slightly. Although he did not smile, his eyes regained their usual clarity. Yes, I was too distracted by your chatter to think. I knew it. Sui sui, brimming with pride. Flicked his tail and exclaimed, come on, let's not linger. We must check if the milkweed is still around. We cannot let other creatures seize the opportunity. With that, he bounded outside. Watching Sway Sway's lively figure, Yu Mao shook his head but eventually crawled out from his nest to follow. Outside the cave, the sunlight was just right. Sway Sway continued to chatter excitedly about the route, and as Yu Mao trailed behind, the familiar sounds warmed his previously cold body. He was not merely a rabbit. Sway Sway had indeed spoken the truth. When Yu Mao reached the hillside, he spotted clusters of vibrant green milkweed at a glance. He carefully pinched off a stem with his paw, and a milky white sap immediately oozed out. He leaned in to lick it, and his eyes brightened slightly. It was sweet, a refreshing sweetness, unlike the cloying taste of overripe fruits, carrying the unique freshness of grass that melted on his tongue and lifted his spirits. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Sway Sway proudly lifted his little head beside him. This stuff is even better when dried. It smells delightful and makes the nest soft and comfortable while also keeping pests away. Make a nest? Upon hearing this, Yu Mao's ears perked up immediately. Though his current nest was lined with soft fur, wouldn't it be perfect to add this fragrant dry grass? He could almost smell the warm aroma of sun-dried grass mixed with the distinct sweetness of milkweed, envisioning how delightful it would be to sleep atop it. This thought invigorated him instantly. Let's gather more. Yu Mao transformed back into his human form, crouched down, and began to work. He selectively uprooted the robust milkweed, shaking off the dirt from the roots. Sway Sway assisted nearby, biting through the stems and chattering away, yes, gather more. When dried, it can last a long time. Last year, I stored a lot, and my nest was warm and fragrant in the winter. Oh, look over there. Those clusters are even lusher. Yu Mao turned in the direction he pointed and indeed spotted a particularly vibrant patch of milkweed. He hurried over, swiftly gathering a large handful. The verdant leaves nearly engulfing him, the sweet sap coating his hands. That's enough. That's enough, Sui Sui exclaimed, seeing Yu Mao's determination to carry the entire patch home. You won't be able to carry more. Let's take this back and dry it first. Reluctantly, Yu Mao halted, gazing at the bounty in his arms, the delightful sweet aroma lingering at the tip of his nose, feeling immensely satisfied. He carefully arranged the grass to prevent it from scattering, then said to Sway Sway, let us head back and spread this out to dry. The setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. Yu Mao, clutching a hefty bundle of milkweed that nearly overwhelmed him, strode lightly toward his little burrow, with Sway Sway scurrying alongside, still chattering about how to properly dry the grass. As Yu Mao listened, he began to anticipate the delightful sensation of lying in his fragrant new nest. Sway Sway, what does your human form look like? My human form? Haven't you seen it? No, Yu Mao replied. Sui Sui responded, Nope. Chapter 21. What is this? Upon returning to Yu Mao's concealed burrow, Sway Sway set down a small bundle of milkweed he had carried in his mouth, suddenly feeling a bit shy as he scratched the ground with his paw. Yu Mao, my voice is a bit quieter than usual. Let me show you my transformation. Yu Mao was busy placing the grass down when he turned curiously. Your human form? Yes. Sway Sway perked up again. My human form isn't very attractive, so don't laugh at me. As he spoke, a gentle glow enveloped his small body, and his shape began to elongate and change. As the light faded, a boy resembling a human youth stood before him. He sported a fluffy mane of soft yellow hair reminiscent of ripe wheat in autumn, tousled in the evening sunlight, inviting one to touch it. His face was round and slightly chubby, with healthy, sun-kissed skin. His large, round eyes were dark and shiny, and at that moment he shyly lowered his gaze, stealing glances at Yu Mao. He was not particularly tall, but appeared sturdy and agile. What do you think? Sway Sway nervously blinked his big eyes. his voice carrying a youthful brightness. Yu Mao, gazing at this adorable boy with yellow hair and a round face, stepped forward and naturally wrapped his arms around Sui gently. "You look wonderful." Yu Mao began to lavish him with compliments, rubbing against his face like a little son. Sui blushed from the praise, lowering his head shyly, and nuzzled Yu Mao's shoulder with his head. In the beast folk community, expressions of intimacy were often quite direct. This face-to-face nuzzling signified unreserved trust and closeness. "You are also my most good-looking friend." Sui raised his head, his round eyes crinkling in a smile. "Even though you can be a bit foolish sometimes, I like you the most." Yu Mao felt elated. In this strange and perilous beast world, Sui was the first, and currently the only, friend who made him feel pure warmth and joy. Releasing Sui. Yu Mao looked at the boy's golden hair, gently swaying in the breeze, and those bright, sparkling eyes, nodding earnestly. "Yes, you are my only good friend." Sui giggled and transformed back into his groundhog form, playfully bouncing a couple of times. "Let's hurry and spread out this grass to dry. Once it's dried, your nest will be the coziest rabbit burrow." "All right," Yu Mao replied, bending down to gather the milkweed, and together with Sui, they found a flat stone near the cave entrance, carefully spreading the grass out. The setting sun cast their shadows long and intertwined, enveloping them in warmth and serenity. When the sun completely sank below the horizon, Sui chattered excitedly about their plan to search for the newly discovered berry patch tomorrow before burrowing back into his underground tunnel to head home. Yu Mao watched the spot where Sui had vanished, feeling a pang of emptiness as he found himself alone once more. When the night was fully dark and the moonlight poured down, Yu Mao emerged from the new entrance, preparing to retrieve the milkweed he had dried during the day. The grass leaves had wilted slightly after an afternoon of drying, and their sweet aroma seemed to have intensified. As he picked up a handful of grass, he felt a chill on his back. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the large stone often used by Lung Ting as a resting spot. Though he was now almost indistinguishable from the night, Lung Ting remained in his beast form, and aside from his eyes, he blended seamlessly into the darkness. Sitting there with his spine straight, the moonlight outlined his graceful figure, and his dark green eyes glowed like two lanterns, quietly observing Yu Mao at work. Yu Mao paused, clutching the grass, his heart racing slightly. This leopard had appeared silently again, and he wondered how long he had been sitting there. Yu Mao hesitated to speak, unsure of what rent Lung Ting was here to collect today. Lung Ting interrupted before he could finish, his voice as cold as his demeanor, cutting through the tranquil night. "You seem to have a fondness for that groundhog?" Yu Mao was taken aback, not expecting the question. He glanced down at the fragrant grass in his arms and recalled Sui's chatty demeanor, nodding honestly. "Yes, I like him. Sui is my good friend." Pausing, he added, "He helps me a lot, knows where to find delicious food, and teaches me many things." Lung Ting's gaze remained fixed on Yu Mao's face, capturing every subtle expression. Upon hearing Yu Mao's straightforward admission, his large paw resting on the ground subtly curled. The air fell silent for several seconds. Only the gentle whisper of the evening breeze rustling through the grass could be heard. Then, the voice of Lung Ting resonated once more, seemingly heavier than before, imbued with an inexplicable tension. "And what about you?" Yu Mao, bewildered, looked up at him. Lung Ting's gaze locked onto him, each word articulated with clarity. "Do you like me?" This inquiry struck Yu Mao like a stone cast into water, leaving him utterly perplexed. He blinked a few times, utterly confused. Like? What a peculiar question. His mind raced through the implications. Did he like Lung Ting? This individual, with his unpredictable temperament and frequent cold demeanor, often sought to drag him back to that desolate cave, which could be quite intimidating at times. Yet he was undeniably formidable. With him around, no other beast dared to cause trouble. He often brought prey, though his motives remained unclear. Moreover, he seemed to have never truly harmed him. Reflecting upon this, Yu Mao pondered that as the ruler of this territory, Lung Ting was rather commendable, at least for a timid rabbit like himself. Having such a powerful leader shielding him was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, under Lung Ting's intense, almost oppressive scrutiny, Yu Mao, cradling a bundle of hay, nodded earnestly. Who wouldn't admire their leader? It is always advantageous to have a strong ally. As he thought this, he noticed the invisible tension surrounding Lung Ting dissipate significantly upon seeing his nod. Though his expression remained unchanged, a fleeting glimmer, almost imperceptible, flickered within his dark green eyes, as if something beneath the icy surface had melted momentarily. He did not speak further, but cast one last profound glance at Yu Mao before rising and, just as quietly as he had arrived, melted into the deeper shadows of night, leaving Yu Mao standing alone beneath the moonlight, still grappling with the bewildering exchange that had just transpired. What was that all about? What strange madness had this leopard succumbed to? How could he possibly ask such a question? A leopard inquiring whether a rabbit liked him. How absurd. Chapter 22. The rabbit kicks the eagle as dawn broke the following day. Yu Mao squatted at the cave entrance, awaiting Sue. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, imbued with the freshness unique to the morning. Before long, Sue emerged from the familiar burrow, shaking off the dirt and cheerfully calling out, "Let us go, Yu Mao. We must hurry, or we might miss out on the best pickings." The two furry companions, a rabbit and a mouse, eagerly set off towards their destination. Sue led the way, chattering incessantly about which berries were the sweetest and which had a tangy zest to quench their thirst. Yu Mao followed closely behind, ears perked up, diligently absorbing this invaluable information. They traversed a patch of low shrubs, and ahead lay the berry bushes that Sue had described, laden with bright red fruits. Just then, an ominous shadow swept across the sky, accompanied by a piercing cry. A massive eagle swooped down from the heights, its sharp eyes fixated on Yu Mao and Sue below. With its immense wings creating a powerful gust, its claws, like iron hooks, extended menacingly. "Quick, hide!" Yu Mao reacted swiftly, thrusting the stunned Sue into the thickest part of the nearby bushes, while he himself leaped to the side, narrowly evading the eagle's initial strike. Earth and grass clippings were sent flying, covering Yu Mao in debris. The eagle, having missed its target, immediately ascended to prepare for another dive. It was evidently famished, eyeing the two small creatures as its breakfast. "Yu Mao, be careful. Get in here," Sue called anxiously from the bushes, poised to dart out at any moment. Yu Mao's heart raced, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He fixed his gaze on the circling shadow above, calculating the eagle's next angle and speed. There was no escaping. He had to fight back, just as the eagle folded its wings once more, diving towards him like a bolt of lightning. Yu Mao suddenly leaned back, legs thrusting upwards. He unleashed all his strength, particularly from his powerful hind legs, and kicked fiercely at the eagle's soft underbelly. This swift and forceful kick landed solidly on the eagle, producing a heart-wrenching cry of pain. The enormous creature was sent tumbling several times, feathers cascading like snowflakes. Clearly unprepared for such explosive power from what appeared to be a frail rabbit, the agonizing blow disrupted its balance. Flapping its wings clumsily, it managed to gain a little height, retreating in defeat, departing with an unwilling cry. With the threat neutralized, Yu Mao exhaled in relief and rose from the ground, feeling a slight numbness in his hind legs. Sue quickly emerged from the bushes, dashing to Yu Mao's side, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yu Mao, that was incredible. You actually kicked that enormous eagle away." He glanced at the scattered eagle feathers on the ground and became excited, hastily picking up a few of the longest and most intact ones, cradling them in his paws. "These? I'm taking these." Yu Mao brushed off the dirt from his body, puzzled. "What do you want those for?" "To decorate my nest," Sue replied, clutching the feathers like treasures, his eyes gleaming. Finding such large eagle feathers is rare, and spreading them in his nest would be impressive. It would make him feel much safer while sleeping. Observing Sue's delighted demeanor brought a mix of amusement and bewilderment to Yu Mao. Nevertheless, the idea of using eagle feathers for a nest did sound rather unique. He nodded. "All right, take them. Now, let us hurry to pick berries before other animals beat us to it." "Right? Berries." Sue suddenly remembered their objective and carefully placed the feathers in a small hole he had dug, then joyfully led Yu Mao towards the vibrant berry bushes. The sunlight shone brightly once more, as if the earlier perilous encounter had merely been a fleeting interlude. As Yu Mao plucked the sweet and tangy berries, he mused that perhaps that kick had looked rather impressive. He secretly curved his lips into a smile. Meanwhile, concealed within the shadows of the trees, a pair of dark green eyes observed everything that had transpired. Lingting watched the little rabbit engrossed in berry picking, his gaze profound. This small creature, though not particularly bold, exhibited an unexpected fierceness at critical moments. He flicked his tail and silently slipped deeper into the forest. The eagle had not dared encroach upon his territory. To do so was to disregard him entirely, to seek to devour him. He would ensure that all nearby eagles were driven away. Lung Ting, like a shadow of death, began actively searching for every eagle's nest and activity zone surrounding his domain. Whether they were ordinary wild eagles or eagle beastmen, they all became his targets. At a cliffside eagle's nest, a mature giant eagle, preparing to hunt, barely had time to comprehend the approaching presence before a lightning-fast shadow plummeted down the cliff, leaving behind a few fallen feathers and a brief, mournful cry. In another clearing, an eagle beastman was instructing its young on flying techniques. Lingting appeared silently from the shadows of the trees, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping the area. Lingting, the eagle beastman, sensing danger, instinctively shielded the young behind him, his voice laced with caution. "This is my hunting ground. I haven't intruded upon your territory. What do you intend?" Lingting disregarded the inquiry, his dark green eyes conveying only a cold warning. "Manage your kin and yourself. No creature flying in my territory is permitted to approach. Otherwise—" He bared his teeth slightly, revealing his gleaming fangs. "This will be the consequence." As his words fell, he struck a nearby ancient tree, which required two individuals to encircle with his paw. The sound of splintering wood echoed as a deep crack marred the sturdy trunk, sending wood shavings flying. The eagle beastman was incensed by the unreasonable threat and the terrifying power display before him, his feathers standing on end, yet he dared not voice his anger. Although he had not crossed any lines, this mad leopard was clearly irrational. Were it a typical leopard beastman, he would not have been afraid, but this one was different. He was venomous. "My clan has never provoked you." The eagle beastman suppressed his rage in defense. "Now, the rules have changed," Lung Ting declared, casting one last glance at the furious yet mute eagle beastman and his trembling offspring before turning away, leaving behind a silhouette of decisive ruthlessness. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly over the next half-day. Ordinary eagles suffered fatalities and injuries, while those who managed to escape bore deep psychological scars, no longer daring to approach the area shrouded in a black nightmare. A few unfortunate eagle beastmen, whose nests happened to be on the edge of Lung Ting's territory, faced unwarranted calamity. One eagle beastman leader felt particularly vexed. He had just returned from a distant hunt when he was unexpectedly confronted by Lung Ting at his doorstep. Though he managed to evade severe injury thanks to his flying ability, he was left in disarray, having lost several prized feathers in the scuffle. "Lung Ting, what madness is this?" The eagle beastman leader circled above, both startled and furious. "I haven't been near your territory recently. What gives you the right to confront me?" Lung Ting stood on a rock below, coldly gazing up at him, his voice devoid of inflection. "I remind you, remember the boundaries. My territory extends to the skies as well. Should I see any eagle shadows again," his gaze swept over the leader's damaged wings, indicating that more than just feathers have been lost. "You are utterly unreasonable." The eagle beastman leader trembled with rage, feeling deeply aggrieved. What had he done to deserve such targeting simply for being an eagle? What grave offense had he committed to endure this unwarranted disaster? Yet, confronted with Lung Ting's overwhelming strength and his unreasonable demeanor, all his fury and grievances culminated in a mournful wail. Dragging his pained body and wounded pride, he flew back to his nest, commanding all his kin to fly far around that dark territory, as far as possible. Lung Ting stood atop the boundary of his territory, surveying the now completely cleared sky. He flicked his tail and retreated into the depths of the forest. As for the grievances and anger of those eagle beastmen, he was entirely indifferent. In his logic, potential dangers must be extinguished in their infancy, for the sake of his little rabbit's peace while nibbling on grass and burrowing. This minor commotion was inconsequential. Chapter 23. The foraging rabbit. As the weather grew colder, Lung Ting came to collect his rent, lazily extending his forepaw to signal Yu Mao to hop aboard. This had become an unspoken little habit between them. Lung Ting relished the sensation of enveloping the entire rabbit within the warmth of his paw. Yu Mao, without a second thought, skillfully settled back, preparing to nestle securely into the broad, cushioned black pad. However, this time, something felt amiss. He sensed his round little bottom sinking down and realized he could not fit snugly into the familiar indentation as before. Instead, he felt slightly stuck. Moreover, his sitting posture was not as steady as usual, requiring a slight wobble to regain balance. Yu Mao paused, glancing down at his backside, then lifted a paw to curiously feel his sides. This sensation seemed indeed more substantial than before. It dawned on him that his recent life had been rather indulgent. The fresh prey Lung Ting occasionally provided, his own stockpile of tubers and berries, combined with the assortment of treats he had scavenged, had seemingly led him to gain a bit of weight. This realization did not dismay Yu Mao. Rather, it brought him joy. Being plump was a good thing. It meant he was well fed, nourished, and had provisions stored. Having suffered from hunger in the apocalypse, he understood how precious a healthy body was. It signified better resilience against the cold and greater strength for fleeing and burrowing. With a heart full of contentment, he could not resist bouncing lightly atop Lung Ting's paw, reveling in a newfound softness. His yellowish-white fur quivered with each movement, his rotund form resembling a plump, glutinous rice ball, while his ears perked up in delight. Completely oblivious, he failed to notice the deepening breaths above him. Lung Ting watched intently as the fluffy ball of fur blissfully discovered its newfound plumpness, seemingly unbothered, happily bouncing in his palm. The little posterior, now fuller, jiggled with each hop, and the soft fur fluffed out, exuding an air of contentment and vulnerability. A powerful impulse surged within Lung Ting's throat. He felt his salivary glands working overtime, nearly losing control and allowing that dubious liquid to dribble from the corner of his mouth. He abruptly closed his mouth, the muscles in his throat contracting violently as he forcibly swallowed the almost escaped drool. His dark green eyes fixated on the oblivious little rabbit still bouncing in his paw, the depths of his gaze dark and intimidating, swirling with a hunger that bordered on ferocity. How could this rabbit be so irresistibly enticing in its newfound plumpness? He was exerting all his self-control to refrain from immediately devouring this suddenly alluring ball of fluff. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Mao finally ceased his antics. Looking up at Lung Ting just as their eyes met, he tilted his head, puzzled. "What is wrong with you? Your gaze seems strange. Was this leopard having another fit?" Lung Ting snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze and clearing his throat in a feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing." He subtly withdrew his paw, gently placing the still oblivious and invitingly plump rabbit back on the ground. He could no longer look. He feared that if he did, he might act in a manner that would frighten this little fool. Once on the ground, Yu Mao joyfully spun around, thoroughly satisfied with his rotund figure. Unbeknownst to him, the unintentional allure of his plumpness had nearly caused a stoic black panther to break his composure. As the days grew colder, the morning grass began to glisten with a mist of frost. Yu Mao perched at the entrance of his burrow, extending a paw to test the air outside. A chill crept in through his fur, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Winter was approaching. This realization tightened the strings of anxiety in his heart. In the apocalypse, winter signified a more arduous search for food and harsher survival challenges. Although this was the beast world, the principle remained the same. He needed to gather enough provisions to endure the entire winter before the cold settled in fully. Yu Mao became exceptionally busy. No longer content with merely foraging for daily sustenance, he entered a frenzied, stockpiling mode. Before dawn, he would emerge from his burrow, his little nose twitching as he sought anything edible. Those previously unpalatable black soil eggs had transformed into treasures. He toiled tirelessly, digging up a substantial stash to fill one corner of his storage. He repeatedly visited berry bushes, devouring the ripened ones on the spot while carefully picking the slightly unripe ones, practicing the methods he had learned from Sui Sui, leaving them to dry in a well-ventilated area for preservation. He even began to excavate deep-rooted tubers, scratching at the soil until his claws nearly wore down. Yet he pressed on. Each time he unearthed a sizable edible root, he would revel in the discovery, promptly hauling it back to his burrow, treating it like a precious treasure. In addition to stockpiling supplies, he also tended to his own appetite, embracing the belief that every morsel would contribute to his winter reserves. He began eating heartily. He consumed as much of the prey brought by Lung Ting as possible, ensuring he met his daily intake goals. He even set a small personal target for himself. Before the arrival of winter, I strive to gain a few more pounds. When Sui Sui comes to play, he sees Yu Mao earnestly gnawing on a tuber larger than his own head, his cheeks bulging. "Yu Mao, why are you working so hard lately?" Sui Sui jumps to his side, surprised by the pile of provisions that has grown beside him. Yu Mao struggles to swallow his food, catching his breath as he replies, "Winter is fast approaching. I must stock up, or I will go hungry." He takes another bite of the tuber and mumbles, "Besides, I need to gain a little more weight. Being plump helps fend off the cold." Sui Sui nods as he observes Yu Mao's round waist and fuller backside. "Winter is still far off, but you make a valid point. A little extra weight is beneficial. I know a place where there are still plenty of fallen nuts. Let me take you to gather some." "Great." Yu Mao's eyes light up, invigorated by the prospect. Lung Ting naturally notices the little rabbit's transformation. Each time he visits, he either sees Yu Mao staggering back to the burrow with food larger than himself or nestled at the entrance, sketching plans for his food storage with his little paws. Deep in thought, his serious demeanor, coupled with his increasingly rounded physique due to his recent feasting, tugs at Lung Ting's heartstrings. He refrains from interrupting Yu Mao's food-gathering efforts, instead subtly increasing the frequency and quantity of his own offerings. Today, he drops off a plump wild chicken. Tomorrow, he presents a prepared deer leg. He remains largely silent, yet his actions unmistakably support Yu Mao's goal, nurturing a well-fed and robust rabbit capable of weathering the winter. Longing for a rabbit to sustain him, Lung Ting has recently increased his own appetite, his form becoming more robust and his venom evolving. A plump rabbit brings him fortune. Observing the additional meals provided by Lung Ting, Yu Mao feels a sense of security. He eats with greater fervor and diligently gathers more provisions. The storage in his burrow becomes increasingly filled, and his own physique grows rounder, though busy and fatigued. As he caresses the soft flesh around his waist and gazes at the ample supplies within, Yu Mao feels that the impending winter may not be as daunting as he once thought. Chapter 24. The rabbit who dreams of hibernation. Yu Mao's foreboding becomes a reality. The winter of the beast world descends almost overnight. The previous day's biting winds give way to a landscape blanketed in white by morning. Delicate snowflakes fall incessantly from the gray sky, silently covering the grass, tree canopies, and everything familiar to him. The cold penetrates like an invisible blade, seeping through the sealed entrance of his burrow. Cautiously, he nudges aside a little of the disguise at the entrance, extending a paw to catch some pristine snowflakes, which he brings to his mouth for a taste. The icy sensation melts on his tongue, sliding down his throat, quenching his thirst upon waking. Thankfully, winter brings an abundance of water. Yu Mao murmurs, licking his lips, "This is indeed good news. One must learn to be content as a rabbit." He retreats into the burrow, carefully sealing the entrance to ensure no cold air seeps in. Then he burrows back into his cozy nook. The nest is lined with a thick layer of dried milkweed, topped with the soft fur he had previously gathered, creating a warm and fragrant sanctuary that completely separates him from the icy world outside. He nestles his plump body deep into the soft bedding, leaving only his furry head and drooping ears exposed. The burrow is tranquil, punctuated only by his gentle breaths and the distant whispers of the wind and snow outside. Although his stomach is not particularly hungry, he instinctively touches the neatly stacked provisions by his side: tough jerky, shriveled yet substantial tubers, potatoes, eggs, and dried fruits and berries wrapped in large leaves. The tangible stock reassures him, allowing him to drift into sleep, conserving energy and rations. How wonderful it would be if rabbits could hibernate. Yu Mao muses, adjusting to a more comfortable position and closing his eyes. This habit, formed during the apocalypse when food was scarce and venturing outside was perilous, led him to rely on sleep to minimize consumption. Outside, the world is frigid, with wind and snow raging. Inside his burrow, due to his preparations and the thick bedding, a small pocket of warmth persists. The chubby rabbit curls up in his fragrant, soft nest, his breathing gradually becoming even and prolonged as he succumbs to a deep slumber, filled with readiness for the harsh winter and a hint of pride. The wind and snow howl fiercely, enveloping the world in a white shroud, the biting cold capable of numbing bones. Yet, Lung Ting braves the weather, his black fur quickly accumulating snowflakes that melt upon contact with his warmth, forming tiny icicles. A singular thought occupies his mind. What if that gluttonous rabbit, fearful of hunger, finds his supplies insufficient? After some effort, he catches a slightly sluggish wild chicken hidden beneath the snow-covered shrubs, carrying this still warm prey in his mouth. He treads through the thick snow, expertly navigating to Yu Mao's cleverly disguised burrow entrance. He sets down the chicken and scratches at the entrance with his paws, creating a noticeable disturbance. Then he emits a few low, urging howls directed at the burrow. The wind and snow create a cacophony, but he is confident that the rabbit can hear him. After a moment of silence, the entrance remains unresponsive, not even a crack in the branches. Lung Ting furrows his brow, feeling a mix of impatience and confusion. Lowering his head, he presses his ear against the blocked entrance, holding his breath to listen intently. The howling wind and snow are mostly muted, and from deep within the burrow comes a faint, rhythmic snoring sound. The sound is soft yet carries a reassuring, elongated rhythm. Lung Ting pauses, his tense body gradually relaxing. So, the rabbit is asleep, remembering how industriously the little rabbit had gathered provisions for winter. He understands immediately. This is a strategy to reduce consumption and conserve food. He glances down at the lifeless wild chicken at his feet. Is it necessary to wake the rabbit now? It seems unnecessary. This chicken is not the finest catch. It will be better to wait until the rabbit awakens and catch a fresher one. Sleeping soundly, Lung Ting gives the cold entrance one last nuzzle, as if he could smell the warmth of the chubby rabbit within through the thick earth. Then he picks up the chicken again, turning and striding steadily back into the swirling snow. This chicken will serve as his dinner. However, it matters not. When the slumbering rabbit awakens, he will fetch a lively and tender morsel for him. After all, he cannot allow his rabbit to go hungry. Yu Mao sleeps deeply and sweetly, dozing until the following midday. Peeking out from the burrow, he sees that the snow has ceased, the sunlight glistening on the snow-covered ground, reflecting blinding white light. Cautiously, he emerges, first nibbling on a few flakes of clean snow to moisten his throat, the cold sensation jolting him awake. Although his provisions are still ample, the habit of hoarding has become ingrained in him. Gazing at the snow-blanketed landscape, he cannot resist the temptation to test his luck. What if he could find some food buried beneath the snow? His yellow-white fur serves as excellent camouflage against the snow. He crouches low, his little nose pressed against the snow surface, sniffing diligently, attempting to discern any edible plant scent from the icy air. He meticulously searches areas where the snow is thinner, revealing patches of withered grass. Yet, before he can find any food, a sound, faint and distinctly different from the wind and snow, sends his fur bristling with alarm. He abruptly lifts his head, only to see, peeking from behind a nearby snowbank, a fox's square face, silent and watchful. The narrow, hungry, and greedy eyes are fixed intently upon him. Regardless of the fox's facial shape, it is still a fox, and thus its natural enemy. Yu Mao's mind buzzed as he instinctively unleashed all his strength through his forelegs, propelling himself forward in the snow with a powerful leap that sent a flurry of snowflakes into the air, and he turned to sprint desperately toward his burrow. The square-faced fox clearly did not anticipate such a swift reaction to its snowy feast, immediately leaping into pursuit. Its speed on the snow was unrelenting, its limbs gracefully lifting and falling, creating trails of snow as the distance between it and Yu Mao quickly diminished. Yu Mao could hear the fox's heavy panting and the crunch of snow beneath its paws, terror washing over him like icy water. He fought to accelerate, skillfully navigating through the remnants of the underbrush. But the square-faced fox, driven by hunger, would not relent, crashing through obstacles in relentless pursuit. Yu Mao surged forward, nearly shaking off the fox. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing directly onto the fox's path with thunderous force. It was Lung Ting. Without uttering a word of warning, he seized the fox by its neck, his sharp teeth instantly severing the life from his prey. The fox managed only a brief, mournful cry before collapsing limply into the snow, blood gushing forth and staining the pristine white ground. Lung Ting released his grip, shaking off the blood that clung to his mouth. He did not spare a glance at the lifeless fox beneath him. Instead, his dark green eyes swiftly turned to Yu Mao, who sat nearby, gasping for breath. "What are you running about for?" Lung Ting's voice remained cold, yet upon closer inspection, a hint of urgency could be discerned. Yu Mao, still shaken, gazed at the quickly stiffening corpse of the fox, then at Lung Ting, who seemed to have dispatched the creature as easily as swatting a fly. His heart raced uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but ultimately lowered his head and murmured, "I just wanted to see if there was something to eat. Don't worry, I wouldn't have died without you. I hadn't even exerted my full strength. It couldn't have caught up with me." Lung Ting approached him, sniffing to confirm that he was unharmed. "Return," he commanded succinctly, nudging Yu Mao gently with his nose in the direction of their burrow. This time, Yu Mao did not protest, obediently following Lung Ting back. He glanced back at the dead fox, silently adding to his confidence in Lung Ting's reliability. Chapter 25. The rabbit who keeps promises. Yu Mao was ushered back to the burrow by Lung Ting's persistent nudging. Just as he was regaining his composure at the edge of the burrow, Lung Ting's clearly displeased voice resonated above him. "In winter, do not venture out." Standing at the entrance, he blocked most of the light, casting an imposing shadow. His tone was rigid, akin to an irrefutable command. Yu Mao shrank back, not daring to utter a word. "I will bring food," Lung Ting continued, each word pronounced with clarity. "You remain obediently in the burrow." He stepped closer, his dark green eyes scrutinizing Yu Mao in the dim light, as if he could penetrate any lingering sense of false security. In winter, starving wild beasts and cold-stricken beastmen are everywhere. His gaze swept over Yu Mao's fluffy yellow-white fur and his noticeably plump physique, his voice darkening further. "You, looking so delectable and huggable, are particularly appealing to them." The final remark struck Yu Mao like a heavy blow, causing him to shudder. Fear washed over him as the harrowing image of being chased by the fox resurfaced. Indeed, while he had been preoccupied with finding food, he had forgotten that he himself was regarded as a ready source of food and warmth by others. His meager skills in fleeing and burrowing paled in comparison to the ravenous beasts and frostbitten creatures that roamed outside. The thought that he nearly became someone else's winter provisions for merely a few non-existent treats sent a chill coursing through him, colder than the wind and snow outside. He cherished his life deeply. The instinct for survival cultivated in the apocalypse made him value his existence immensely. I understand," Yu Mao mumbled, lowering his head, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with genuine fear. "I want to go out. Truly, I want to." Seeing him utterly intimidated and humbly acknowledging his mistake, the oppressive tension surrounding Lung Ting eased slightly. He huffed, seemingly accepting this assurance. "Stay put," he concluded, turning away from the burrow entrance, carefully disguising it again with twigs. Silence returned to the burrow, leaving only the sound of Yu Mao's heartbeat. He crawled back to his cozy nest, curling up even tighter, his ears drooping. The sounds of the outside storm seemed to grow more pronounced, yet this time he harbored no desire for adventure. Stockpiling food was important, but preserving his life was paramount. Since Lung Ting had promised to bring food, he would remain snug in his warm nest, content to huddle there. He resolved that this winter, unless the burrow collapsed, he would not set foot outside again. Yu Mao truly meant what he said, wholeheartedly embracing the notion of survival. His activities were confined to the warmth of his little burrow. Each day, he either nibbled on the various fresh meats or stored rations that Lung Ting provided or nestled comfortably in the fragrant hay and beast fur, blissfully asleep. This lifestyle of eating well and sleeping soundly yielded impressive results. As winter deepened, his yellow-white fur encased a body that visibly rounded out, resembling a plump, fluffy white ball, with even the slightest movement causing gentle ripples across his soft flesh. Lung Ting continued to deliver his offerings punctually each day, always bringing the freshest and most succulent prey, sometimes an entire wild chicken, at other times venison or smaller creatures. Upon each visit, he would place the food at the burrow entrance, then scratch at the disguise, emitting a low howl to signal his arrival. Occasionally, when the storm subsided and the sun shone brightly, Lung Ting would make an exception. He would invite the little rabbit out, gently nudging him with his nose, as if inviting him for a bath in the drool. Yu Mao exclaimed, "Oh my, I'm all set for a feast. Let's go out for a stroll," Lung Ting said, grasping the little rabbit by the neck, awaiting a response. Yu Mao rubbed his sleepy eyes, still not fully comprehending. "What? Where are we going? The snow is deeper than my beast form. Where could I possibly go? If you remain silent, I shall assume you consent." Leopard vehicle, immediate departure, go. Outside, the air was crisp, yet the sunlight warmed his body. Yu Mao took a deep breath, stretching his stiff limbs, only to find himself tumbling into the snow. He glanced around with wide eyes, searching for danger. Not spotting any threats, he saw Lung Ting lower his massive frame before him. "Hop on," he instructed succinctly. Yu Mao hesitated, gazing at the broad, black-furred back. The snow was difficult to traverse, and with his plump build, he was reluctant to move. Lung Ting's grip could easily lead to a dislocated jaw if prolonged. Thus, he scrambled up, using all fours. It was a bit strenuous due to his added weight, and after several efforts, he finally succeeded in climbing onto Lung Ting's back. Once he settled into the soft indentation between the shoulder blades, Lung Ting gradually rose to his feet. Thus, in the tranquil winter forest, a striking scene unfolded. A beautifully proportioned black panther, with smooth muscle lines and a sleek ebony coat, moved with graceful and steady strides across the snowy ground. Perched atop his proud head and elongated neck was a fluffy, round, yellow-white rabbit, blissfully squinting its eyes, its little nose twitching as it sniffed the scents carried by the breeze. This combination is truly explosive. Any creature that occasionally ventures out to forage, upon catching sight of it from afar, is left astonished, questioning their own eyesight. A rabbit of all beings dares to ride upon the back of the most fearsome black panther in this territory, and it appears to be enjoying itself as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The panther and the rabbit soon encountered Saya, who was laboriously patrolling the territory with his pride. Saya gazed at the black panther carrying the rabbit, his massive lion jaws opening and closing in disbelief, forgetting the meat offered to him by a lioness beside him. How could Lung Ting allow a rabbit to rest upon him? Saya imagined how a lioness would look sprawled across his back and found it rather unsettling. Yu Mao, comfortably situated atop the moving steed, felt at ease. Lung Ting moved steadily, hardly causing any jostling. The elevated vantage point provided a splendid view of the serene beauty of the snow-covered forest. The biting cold was shielded by Lung Ting's towering figure and thick fur, allowing him to relax, occasionally swatting at the snowflakes that drifted before his eyes. Was that the berry thicket they had passed before? Yu Mao pointed with his tiny paw at a snow-laden plant and quietly inquired. Lung Ting responded with a low rumble from his throat, slightly altering his course toward the berry thicket, hoping to find some frozen berries to feed the little rotund rabbit on his back. Chapter 26. The panther's happiness. Lung Ting ambled leisurely along the boundary of his territory, with Yu Mao perched upon his back. Yu Mao nibbled on a frozen berry with delight, savoring the delightful crunch that was perfect for his teeth. The forest, blanketed in snow, was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint crunch of Lung Ting's paws on the snow and the occasional soft gasp from the plump rabbit upon witnessing some novel, snowy scenery. As they approached a rocky area at the edge of the territory, Lung Ting suddenly halted, his massive form tensing. A low, warning growl emanated from his throat. Yu Mao, who was balancing on one of Lung Ting's ears, sensed the shift in his muscles and curiously craned his neck to look ahead. What he saw nearly sent his fur bristling. Before them lay a massive rock partially covered in ice and snow, upon which coiled a gigantic python, entirely black, its scales reflecting a cold, hard sheen in the sparse sunlight. The python's body was thicker than Yu Mao's waist, winding around the rock several times. Its triangular head raised ever so slightly, a crimson tongue hissing in and out, a pair of cold vertical pupils devoid of emotion fixed upon them. Yu Mao gasped, instinctively clutching Lung Ting's fur with his paws. My goodness, such a large snake. If it wraps around me, just as his heart raced with fear. The black python spoke in a slow, hissing tone. Lung Ting, long time no see. Your territory remains as dull as ever. Lung Ting did not lower his guard, but the hostility within him lessened. His voice remained cold and hard. Lung Lin, what brings you here? The python, referred to as Lung Lin, leisurely swayed its massive head, its vertical pupils shifting toward the conspicuous patch of yellow and white upon Lung Ting's head. Just passing by, thought I'd take a look. I heard you had a little curiosity here. Its gaze landed upon Yu Mao, eyes glinting as if assessing a novel morsel or toy, appearing rather soft and enticing. Yu Mao felt a shiver run down his spine, his entire body stiffening, wishing to vanish into Lung Ting's fur. Lung Ting stepped forward, entirely blocking Lung Lin's line of sight, his voice exuding a commanding tone. Have you seen enough? You may leave. Lung Lin let out a low, hissing chuckle as its massive form began to slither down from the rock, an oppressive aura enveloping the air around them. Don't be so cold, cousin. After all, we share some blood. Cousin? Yu Mao, perched atop Lung Ting, widened his eyes in shock, his mouth forming a round dot shape. He glanced between the imposing black panther below and the chilling python ahead, his mind buzzing. Panthers and pythons are cousins? This family gene pool seems rather mixed, doesn't it? Clearly, Lung Ting did not wish to delve into family ties, simply repeating coldly, leave my territory. Lung Lin did not seem inclined to engage in conflict, slowly sliding into the nearby dried grass, leaving behind a deep trail in the snow and a chilling voice echoing in the air. You remain as unapproachable as ever. You should keep a close watch on that little one. Only when Lung Lin's cold presence had fully dissipated did Yu Mao dare to take a deep breath. He patted his chest with his tiny paw, still shaken. That was terrifying. Is he really your cousin? Lung Ting flicked his tail, seemingly attempting to dispel the unpleasant atmosphere. His tone flat. Yes, a nuisance. Yu Mao returned to his perch atop Lung Ting, digesting this shocking revelation. He recalled Lung Ting's fighting style, a blend of the panther's swiftness and the serpent's venomous traits, and then considered the formidable python they had just encountered. His curiosity about Lung Ting's family intensified. What a peculiar family this must be. As a little rabbit among them, he felt utterly out of place. Continuing at a leisurely pace, Lung Ting carried Yu Mao along, who, perched upon his head, gazed around like a vigilant sentry. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly tapped Lung Ting's ear with his tiny paws. Stop! Stop! Look over there. Obeying, Lung Ting halted and followed the direction of Yu Mao's paw. Nearby, on a bare tree, a solitary fruit hung tenaciously among the high branches, standing out strikingly against the white snow. That fruit looked delectable. Yu Mao smacked his lips. Winter treats were scarce, and this fruit held immense allure for him. He glanced down at the deep snow covering the ground, then back up at the height of the fruit, realizing he could not reach it. His eyes darted around until they landed on the sturdy black foundation beneath him. Lung Ting, Yu Mao began to plead, rubbing his head against Lung Ting's. Could you stand under the tree, right beneath it? I can reach it if I stand on your head, just once. Lung Ting tilted his head slightly, his dark green eyes glancing upward at the fluffy ball atop him. He remained silent, but his feet moved steadily, positioning himself directly beneath the fruit tree, casting a solid shadow in the snow. Seeing his cooperation, Yu Mao perked up. Cautiously, he crawled from the back of Lung Ting's neck to the front, his furry belly brushing against Lung Ting's smooth fur. He tentatively placed his front paws on either side of Lung Ting's broad forehead, then pushed with his hind legs. Trembling as he stood, almost upright, his long ears quivering with effort, he stretched his paws as far as they would go, his little bottom raised high, his round body wobbling in the air, causing Lung Ting to instinctively tense his muscles, prepare to catch him should he fall. Just a little bit more. Yu Mao stood on his tiptoes, his tiny paws flailing in the air, nearly reaching that enticing red fruit, but still falling short by the tiniest of margins. His ears pressed flat against his head in frustration. Seemingly exhaling an unspoken sigh, Lung Ting slightly raised his head, increasing the height. Now he could reach it. Yu Mao felt a surge of joy as his tiny paws finally made contact with the icy fruit, gripping it tightly. "I got it!" Yu Mao exclaimed in excitement, quickly retracting his paw to stabilize himself atop Lung Ting's head. He eagerly brought the fruit close to his nose, inhaling its faint scent of sweetness. With a wide-open mouth, he took a big bite. In the next moment, Yu Mao's entire rabbit face scrunched up, his ears and whiskers trembling violently. He was overwhelmed by the sourness, feeling as if his teeth might crumble. This fruit looked appealing, yet it turned out to be merely a pretty but useless specimen. Disdainfully, he stared at the bitten fruit in his hand, contemplating whether to discard it, feeling it was a pity since he had put in so much effort to pluck it. Should he keep it? He certainly did not wish to endure that sour taste again. Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze fell upon the nearby lips of Lung Ting. An impulsive idea struck him, with a mischievous intent and a desire not to waste. He deftly thrust the sour fruit into Lung Ting's slightly parted mouth. "Here, have a taste." After completing this audacious act, Yu Mao quickly withdrew his hand, casting a furtive glance at Lung Ting's reaction. Lung Ting was evidently taken aback by this unexpected behavior from the little rabbit. The sour fruit burst in his mouth, unleashing an indescribable juiciness that made his accustomed taste for flesh seem trivial. Yet he did not spit it out. Instead, he swallowed it down silently, his throat moving as he did so. Then his dark green eyes flicked toward the anxious fat rabbit above him. Yu Mao felt a shiver run down his spine under Lung Ting's gaze, ready to apologize, but he noticed a flicker of amusement in Lung Ting's usually cold eyes. Even the corners of his typically tightly pursed lips seemed to soften slightly. Lung Ting uttered a simple syllable, his tone imbued with a hint more warmth than usual. Yu Mao was taken aback. Was he not angry? In fact, he seemed to appreciate it. With wide eyes, he gazed at the imposing black panther beneath him, who was evidently accepting of even the sour fruit, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this magnificent beast believed his offering of fruit was an expression of affection? This realization made Yu Mao's rabbit-like face flush. He quickly buried his head in Lung Ting's thick, warm fur, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Lung Ting felt an urge to laugh, recalling that Yu Mao favored his aloof demeanor, so he quickly concealed his smile. The little rabbit adored him. The fruit, painstakingly acquired, was too precious for him to consume alone, as he wished to share it with Lung Ting. Chapter 27. Crisis approaches. Yu Mao spent a day accompanying Lung Ting on patrol. Although most of the time he lounged on the moving vehicle, it still took a toll on his energy. Upon returning to his warm and safe little nook, he nearly collapsed into sleep, his round body sinking into the soft hay, soon drifting into a soft snore. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he suddenly jolted awake, his heart pounding in the darkness. A chilling sensation creeping up his spine. Something was amiss. There was an unfamiliar scent in the burrow. He instantly held his breath, freezing in place, his ears perked up, as he summoned his keen rabbit instincts to discern the faint, foreign aroma that did not belong here. It was cold, damp, with a hint of the distinct scent of scales and an ominous feeling as if it had settled long ago. This scent seemed somewhat familiar. Yu Mao's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled the massive black python he had encountered earlier at the edge of their territory. It was the scent of Lung Ting's cousin, Lung Lin. How had he found his way here? Panic surged through Yu Mao, his fur standing on end like a dandelion. He edged his body closer to the cold, earthen wall of the tunnel, squeezing into the shadow of the first bend, not daring to breathe. He cautiously peeked out, trembling as he directed one eye toward the tunnel entrance. Just beyond that narrow opening, pressed against the earth, he glimpsed an eye, an enormous, cold, emotionless vertical pupil. The deep black of the iris shimmered with a shadowy golden hue at the edges, silently observing the dark recesses of the burrow. It felt as if it could see through all barriers, directly into the corner where he huddled, nearly paralyzed with fear. Yu Mao felt his blood run cold, his claws digging into the earth to stifle a scream. He had guessed half right. Lung Lin had indeed tracked him down with a keen sensory perception of a serpent. Yet, fortunately, the narrow, low tunnel he had painstakingly excavated to protect himself from other creatures was far too small for Lung Lin's massive, robust form to enter. For a moment, the interior of the burrow and the outside world were locked in a silent standoff. Inside was the terrified, curled-up fat rabbit, while outside was the imposing black python, coldly observing but unable to enter. Only the oppressive silence of that gaze seeped through the narrow entrance, chilling Yu Mao to the bone. He stared intently at the colossal pupil, his mind blank save for a singular thought. He was being targeted. As Yu Mao frantically sought a solution, a slow, hissing voice emerged from the narrow opening, resonating in his ears. "Little one, do not be afraid." It was Lung Lin's voice, seemingly attempting to sound gentler, yet the inherent chill remained. "I mean no harm. I am merely intrigued by you and wish to make your acquaintance." Yu Mao tightly covered his mouth, shrinking even smaller, utterly silent. "Trusting you would be unwise. A great python blocking the rabbit's burrow at night, claiming to want to be friends? That was even less believable than a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year." As if to confirm his suspicions, a painful scraping sound echoed from outside the burrow. Yu Mao cautiously peered out, witnessing the thick jet-black tail of the snake, covered with hard scales, pressing against the entrance, slowly but steadily grinding against the surrounding earth and stones. Tiny clods of soil and bits of rock began to cascade down, the already narrow entrance visibly widening. "This burrow is rather small," Lung Lin's voice continued, unhurried and imbued with a despairing calmness. "It is of no concern. We have all the time in the world." The sound of scraping was like a countdown to doom, striking Yu Mao's heart, although the pace was not swift. At this rate, it would not be long before the entrance was large enough for the massive python to slither through. Yu Mao's heart sank, but he forced himself to remain composed. Panic would be futile. He recalled the alternative exit he had excavated in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. A concealed tunnel hidden among the roots of a distant, withered bush, known only to him. A cunning rabbit has its burrows. He was well aware of this wisdom. He could escape through that backup exit in time. However, his gaze involuntarily shifted deeper into the burrow, toward the little storeroom he had filled to the brim, meticulously organized. Inside lay the jerky, tubers, and dried fruits he had painstakingly collected throughout the autumn, his only provisions for enduring the harsh winter and warding off starvation. If he fled now, what would become of his precious stores? Would they fall into the jaws of that foul snake? The thought of his hard-earned provisions, painstakingly saved, possibly being devoured by the serpent, made his heart bleed, a feeling even worse than being chased by a fox. He stared intently at the ever-widening shadow of the entrance, then glanced back at the dimly outlined storeroom in the darkness, his heart caught in an unprecedented struggle. To run would mean survival, but it would leave him destitute. To stay meant awaiting his fate as the snake's midnight snack and store provisions. The relentless scraping sound continued, like a dull knife slowly severing the threads of Yu Mao's rationality. Gritting his teeth, Yu Mao ultimately allowed his instinct for self-preservation to take precedence. Food could be replenished, but life, once lost, meant everything was truly over. As long as the Green Mountains remained, he need not fear a lack of firewood. He resolved to flee immediately through the backup exit and seek Ling Ting. Though the leopard's temperament was as unpredictable as the weather, it would not truly seek his life, and following it would certainly spare him from hunger. He held his breath, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, stealthily maneuvering through the dark tunnel towards the most concealed escape route etched in his memory. His heart pounded in a frantic rhythm, a drumbeat of anxiety and fear. However, upon finally locating the entrance nestled at the roots of a withered shrub, the sensation at his fingertips struck him like a plunge into an icy abyss. hard and blocked. In disbelief, he clawed at it twice, revealing only firm earth and stones. The entrance was sealed from the outside, without so much as a sliver of a gap. How could this be? A buzzing noise filled Yu Mao's mind. Undeterred, he swiftly climbed towards two other exceedingly concealed backup exits. One was blocked. The other, likewise, was sealed. All avenues of retreat had been irrevocably cut off. Despair washed over Yu Mao like a chilling tide, engulfing him instantaneously. He slumped in the darkness, trembling all over. It had to be Lung Lin. That wretched serpent had cunningly severed all his escape routes in advance. Now, only one last option remained, to carve out a new passageway. However, digging would inevitably create noise. The serpent outside would surely hear him. Yet, he could not resign himself to inaction. Stealing his resolve, Yu Mao dashed to the farthest earthen wall from the main entrance, using both front paws to desperately claw at the soil. The earth cascaded down in clumps as he excavated with frantic urgency, nearly summoning all his strength for survival, the sound echoing strikingly in the silent tunnel. Winter soil is so difficult to dig. His claws ached. Meanwhile, outside the entrance, Lung Lin's slow yet relentless tunneling operation continued. The rustling of friction intertwined with the clattering of Yu Mao's frantic digging, creating an eerie duet. Lung Lin flicked his tongue, a flicker of confusion passing through his cold, vertical pupils. The little creature was digging? Was it attempting to escape from another direction? However, he had already thoroughly investigated and sealed all possible exits from this little mound. What puzzled him was that, judging by the commotion, the rabbit should be quite substantial, at least a plump one. Yet how had this tunnel been constructed so narrow and constricted? Was it merely a facade of size, or was it just a fur? Before he could unravel the mystery of whether this rabbit was genuinely plump or merely fluff, an exceedingly familiar and more violently chilling aura than ever before enveloped the area like a tangible cold wave. Lung Lin's tail ground to a halt at the tunnel's entrance, and his massive serpentine head abruptly turned towards the source of the ominous presence. In the moonlight, Lung Ting's figure appeared as if emerging from the depths of hell. Cloaked in darkness, he almost melded with the night, save for his emerald green eyes, ablaze with a wrath potent enough to incinerate all. Fixated intently on Lung Lin and the entrance he was excavating, the surrounding sounds of wind and snow ceased abruptly. Lung Lin. Each syllable from Lung Ting's mouth emerged like a venomous whisper, laced with overwhelming murderous intent. What are you doing? Inside the tunnel, Yu Mao, who had been furiously digging and sending dust flying, clearly heard Lung Ting's voice. His actions halted suddenly, his heart momentarily skipping a beat before being overwhelmed by immense joy. Lung Ting had arrived. Chapter 28. Moving. The air outside seemed to be instantly siphoned away, replaced by a suffocating aura of lethal intent. Lung Ting uttered not another word. His massive black form shot forth like an unleashed arrow, cutting through the night wind's shriek, directly targeting Lung Lin, who occupied the tunnel entrance. Lung Lin appeared equally unprepared for Lung Ting's swift and furious arrival. His enormous serpentine head reared back, and his stout body sprang from the ground like a coiled spring, attempting to counter this thunderous assault with a constricting embrace. Boom! The leopard and the serpent, two colossal shadows, collided violently, producing a thunderous sound. Claws and scales scraped against each other, sparking flashes of light. Lung Ting's fangs aimed straight for Lung Lin's vulnerable spot, moving at a speed that left only a blur. Lung Lin, however, adeptly twisted his body, using his hardened scales to fend off the attack while his tail, like a steel whip, swept through the air, stirring up snow and earth, striking fiercely towards Lung Ting's midsection. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Lung Ting's assaults were both furious and precise, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate everything. His anger was palpable, and his emerald eyes reflected a chilling desire for destruction. During the day, he had sensed something amiss in Lung Lin's gaze towards Yu Mao, assuming this treacherous creature would at least wait until he had departed before making his move. Yet he had acted with such impatience, discovering the rabbit's den that very night. How shameless! Lung Lin, leveraging the serpentine agility and his massive form, maneuvered skillfully. His constricting grip posed a significant threat. Once ensnared, even Lung Ting would find himself in considerable trouble. His venomous fangs occasionally flashed, seeking a chance for a lethal strike. His cold, vertical pupils glimmering with calculation and malice. Was a mere rabbit worth it? My dear cousin. After a narrow escape, Lung Lin hissed, attempting to rattle Lung Ting's composure. In response, he met with an even more ferocious claw strike. Lung Ting's paw slammed down where Lung Lin had just been, leaving 5 deep grooves in the ground. My rabbit, no other beast shall touch it. Surrounding trees suffered dire consequences, snapping and shattering under the immense force. The snow was lifted by the shock waves, billowing like white smoke. Nearby creatures, hidden in their burrows or nests, were utterly terrified by the cacophony, fleeing desperately to distant shelters, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of this sudden battle of titans. Within the tunnel, Yu Mao listened to the earth-shattering sounds of combat outside, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Soil and debris tumbled from the tunnel ceiling due to the quaking outside. He understood that Lung Ting was formidable, but that serpent also appeared to be no easy adversary. He could not place all his hopes solely on Lung Ting. What if Lung Ting was defeated? Or worse, injured? He had to prepare for both outcomes. Suppressing his rising fear, Yu Mao dove back towards the earthen wall, digging with renewed vigor. This time, he exerted every ounce of strength he had, his front paws flailing like 2 little windmills, dirt spraying on his face and body without care. The pain in his claws intensified. Surely they were bloodied, but he dared not stop. The rhythmic sound of digging resonated throughout the tunnel, merging with the fierce battle outside. The roars and hisses of beasts intertwining. He had to carve out a path for survival, even if it only led to a nearby spot, even if it was merely a narrow crack. As he dug, he strained to listen attentively to the unfolding battle outside. Each heavy impact sent a jolt of anxiety through him, while each hiss from Lung Lin sparked a flicker of hope. Hurry! Faster! He dug with fervor, his mind fixated on one singular thought: survive. He must not become a burden, nor could he simply wait to meet his end. The cacophony of roaring, crashing, and hissing gradually subsided, leaving only the faint sound of wind and snow brushing against the ground, accompanied by a heavy, oppressive breathing. After what felt like an eternity, Lung Ting's howl resonated at the tunnel's entrance, penetrating the thick layers of earth. Come out. It's safe. The tension in Yu Mao's nerves finally relaxed, a wave of immense relief washing over him, nearly rendering him faint. Ignoring the mud coating his body and the exhaustion weighing him down, he scrambled towards the now considerably enlarged entrance. As he poked his head out, a scene of devastation met his eyes. Trees lay askew, the ground marked with enormous claw marks, dragged trails, and splattered dark red blood. Lung Ting stood not far away, his black fur dusted with flecks of snow and dirt, a noticeable bleeding tear on his shoulder, yet he remained upright, like an ancient monolith, his emerald eyes glimmering astonishingly in the night, fixed intently upon him. Lang Ting, Yu Mao joyfully exclaimed, yearning to fully emerge from his confinement. However, as he exerted pressure with his forepaws against the cold, rough ground, a piercing agony surged through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain, his entire body trembling. Lung Ting's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade as he swiftly approached Yu Mao, lowering his head to inspect the injuries. There, Yu Mao's once furry forepaws were now a gruesome sight, bloodied and raw, with nails turned outward and tender flesh exposed, smeared with dirt and scabs, evoking a visceral reaction. It was evident that they had been mercilessly worn down in an attempt to dig his way to safety. A tumult of emotions, pain, fear, and anger, overwhelmed Lung Ting, tightening his throat. He extended his tongue, gently licking Yu Mao's wounded paws, striving to cleanse them of the grime. His movements unusually delicate. The icy touch of his tongue against the wound made Yu Mao flinch, tears of pain welling in his eyes. Do not move. Lung Ting's voice was hoarse, imbued with a suppressed intensity. He gazed into Yu Mao's pained, glistening eyes, taking in his disheveled state. All previous notions of gradual progress and respecting autonomy were cast aside. "We are moving," he declared with unwavering resolve, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Now. Immediately. Return with me." Yu Mao, confronted with the pitiful state of his paws and the terrifying memory of being trapped with no escape, felt the weight of his fears. The thought of the monstrous python that could return at any moment eclipsed his long-held desire for independence. The prospect of living alone might offer freedom, yet it came at the cost of future misfortune. He looked up at Lung Ting, whose shoulder wound still bled, his green eyes filled solely with concern and protective instinct. "All right," Yu Mao murmured softly, conceding for the first time. Lung Ting appeared taken aback by the swiftness of his acceptance, but the tumultuous undercurrents within him gradually subsided. He again lowered his head, gently nudging Yu Mao's uninjured back with his nose. "If you wish to dig, you may do so," he added, as if making a concession. "In my cave, feel free to excavate." Though Lung Ting intended to sleep beside Yu Mao, the little rabbit preferred to reside underground. Thus, he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of Yu Mao's reluctance dissipated. He endured the pain in his paws, slowly shifting his body closer to Lung Ting. The latter crouched low, facilitating Yu Mao's ascent onto his back. This time, Yu Mao lay upon the familiar expanse of Lung Ting's back, feeling the steady heartbeat and warmth beneath him. Glancing at his bloodied paws, he found, for the first time, that relinquishing his long-cultivated nest did not seem insurmountable. Safety outweighed all else. Moreover, this new landlord appeared to be far from unkind. Lung Ting, sensing the slight weight and subtle tremors upon his back, carefully avoided Yu Mao's injured paws and rose steadily to his feet. He cast one final glance at the small earthen burrow that had once belonged to Yu Mao, now fraught with danger, before trudging forward with determined strides. He stepped into the moonlight and the glistening snow, heading toward his more secure and fortified den located at the heart of his territory. The expelled Lung Lin was indignant. They were both cold-blooded beastmen. So why did Lung Ting have the furry advantage? He felt a sense of injustice and a compulsion to reclaim what he perceived as his, just as he did in his youth. He believed that without seizing the largest territory and the finest meat, it would never belong to him. Chapter 29. The rabbit's new nest. Lung Ting's cave was vastly more spacious than Yu Mao's diminutive burrow, dry, sheltered from the wind, with a deep interior lined with thick, unknown animal skins, soft and warm. Perhaps it was the relief from imminent danger that allowed Yu Mao to completely relax. As soon as he touched the soft bedding, he was almost instantly enveloped by drowsiness. He sprawled out, limbs akimbo, lying on his back, exposing his soft, vulnerable belly. His small chest rising and falling gently with each breath, his delicate three-part mouth slightly ajar, emitting the faintest of purrs. The sight of him sprawled out in such an unrefined manner struck Lung Ting, who had just tended to his own shoulder wound, like a precisely aimed arrow, piercing the depths of his heart. Lung Ting's dark green pupils widened slightly, and he unconsciously softened his own breathing. He cautiously shifted his massive form closer, lowering his head to gaze at the blissfully slumbering rabbit. The exposed belly rose and fell with each breath, appearing so soft that he was tempted to nuzzle it, though he feared disturbing the rare tranquility of the little creature. A near sigh escaped his throat, his heart filled with overwhelming affection for this unguarded trust and relaxed posture. He knew Yu Mao held a place for him in his heart. After a moment, he recalled the tragic state of Yu Mao's forepaws. He lowered his head, first using his rough, spiky tongue to meticulously clean the not-too-deep scratch on his own shoulder, as the healing properties in his saliva could expedite recovery. Then, he cautiously brought his head close to Yu Mao's side, extending his tongue with utmost gentleness to lick Yu Mao's mangled paws bit by bit. His movements were slow and careful, fearful of causing pain to the sleeping rabbit. The warm saliva, imbued with the beastman's unique healing properties, enveloped the torn flesh and worn nails, bringing a slight sting and itch. In his dreams, Yu Mao seemed to sense something, instinctively kicking his legs and emitting a muffled sound of protest, as if complaining about being disturbed. Lung Ting immediately halted, holding his breath until Yu Mao fell back into a deep slumber, then resumed his careful ministrations. He focused intently on cleaning each wound, licking away the congealed blood and dirt, encasing the injured areas in his saliva. Get better soon, Long Ting silently wished, his gaze never straying from those battered little paws. He hoped his bunny would soon be free from pain, bounding about energetically, even if it meant digging about in his cave, rather than lying quietly, marred by injuries. Moonlight streamed through the crevice at the cave's entrance, illuminating the scene within. The formidable Black Panther lay low, vigilantly guarding and tending to the unkempt rabbit nestled in his embrace. The beastman's recuperative capabilities were indeed remarkable, and with the aid of Long Ting's saliva, in less than 3 days, Yu Mao's bloodied paws had nearly healed. After another 2 days, soft fur began to sprout, covering the previous scars. Once his paws were healed, Yu Mao's restless spirit and ingrained hoarding instincts awakened once more. Though Long Ting's spacious cave was safe, it felt too vast. He needed a more intimate and secure nook for himself. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze on a dry, sheltered corner deep within the cave and began to dig. This time, he refrained from crafting convoluted tunnels, opting instead for a simple entrance that allowed for easy access, which expanded into a circular nest spacious enough for him to lie comfortably with an adjacent larger area designated for storage. The nest was completed, yet the walls were bare, and he lay on the hard, cold earth, uncomfortable and unyielding. He had been unable to bring along any of the soft animal fur or fragrant hay from his previous home. Yu Mao lay shivering in his chilly new nest, his gaze inevitably drifting toward the central area of the cave, the most spacious spot adorned with the thickest animal skins. There, Long Ting lounged, feigning sleep, his massive body rising and falling gently with each breath, his belly fur particularly dense, soft, and warm. A mischievous thought crept into his mind. He silently crawled out of his small den, stealthily approaching Long Ting. The Black Panther appeared to be in a deep slumber, devoid of any response. Yu Mao held his breath and leaned close to the soft belly of Long Ting, where the black fur resembled the finest velvet. He opened his mouth, cautiously grasping a small tuft of fur with his incisors, then yanked it away with a swift motion. A soft sound echoed as he successfully plucked a small clump of fur, warm with Long Ting's temperature and essence. A wave of delight surged through Yu Mao as he held the precious fur in his mouth and turned to sneak back to his cozy den. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he heard Long Ting's voice, which betrayed no hint of emotion. "What are you doing?" Long Ting had not been asleep at all. Sensing Yu Mao's approach, he had initially thought the little creature sought his warmth, only to discover he was after his fur. Yu Mao froze and slowly turned to see that Long Ting's eyes were already open, his dark green pupils quietly observing him and the conspicuous tuft of black fur in his mouth. I don't have a mat in my den," Yu Mao mumbled, his cheeks bulging with the fur, his gaze flitting nervously. Long Ting's gaze swept back and forth between Yu Mao's guilty expression and the fur that belonged to him. He showed no signs of anger or obstruction, merely closed his eyes again, emitting a low, ambiguous hum from his throat, which seemed to grant tacit approval. Yu Mao felt as though he had been pardoned and hastily retreated to his little burrow, carefully laying the first piece of material at the bottom. The soft Black Panther fur, placed upon the cool, earthen floor, instantly brought a hint of warmth. Emboldened by his success, Yu Mao grew bolder. In the ensuing time, whenever he spotted Long Ting lying still, he would sneak over, swiftly and deftly plucking another small tuft of belly fur before scurrying away. Long Ting was fully aware of Yu Mao's antics, but chose to turn a blind eye, only occasionally swishing his tail lightly as a warning when Yu Mao was too rough. Before long, Yu Mao's once bare little nest was adorned with a thick layer of soft, warm black fur plucked from the unsuspecting panther. Satisfied, he rolled around in his new abode, relishing the fluffy softness beneath him, surrounded by the powerful aura of Long Ting, and felt that his new home had finally taken shape. He resolved to accompany Long Ting on his patrol the following day, eager to explore the area that lacked milkweed and bring some back if he found it. Chapter 30. The panther's defense crumbled again. The weather was pleasant, and Long Ting prepared to venture out as usual to patrol his territory. Just as he stood up, the plump yellow and white rabbit hopped in front of him, looking up with bright eyes. I want to go too. Yu Mao shook his ears, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. I want to find some milkweed. My current nest isn't comfortable for sleeping, and I dislike it. He referred to the nest filled with Lung Ting's belly fur. Leng Ting paused, looking down at the audacious little rabbit who dared to criticize his nest. A flicker of disbelief crossed his dark green eyes. He remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting this information. Then a low, slightly hurt voice emerged. Is my fur not pleasant? He was the strongest being in this territory, with many creatures too intimidated to approach him. His very presence symbolized authority and power. Yet this little rabbit, after sleeping on his plucked fur, had the audacity to declare it unsatisfactory. Yu Mao, completely oblivious to Lung Ting's subtle emotions, nodded earnestly. No, it's not pleasant. It only smells like you, without any hint of grass, making it uncomfortable to sleep. I prefer fragrant grass. The air seemed to freeze. Lung Ting's usually cold vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and the entire panther froze as though struck by lightning. Did he just hear that his fur was not pleasant? Uncomfortable? A tumultuous mix of frustration, disbelief, and profound grievance surged through him, making his usually composed mind buzz. The fur he had so painstakingly shed was so blatantly dismissed. With a sudden, muffled roar, Lung Ting let out a sound that resembled a defensive howl rather than a threat. He glared at the still innocently blinking rabbit and, without further ado, turned and dashed out of the cave, vanishing into the forest with an air of irritation and gloom. He left just like that, without taking him along? Yu Mao stood rooted to the spot, staring at the empty cave entrance, momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of abandonment and anger surged within him. How petty! Was it such a crime to speak the truth? Not only had he been excluded from a search for milkweed, but he was also yelled at. Fuming, the little rabbit turned and stormed toward the patch of thick animal hides where Lung Ting usually rested. The remnants of Lung Ting's strong scent lingered there. Take that. You won't take me with you. Yu Mao stomped his feet in frustration, muttering as he began his act of revenge. He first hopped vigorously on the best animal hide, trampling it into disarray. Then he scratched at the edges, making them rough and exposing the underlying soil. Still feeling unsatisfied, he dashed over to the pile of prey remains and snatched a few bare bones, tossing them onto Lung Ting's bed. After wreaking havoc, he surveyed the disheveled mess he had created, resembling a den ransacked by thieves, and his anger subsided a little. He huffed, shook his ears, and with his round, fluffy rear, retreated back into his den covered in unfragrant panther fur to brood. He thought bitterly, let's see if you dare abandon me again. Meanwhile, Lung Ting, burdened by frustration, raced aimlessly through his territory. Ordinary beasts scurried away at his approach, and even the sound of the wind seemed to carry his irritation. After completing his routine patrol, his anger had not dissipated. Rather, it intensified. Why was his fur deemed unworthy? He was determined to discover what grass could possibly be more fragrant than his own fur. At that moment, he keenly heard the rustling sound of digging not far away. Stealthily, he approached and spotted the chatterbox ground squirrel, Sway, burrowing through the roots of some dried grass. Lung Ting's imposing figure cast a shadow over him. As Sway dug energetically, he suddenly felt the light dim and looked up to meet the cold, piercing green gaze of Lung Ting, nearly scaring the life out of him as a half-dug root fell from his claws. Lung Ting, suiesse vase quivered, his tiny body shaking like a leaf. Lung Ting ignored his fear and spoke directly, his voice firm and unyielding. I am not cold. Where's the fragrant grass? Fragrant grass? Sway stammered, momentarily at a loss, trembling as he repeated the phrase. For building a nest, Lung Ting impatiently added, recalling Yu Mao's disdainful expression, his tone growing harsher. I want the best. Only then did Sway realize that Lung Ting was seeking grass for Yu Mao's nest. Though terrified, he mustered his courage and pointed in a direction with his tiny paw. Over there, heading east, there's a sunny slope filled with milkweed. It's especially fragrant when dried, and there are also some bellflowers that smell delightful. With an icy expression, Lung Ting commanded, "Lead the way." Sui Sui, unable to defy him, trembled as he led the way, his short legs moving as fast as they could, eager to complete the task and escape the formidable Black Panther. Upon reaching the slope, they found a plethora of resilient milkweed that thrived even in winter, alongside some dried flowers that resembled little bells. Lung Ting lowered his head and sniffed carefully. The milkweed emanated a sweet fragrance, while the bellflowers carried a more subtle, cool aroma. Indeed, it was more pleasant than the mere scent of fur. Without hesitation, he began to gather it, but it was evident he lacked experience. With a swipe of his paw, he uprooted a large clump of soil along with the grass. Attempting to pick it with his mouth only resulted in breaking the stems. Sui Sui watched from the side, trembling with fear, yet dared not intervene, only whispering a gentle reminder. "Lung Ling, be gentle, just pluck the leaves lightly. Leaving the roots will allow them to grow for next year when Yu Mao comes to gather herbs." Lung Ling paused momentarily, as if he had absorbed some of the advice. He attempted to soften his grip, carefully severing the grass stems with the tips of his claws. Although his movements remained somewhat clumsy, they were a vast improvement over the previous destructive gathering. He remained silent, absorbed in his task, his dark green eyes reflecting an almost stubborn seriousness. He intended to collect a copious amount, enough to fill the small burrow of that finicky fat rabbit, leaving it no reason to complain about him. Before long, a small mountain of fragrant herbs and dried flowers accumulated at his feet, their fresh aroma enveloping the surroundings, nearly overpowering his own scent. Sui Sui gazed at the herb mound and then at the silent Black Panther, who continued to expand his bounty, confusion and a hint of sympathy slowly replacing his initial fear. This Ling Ling was quite dedicated for Yu Mao. Yet, Sui Sui quickly dismissed that thought. Why should a mere groundhog feel sympathy for a panther? It would be wiser to focus on his own good friend. As the most informed beastman of the area, he was well aware of the events from a few days prior. Having fortuitously encountered a giant python, he realized his size would be insufficient to escape its jaws. Lung Ling did not cease until he felt he had gathered enough to fill several rabbit burrows. He looked down at his haul for the day, somewhat satisfied. Then, with his claws, he gathered the herbs and tied them together with a long vine, carefully lifting the fragrant mound and turning to walk steadily toward the cave. He needed to return before the rabbit's temper flared or before he became too exasperated himself. Chapter 31. The Fat Rabbit's Mischief. Lung Ling returned to the cave, triumphantly carrying the fragrant herb mound. He envisioned the delight on the finicky fat rabbit's face upon seeing these herbs, perhaps even a look of satisfaction or surprise, which might lead it to no longer disdain his fur. However, as he stepped through the entrance, his steps abruptly halted, and some leaves fell from his mouth with a rustling sound. Before him lay a scene of utter chaos. The spot where he usually rested, once neatly covered with thick hides, was now torn and disheveled, the edges curling up to reveal the cold stone beneath. Scattered bones lay haphazardly, and several distinct muddy paw prints marred the area. It appeared as though a wild beast had ransacked the place. Lung Ling's pupils narrowed to dangerous slits, his usually gentle demeanor transforming into an icy fury. A surge of panic and rage seized his heart. Were there beastmen attempting to steal his rabbit again? Was it the relentless Lung Ling, or that foolishly restless black lion, Saya, or perhaps some other reckless creature? He let out a roar filled with murderous intent, lowering himself to the ground, his nostrils flaring as he tried to discern the lingering scents in the air. Aside from his own scent, Yu Mao's, and the aroma of prey, along with some fresh earth and grass debris, there were no unfamiliar scents or those belonging to other formidable beastmen. How could this be? He paced restlessly, his claws scraping against the stone floor, producing a jarring sound. His gaze darted to the farthest corner of the cave, where Yu Mao's small burrow resided. Where was his precious rabbit? A wave of intense fear engulfed him. He rushed forward, his large body appearing somewhat clumsy in his urgency. Unable to fit into the small burrow, he lowered his massive head to the ground, trying to press one of his dark green eyes close to the narrow entrance. Anxiously peering inside, the light was dim, but thanks to his superior night vision, he could clearly see the scene within. The yellow-white fat rabbit lay curled up in its cozy nest made of black panther fur, sleeping soundly, its belly gently rising and falling with each breath. Its three-part mouth unconsciously smacking as if dreaming of something delicious. It slept so peacefully, utterly unaware of the turmoil outside. Upon seeing Yu Mao safe and sound in its nest, Lungling's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally thudded back down. After the overwhelming surprise came a deeper confusion and a faint suspicion. No traces of intruders, the burrow well concealed, and the rabbit sleeping soundly. An absurd yet seemingly plausible thought struck him like lightning. Could it be that the chaotic scene was the doing of this sleepy little rabbit? Had it become angry for not being taken out and sought to retaliate? Lungling maintained his position, his massive panther face shifting through expressions of fury, bewilderment, and then a resigned amusement. He fixed his gaze on the untroubled culprit sleeping within the cave, caught in a battle between the urge to exhale the pin-up breath and the instinct to swallow it back down. Finally, he muttered in a voice only he could hear, filled with frustration, "As long as the rabbit is here, that's what matters." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the disarray outside, and added, "Just don't let me find out who did this. Beware for your life." Though he was nearly certain of the culprit's identity, it was essential to voice such threats, even if only to himself. He begrudgingly raised his head, surveying the scattered herbs, then glanced at the sleeping fat rabbit, and resignedly began to clean up the mess. First, he discarded the bones, then attempted to smooth out the rumpled hides, and finally, he carefully stuffed the fragrant herbs into the small burrow, placing them next to the soundly sleeping rabbit. After completing this task, he returned to his own nest, which had been ravaged by the rabbit, and thought of the little fur ball gradually being buried beneath the herbs, flicking his tail in frustration. This life was truly unbearable. How absurd. The rabbit does not dismantle other beastmen's nests. The rabbit loves him, the rabbit is good, and the panther did not take the rabbit out to play. The panther is bad. Yu Mao awoke from a deep slumber, enveloped in a rich and familiar sweet aroma, and rubbed his eyes. He sat up to find that his nest, lined with panther fur, was now piled high with cream grass and bellflowers, the delightful scent completely dispelling any previous disdain he harbored. Though it needed to dry, the bellflowers were already dry and could be used directly for nesting. Memories began to resurface. Had he, before falling asleep, dismantled Lungling's nest? Cautiously, he peeked out of the burrow, and indeed, the chaos outside had been hastily tidied, but the hides remained wrinkled, clearly showing signs of having been ravaged. Lungling lay with his back turned, his massive black form exuding an inexplicable heaviness. Yu Mao felt a twinge of guilt, his ears and tail drooping. He tiptoed out of the burrow and moved closer to Lungling. The panther seemed unaware of his approach, remaining motionless. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Mao leaned in closer to Lungling's thick fur, extending his small pink tongue to carefully lick the panther's back. He licked earnestly, trying to convey his apology and to appease the panther. His damp tongue glided over the black fur, removing some dust and leaving faint moisture behind. The rabbit almost transformed into a professional licker, so engrossed that even his ears pinned back against his head. Lungling had sensed Yu Mao's approach long before. Feeling the gentle and somewhat placating licks on his back, the remnants of his earlier annoyance evaporated. He instinctively wanted to roll over, lick the little rabbit from head to toe, and then pull it into his embrace. Yet, just as he was about to act on his impulse, a thought abruptly halted him. No, he must resist. He remembered that the little rabbit favored a cool demeanor. Lung Ting felt it necessary to maintain a certain image. If he exhibited excessive enthusiasm, would he frighten the rabbit away or provoke disdain? Thus, he forcibly suppressed the comforting purr that threatened to escape his throat and the intense desire to reciprocate with a lick. He remained in a prone position, merely tilting his head slightly to cast a nonchalant glance with his dark green eyes at the rabbit diligently licking away. What was he doing? Yu Mao, deeply engrossed in his task, was startled by Lung Ting's sudden voice, momentarily pausing, lifting his damp nose, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. I'm grooming your fur," he stammered softly, adding, "Thank you for the grass you found for me. It's quite fragrant." Lung Ting felt immense satisfaction within, nearly wishing to envelop the obedient rabbit within him. However, on the surface, he merely responded with a non-committal HM, turning his head back to continue embodying his aloof silence, though the slight flick of his tail betrayed his inner turmoil. Observing Lung Ting's indifferent demeanor only made Yu Mao feel more anxious, convinced that the leopard was still upset. He dared not stop, plunging back into his licking with fervor, his little tongue moving even faster, silently vowing never to recklessly dismantle their abode again. Meanwhile, Lung Ting, enjoying the exclusive services of his licking rabbit, silently reaffirmed his resolve to maintain his cool persona. Although he did not fully comprehend why the rabbit he adored preferred such a demeanor, he was determined to feign it as best he could. Two beasts, one nervously seeking approval, the other forcefully aloof, their thoughts entirely misaligned, yet bizarrely achieving a delicate balance. Chapter 32. The unruly leopard Yu Mao diligently performed his duties as a licking rabbit, his small tongue tirelessly working across Lung Ting's thick back fur until it began to feel slightly numb. He paused to catch his breath, smacking his lips as a thought surfaced in his mind. This fur is of excellent quality. If I take a bit back to cushion my nest, it will surely be softer. Without hesitation, he approached a particularly dense patch on Lung Ting's back, expertly biting down on a small tuft, and with a satisfying pop, he pulled away. Success. Yu Mao triumphantly clutched the damp black fur in his mouth, wiggling his round bottom as he scurried back to his fragrant little burrow. Nestling into his soft nest, he adjusted to a comfortable position, yawning widely, ready to continue his blissful life of eating and sleeping. The entire process was fluid, devoid of any hesitation. At that moment, Lung Ting, who had just begun to relish the gentle caresses of Yu Mao's licking, unconsciously squinted his eyes, his throat preparing to emit a low rumble of satisfaction. He felt a sense of pride over the success of his aloof strategy, believing the little rabbit still clung to him. Just as he was about to open his mouth for a languid yawn, the weight and sensation on his back suddenly vanished. Lung Ting found himself frozen mid-yawn, blinking in bewilderment as he turned his head slowly. The space beside him was empty. Only a lingering warmth in the air hinted at Yu Mao's presence, and the small patch of fur on his back, previously tenderly cared for, silently narrated the events that had just transpired. The enjoyable service had abruptly ceased. The little rabbit had not only abandoned his post, but had also pilfered his fur. And then he returned to sleep? Lung Ting maintained his half-turned yawning pose, a look of bewilderment crossing his large leopard face for the first time. He gazed at the dark entrance of the rabbit burrow, as if he could see the carefree, plump rabbit nestled inside. A mixture of astonishment and frustration slowly spread through his chest. So, all that licking was merely to facilitate the little rabbit's fur theft? He silently closed his mouth, withdrew his frozen head, and returned to rest his chin on his forepaws, his tail tip irritably slapping the ground twice with a soft thump. Outside, the wind continued to blow, while the scent of herbs wafted within the burrow. The imposing black leopard stood guard over the empty cave, alongside the blissfully sleeping little rabbit, digesting the sudden turn of events. Yu Mao awoke feeling refreshed and lively. He ambled to the cave entrance, parting some withered vines with curiosity to peer outside. The world beyond remained enveloped in a pristine blanket of silver, as snowflakes gently fell, cloaking everything in pure white. This sight was unfamiliar to him. He was a human from the south, and after the apocalypse, he had become a rabbit, tirelessly focused on survival. Now, having arrived in the north, he stomped his little feet, finding a clean spot at the entrance to sit down. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting fragmented reflections on the snow, making his yellowish-white fur stand out even more. He first extended his pink tongue, leisurely licking his front paws to clean away the non-existent dust. Then, he turned to stretch his hind legs, meticulously grooming the fur along his sides, his little head bobbing gracefully. Sunlight bathed him, and the edges of his fluffy fur seemed to shimmer with a gentle glow. He licked with concentration, occasionally scratching the ground with his hind paws in a reflexive manner, producing soft tapping sounds. His rotund body wobbled with emotion, revealing his soft belly and whiskers that quivered with focus. The whole scene exuded an air of complete relaxation, comfort, and an inexplicable allure to the leopard. Originally, Lung Ting had been resting deeply within the cave, but his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the conspicuous fur ball at the entrance. Watching Yu Mao leisurely groom himself in the sunlight, every movement appeared so defenseless, so soft and inviting. His expression gradually deepened, something igniting in the depths of his dark green eyes. The sight of that little pink tongue, the soft belly that was barely concealed with each lick, and the unguarded posture brought forth a primal, intense urge within him, stronger than any previous desire to draw near or caress. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the increasingly vivid images in his mind, yet his gaze remained fixated on the silhouette at the burrow's entrance, observing Yu Mao unconsciously adopting various inviting poses. A serious and significant question regarding the leopard's life abruptly intruded upon Lung Ting's thoughts. When does a rabbit enter its mating season? He furrowed his brow, striving to recall those distant, vague bits of knowledge about other species. Spring? Or was it summer? That seemed off. He vaguely remembered something about rabbits. He stared at the oblivious, plump rabbit basking in the sun, increasingly perplexed. I need to find a time to verify this. Yu Mao, grooming in the sun. Rabbits love to groom their fur. Chapter 33. The little rabbit's special period? Life felt like it was steeped in sweet honey, so tranquil that even the bones of the rabbit felt pleasantly loose, leaving him disinclined to move. Occasionally, he lounged at the cave entrance, grooming his fur or nibbling on the frozen fruits that Lung Ting had brought back for him. Sweet and delicious, living in Lung Ting's cave. Yu Mao no longer had to keep his ears perked for the slightest sound, nor did he worry about where his next meal would come from, or fear what might leap out at him from the darkness. After holding onto his taut nerves for far too long, he gradually relaxed, awakening the primal instincts of a small animal that had been suppressed during his harrowing escapes. Initially, there was an inexplicable sense of irritation, as if a restless little claw was gently scratching within his heart, rendering him uneasy and restless. He attributed it to the cooling weather, dismissing it lightly. He simply wished to avoid sleeping in the cave and instead draw closer to the warmth of Lung Ting, as though proximity to this source of heat might alleviate the emptiness that had inexplicably settled within him. However, on this particular night, that feeling abruptly crystallized into clarity. It felt as if a small flame ignited deep within his being, neither scorching nor painful, yet persistently radiating warmth. An unfamiliar, tingling itch stealthily climbed from his coccyx, spreading throughout his limbs and body. Disturbed by this sudden sensation, he tossed and turned on the crude leopard's nest. The scent of Lung Ting grew increasingly distinct, no longer the usual coolness, but rather an ineffable allure that quickened his heartbeat. In the darkness, he heard his own delicate breaths, tinged with an abnormal stickiness. His body seemed to possess a will of its own, inching closer towards the source of warmth. His arm inadvertently brushed against Lung Ting's solid forearm, the skin-on-skin contact sending a jolt through him, as if he had been electrified. Something was amiss. Why was Lung Ting sleeping in human form tonight? The urge surged again, and Yu Mao found himself unable to ponder the implications. Lung Ting paused for a moment, his breathing growing heavier, and instantly transformed into a leopard. Observing Lung Ting's movements, Yu Mao remained compliant for only a fleeting moment before the enchantment of that brief contact overwhelmed him. He turned onto his side, gently pressing his flushed cheek against Lung Ting's neck, nuzzling in a manner that conveyed dependence. The coarse fur against his skin sent a subtle shiver coursing through him. It was insufficient. This was far from enough. The itch emanating from his core compelled him, drawing him closer until his nose nearly buried itself in Lung Ting's nape. Greedily inhaling the scent that both calmed and excited him, he began to unconsciously rub his soft cheeks and forehead against Lung Ting's neck and chin, his movements clumsy and urgent, releasing a faint whimper from his throat, one he had not even realized he made. Lung Ting's body tensed entirely. He could distinctly feel the abnormal warmth radiating from the small creature in his embrace, alongside the incessant motion of its furry head. A faintly sweet aroma permeated the air, emanating from Yu Mao, reminiscent of a delectable prey, luring him with its enticing fragrance. This scent acted upon him like the most potent aphrodisiac. His gaze deepened in the shadows, his throat constricting as heavy breaths escaped him. The instincts of a top predator were ignited almost instantaneously, clamoring to devour this willingly presented little prey. He suddenly extended his paw, not to push away, but to firmly encircle Yu Mao's slender waist, drawing the wriggling form even tighter against himself. Yu Mao gasped in surprise at this sudden display of dominance, but did not resist. Instead, he found solace in the embrace. Pressing in more tenderly, Lung Ting lowered his head, his heated breath cascading over Yu Mao's sensitive ears and neck. He uttered no words. The warmth of his presence spoke volumes. He extended his tongue, laden with possessiveness, beginning from behind Yu Mao's ear and tracing the delicate lines of his neck repeatedly. The sensation was rough yet warm, carrying the unique prickliness of a leopard, grazing over tender skin and eliciting waves of intense shivers. Yu Mao felt himself dissolve, akin to a puddle of melted spring water, left with no strength to cling to Lung Ting's broad shoulders. Tilting his head back to expose his most vulnerable areas to the ministrations of the other's lips and tongue. His eyes were closed, long lashes trembling violently as soft, fragmented moans escaped his lips, unnoticed by himself. Lung Ting's licks bore the weight of cleansing and marking, as if to affirm his ownership of what was his. His motions alternated between urgency and languor, each lick causing Yu Mao to shudder even more profoundly. The air thickened with the sweet aroma intertwined with Lung Ting's potent masculine pheromones, weaving an impenetrable web of desire that ensnared both the man and the leopard. Yu Mao felt himself teetering on the brink of madness, completely submerged in this unfamiliar and overwhelming tide. He resembled a young rabbit, having finally found a sanctuary, utterly powerless against the powerful leopard's caresses, instinctively drawing closer to the source of this peculiar comfort. Lung Ting responded with even more fervent and penetrating licks, engaging in a silent yet intensely passionate exchange of possession and surrender in the stillness of the beastly night. Chapter 34. The little rabbit shattered Yu Mao was awakened by a pervasive ache that made him feel as if his entire body had fallen apart. In the instant consciousness returned, the chaotic and fervent images of the previous night surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself alone on the grass mat, covered by animal hide. The sun hung low in the west, clearly indicating that it was already afternoon. He attempted to move, only to draw a sharp intake of breath. From his throat to his abdomen and down to his legs, which still trembled slightly, his body protested vehemently. Particularly, a certain area throbbed painfully, turning his face pale as tears threatened to spill. The memory of the previous night flooded back, and Yu Mao buried his burning face deep into the hide that carried Lung Ting's scent, his shame causing his toes to curl inwards. He recalled how he had tossed and turned, trembling and crying beneath that overwhelming possession, even emitting shameless sounds he could hardly recognize as his own. And Lung Ting, that powerful leopard, with his strength and temperature, and the unique sensation of his barbed tongue. Upon remembering this, Yu Mao froze, a deeper sense of fear and regret washing over him. It was not merely the sensation of being utterly possessed by the tongue. Even his soul trembled under that touch. Awake? A voice called from the entrance of the cave as Lung Ting's towering figure stepped into the light, appearing refreshed, his gaze softer than usual, imbued with a languid possessiveness as it rested upon Yu Mao. Yu Mao instinctively pulled the hide over himself, curling into a ball, unwilling to reveal even a single strand of hair. Lung Ting approached, sitting beside him, tossing aside the prey he had brought, and reaching out a paw to lift the hide. Eat something. Don't touch me. Yu Mao's voice, tinged with tears, emerged from beneath the cloak, hoarse and trembling. Lung Ting's paw halted mid-air, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? What's wrong? He dared to ask. Yu Mao felt a surge of indignation and grievance, and suddenly lifted a corner of the hide to reveal only his tear-filled eyes glaring at him, his voice quaking with emotion and shame. What was that last night? He struggled to articulate the word, only able to look at Lung Ting with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Lung Ting gazed at his pitiable yet adorable expression, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, infused with a dangerously magnetic tone. What do you mean? Clarify. Yu Mao recoiled at his insistence, but the movement triggered the ache in his body, causing him to wince in pain, tears threatening to spill. With a voice choked with emotion, he accused, You have barbs, right? He finally voiced his greatest fear, his tone laced with dread. Heaven knew how he had been tormented by that terrifying sensation the previous night, nearly losing consciousness, while his body, under the exquisite stimulation, betrayed his reason. Climbing higher and higher, Lung Ting observed his pale face and terrified eyes, falling silent for a moment. He did not deny it, rising instead to envelop Yu Mao completely with his powerful leopard form. Lung Ting acknowledged, rubbing his chin against Yu Mao's damp forehead. Leopards are like this. Yu Mao was taken aback by his candid admission, only to descend further into despair. You knew. You still. Now, I feel like I'm dying. Every part of me hurts. Especially there. As he spoke, tears genuinely fell, a blend of pain and humiliation washing over him. He felt akin to a morsel thoroughly licked, bitten, and consumed by a beast with not a crumb left behind. Lung Ting observed the little rabbit shedding tears, his heart aching. Clumsily, he used his tongue to wipe them away, softening his tone slightly. It will be like this the first time. You will get used to it in the future. The future? Was there even a future? Yu Mao's eyes widened in terror, momentarily forgetting his tears. He gazed at Lung Ting's expressionless yet assured face, a chill running from his toes to the crown of his head. There would be no future. Yu Mao abruptly struggled free from Lung Ting's embrace, disregarding his aching body, and scrambled to the farthest corner of the grass mat, curling up with his knees drawn to his chest, his voice laced with resolute sorrow. I don't want this anymore. You are too frightening. Lung Ting looked at the emptiness of his arms, then turned his gaze to the small figure huddled in the corner, radiating resistance and fear. His eyes darkening, seeing that Lung Ting seemed intent on approaching. In a desperate moment, a fluffy little rabbit darted from the grass mat, stumbling into a small burrow it had previously dug. With its head tucked inside, a quivering, round, furry rear faced the entrance. Lung Ting watched the rabbit nestle deep within the burrow, its ears flattened tightly against its back, clearly determined not to emerge, and glanced at the paw he had just caressed. Sighing, he realized he might have overstepped last night. He gently placed fresh prey at the entrance of the burrow, whispering, Food is here. Remember to eat. The furry bundle within the burrow shivered and burrowed deeper without a response. Lung Ting stood still for a while, ultimately deciding to do nothing and turning to leave. He intended to find some fruits. With food, the little rabbit would surely come out. Once the outside fell silent, Yu Mao let out a small sigh of relief, feeling temporarily safe. He curled up tighter, lamenting inwardly. Humans and leopards are utterly incomparable. He could kill me. I truly might die. Chapter 35. A second bloom. It turned out human potential is limitless. The little rabbit, trembling atop its high ground, was perpetually in a state of quivering, while Lung Ting wore a grin that was hard to contain. He had thought Yu Mao would sulk for a long time, but to his surprise, after sulking all night, the next day he began to snuggle up again, presenting his rear to him. Yu Mao had resigned himself to the situation, thinking it was futile. He would not accept fate as a human, but as a rabbit, he had to accept it. Lung Ting and Yu Mao entered a passionate phase of their relationship. Lung Ting, kidding Yu Mao, patrolled the edge of their territory and stumbled upon a small herd of migrating antelopes. Instinctively, he hunted one down and brought it back to share with Yu Mao. After eating, he left behind a beautiful bone in their nest. While Yu Mao was wandering, he did not notice it and ended up sitting on the bone. Ow! With a sharp cry of pain, he felt his plump backside collide with a hard, large object, causing tears to spring forth instantly. Upon looking down, he realized it was not a stone, but a bone. Although beastmen have remarkable recovery abilities, the pain from such a soft tissue bruise was very real, especially when sitting or lying down, which was incredibly uncomfortable. Yu Mao felt utterly wronged. For the next few days, he walked with a slight tilt, being extra cautious when sitting down, mentally noting Lung Ting's wrongdoing each time he moved and felt the ache. Ironically, Lung Ting, oblivious to the chaos he had caused, continued his daily routine of seeking affection, still nudging Yu Mao with his nose, as if hoping for another round of playful interaction. Each time, Yu Mao skillfully evaded him, presenting his rear as a silent protest, showcasing his grievances. Lung Ting assumed the little rabbit was just being coy, thinking that Yu Mao's larger rear was a sign of affection and change from their relationship. It was not until Yu Mao, starving and waiting for Lung Ting to return from hunting, saw the antelope discarded on the ground that his pent-up frustration finally erupted. He pawed at the prey, combining old grievances with new, and declared in anger, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. We are breaking up. You made my backside hurt for days." Only then did Lung Ting realize the gravity of his oversight. He stood frozen, watching Yu Mao's back, which was filled with accusation and sorrow, and noticed his awkward posture as he avoided sitting down fully. A rare flicker of panic crossed his dark green eyes. Had he truly hurt the little rabbit? He recalled there had been no blood, just a bit of swelling. He attempted to approach, murmuring, "I didn't know." Yu Mao refused to listen, burying his head in his forepaws, signaling his unwillingness to communicate. Lung Ting quietly stepped back. The next day, he deliberately picked some frozen berries that Yu Mao had previously enjoyed, placing them carefully at the entrance of the rabbit's burrow. Yu Mao peeked out, eyes sparkling at the sight of the berries. But upon recalling his still aching backside, he steeled his resolve, letting out a heavy snort before retreating back into the burrow, making it clear that their conflict was far from over. The state of their breakup continued. Seeing the untouched berries, Lung Ting felt completely flustered. Was it a threat of force? Impossible. Was it a food bribe? Ineffective. Was it an attempt to communicate? Rejected. He had never encountered such a challenging situation before. He paced anxiously within the cave, his sturdy tail inadvertently sweeping across the ground, creating a rhythmic sound. His dark green eyes brimmed with confusion. He recalled that while the little rabbit often seemed skittish, he was quite protective of himself, whining over minor injuries but recovering swiftly. This time, it was clear he was genuinely in pain, which explained his prolonged anger. This could not continue. He needed to find a way to soothe his rabbit. However, aside from hunting and fighting, he had no experience in comforting anyone. He racked his brain, remembering how Chui Chui, the groundhog, interacted with Yu Mao. It seemed she always chattered endlessly, sharing bits of information and food. Or perhaps, like before, he could simply remain quietly at the burrow's entrance, allowing the little rabbit to relax gradually. A vague thought began to crystallize. He needed to demonstrate sincerity to let the rabbit feel his remorse and care. Leng Ting halted, his gaze falling upon the smooth, resilient black fur covering his forelegs. He lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, then extended his barbed tongue to pull out some fur. Knowing the little rabbit liked to nest in his fur, having completed this task, he turned and exited the cave once more. This time, instead of hunting, he headed in another direction, seeking other fruits. Mere food would not suffice. He needed something else to bring comfort to the rabbit. Yu Mao fumed in the burrow, wondering why Lung Ting seemed so foolish since they became a couple. He had once been quite clever. Was it all an act? Lung Ting thought, you guessed it right. As the little rabbit's preferences changed, Yu Mao sulked alone in the burrow for an entire afternoon, the anger sparked by his discomfort gradually simmering down. Deep down, he understood that Lung Ting did not mean any harm. After getting familiar with him, he recognized that the leopard was as oblivious as a rock. The pain had been intense, and afterward there hadn't even been a proper apology. He fumed silently, but his stomach betrayed him with a growl. A faint scent of fruit wafted in from outside, stirring his curiosity. Fine, I'll go take a look, he told himself, insisting it was not because he wanted to see what Lung Ting was doing, but primarily because he was hungry. He poked his head out. The sight left him stunned. Before the entrance of his little burrow lay a neat circle of crystal-clear, frozen fruits. There were the familiar blue berries he recognized, along with several varieties he had never seen before, all equally enticing. Red, purple, resembling a circle of ice-carved gems. Outside, the world lay in icy desolation. And to gather such a diverse array of fresh, frozen fruits, how far must he have traveled? How much effort did it take? Yu Mao cautiously extended his claws and gently touched a blue frozen fruit. The icy sensation traveled from his fingertips, and he thought, what is that foolish leopard searching for? It's so perilous outside. He picked up a familiar blueberry and placed it in his mouth. The icy shell shattered, releasing a tangy yet sweet juice that spread throughout his mouth, carrying the distinct chill of winter. He sampled a red fruit, finding it even sweeter. As he continued to eat, he could not help but sigh. Why bother competing with such a clumsy leopard? He treats himself well, albeit in a rather unique manner. He decided to let go of his minor grievances. Yu Mao thought, fully dismissing those fleeting emotions. He quickly finished the fruit near his mouth, patted his paws, and resolved to have a serious conversation with Lung Ting. He primarily needed to address the hygiene issues in the cave. Those leftover bones must not be carelessly discarded. He surveyed the cave and soon spotted a familiar black figure behind a wind-sheltered rock not far away. Lung Ting was lying there, seemingly resting, yet his dark green eyes remained fixed on the cave entrance. Sensing Yu Mao's emergence, Lung Ting's ears twitched furiously, and his body appeared slightly tense. As if awaiting some judgment, Yu Mao approached with small steps, sat down before him, cleared his throat, and endeavored to adopt a serious tone. I ate that fruit. Lung Ting remained silent, simply gazing at him with a tense expression. Thank you, Yu Mao added, his voice softening. Then he shifted his tone to lecture. However, we need to establish a rule. You must not carelessly throw the leftover bones in the cave. Not only do they attract insects in summer, but they also cause discomfort when stepped on. I have cleaned up after you several times. The more he spoke, the more he felt justified, his ears instinctively perking up, and his little paws gesturing on the ground. If you must discard them, throw them far away or pile them in a designated corner. Understood? Lung Ting listened to the chattering rabbit lecturing him about hygiene, nodding in acknowledgement, confirming that he understood. The leopard understood. Yes, I will be obedient. Seeing him so compliant, Yu Mao nodded in satisfaction. With the educational objective achieved, he felt a sense of relief. He moved closer, nuzzling his head against Lung Ting's front leg as a formal declaration of reconciliation. This is more like it, Yu Mao mumbled, gracefully leaping onto Lung Ting's back and finding a comfortable position. Let us go. Where shall we patrol today? Lung Ting, feeling the familiar weight settle back onto him, emitted a satisfied purr from his throat. He stood up, carrying his little rabbit, and stepped steadily into the snow. He finally understood why those bones kept changing locations. But that was of little importance, since the little rabbit did not like them. He would dig another hole to store them. Chapter 36. Failed provocation. Lung Lin lurked in a dark lair far from Lung Ting's territory, increasingly dissatisfied with the situation. The icy vertical pupils burned with jealousy. Why? Why should that blockhead Lung Ting, who is utterly useless apart from fighting, possess such a bountiful territory and that seemingly soft and warm little rabbit? He clearly understands nothing. His aloof demeanor is merely a facade concealing his inner emptiness. Direct confrontation seemed futile. Lung Ting guarded his rabbit like a prized possession. Since brute force would not suffice, he decided to be cunning. Lung Lin flicked his crimson tongue, coldly scheming. He would employ deceit, a rift strategy. As long as he could instill doubt in the little rabbit's heart towards Lung Ting, he would have an opportunity to exploit that gap. After careful observation over several days, he learned that Yu Mao occasionally wandered alone in a sparse forest at the edge of their territory, likely searching for specific routes. One day, he seized the moment when Lung Ting was out patrolling, silently gliding over and concealing himself behind a dead tree, adjusting his expression in an attempt to appear friendly. As Yu Mao focused intently on digging at a plant's roots, a deliberately softened voice called out behind him. "Little one, we meet again." Yu Mao was startled, spinning around to see the massive black python, his fur bristling in alarm, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. "Do not be afraid," Lung Lin quickly reassured him, the enormous snake's head attempting to assume a gentle demeanor, albeit in a rather terrifying manner. I merely wish to have a chat with you. You see, Lung Ting does not treat you well, does he? Yu Mao halted his escape, eyeing the serpent suspiciously, his round eyes filled with confusion. How could Ling Ting not treat him well? Lung Lin, noticing that Yu Mao had not fled immediately, pressed on, continuing in that unsettlingly gentle tone. His demeanor is so cold and unyielding, lacking in consideration. He only knows how to fight. Following him, you must have endured quite a bit of hardship, right? Does he often overlook your feelings? Or force you to do things you do not wish to do? He sought to lead Yu Mao to recall Lung Ting's various transgressions, such as forcibly carrying him away or occasionally fussing too much over his fur. As Yu Mao listened, his brow furrowed deeper. What nonsense was this serpent spouting? While Lung Ting could be a bit foolish and unreasonable at times, he remembered how Lung Ting braved the snow to find him frozen fruits, how he allowed Yu Mao to tug at his belly fur, how he shielded him from every danger, and how he permitted him to dig in the cave, even if he did not fully understand why. Was that truly called being unkind? Lung Lin continued his incessant chatter, listing his imagined grievances against Lung Ting. A lovely little creature like you deserves to be treated with gentleness and care. Like me, I excel at taking care of others. As he spoke, he tentatively inched his massive head closer, attempting to create an illusion of intimacy. However, this very movement shattered Yu Mao's sense of security. Just as Yu Mao was contemplating, he was suddenly startled by the approaching, cold-scaled serpent head, sending his thoughts scattering into oblivion. A piercing scream escaped Yu Mao's lips. All protests forgotten, and any praise for Lung Ting vanished, leaving only primal terror. He bolted, legs propelling him toward the cave with reckless abandon. Faster than when he had been chased by the fox, Lung Lin stood frozen, bewildered by the rabbit's sudden reaction. What had he said wrong? Hadn't they been conversing amicably? Before he could ponder further, a familiar, overwhelming aura surged toward him like a tsunami. Lung Ting's figure appeared like a black lightning bolt, tearing through space. Almost simultaneously with Yu Mao's scream, he did not even glance at Lung Lin. First, he ensured that the terrified rabbit had safely retreated into the cave. And then his eyes, ablaze with wrath, locked onto the bewildered Lung Lin. You again have come. Lung Ting's voice was a low, ominous growl, each word resembling a chilling echo from the depths of hell. Lung Lin's heart sank. He sensed impending doom and attempted to explain. Lung Ting, listen to me. I'm merely silence. The response was Lung Ting's ruthless assault. This time, his fury exceeded that of their last encounter. How dare this persistent snake come to disturb his rabbit again, scaring him so profoundly? The attack was as fierce as a tempest, bearing the force to obliterate everything in its path. Lung Ting afforded Lung Lin no opportunity to speak. Each strike brutal and aimed at his vital points. His claws tore through scales, and his fangs sought the most vulnerable joints. Lung Lin stumbled, desperately evading, soon adorned with several deep wounds, blood seeping profusely. Just days prior, he had fought another beast, and his wounds had not yet healed, making his chances of victory against the enraged Lung Ting slim. Ling Ting, you have lost your mind. I was merely speaking with him. Do not come near him. Lung Ting's claw struck near Lung Lin's vital point. Although it did not land directly, the terrifying force and murderous intent intensified Lung Lin's hatred. If I see you again, you will die. Another fierce battle ensued. Trees collapsed, and the snow was stained red. In the end, heavily wounded, Lung Lin fled in a more disheveled state than before, not daring to utter a harsh word. He would not give up. Once he healed, he would return. At that time, Lung Ting would understand how erroneous his decision to spare him was. Standing in place, his chest heaving violently, Lung Ting gazed in the direction of Lung Lin's disappearance, the murderous intent in his eyes lingering. He shook the blood from his claws and strode toward the cave. He needed to confirm whether his rabbit was safe. As for Lung Lin, if he truly was unafraid of death, he could come and try again. Oh my God, you scared me. Yu Mao trembled, nearly becoming a meal. That snake was so large, he was barely enough to fill its teeth. Do not fear. He will not have the chance to return. After comforting Yu Mao, Ling Ting departed. He intended to find an orc to inform him of Lung Lin's hiding place. Bound by his mother, he could not kill Lung Lin, but he could certainly use another's hand to eliminate him. If Lung Lin fell into the hands of Ying Tan, he would face dire consequences. After all, he was his sworn enemy. Chapter 37. The rabbit and the leopard this winter seemed less frigid than he remembered. Lung Ting lay at the cave entrance, gazing at the snow-covered forest outside, his thoughts hazy. Perhaps his fur had grown thicker, or perhaps it was the small rabbit nestled deep within the cave, softly snoring against a pile of bones that caught his attention. Yu Mao had no recollection of past winters. This was his first winter in this beastly world. Having shed the initial anxieties of cold and hunger, he quickly adapted to the leisurely pace of life. His daily tasks revolve around eating and sleeping, and in his spare time, he managed his little storage or nestled atop Lung Ting's back for some fresh air. Today, the sun shone brightly. Yu Mao emerged from his fragrant little nest, stretching his round body. He ambled over to where Lung Ting lay and nudged his front leg with his paw. Lung Ting lowered his head, his dark green eyes meeting his. Yu Mao tilted his face upward and began his order for the day. Lung Ting, I wish to eat wild chicken today. Make it plump. He smacked his lips, as if already savoring the aroma of the chicken. In his human days, he never consumed raw meat, but after becoming a rabbit, he had initially been reluctant to start fire. However, he found the taste of raw meat quite agreeable. He wished to try cooking, so that during the coldest days of winter, he and Lung Ting would not have to endure the chill. Lung Ting had long grown accustomed to Yu Mao's occasional specific meal requests. In fact, he found it quite delightful to see the little rabbit's bright eyes as he voiced his desires, and then to fulfill them. Very well, Lung Ting responded lowly. Accepting the command, he rose, his massive black form casting a shadow within the cave. Without further ado, he stepped out, slightly lowering his body, muscles tensing like a drawn bow. In the next moment, he surged forward. His dark silhouette darted like an arrow, seamlessly blending into the snowy forest beyond, leaving only a fleeting afterimage and a flurry of snowflakes in his wake. The term unstoppable perfectly encapsulated Lung Ting's hunting state. His speed, strength, and keen judgment of his prey ensured that he faced no shortage of quarry upon the snowy expanse. His sharp green eyes scanned the ground, perceiving even the slightest movement. Before long, even before Yu Mao had time to rearrange the grass in his nest, the entrance was once again cloaked in shadow. Lung Ting had returned, clutching a plump wild chicken with vibrant feathers. Its neck hung limply, showing little sign of struggle, its feathers remarkably intact. Clearly, it had met its end in a single strike. He gently placed the chicken before Yu Mao, then stepped aside, shaking off the chill in his fur and resuming his position, his gaze fixed on Yu Mao, as if awaiting approval. Yu Mao approached, pawing at the tender wild chicken, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, this size is just right. He looked up at Lung Ting, lavishly complimenting him. You are truly remarkable. Lung Ting closed his eyes and rolled onto his back, emitting a pleased purr as he watched Yu Mao merrily prepare the wild chicken. Feathers were scattered everywhere. After feasting, Yu Mao contentedly licked his paws, his round belly making him feel a tad lazy. He glanced outside the cave at the darkening sky, then turned to look at Lung Ting's well-cushioned resting spot, suddenly feeling a pang of longing for his own fragrant rabbit burrow, small yet entirely his own. I'm going back to my own place to sleep tonight, Yu Mao announced, climbing away from Lung Ting and shaking off his fur. Lung Ting opened his eyes, casting a glance at him, but said nothing. His tail flicked in a manner that suggested displeasure. Yu Mao trotted back to the inner side of the cave, entering his little nook with familiarity. Satisfied, he settled down, preparing to enjoy the peace of solitude. However, barely had he settled into his soft nest when that familiar sensation returned. He suddenly recalled the fear of being pinned beneath Lung Ting last time. The leopard lacked restraint. Despite Lung Ting's promises of change, the psychological shadow could not dissipate easily. Initially, Yu Mao planned to endure it, but the sensation surged too intensely. His rear became damp and uncomfortable. His head grew increasingly dizzy. This could not continue. The little rabbit immediately sprang up, using all four paws to dart back out of the cave. Lung Ting watched him return, his expression bewildered as he tilted his head in curiosity. Had he had a nightmare? Or had an enemy returned? The leopard was always ready to confront foes. Yu Mao rushed to his side, this time without hesitation. Snuggling closely against his warm body, pressing his round form tightly against the black fur, seeking the most direct comfort. He rubbed his head against Lung Ting's neck, emitting a soft purr from his throat. This was a clear signal. Lung Ting was momentarily taken aback by Yu Mao's affectionate approach, but soon responded with a soothing purr of his own. He lowered his head to observe the little rabbit nestled against him. The icy green in his eyes began to melt away, replaced by something far more fervent. The cave was silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops outside. Moonlight mingled with the glow of the snow, illuminating the two figures nestled closely together. Initially, Yu Mao only wished to be near Lung Ting for comfort, but the warmth radiating from him ignited a deeper excitement within. Unable to resist, he burrowed closer, fervently rubbing against him. Surely Lung Ting understood by now? Unbeknownst to him, Lung Ting's breathing had grown heavy. He could distinctly feel the softness and warmth of the body against him, and hear the rabbit's heart rate quickening. An instinctual impulse surged within him, awakening and coursing through his veins. He extended his tongue, no longer merely grooming, but now filled with a clear desire and possessiveness, beginning to lick Yu Mao's ears and neck with slow, deliberate intention. Yu Mao trembled slightly at this unfamiliar form of affection. A wave of warmth spreading from the points of contact, rendering his limbs somewhat weak. He instinctively attempted to retreat, but Lung Ting's paw tightened around him, a grip that conveyed both an irresistible command and a careful restraint that ensured he would not be hurt. Lung Ting's voice held a subtle allure, and his eyes glistened with a mist that blurred the line between desire and something else entirely. Lung Ting did not respond, but instead gazed deeply into Yu Mao with his mesmerizing green eyes, as if attempting to draw him in. He then lowered his head, resuming his ardent cleaning task, the scope of which gradually expanded. An ambiguous scent permeated the air, suggesting that something was on the verge of igniting. Initially, Yu Mao felt a twinge of anxiety. His body slightly stiffened, yet under Lung Ting's unexpectedly gentle advances, his taut nerves gradually relaxed. Pleasure surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the initial flicker of panic. His claws instinctively grasped the fur on Lung Ting's chest, and a soft whimper escaped his lips, a most exquisite form of praise. This subtle response ignited the final spark. Lung Ting emitted a muffled roar from his throat, his movements becoming more urgent and assertive, yet still carefully cradling the precious softness beneath him. The entire leopard seemed on the brink of fracturing. Moonlight flowed quietly into the cave, elongating the intertwined silhouettes and casting them upon the stone walls. It illuminated this primal and intimate ritual, leaving only the increasingly rapid sounds of breathing and the occasional muffled sob. When tranquility returned, Yu Mao lay limp in Lung Ting's embrace, as if all his bones had been extracted, lacking even the strength to lift a paw. Lung Ting continued to envelop him, occasionally licking his damp fur, still unsated, still yearning. Yu Mao buried his scorching face into the thick, warm coat of his companion, deeming it unimportant whether the leopard had eaten enough or not. Once he regained some strength, the little rabbit slowly made his way back to his burrow to sleep, curling up and closing his eyes, sinking into a deep slumber as if he had fainted. The leopard, having been used and discarded, sat forlornly at the cave's entrance, howling mournfully. The sound pierced through the air with remarkable clarity. Nearby, smaller beastmen grumbled, questioning what was troubling this leopard. Chapter 38. The little rabbit's preference for cooked food the coldest days of winter had finally arrived. The howling wind whipped up snowflakes, creating a haunting wail that could be felt even deep within the cave. Yu Mao buried himself deeply in the hay and leopard fur of his little nest, but still felt the penetrating chill seeping in from all directions, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he curled up tighter. At that moment, he heard some commotion from the center of the cave. Curiously, he poked his head out to see Lung Ting, having procured some dry twigs and kindling from somewhere, scraping them vigorously against a flat stone with his sharp claws. A few sparks flew out, landing on the dry moss and producing a wisp of thin smoke. Lung Ting carefully leaned down, gently blowing on the faint sparks. The orange flames finally flickered to life, gradually consuming the twigs, crackling softly as warmth began to spread. Yu Mao watched in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the cold. He emerged from his little nest, approaching the fire, extending his paw to feel the long-awaited warmth, and looked at Lung Ting, astonished. "You can start a fire?" In his understanding, the beast world resembled a primitive society, and the ability to create fire should not belong to a leopard. Lung Ting added another stick to the flames, causing them to blaze more brightly. The dancing firelight illuminated the sharp contours of his cold, hard profile, dispelling the accumulated chill within the cave. He heard Yu Mao's question and, without lifting his gaze, replied flatly, "Yes. I learned. I'm not afraid of the cold, but you might freeze." So it was for him. A warmth surged within Yu Mao's heart as he squatted by the fire, savoring this rare warmth. Watching the flickering flames, he suddenly posed a question. "Then why don't you eat cooked food? Roasted meat is quite fragrant." He recalled the grilled fish and chicken he had enjoyed during the apocalypse, which tasted far better than when eaten raw. The fish and chicken of the beast world were delicious in their raw state. Surely, they would be even more exquisite when cooked. Lung Ting found this question somewhat puzzling. He turned his head, his dark green eyes appearing particularly profound in the firelight. Raw food provides sufficient energy. Cooked. He furrowed his brow, searching for the right words, feeling unsatisfied. "And the taste of blood is exquisite." His response was simple and direct, entirely from the perspective of a top predator. Raw meat could offer the most abundant energy, while warm blood symbolized strength, allowing him to clearly sense the flow of life and the essence of power. In his experience, food processed by fire seemed to lose something essential, leaving an emptiness of not having fully satisfied his hunger. Yu Mao paused, then suddenly understood, nodding in acknowledgement. "All right. You are a wild beast, of course. You prefer the taste of blood." He stated this as if it were the most natural thing in the world, without a hint of concern. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Lung Ting was, he remained fundamentally a fierce beast, with the instincts and preferences of one, which was perfectly normal. Lung Ting listened to his remark about being a wild beast, and a fleeting flicker passed through his eyes, yet he ultimately said nothing. He turned his gaze back to the fire, watching the warm glow enveloping the chubby rabbit beside him, tinting his yellow-white fur with a warm hue. Outside the cave, the world was a frozen wasteland, with the wind howling fiercely. Inside, the crackling campfire exuded warmth akin to spring. A black panther, accustomed to a diet of raw flesh and blood, kindled a flame that was not particularly necessary, all for his little rabbit. Meanwhile, the little rabbit peacefully basked in this unique care, responding with the purest understanding. Lung Ting mused that although he did not favor the taste of cooked food, seeing Yu Mao stretching his body by the fire, looking entirely content, he thought the little rabbit must enjoy cooked food. Yu Mao squatted by the warm fire, carefully pawing at the edges of the campfire. The ashes still held a few lingering sparks, radiating residual warmth. He unearthed 2 previously stored foods, 2 slightly wrinkled potatoes, and meticulously buried them in the still warm ashes, gently patting them down with a stick. He remembered that potatoes he found during the apocalypse were always small and shriveled, imbued with an unshakable, earthy flavor. Here, the potatoes were large and starchy. He wondered if they would yield the same warm, sweet flavor that resided in his vague memories of the peaceful era when cooked. Lung Ting, who had been lying nearby, feigning sleep, kept a watchful eye on Yu Mao's actions, observing Yu Mao's focused effort to bury the potatoes and sniffing the ashes with his little nose. The last remnants of uncertainty in Lung Ting's heart dissipated. This little rabbit truly enjoyed the food roasted by fire. This realization involuntarily brought to mind a gentle figure from long ago, who similarly loved to linger by the fire and would roast prey before consuming it: his mother. Most of his rudimentary knowledge of fire-making and edible plants came from her. Yet, as he later lived alone, he reverted to the most direct and efficient means of survival. Watching Yu Mao squatting before the fire, his fluffy silhouette illuminated by the glow, a sense of warmth akin to home quietly enveloped Lung Ting's heart. He silently rose to his feet. Yu Mao was intently focused on the ash pile, quietly calculating the time it would take for the potatoes to cook, when he suddenly felt a breeze beside him. He lifted his head to see Lung Ting's dark silhouette silently gliding out of the cave, merging into the howling wind and snow outside. "Hey, where's he going?" Yu Mao mumbled, not thinking much of it, as he continued to patiently guard his roasting potatoes. Before long, as the aroma of potatoes began to waft subtly from the ashes, there was commotion at the cave entrance. Lung Ting returned. He held in his mouth a plump wild chicken with vibrant feathers, which was clearly captured alive, showing no significant injuries aside from being startled. Lung Ting dropped the wild chicken at Yu Mao's feet. The moment the chicken was freed, it flapped its wings in a panic, attempting to flee, only to be gently restrained by Lung Ting's paw. "For you." Lung Ting's voice remained steady, his gaze tenderly fixed on Yu Mao, observing his reaction. Yu Mao gazed at the wild chicken lying on the ground, a dish he often ordered, momentarily taken aback before his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Wild chicken, how did you know I crave this?" He leaned closer, poking the plump breast of the bird, already contemplating whether to roast it or prepare it as a jiaohua chicken. Roasting it seems preferable. After all, where could one find leaves in the depths of winter? Lung Ting remained silent, merely observing the little rabbit's eyes light up with uncontainable joy, a satisfied rumble emanating from his throat. He knew that Yu Mao would desire roasted bird, and if Yu Mao referred to it as wild chicken, then that was its name henceforth. Although he still failed to grasp the appeal of cooked food, he relished witnessing the little rabbit's blissful expression when indulging in his favorite delicacies, eyes squinting in satisfaction, ears twitching with delight. The little cat was in a frenzy of excitement. However, Yu Mao's roasting skills were rather mediocre, resulting in charred meat. Not wanting the little rabbit to consume something unpalatable, Lung Ting dashed out to catch another chicken, this time preparing it for Yu Mao. Yu Mao felt a twinge of disdain, questioning whether he was merely imagining it. The little rabbit comfortably reclined, relishing the notion that someone was attending to him, believing that previously he had no choice but to labor. Why work when he could luxuriate? Brother Leopard was simply marvelous, and the aroma was delightful. Amidst the compliments, Lung Ting grew more animated. This was no mere wild chicken. It was his joyous sanctuary. The wild chickens in the forest, unaware of their impending fate, since they might not survive to see the next year. The little rabbit feasted joyfully, and, as a reward, he planned to sleep alongside Lung Ting, fur brushing against fur, not merely because he was a rabbit prone to feeling cold. He, the little rabbit with yellow fur, was the most innocent of his kind. This was a rabbit's official certification. Lung Ting was overwhelmingly pleased, expressing his joy through a simple yet profound means: purring. Like the roar of a motorcycle, Yu Mao found it difficult to sleep amidst the noise, swatting Lung Ting with his paw. The purring was manageable, but this creature also had a penchant for kneading, and in his beastly form, Lung Ting possessed considerable strength. He could very well send him to meet his great-grandmother. Did she even recognize him? Chapter 39. The Wonderful Rabbit. Recently, a certain dormant instinct within Yu Mao seemed to have been fully awakened. He became enamored with digging holes. His plump front paws appeared to possess boundless energy that needed to be expended. Whenever he found a moment, he would scour the spacious cave belonging to Lung Ting for suitable places to excavate. Corners, walls, and even the edges of Lung Ting's luxurious animal skin bed began to host an array of variously sized holes. With a determined little grunt, Yu Mao wiggled his rear, his front paws working swiftly as dirt flew from behind him. He became completely immersed in this labor that brought him such joy, his ears trembling rhythmically with the exertion. He had improved significantly. Even the frozen earth was no match for his digging prowess. Lung Ting lay on his animal skin, his dark green eyes silently observing the tireless little contractor. He watched as his smooth stone cave floor became riddled with depressions. The previously tidy environment now marred by heaps of fresh soil, his brow twitching in agitation. Yet, he said nothing and did not intervene. Only when the little rabbit dug too close to his resting spot, raising a cloud of dust that nearly reached his nose, did he casually swish his tail to disperse it. Yu Mao not only dug holes, but also rationalized their purposes. He glanced at the various bones deliberately left behind after Long Ting feasted on his prey, and an idea struck him. He meticulously categorized and stuffed those assorted bones into the holes he had excavated. Large leg bones in one, slender ribs in another, even uniquely shaped skulls displayed separately. As he stuffed, Yu Mao could not help but mutter to himself, "Honestly, a leopard, yet you behave like a puppy, hoarding bones. I suppose I should tidy up for you. Otherwise, there would be no room to step in this cave." He was truly dedicated to maintaining the cleanliness of their dwelling, considering himself the best rabbit. Listening to the little rabbit's indistinct murmuring, Long Ting's gaze swept over the neatly organized bone pits, a complex expression gracing his features. His collection of bones was not for play or gnawing like a dog. It was more an instinctual marking of territory and recording of hunting successes, a demonstration of power. Yet, it was evident that his little rabbit interpreted it differently. The misunderstanding stemmed from their brief time together. Given more time, the little rabbit would come to understand him. Watching Yu Mao carefully insert the last bare deer antler into a specially dug, flowerbed-like shallow pit, then step back to admire his handiwork, Long Ting let out a soft sigh. That was an antler, not a flower. He rose gracefully and approached the deer antler display, lowering his head for a closer look. Yu Mao, somewhat anxious, watched him, fearing the collector's dissatisfaction with his organizational efforts. Long Ting gently nudged the antler, adjusting it to a more stable angle, before turning away. He neither disturbed the bones nor expressed discontent, tacitly permitting Yu Mao's categorization of his trophies as refuse. Seeing this, Yu Mao sighed in relief and quickly grew excited again, his eyes darting eagerly as he sought the next auspicious site for excavation. Once ignited, the desire to dig was difficult to extinguish. Long Ting returned to his position, observing the energetic yellow and white fur ball commence work in a new location, contemplating that his cave would soon transform from a majestic leopard den into an underground labyrinth. He flicked his tail, covering his nose, deciding it was best to ignore the scene. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should seek a larger cave. The current one was too small for many holes. On another splendid sunny day, the sun shone upon the thick blanket of snow, reflecting dazzling white light. Yu Mao awoke early, peering eagerly from the cave entrance. The moment Long Ting opened his eyes, he beheld a robust yellow and white rabbit sitting primly before him, its gem-like eyes brimming with a desire to venture outside. "What splendid weather!" Yu Mao exclaimed, scratching at Long Ting's front leg, pleading for a moment outdoors. Long Ting shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse from sleep. "Where do you wish to go?" Instantly invigorated, Yu Mao skillfully climbed atop Long Ting's head, settling atop the expanse of black fur, pointing forward with a paw, his voice bubbling with uncontainable enthusiasm. "Anywhere. I simply want to build a snowman." "A snowman?" Long Ting hesitated momentarily, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. "Yes, it's when you pile snow together to form a shape resembling a person." Yu Mao animatedly gestured, though Long Ting could not see. "I've only seen it from afar, never attempted it myself. Now I can finally give it a try." His voice resonated with pure longing. Before the apocalypse, he resided in the south, in a city where snow never fell, and he lacked the means to travel north. When the calamity struck, he was too preoccupied with survival to seize such opportunities. Now, in this beastly world, with safety assured, he finally harbored thoughts of leisure. Although Long Ting could not fathom the significance of forming a human-like shape from snow, he could hardly object to the exuberant voice of the little rabbit above him. "Suit yourself," he conceded, responding in a low tone as he stepped steadily into the pristine expanse of snow, bearing the commander on his head. He deliberately halted at a wide, even patch of snow. Yu Mao, unable to contain his excitement, slid down from his perch. As his paws touched the icy surface, he shivered momentarily, but the thrill quickly overshadowed the chill. He initially attempted to gather a mound of snow with his paws, but the rabbit's claws were rather ineffectual, resulting in a loosely packed snowball. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to revert to his human form, crouching down to diligently roll a snowball. Long Ting quietly lay beside him, his dark green eyes fixed intently on Yu Mao's industrious efforts, observing the little rabbit in human form clumsily rolling the snowball. With a face flushed red from the cold and a similarly red nose, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes curving with delight while he hummed a whimsical tune. After an arduous effort, Yu Mao finally managed to create an enormous snowball for the body and rolled a smaller one, struggling to lift it and place it atop the larger one as a head. Unfortunately, his height proved insufficient, and after several attempts on tiptoe, he still failed. Just as he began to feel disheartened, a black paw extended to gently support the precarious snow head, securely placing it atop the larger snowball. Yu Mao turned in surprise, looking at the seemingly indifferent Lung Ting, and smiled broadly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." He continued enthusiastically decorating the snowman, finding 2 black stones for eyes, a dry twig for a nose, and even creatively breaking off 2 leafy branches to serve as ears. "Look, doesn't it resemble me?" Yu Mao stepped back a few paces to admire his creation, proudly asking Lung Ting. Lung Ting gazed at the round-headed snow pile with its peculiar ears, struggling to associate it with the lively rabbit beside him. However, upon seeing the eager glimmer in Yu Mao's eyes, he paused for a moment before giving a slight nod. "Yes, it resembles you quite a bit. Adorable." Yu Mao's heart swelled with joy. He transformed back into his beast form, circling the snowman a couple of times before returning to sit beside Lung Ting, no longer minding the cold, contentedly watching the snowman glisten under the sunlight. "This is such fun," Yu Mao remarked, tucking his icy hands into Lung Ting's thick fur for warmth, softly suggesting, "Let's build one every year when it snows." Lung Ting did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head and gently licked away the tiny snowflakes that had settled on Yu Mao's eyelashes. Sunlight, the snowy ground, an oddly shaped snowman, and a rabbit nestled against a black panther. Lung Ting thought, even though he did not comprehend the joy in such activities. If it brought Yu Mao happiness, he would gladly build one not just every year, but every day. Chapter 40. The showy crocodile, Sway, burst forth from the underground tunnel, eagerly shouting towards Lung Ting's cave. "Yu Mao! Yu Mao! Big news! A new beastman has arrived in the Saya territory. It's a female lion, and she's absolutely beautiful." Having frequently sought out Yu Mao, Sway was now less intimidated by Lung Ting, though still cautious, not daring to come too close. Yu Mao, nestled in the cave, grooming his fur, perked up at the news, his ears standing upright in curiosity as he poked his head out. "A female lion? How beautiful is she?" He recalled the black lion he had previously encountered. Saya, while imposing, was not particularly beautiful. Like the golden sunlight, sui described earnestly. Gesturing with his little paws, her fur shines brightly, and her figure is graceful, but she looks rather flustered. Just then, unusual noises echoed outside the cave. Heavy footsteps and labored breaths approaching rapidly. Lung Ting, who had been lounging lazily, instantly tensed, raising his head, his sharp green eyes fixed on the cave entrance. The edge of his territory bore his strong scent, a clear warning to intruders who dared to encroach upon his domain. He stood up, emitting a warning growl from his throat as he strode toward the entrance. Yu Mao and Sway curiously followed, hiding behind Lung Ting's massive form to sneak a peek. They saw a female lion staggering towards them, her golden fur indeed resembling sunlight, lithe and strong, yet currently in a state of distress. Her coat was matted with mud and grass, her breaths rapid, and her amber eyes filled with panic and exhaustion. Upon seeing her, Lung Ting's demeanor shifted to one of icy danger, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. He recognized that this female lion did not belong to any known pride nearby. She was a complete intruder. "Get out!" Lung Ting's voice was as sharp as an icicle, carrying an undeniable threat. The female lion stumbled back in fear, nearly losing her balance, casting a frantic glance behind her, her voice trembling and pleading. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to intrude upon your territory. There is someone behind me." Before she could finish her sentence, the ground trembled ominously, and a massive, grotesque figure emerged into view. It was a colossal crocodile beastman, covered in thick, rugged scales, with a long snout brimming with jagged teeth, and small eyes glinting with cruel greed. "What do you think you're running off to, little beauty?" The crocodile beastman rasped, his laughter grating, as his powerful tail swept across the ground, leaving deep gouges. He was clearly in pursuit of the female lion. Lung Ting's pupils constricted sharply. He realized that the female lion was not deliberately provoking his authority, but was fleeing from pursuit and had inadvertently entered his territory. However, that did not imply he would be lenient. Both the lioness and the foul-smelling crocodile had trespassed into his forbidden zone and frightened the rabbit within his cave. The crocodile beastman, upon noticing Lung Ting blocking his path, was momentarily taken aback, then displayed a dismissive expression. "Oh, there's a black panther here? If you know what's good for you, scram and don't disturb my fun." Lung Ting's response was immediate. He lunged forward. His movement was as swift as lightning, targeting the relatively vulnerable neck of the crocodile beastman. "What the hell? Looking for death?" The crocodile beastman roared, opening his massive jaws to retaliate, while his thick tail lashed out like a steel whip at Lung Ting. In an instant, the open space before the cave became a battleground. The two colossal forms of black and gray colliding fiercely. Claws clashed against scales, producing a cacophony of screeches and dull thuds. Lung Ting's assault was fierce and precise, fueled by the anger of having his territory violated. The crocodile beastman, relying on his tough hide and formidable biting strength, fought back tenaciously. The female lion, still shaken, cowered behind a rock, anxiously observing the scuffle ignited by her presence. Yu Mao and Sui hid at the cave entrance, their hearts racing in trepidation. Sui was so frightened that he covered his eyes with his paws, yet could not resist peeking through his fingers. Yu Mao, on the other hand, fixated on Lung Ting's figure, fearful for his safety, inwardly cursing the troublemaking crocodile and the lioness. The battle did not last long. Lung Ting's strength clearly prevailed. He identified an opening, seizing the crocodile beastman's tail with a sudden bite, his sharp teeth piercing through the scale armor and embedding deeply into flesh. "Arg!" The crocodile beastman let out a piercing scream, the agony causing him to lose his balance. Lung Ting seized the opportunity, flinging him away with tremendous force. The massive crocodile crashing against a nearby tree, sending snow cascading down from its branches. The crocodile beastman struggled to rise, realizing he was in a losing battle, casting a venomous glare at Lung Ting and the lioness before dragging his injured tail back into the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Lung Ting did not pursue. He shook the blood from his claws, cold eyes shifting toward the trembling female lion behind the rock. Sensing his gaze, the lioness quivered, cautiously stepping out, lowering her head. Her voice barely a whisper, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Lung Ting merely regarded her with indifference, his voice devoid of warmth. "Leave my territory, immediately." The female lion, not daring to hesitate, expressed her gratitude repeatedly before swiftly departing, her golden figure soon disappearing into the depths of the dense forest, as if she had never been there. Only then did Lung Ting slowly return to the cave, his aura of menace gradually dissipating. He cast a glance at the small rabbit at the cave entrance, confirming that it was not frightened, and then silently returned to his position, licking non-existent dust from his front paws, as if the fierce battle just fought had been merely a casual swat at a fly. Yu Mao and Sui exchanged glances. Sui patted his chest and sighed in relief. "That scared me. Thankfully, the big leopard is formidable." Yu Mao nodded. "It's a pity that crocodile escaped. I wonder if crocodile meat is tasty?" Just as he finished speaking, the previously languid Lung Ting abruptly lifted his head, his dark green pupils locking onto Yu Mao in an instant. In the next moment, Lung Ting sprang to his feet, offering Yu Mao no time for explanation or reaction. His massive black form darting from the cave like a specter, swiftly pursuing the fleeing crocodile beastman. Yu Mao was momentarily stunned by this sudden action, mouth agape, staring blankly at the empty cave entrance. "Huh?" Beside him, Sui was equally dumbfounded, poking Yu Mao with his paw. "Where's he going?" Yu Mao shook his head in confusion. "I was just asking." The crocodile beastman, fleeing desperately through the forest, felt the wound at the base of his tail bleeding profusely. The agony and blood loss muddling his awareness. He was just relieved to have saved his life, intending to find a place to hide and heal, when suddenly he felt a chill down his spine. Terrified, he turned back to see the black figure approaching with incredible speed. Why? The crocodile beastman screamed in despair. Unable to comprehend why, having escaped so far, this black leopard still sought to eliminate him. Lung Ting paid no heed to his questions. The lethal move he had just executed was intended to ensure the crocodile died beyond the boundaries of his territory, to prevent any contamination of his space. However, his little rabbit expressed a desire to eat. That changed everything. With a few leaps, he caught up to the severely injured crocodile beastman, this time without any entanglement, directly targeting the vital spot exposed due to the injury, delivering a fatal blow, confirming the crocodile beastman had breathed his last. Lung Ting looked down at the body covered in tough scales, his brows furrowing. Crocodile meat was coarse, heavy in odor, and carried an unpleasant taste that was difficult to remove. It was not palatable. His delicate rabbit would surely not tolerate it. Without hesitation, he discarded the corpse and turned, heading in the opposite direction from his territory. Since the rabbit desired a meal, he would capture a more suitable source of meat. Before long, Lung Ting returned. This time, he held in his mouth a crocodile that was clearly an ordinary wild beast. The creature was lifeless, its relatively smooth hide shimmering with a gray-green hue under the sun. He tossed the wild crocodile before Yu Mao, shaking off the cold from his fur. This one is edible. The beastman is not. Yu Mao and Sui Sui stared at the crocodile on the ground, both astonished. Sui Sui's little eyes widened, stammering, "Your speed is astonishing." Yu Mao lowered his gaze at the crocodile, then raised it to meet the expectant eyes of Lung Ting, warmth swelling in his heart. He had merely asked casually, yet this fellow truly went and caught one. He squatted down, poking the icy tough hide of the crocodile. "Lung Ting, you are amazing. I love you." Upon hearing this, Lung Ting felt elated, wanting to purr, to chase his tail in circles, but there were other beastmen in the cave. How troublesome. Chapter 41. The fattest rabbit. Thanks to Yu Mao, Sui Sui finally feasted, tasting the legendary roasted crocodile meat. Previously, opportunities for him to eat meat were scarce. One reason was that he could not catch any, and another was that many villains preyed on weaker beastmen as hunts. Lung Ting volunteered to roast the meat, only to be kicked away by Yu Mao. Lung Ting's gaze fell on Sui Sui, who felt quite cold. This leopard loves roasting meat? He dared not let Lung Ting take charge. He feared that what this leopard cooked would lead to nightmares. Clutching a large piece of crocodile meat, he huddled by the small fire Yu Mao had built, clumsily turning it over. Hey, it must be said that as Sui Sui carefully rotated the branch, he couldn't help but smacking his lips. This thing smelled quite good while roasting. Yu Mao was busy dealing with his own piece of roasted golden, oily crocodile meat. Cautiously, he blew on it and took a big bite, his eyes instantly narrowing in bliss. The outer skin was charred and fragrant, while the meat inside was unexpectedly firm and tender, possessing a sweetness akin to chicken, crunching delightfully without the anticipated fishy odor. Due to poverty, he had missed many culinary delights. He could only comfort himself that this was the beast world, where animals were delicious, and their flavors differed from those in his original world. Otherwise, how could he explain why everything he ate tasted good? Was he perhaps a rabbit with the stomach of a pig? Delicious. Yu Mao mumbled in delight, his cheeks stuffed, his little paws incessantly shoving more meat into his mouth, creating a scene that left Sui Sui in awe. Lung Ting lay not far away, appearing to be resting. Yet the slight twitch of his ears and occasional glances revealed his attentiveness to the situation. He observed Yu Mao eating with such fervor, as if he wished to devour the entire crocodile, and a glimmer of understanding and resolute determination flickered in his dark green eyes. He was certain his little rabbit adored crocodile meat. This realization, akin to a supreme command, was firmly etched into Lung Ting's mind. Thus, from that day forth, the once leisurely crocodiles residing in the nearby marshes began to encounter misfortune. Every few days, a ghostly black figure would silently infiltrate the swamp, Lung Ting's hunting was precise and efficient. He could always easily lock onto his target, resolving the conflict in the quickest manner, and then he would depart, carrying the freshest, plumpest crocodile, leaving behind a ripple of fear in the marsh. Today, as Yu Mao emerged from his small burrow after waking, he saw yet another crocodile lying at the cave entrance, larger than the previous one. Lung Ting stood beside it, shaking off water droplets from his paws, a look on his face that seemed to say, "Praise me." Yu Mao gazed at the massive creature on the ground, his mouth twitching slightly. He approached, tapping the cold, hard crocodile hide with his paw, looking exasperatedly at Lung Ting. Lung Ting, we actually don't need to eat crocodile every day." Although he found it tasty, such a diet was too monotonous. No matter how delicious something was, one could not endure seeing it daily. Lung Ting tilted his enormous head, puzzled. He had clearly seen the little rabbit enjoying its meal. Why did it now say they didn't need to eat it every day? Did it find it too small? He looked down at the crocodile on the ground, deciding to catch an even larger one next time. "You like it?" Lung Ting succinctly stated, summarizing his observations. Yu Mao choked slightly, attempting to explain, "I like it, but we should change things up a bit. You see, wild chicken is also tasty and rabbit meat, no? Venison is pretty good too." Lung Ting listened in silence, his gaze sweeping over Yu Mao's face before settling on the remains of the last crocodile he had devoured. Deep in thought, the next day, a fresh crocodile lay at the cave entrance, seemingly larger than the one from yesterday. Yu Mao realized he must be straightforward with Lung Ting. This leopard could not comprehend indirectness. Sway hopped over, gazing at the daily crocodile offerings, covering his face with his little paws, and voiced his existential question. "Yu Mao, I feel like the crocodiles in that marsh are about to be exhausted by Lung Ting." Yu Mao looked at the relentless leopard intent on supplying crocodiles, then at the offering on the ground, and finally sighed, resigned to start a fire. What could he say? They had already been caught. He would need to have a good talk with Lung Ting tonight, expressing his disinterest in crocodile meat and his desire for venison, as eating venison always warmed him up. Meanwhile, Lung Ting watched Yu Mao busily preparing to cook, satisfied with a flick of his tail. Yes, this is how they would eat. Come spring next year, his rabbit would surely be the plumpest in the forest. The cavern at night was illuminated by the flickering glow of the campfire, dispelling the chill that lingered outside. Yu Mao, having satisfied his hunger, lazily leaned against the warm side of Lung Ting, savoring the steady rhythm of his breathing and the reassuring warmth emanating from beneath his fur. He tilted his head, gazing at Lung Ting's profile, which was so close, and observed the slight quiver of his ear tips. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned in, as he usually did, almost pressing his soft rabbit lips against Lung Ting's sensitive ear, and whispered, "Lung Ting." He always felt that if he did not speak close to the ear, this large creature might not hear him or might disregard him entirely. The warmth of his breath brushed against the fine fur of the ear, provoking a gentle tickle. Lung Ting's ears twitched slightly, and his deep green eyes shifted subtly toward Yu Mao's direction, emitting a low, rumbling sound from his throat, indicating he was listening. Yu Mao organized his thoughts, striving for clarity in his expression. "I don't particularly like it. I just found it novel that day and wanted to taste it." He paused for emphasis, adding, "Really, we don't need to eat it every day. Can we switch to something else? Like deer meat? Or, anything else will do." After he spoke, he nervously watched Lung Ting, fearing that this leopard might misunderstand him as being dissatisfied with the crocodile being too small or not fresh enough, and might return with a prehistoric behemoth the next day. Lung Ting quietly listened to the soft, delicate voice beside him, absorbing the unique sweet scent of the little rabbit. He lowered his gaze, watching as the campfire's light danced in Yu Mao's uplifted eyes. It turned out that it was not an overwhelming fondness, but merely a taste test. Those moments he had cherished of savory feasts might have simply been Yu Mao's lack of picky eating, or perhaps just a desire to please him. This realization brushed a faint sense of disappointment across Lung Ting's heart, yet it was overshadowed by a newfound clarity. He inclined his massive head slightly downward, his movements steady. Lung Ting responded, his voice resonating distinctly within the quiet cavern. "Got it. I will hunt other prey next time." Upon hearing his straightforward agreement, a weight lifted from Yu Mao's heart, and he joyfully nuzzled his head against Lung Ting's neck, exclaiming, "Then it's settled." Lung Ting felt the warm, furry touch against his neck and emitted a pleased rumble from his throat. As he gazed at the dancing flames, his mind began to ponder. Where had the deer herds been frequenting lately? Which deer's meat would be the most tender, best suited for his rabbit? Tomorrow, he would bring back a whole deer. The fire crackled, casting shadows of the leopard and the rabbit nestled together. Yu Mao leaned against his warm furnace, eagerly anticipating the feast of deer meat to come. Lung Ting was indeed a considerate companion, capable of comprehending rabbit talk, and Lung Ting, in turn, had set a new goal for his feeding endeavors: to nourish his rabbit into the plumpest of its kind within this territory. Chapter 42. Hunting for deer. As Lung Ting prepared to set off to hunt deer, a furry paw snagged his thigh as he reached the cave's entrance. He looked down to meet Yu Mao's expectant gaze. "Take me with you." Yu Mao clung to his leg, playfully pleading, "I promise I'll stay quietly on your head and once you run off, I just want to see how you catch the deer. When you hunt, I'll hide in the trees and wait for you to come back for me." His curiosity was insatiable. Yu Mao had only seen Lung Ting return with a processed prey. He had never witnessed the majestic black leopard in action. It must be incredibly impressive, right? Lung Ting initially intended to refuse. Having a little one along while hunting would undoubtedly prove cumbersome. However, recalling that beasts were drawn to strength, the words of refusal turned in his throat and were swallowed back. He considered that perhaps allowing the little rabbit to witness his prowess and grace firsthand might not be a bad idea after all. Surely, this would endear him further to Yu Mao. This thought stirred something within Lung Ting's heart. Lung Ting acquiesced, indicating his agreement. He lowered his body slightly to facilitate Yu Mao's ascent. "That's great," Yu Mao cheered, swiftly leaping onto Lung Ting's head, expertly finding a comfortable spot nestled between his ears, clutching a few strands of black fur. "Let us go." Thus, the lord of this territory, the black leopard Lung Ting, once again set forth, adorned with his signature yellow and white rabbit fur hat, stepping into the gently dawning forest with a steady and graceful stride. Their passage inevitably stirred commotion. A badger beastman, gnawing on its prey within the thicket, lifted its head alertly upon hearing the noise. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette and the even more recognizable fur tuft atop its head, the badger's mouth twitched before it lowered its head, pretending to be merely a long-haired stone. Several chirping birds, previously frolicking upon the branches, fell silent upon their arrival, flapping their wings and fleeing to a safe distance. Not far away, on a small earthen rise, Saya, who was routinely patrolling the vicinity of his lion pride, also caught sight of the scene from afar. The massive lion's head of Saya, with its golden pupils, first narrowed in disbelief. Then a complex wave of emotions washed over him. There was frustration, disdain, and a tinge of numbness he was reluctant to acknowledge. He watched as the black leopard strolled leisurely with the rabbit on its back, the rabbit occasionally pointing excitedly at something, as if sharing an enthusiastic commentary. Though Lung Ting maintained an impassive expression, the slight tilt of his head toward the direction indicated by the rabbit was a clear sign of silent indulgence. "Oof." Saya snorted, exhaling a heavy breath. He turned away, irritably scratching at the thick snow on the ground with his paw, unable to bear the sight. "I can't stand it." The lioness beside him cautiously inquired, "Saya, what should we do?" Saya interrupted gruffly, "What do you see? Should we rush in and have a fight, then lie on a rock to nurse our wounds?" "I certainly do not," he grumbled, his voice dwindling into a mutter. "If he wants to carry a rabbit, let him. What does it matter to me? If I do not see it, I will not be troubled." With that, he lay down, burying his large head in his forepaws, adopting a completely oblivious posture. Yet, the vigorously swishing tail betrayed his inner unrest. The lioness thought to herself, that is not what she meant. She simply wished to be carried by her partner, just like that little rabbit. It seems Saya would not agree. He truly is a dull-witted lion. Perched atop Lung Ting's head, Yu Mao was excitedly scanning the surroundings. He leaned closer to Lung Ting's ear, whispering, Lung Ting, over there seems to be the scent of deer." Following his gaze, Lung Ting's keen green eyes narrowed slightly as he zeroed in on the elusive figures of the deer herd in the distance. He slowed his pace, muscles tautening in preparation for the hunt. Sensing the change in the black leopard beneath him, Yu Mao immediately held his breath, widening his eyes, fixated on what lay ahead. He was about to witness his leopard in all his valiant splendor. Lung Ting's sharp gaze scanned the deer herd until he finally locked onto a particularly robust stag. This stag was evidently a standout among its peers, highly alert, frequently raising its head to survey the surroundings. After selecting his target, Lung Ting did not act immediately. Instead, he silently retreated a few steps to position himself beneath a sturdy old tree. He inclined his head slightly, indicating for Yu Mao to dismount. Understanding the cue, Yu Mao adeptly leaped onto a lower branch and then swiftly climbed higher, settling into a snow-covered tree fork densely clustered with twigs. His yellow and white fur blended seamlessly with the snow, making him nearly invisible as long as he remained still. "Stay still here," Lung Ting instructed softly, glancing up at the furry bundle in the tree. Yu Mao nodded vigorously, covering his mouth with his paw to signify his commitment to silence. His eyes widened, unwaveringly focused on Lung Ting below, his heart racing with anticipation. After ensuring the audience was settled, Lung Ting shifted his focus back to the magnificent stag. He lowered his body, his dark fur blending seamlessly with the shadows of the forest, each step taken with such grace that it left no trace upon the snow, quietly closing the distance to his prey. His movements were as swift, precise, and fierce as ever. Muscles rippled beneath his skin, brimming with explosive power. However, unlike his usual pursuit of a swift and efficient kill, today Lung Ting's hunting process seemed to carry an air of deliberation. At the moment he entered the optimal pouncing distance, he did not, as customary, strike for the throat like a bolt of black lightning, but rather surged forward, creating a gust of wind, intentionally sweeping past the stag's side and front. His massive black form traced a powerful arc in the sunlight, startling the stag into a hasty change of direction. Subsequently, he did not immediately seize the opportunity. Instead, he utilized his extraordinary speed and agility to circle around the panicked stag, leaving deep claw marks in the snow. The snowflakes glistening in the sunlight as if engaged in a dance of death, full of strength and beauty. He even raised his head deliberately, showcasing his elegant neck and sharp canines. This series of actions resembled not the efficiency of a kill, but rather an intricately choreographed display of might, steeped in primal ferocity. Lung Ting mused that such a commanding posture would surely leave a lasting impression on the little rabbit, instilling in him a deeper admiration. However, up in the tree, Yu Mao was struggling with a small snowball that had fallen onto his nose. The icy sensation compelled him to stifle a sneeze, and he pressed his mouth shut, trembling slightly from holding his breath, his eyes misting with tears. Once he finally dislodged the troublesome snowball and looked down, he witnessed Lung Ting executing a clean and decisive kill, securing the stag's neck and bringing the hunt to a close. "Wow, impressive!" Yu Mao exclaimed, genuinely astonished, momentarily forgetting his earlier predicament. Lung Ting had successfully taken down the robust stag. As for the elaborate display and build-up, apologies. He had been too engrossed in battling the snowball to notice the excess theatrics. Lung Ting released his grip, gazing at the fallen stag, shaking his head to rid himself of the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. He instinctively looked up at the small figure in the tree, his dark green eyes glimmering with a subtle expectation, as if asking, "How was that? Did I not appear majestic?" Upon seeing Lung Ting glance his way, Yu Mao assumed he was beckoning him down and excitedly descended the tree trunk, chattering joyfully, "Amazing, Lung Ting. You caught it in one go. We'll have venison for dinner tonight." Lung Ting observed the exuberant rabbit circling the stag, showering him with praise for his prowess in capturing the plump creature. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, "What did you think of my performance?" he inquired. Yu Mao nodded vigorously. "Incredible. You bit it dead in one snap." Lung Ting felt perturbed. Did the little rabbit not notice the deliberate display of might, the powerful maneuvers intended to intimidate? Did he only see the final act? Displeased, he flicked his tail and felt as if his performance was wasted on someone blind to its artistry. Lowering his head, he picked up the stag, silently making his way back. Yu Mao hurried to keep up, continuing to chatter excitedly in his ear. "You ran so fast, I barely saw how you did it. And when you bit its neck, your movements were so crisp." Listening to these praises rooted solely in the outcome, Lingting felt increasingly disheartened. He responded with a muted grunt, resolving that next time he would revert to a more straightforward approach. After all, this dim-witted rabbit could hardly appreciate the beauty of the process he had so carefully showcased. Chapter 43. The leopard rabbit play upon returning to the cave. Lingting skillfully ignited a campfire, meticulously preparing the stout stag, selecting the most tender and juicy cuts from its legs to roast over the flames. Fat dripped into the fire, sizzling and crackling, as the rich aroma of meat soon permeated the entire cave. Yu Mao could hardly contain himself, squatting by the fire, his eyes glued to the gradually golden and fragrant venison, his little nose twitching as if inhaling deeply would quell his hunger. "Is it ready yet, Lingting?" Yu Mao urged, unable to remain still, his bottom seemingly perched on a bed of nails. Lingting, focused on turning the meat, did not lift his gaze, responding tersely, "Wait." But Yu Mao could not sit idly by. The allure of the scent was too great. He stood up and began to circle around Lingting and the fire. He leaned in to inspect the meat's color and then darted to the other side to inhale the aroma, chattering incessantly. "It seems like it's almost done. Wow, look at the grease. It's dripping so nicely. It must be delicious. Lingting, your cooking skills are amazing." He continued to whirl around, akin to a little top being whipped by a whip, his heart and eyes consumed by the impending feast. The glow of the campfire cast his busy figure onto the stone wall, flickering and dancing. As he turned and turned, perhaps intoxicated by the aroma of the roast, or perhaps simply too absorbed in his own spinning, Yu Mao suddenly felt the world around him start to whirl. Lingting's figure and the flickering flames blurred into one. His feet stumbled as he tried to steady himself, but he ended up wobbling drunkenly for another couple of spins before plopping down with a soft thud. The little rabbit had spun himself dizzy and collapsed onto the fur-covered ground, his head tilting, and he promptly fell asleep, soft snores emerging, a glistening droplet of saliva adorning his mouth. Lingting paused in his task of turning the meat, glancing down at the little rabbit who had been lively just a moment ago, now fast asleep. A flicker of astonishment crossed his dark green eyes. "Is he still hungry?" Lingting approached Yu Mao, bending down to sniff. The little rabbit was deeply entranced in slumber, a soft, fluffy bundle of relaxation. Lingting gently nudged him with his nose, but received no response. He extended his tongue and licked his cheek, yet Yu Mao merely mumbled something indistinct about meat, turned over, and continued sleeping. It appeared he had indeed spun himself dizzy. Lingting chose not to disturb him further and returned to the fire, focusing intently on the roast. He occasionally cast a glance at the sleeping rabbit sprawled out on the ground, ensuring he wouldn't roll too close to the flames. When a venison's exterior turned a golden crisp while remaining tender and juicy within, the rich aroma peaked. Perhaps the scent was simply too enticing. Yu Mao's nostrils twitched, and his long ears perked up, gradually awakening his senses. "Is it ready?" Yu Mao rubbed his eyes as he sat up, his gaze instinctively locking onto the feast. Lingting presented the largest piece of roasted venison, nearly the size of Yu Mao's own beastly form. The meat glistened with grease, its aroma intoxicating. Yu Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. All remnants of sleep vanished. With a jubilant cry, he disregarded the heat and lunged forward, gripping the massive roast with his paws. And with a delighted "ah-woo," he took a bite. "Wow, this is delicious. So good." Yu Mao puffed out a breath in response to the heat. Yet he clung to the meat, blowing on it while vigorously chewing, his cheeks puffed up with joy. Grease smeared across his face, but he paid it no mind. Lost in the bliss of this sumptuous feast, Lingting watched with amusement as the rabbit reveled in his satisfaction, tearing off a piece of meat for himself and savoring it leisurely. His gaze remained fixed on the rabbit, who was devouring a piece of meat larger than himself, utterly absorbed in the moment. In the cave, the fire crackled and the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. A black panther quietly indulges in its meal, while a rabbit joyfully gnaws on a massive roast. Sated, Yu Mao lazily sprawls on a warm animal hide. His small tongue meticulously grooms his forepaws, then travels to the back of his ears, fluffing and smoothing his yellow-white fur. As he licks, his gaze drifts to the seemingly slumbering Lung Ting beside him. The panther's dense coat gleams softly in the firelight, appearing exceptionally inviting to the touch. Instinctively, he inches closer, extending his pink tongue to gently lick the foreleg of Lung Ting, who is near him. Initially, it is an unconscious gesture imbued with affection. The tip of his tongue glides over the smooth fur, feeling the solid, warm muscle beneath. Lung Ting's ears begin to twitch, a low rumbling emanating from his throat. Yet he remains with his eyes closed. Yu Mao licks with focus, gradually moving from the sturdy forelimb upward, attending to the particularly thick and soft fur at the juncture of neck and shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere within the cave has subtly shifted. The rhythmic licking slows, infused with a sense of exploration and lingering. Yu Mao's breath inexplicably quickens, his warm exhalations cascading over Lung Ting's fur. He senses a strange heat and emptiness emanating from deep within, compelling him to draw closer to the source of warmth. Finally, Lung Ting opens his eyes. The deep green of his pupils, illuminated by the firelight, reveals an enigmatic undercurrent that Yu Mao cannot comprehend. No longer the passive recipient, Lung Ting turns his massive head, his barbed tongue now beginning to lick Yu Mao in return. This time, it is not the gentle, soothing caress of usual affection. The pressure is heavy and warm, repeatedly gliding over Yu Mao's ears, neck, and even the most vulnerable parts of his abdomen. The coarse sensation ignites a series of delicate shivers. Unable to restrain himself, Yu Mao emits a muffled whimper. Lung Ting calls out softly to Yu Mao, who instinctively begins to nuzzle closer, overwhelmed by the rising tide of impulse within him. Lung Ting's response is a deeper, hoarse growl. He rises, his immense form nearly enveloping Yu Mao, gently nudging him to flip over, leaving him lying on his back atop the soft hide. This position completely exposes Yu Mao, his round belly and more intimate areas laid bare. A veil of moisture clouds Yu Mao's bright eyes as he gazes up at the pair of predatory green eyes that fixate on him, his heart racing, devoid of fear, only a dizzying sensation akin to being swept away by a colossal wave. Lung Ting lowers his head, no longer merely licking, but lightly grasping the soft fur at the back of Yu Mao's neck with his teeth. This act carries a profound sense of possession. Yu Mao stiffens momentarily before softening, a faint sound escaping his throat. He feels Lung Ting's searing body enveloping him entirely, the weight nearly stealing his breath away, yet oddly providing a sense of reassurance. The crackling of the campfire continues, casting the intertwined silhouettes upon the stone wall, gently swaying with the flames. Primitive instincts reign supreme. The deep growls of the beast intertwining with Yu Mao's soft whimpers within the warmth of the cave until dawn breaks. Chapter 44. The Green-Lit Lion. After a night of exhaustion, Yu Mao sleeps deeply, rousing only in the afternoon. He yawns widely, emerging from his cozy nook, only to find the cave shrouded in silence, Lung Ting absent. He must have gone hunting. Yu Mao just glimpsed his fleeting shadow. Without a word, he wanders to the cave entrance and sits down. The sun outside has begun its descent, painting the snow in warm shades of orange. Yu Mao casually retrieves a potato from a nearby pile of ash, brushing it off with his paws before munching on it. Eyes trained on the direction from which Lung Ting usually returns, waiting quietly. The potato is slightly mushy and cool, not particularly appetizing, but sufficient to fill his belly. Halfway through his snack, he hears a familiar rustling near the cave entrance, and a small, yellow-headed figure breaks through the layer of dust. Yu Mao, you've finally woken up, Sway Sway exclaims excitedly, bouncing over, his little eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for you for ages. Yu Mao swallows the mouthful of potato and brushes off the crumbs on his paws. What is up? Any news? He is accustomed to Sway Sway's various bits of gossip, even looking forward to them, as there is little entertainment here. Sway Sway leans closer to the little rabbit, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Big news. Absolutely sensational news. It's about that Black Lion tribe to the east. Saidya? Yu Mao raises an eyebrow. recalling the uniquely aesthetic lion who is often bested by Long Ting. Yes, that SM, Sway Sway exclaims with palpable excitement. Guess what? He heard from somewhere that in the southern marshes, there's a kind of mud that glows, and if you smear it on yourself, you become particularly appealing to the opposite sex. Yu Mao pauses, his munching halting, and his lips twitch slightly. And then he actually went to get some. Sway Sway describes animatedly. And guess what happened? It wasn't glowing mud at all. It was some kind of secretions from a bug, all sticky and smelly. He smeared it all over himself, turning his sleek black mane into a hard, grayish mess. But at night, it indeed glowed green, resembling a walking bush. His lionesses were so repulsed that they kept their distance. Yu Mao bursts into laughter, nearly dropping the potato in his paws. Are you serious? He asks now, sporting a mane that glows green. Absolutely true. Sui Sui nods vigorously. I have a distant cousin living near their tribe who saw it with his own eyes. They say Saya was so furious he dug a big hole in the ground, roaring like thunder. Unfortunately, that stuff won't come off anytime soon. He'll have to wait for the shedding season. Yu Mao imagines the once majestic black lion, now adorned with a stiff, odoriferous mane glowing in the dark, raging helplessly in his territory, and he laughs uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. How does he keep falling for such absurdities? Yu Mao wipes away his laughter-induced tears, recalling the last time he stuck twigs in his mane, and now this glowing mud. How dissatisfied must he be with himself? Sway Sway chuckles along. Who knows? Anyway, now in his territory, no beast dares approach at night, fearing the green-maned Lion King. The two little creatures huddle together, sharing hearty laughter over Sa's misadventures, their bright voices echoing at the cave entrance. Once Yu Mao finishes the last bite of potato, he pats his belly, feeling particularly cheerful. He warmly invites Sway Sway to stay for dinner. Sway Sway agrees, having brought pine nuts with him for a snack before their meal. After dinner, and having seen off the chattering Sway Sway, Yu Mao lazily finds the coziest spot on Long Ting's soft, warm belly, spreading himself out like a rabbit pancake. However, tonight, he finds it difficult to sleep. The images Sway Sway described keep echoing in his mind. The imposing black lion with a mane that glows softly green in the dark is too striking, igniting a restless yearning within him. He turns over, gently pawing at the soft fur on Long Ting's abdomen. Long Ting, do you think Saya really glows now? Like green and all? Lang Ting, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, opens them at the question, the deep green of his pupils glimmering in the night. He shows little interest in the lion's misfortune, yet seeing the curious little rabbit before him elicits a low rumble from his throat, a response of sorts. Seeing Long Ting react, Yu Mao perks up, propping himself up and leaning closer to Long Ting's chin, whispering conspiratorially, "Shall we go see? I yearn to behold the green-maned lion with mine own eyes. It must be exceedingly fascinating." Long Ting remained silent, venturing into the territories of other beastmen, particularly to witness their blunders, did not align with his identity or code of conduct. Yet, he felt no compulsion for such principles. Let us proceed. Yu Mao instantly brightened, rolling with glee upon Long Ting's back. How splendid! With practiced ease, Yu Mao adjusted his position, his tiny paws gripping tightly onto Long Ting's neck fur. Off we go. Long Ting's silhouette blended seamlessly with the night, silently leaping from the cave and hastening toward the domain of the Saya lion pride. His steps were light and swift, leaving nearly no trace upon the snow, while the night breeze caressed his sleek form. Yu Mao lay upon his back, feeling the exhilarating rush of speed. His ears perked up with excitement, straining to see through the darkness. They skillfully circumvented the core activity area of the lion pride, approaching a rocky cliff where Saya often rested alone, as described by Sway Sway. Long Ting halted at a vantage point not far from the cliff, perfectly concealed by the shadows of the rocks. The view was splendid, allowing a clear sight of the large flat stone below. The moonlight, though dim, was sufficient to outline the immense silhouette sprawled upon the stone. It was none other than the black lion, Saya. He appeared listless, his massive head drooping upon his forepaws, and his once majestic black mane, as Sui Sui had described, was now in disarray, matted and devoid of its former luster. Is there truly nothing special? Yu Mao squinted for a long while, and aside from noting that the mane was indeed a bit dirty and messy, he saw no anticipated green glow, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed as he muttered softly. Just as his words faded, Saya seemed to shift slightly, adjusting the position of his head due to discomfort. In that very moment, some parts of his mane, smeared with luminous mud, rubbed together and surprisingly emitted a faint, eerie green glow. The light wasn't particularly strong, but against the backdrop of the pitch-black night, it appeared exceptionally vivid and comical. Chapter 45. Incompetent Fury Puff. Yu Mao abruptly covered his mouth with his paw to suppress a burst of laughter. His shoulders shook violently from the effort, nearly causing him to tumble from Lung Ting's back. The rabbit exclaimed in disbelief. It truly glows, and its green coupled with Saya's immense stature. The scene was simply unbelievable. Lung Ting, too, perceived the green light, a flicker of mild disdain passing through his dark green eyes. This foolish lion. Why is he so unkempt? How long has it been since he last cleaned himself? Rolling around in the snow should have done the trick. What a pitiful lion. He stood firm, allowing the little rabbit atop him to tremble with laughter. Saya seemed to sense something amiss, raising his head warily to scan the surrounding darkness, his nostrils flaring. However, he detected nothing, attributing it to the night breeze, and returned to his position with a disgruntled sigh, causing his green mane to shimmer once more. Yu Mao chuckled for quite a while, before finally managing to rein in his amusement. He wiped away the tears of laughter with his tiny paw and leaned closer to Lung Ting's ear, whispering, I saw it. Let us hurry back. If I watch any longer, my belly will ache from laughter. Lung Ting nodded silently, turning to blend once more into the night, retracing their steps towards their cave. On their return journey, Yu Mao remained perched upon Lung Ting's back, occasionally erupting with suppressed giggles. He felt that his nocturnal adventure had been immensely worthwhile. Listening to the laughter, Lung Ting began to ponder that perhaps Saya should remain in his filthy state. If the little rabbit was displeased, he would carry him to see it again. As they neared home, the thought of Saya's glowing green mane made Yu Mao chuckle involuntarily, his small body shaking atop Lung Ting. Upon finally reaching the cave, he nestled in his nook, yet his excitement disrupted his sleep, leaving him restless. Closing his eyes, the image of the green glowing lion surfaced in his mind, prompting an involuntary giggle. Each time he laughed, the previously slumbering Lung Ting would snap awake, his dark green eyes shifting towards him with curiosity. It's nothing. Yu Mao quickly stifled his laughter, burying his small head in the soft fur. Finding the mere thought too amusing, confirming that he had not bumped into anything, merely indulging in idle mirth, Lung Ting closed his eyes again. Thus, throughout the night, Yu Mao flickered like a faulty light bulb, occasionally erupting in laughter, causing Lung Ting to wake intermittently. This continued until the dawn approached, when Yu Mao finally succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lung Ting, disturbed by his antics, also found himself drifting into a rare deep sleep. Consequently, as the sun rose high in the sky, even beginning to slant towards the west, the leopard and rabbit in the cave slept soundly. Lung Ting's vast form rose and fell gently with each breath, while Yu Mao curled into a fluffy ball upon his belly, occasionally smacking his lips as if still amused by Saya in his dreams. When Yu Mao eventually awoke naturally, rubbing his eyes, he discovered that it was nearing dusk outside the cave. His stomach grumbled softly, but glancing at the still sleeping Lung Ting, he decided against waking the chef, opting instead for a quick snack of dried meat and leftover potatoes. He carefully climbed off Lung Ting's belly, retrieving the sun-dried meat and the remaining potatoes, munching slowly. Yet, within him, a restless urge stirred. He had not seen enough last night. He wished to return. When Lung Ting finally roused, the outside world had descended into complete darkness. Yu Mao immediately approached, his eyes sparkling like two little stars, employing the same tactic as before, pawing at him. Lung Ting, Lung Ting. Shall we go take another glance tonight? Just one peek. I promise I won't laugh out loud. Lung Ting regarded his insatiable demeanor, shaking his slightly tousled fur, ultimately rising in silence, once more assuming the role of steed and accomplice. They made their way to the familiar vantage point overlooking Saya's resting cliff. And under the now clearer moonlight, they indeed spotted the familiar massive figure once more. Saya appeared even more agitated than the previous night, incessantly scratching at his mane, which still emitted that eerie green glow, while a low, frustrated growl emanated from his throat. Yu Mao tightly covered his three-part mouth, allowing only faint giggles to escape his throat, his body trembling as he stifled his laughter. Lung Ting remained steadfast, his dark green eyes resembling two cold stars against the night. Perhaps Yu Mao's subtle movements seemed intrusive in the stillness of the night. Or perhaps Saya was particularly sensitive tonight. Just as Yu Mao was engrossed in the spectacle, Saya suddenly lifted his head, his enormous lion visage precisely turning towards their concealed position. Those golden pupils, illuminated by the moonlight, instantly locked onto the unnatural black silhouette on the high ground, along with the conspicuous patch of yellowish-white atop it. "Who is there?" Saya roared furiously. He recognized that loathsome presence. "Lung Ting, is that you? How dare you come to witness my humiliation?" Discovered. Yu Mao felt a surge of terror, his fur standing on end as he instinctively sought refuge deeper into Lung Ting's pelt. Lung Ting's reaction was remarkably composed. He did not flee immediately, merely adjusting his stance slightly to shield Yu Mao more securely in the shadow of his body. He gazed down upon the enraged Saya from his elevated position, his dark green eyes devoid of emotion, as if merely observing a farcical scene unrelated to himself. "I'll take you on, you wretched beast." Saya felt profoundly humiliated, especially as this embarrassing spectacle was witnessed by his sworn enemy. He propelled himself from the cliff, launching towards the high ground where Lung Ting stood, a whirlwind of fury accompanying him. "Ah!" Yu Mao exclaimed in fright, tightly closing his eyes and clutching onto Lung Ting's fur for dear life. Lung Ting remained as immovable as a mountain. It was not until Saya's colossal form surged forth with a thunderous force that he suddenly sidestepped, displaying an astonishing agility, precisely evading Saya's assault. Simultaneously, his long, black tail, akin to a steel whip, swept through the air. With a sharp crack, the tip of his tail struck squarely upon Saya's most vibrant and resilient tuft of green fur. A howl of pain and fury erupted from Saya as he stumbled forward, struggling to regain his footing, the spot where he had been struck igniting a fiery ache, dimming the luster of his green mane. He spun around, his golden eyes ablaze with indignation, fixing a fierce glare upon the now steady Lung Ting, who maintained his indifferent demeanor, alongside the foolish rabbit peeking from behind his back. "You!" Saya trembled with rage, yet he was acutely aware of his inability to best Lung Ting. The failed ambush had rendered him cautious, forbidding any rash actions. Lung Ting offered not even a glance in his direction, effortlessly carrying Yu Mao, then turning away to leap gracefully into the dense night, leaving Saya seething in impotent fury, unleashing a series of frustrated roars into the void. Chapter 46. The battle for territory on a rare, sunlit morning. The warmth dispelled the lingering chill of recent days. Lung Ting lounged at the mouth of the cave, basking in the sun, while Yu Mao sprawled beside him, limbs outstretched, relishing the comforting rays. At that moment, a young lion, appearing somewhat timid, ambled cautiously to the edge of Lung Ting's territory, halting at a distance, too fearful to approach further. Summoning his courage, he called out with a noticeably trembling roar, delivering a message from his leader. "Lung Ting, our leader, Saya, formally challenges you. We propose a duel at noon tomorrow, at the rocky shore where our territories meet." He swallowed nervously, continuing, "If our leader loses, he shall cede the marshland adjacent to your territory. Should you be defeated, we ask that you grant our leader an equally sized portion of land." Upon finishing, the young lion did not wait for a reply. He tucked his tail and fled, fearful of being torn apart if he lingered. Yu Mao sat up, astonished, turning to Lung Ting. "Saya, you want to fight you? And wager territory?" Recalling Saya's previous disheveled and furious state, he began to understand. This was a matter of wounded pride seeking retribution. Lingting slowly opened his eyes, his dark green irises betraying no emotion, as if the news he had just heard was merely a weather report. He replied, acknowledging the challenge. Yu Mao, however, felt a twinge of concern. He edged closer, nudging Lingting's foreleg with his paw. Darling, are you confident? Saya seems formidable, despite his faith in Lingting's strength. The stakes of the territorial wager weighed heavily on him. Lowering his gaze to meet the worried eyes of the little rabbit, Lingting felt a surge of confidence. Just the term darling assured him of his victory. How foolish of Saya to come to him, seeking to establish dominance. Splendid. He would not only triumph, but do so decisively, resoundingly, and without doubt. He intended for Yu Mao to witness firsthand how he would thoroughly crush the arrogant lion. He wished for Yu Mao to recognize who truly reigned as the strongest in this land. Only then would the little rabbit wholeheartedly commit to his side. This thought ignited a fervor within Lingting. He extended his tongue, delicately licking Yu Mao's trembling ears, his voice imbued with undeniable certainty. Do not worry. Rising to his full stature, the sunlight glinted off his sleek black coat, his imposing frame radiating strength. He gazed toward Saya's territory, the flames of battle igniting for the first time in his emerald eyes. Yet within those flames lay a hidden calculation meant solely for one rabbit. I will win, Lingting declared, stating an established fact. Observing his demeanor, which exuded an air of control, Yu Mao's worries evaporated. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in you. You will surely make his green mane fall flat. The encouragement from the little rabbit elicited a series of amused growls from Lingting. Tomorrow, at the rocky shore, he would not only claim the marshland, but also solidify an indelible mark of strength in Yu Mao's heart. He aimed to prove that remaining by his side was the most prudent and secure choice. This challenge arrived at precisely the right moment. Externally, Yu Mao maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally, he was profoundly concerned about the unexpected duel. It was not that he doubted Lingting's strength. In his heart, the prowess of this Black Panther was beyond question. His fear lay in the possibility of defeat. What if Lingting truly lost, given his cool demeanor and prideful nature? Would he succumb to despair and never recover? For Yu Mao, the size of the territory was inconsequential. Having struggled through the apocalypse, his concept of home was simple. As long as Lingting remained, even if they lost, they could relocate and dig new burrows. Life would continue. He could not bear to see Lingting despondent. That would hurt him more than facing hunger and cold himself. Thus, he felt compelled to act. Unable to directly intervene, he resolved to offer unwavering support. In the following days, Yu Mao busied himself immensely. He rummaged through his small stockpile, presenting Lingting with the finest provisions, dried meats, tubers, and fruits, urging him to eat. Under the guise of preparing for battle. At night, he nestled close to Lingting, curling into a warm ball of fur, ensuring his presence was comforting. He even secretly devised contingency plans. Should Lingting lose, he contemplated which direction would be best for digging a new burrow, identifying areas with adequate water sources and plants that could swiftly replenish energy. Of course, he shared none of this with Lingting. When Sui learned of the news, he excitedly rushed over under the moonlight, eager to cheer for Yu Mao and Lingting during the duel. He offered to mobilize his underground network to rally more friends to support them. Yet, Yu Mao firmly declined. You must not go, he said, restraining the enthusiastic Sui with a rare seriousness. Stay home and await the news. Confused, Sui asked why not. More beasts cheering can intimidate the opponent. Yu Mao shook his head, his red eyes reflecting clear consideration. Saya is small-minded and holds grudges. If you openly support me and Lingting, he will surely come to resent you as well. In future endeavors, if he or his lion subordinates target you, it could be perilous. I cannot let my troubles endanger my only good friend. Sui paused, recognizing the sincerity in Yu Mao's gaze, and felt warmth in his heart. He patted Yu Mao with his small paw. All right, I will heed your advice, but you must be careful. Rest assured. Yu Mao resumed his carefree demeanor, shaking his ears. I will merely be a cheerleader, urging Lingting on as he takes down that green-maned lion. Though he spoke lightly, his resolve was firm. Tomorrow, He would not only cheer, but also keenly observe every graceful move Lung Ting made. If Lung Ting emerged victorious, he would lavish him with praise. If he lost, well, he would find a way to uplift him, assuring him that territory was inconsequential as long as he remained. He would eat well, sleep soundly, and gather his strength. Yu Mao prepared himself with great anticipation, ready to confront the crucial duel tomorrow that would greatly affect his beloved Bao's mood and reputation. Chapter 47. The final battle of the day of the duel arrived, with the midday sun shining directly upon the battlefield of the great stone beach, illuminating the grayish-white rocks. The pride of lions led by Saya nearly emptied their den, scattered around the edges of the battlefield, creating an invisible pressure. The male and female lions squatted or lay in wait, their golden eyes filled with scrutiny and expectation, focused on the center of the arena. This was the most significant battle for their pride, and with Saya likely to lose, they could not afford to falter in spirit. Saya had long been waiting there, evidently having prepared meticulously for this duel. His mane was carefully groomed, presenting a voluminous, explosive appearance, and his massive body was muscular and brimming with power. He paced back and forth, a blend of anxiety and resolute determination coursing through him. For he had diligently trained during this time to redeem himself from past disgrace. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared at the far end of the battlefield like a specter. Lung Ting had arrived. He walked with a leisurely stride, each step steady and powerful, his sleek black fur glistening healthily under the sun, muscles flowing with explosive strength. His dark green eyes were calm, as if this were merely a casual stroll rather than a battle for territory. He barely glanced at the tense pride of lions across from him, his gaze fixed directly on Saya at the center of the arena. Not far behind him, perched on a relatively flat rock at the edge of the battlefield, sat a conspicuously yellow-white rabbit. Yu Mao straightened his small chest, striving to appear more imposing. Upon seeing Lung Ting's arrival, he waved his tiny paws and shouted with all his might, "Lung Ting, you can do it. You're the best." The crisp sound of the rabbit's cheer echoed starkly in the relatively quiet Great Stone Beach, drawing the attention of several lions. Saya's nostrils flared in anger as he shot a fierce glare at the oblivious rabbit. From then on, that rabbit would become one of his most despised creatures. "Roar! You dare to roar at me?" Lung Ting bared his teeth and charged forward, as he was never one to hesitate when action was required. Yu Mao instinctively shrank back at Saya's glare, but recalling that he had already offended him, he found his courage again. He took a deep breath and began his role as cheerleader, not only encouraging but also delivering psychological jabs. "Lung Ting, strike him. Aim for that glowing green fur of his. Saya, can you keep up? Are you hungry or something?" Oh no, that last dodge by Lung Ting was stunning. It was as graceful as a dance. TSK, Saya, what is up with your mane? Did you roll around in a swamp before the fight? The stench is wafting over here. As he shouted, he closely monitored the battle's progress. He cheered as Lung Ting skillfully evaded Saya's fierce pounces, and he mocked whenever Saya's attacks missed, for words cost nothing. He would use them to irritate as he pleased. Saya was nearly driven to madness. Not only did he feel the pressure of facing Lung Ting, but now there was a rabbit buzzing around like a fly, targeting his sore spots. He repeatedly considered rushing over to squash that wretched rabbit, only to be intercepted by Lung Ting, which led to even more painful scratches as he became distracted. "Shut up, you detestable rabbit." After a particularly clumsy roll, Saya could no longer contain his rage and roared in Yu Mao's direction. Yu Mao jumped at the roar, but quickly regained his enthusiasm upon witnessing Lung Ting land a sharp claw on Saya's shoulder blade, leaving several bloody marks. He immediately shouted even louder, "Wow! Lung Ting is amazing. Let him roar. Let him be distracted. He deserves it. Saya, focus on the fight. At this rate, that precious tuft of green fur of yours will be yanked out." His voice was sharp and bright, reverberating across the entire Great Stone Beach. Even the watching pride of lions grew restless, with several lionesses casting unkind glances at Yu Mao. Yet Yu Mao was undeterred. He fixated on the agile black figure in the arena, watching as Lung Ting adeptly dodged and countered Saya's frenzied attacks with crisp and powerful movements, filled with grace. His cheers grew more fervent, as if he aimed to convey all his support and trust through his shouts to the Black Panther in the arena. Though Lung Ting maintained a stoic expression, a faint smile flickered in the depths of his dark green eyes upon hearing the rabbit's obviously biased and admiring cheers. The little rabbit clearly cared about his public image. Otherwise, he would have found it amusing to laugh at the situation. His strikes became increasingly fierce, each lunge carrying a greater sense of pressure. Saya, driven by a murderous intent towards his rabbit, found the pride following their leader's lead. This duel was to be Saya's end. Without Saya, the pride would descend into chaos, and he would systematically eliminate them one by one. Under the relentless assault from Lung Ting and the psychological interference from Yu Mao, Saya became increasingly beleaguered, signs of defeat becoming apparent. Yu Mao watched this unfold with delight, cheering even more vigorously. Today he, the cheerleader rabbit, was performing extraordinarily well. Lung Lin had secretly arrived, hoping for Lung Ting's demise. But only at his own hands. Should Lung Ting fall, he would rush out to finish off Saya. The strong would reign supreme. Killing one strong foe would elevate his status, and no one would care how the previous strong one had met their end. Ying Tan hid behind Lung Lin, furious that Lung Lin had dared to tempt him, and he had foolishly allowed it to happen, which led to him lowering his guard and letting Lung Lin escape. Lung Ting would not lose. This panther was a hybrid, a descendant of the Black Panther and the blue longland coral snake. He knew Lung Ting's venom was far more complex than mere paralysis. Among the lionesses, the youngest one, who had recently joined the pride and had captured Saya's attention with her beauty, stealthily detached herself from a pride. She would not allow her king to be mocked by a rabbit and aimed to eliminate that rabbit. Mima quietly approached Yu Mao from behind, poised to attack. But Yu Mao bolted as he discovered a hole beneath the stone. He had worked with Sui Sui to dig a tunnel, specifically to counter the pride's potential ambush. This was the beast world, where slaughter was commonplace, and the concept of morality did not exist. Lung Ting, the lioness is coming for me. Upon hearing this news, Lung Ting went berserk. He had known that no lion was trustworthy. Saya had to die today. The lioness leader was furious. She had warned the lionesses not to interfere while Saya battled Lung Ting, not to stir up trouble, and to wait for another day to seek revenge. In this realm of beasts, everyone knew that the Black Panther Lung Ting had a fierce vendetta. Anger him, it would be a fight to the death, with no survivors among his enemies. Follow my command, and look for a chance to flee. Chapter 48. The new Lion Pride leader is a clever lion. The outcome of the duel was swift and brutal. Lung Ting sliced through the air like a true black lightning bolt, his sharp fangs piercing precisely through the lion's most vulnerable throat. Sa ipsilona's massive body convulsed violently. His golden eyes, once ablaze with fury and resentment, instantly lost all their luster as he collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Blood gushed from his neck, swiftly staining the earth below. The entire great stone beach plunged into silence. Soon after, a tremendous commotion erupted among the pride. The death of the leader signified a power vacuum and a complete upheaval of order. Several strong male lions, who had long coveted the leader's position, issued threatening growls almost instantaneously, eyeing one another warily as the air thickened with the scent of fresh blood. The lionesses emitted uneasy cries, some attempting to approach Saya's lifeless body, while others instinctively protected their young, causing the entire pride to spiral into chaos. With no one paying attention to the victor and the boisterous rabbit, Lung Ting released his grip, shaking his head to flick away the blood staining his lips. He paid no heed to the pride of lions on the verge of civil strife, turning instead to stride steadily towards a large stone at the battlefield's edge. Yu Mao remained in a posture of wild excitement, his small mouth slightly agape, clearly still in shock from the abrupt conclusion of the encounter. It was only when Lung Ting approached him, lowering his head to meet Yu Mao's gaze with his dark green eyes still tinged with the remnants of battle, that Yu Mao suddenly snapped back to reality. He dashed out of the cave, swiftly climbed onto Lung Ting's back, gripping his fur tightly, his voice quivering with exhilaration as he launched into a stream of praise. Lung Ting, you were extraordinary. My heavens. Just like that, it was all over. Did you see? He was no match for you at all. How could your movements be so swift, so elegant? You are my most revered leopard, without exception. He nestled close to Lung Ting's ear, chattering incessantly, showering him with every compliment he could muster, his eyes sparkling with unabashed pride and excitement, as if he himself had triumphed in the duel. With this exuberant rabbit still babbling away in his ear, Lung Ting turned away from the stone-strewn battlefield, soon to be shrouded in the bloodshed of internal conflict. He held no interest in the chaos of the lion pride. The marshland he had just claimed could wait for his attention. Just as they were about to vanish into the shadows of the forest, Lung Ting paused momentarily. His cold, dark green pupils scanned a distant crevice concealed by thick, withered vines and shadows with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. His gaze lingered there for less than half a second before he nonchalantly withdrew it, continuing on his path. Yet within him, a silent scoff echoed. Cold Lin, that fool who fancied himself well hidden, believing he could benefit from lurking in the dark? Or perhaps he merely wished to see if Lung Ting would sustain any injuries during the duel, hoping to seize an opportunity? Such foolishness and naivety. Lung Ting could hardly be bothered to expose him. This snake in the gutter was hardly worth the effort right after a battle. However, that did not imply he would let him off easily. A chilling smirk crept across Lung Ting's lips. It seemed time to inadvertently inform the eagle's den of a bothersome black python lurking stealthily at the edge of his territory, seemingly quite interested in the hungry younglings nestled within the nest. This lesson would undoubtedly be profound. He steadily made his way home, carrying the still chattering rabbit, lost in the glory of his victory. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting elongated shadows of their figures. The tumult and bloodshed behind them bore no relation to the joyous little rabbit atop his back. He only needed to focus on flattery and happiness. The rest was his responsibility. The internal strife of the lion pride continued for several days, ultimately culminating in a younger, more composed and astute lion ascending to the leadership position, treading over the blood of his competitors. He was Saya's brother, named Su'er. Su'er understood well that the currently weakened pride stood no chance against the Black Panther that had dispatched his brother with ease. Revenge was foolish. The immediate priority was to stabilize the situation and ensure the survival of their kin. One morning, Su'er ventured alone to the edge of Lung Ting's territory. He did not shrink back like the previous young lion, nor did he display any semblance of provocation. He simply stood there quietly, waiting. Lung Ting soon appeared, his black silhouette emanating an invisible pressure. Yu Mao remained perched atop him, curiously observing the new Lion King. Su'er lowered his head, a gesture of humility and absence of hostility. He spoke, his voice steady and clear. Lung Ting, I am the new leader of the pride, sir. I apologize for the previous offenses and challenges posed by my brother. Lung Ting remained silent, his dark green eyes calmly fixed on him, awaiting further discourse. Su'er continued, on behalf of my kin, I wish to propose an agreement. We pledge never to encroach upon your territory, including the newly acquired marshland. He paused in exchange. I hope you will allow my pride to live safely outside your domain. This proposal sounded as though it relegated the lion pride to the shadow of Lung Ting, lacking any reciprocal terms, nearly a one-sided submission and guarantee. Yet Sir understood that in the face of absolute power, notions of fairness held no significance. Survival was paramount. As long as Lung Ting did not initiate a purge, they could gradually recover within the remnants of their territory. Lung Ting remained mute, his gaze lingering on Su'er for a moment, seemingly assessing his sincerity and worth. A lion who understood the importance of timing and was willing to yield was undoubtedly more manageable than a fool who only knew brute force. Agreed, Lung Ting finally spoke. His tone icy, trespassers shall die. Those 5 simple words etched themselves into the agreement. Su'er breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his head. Once more, I understand. We will uphold the pact. He refrained from saying more and turned to leave, his back carrying a hint of relief, yet burdened with the weight of his entire kin's future. Yu Mao watched Su'er depart, scratching at Lung Ting's ear with his small paw. Is that it? He is certainly much smarter than his brother. Lung Ting flicked his tail in response. He held no interest in the power shifts within the pride. As long as they maintained their distance and did not disturb him and his rabbit, he was indifferent. This unequal pact merely eliminated a potential nuisance and delineated clearer boundaries for him. For Su'er and his pride, it represented an exchange of dignity and partial freedom for the chance to breathe and survive. At the very least, as long as they did not encroach upon the black territory, he and his little sisters would be safe. The law of the jungle is one of survival of the fittest. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise, and Sir made the most advantageous choice for his kin. Meanwhile, Lung Ting relished the tranquility. Chapter 49. The annoying creature that disturbs the rabbit life returned to a semblance of calm, or rather, a different kind of lively tranquility. Having resolved external troubles, Lung Ting seemed to have redirected his boundless energy towards playfully tormenting his little rabbit. This once aloof, in his own estimation, and ferocious, universally acknowledged, Black Panther appeared to have flipped a peculiar switch, becoming unusually fond of mischief. Yu Mao lay on a pelt mat, blissfully counting the sun-dried jerky and berry preserves, contemplating his provisions for the upcoming days. This was a daily ritual for him. Counting supplies brought joy to the rabbit. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, and before he could react, a wet, spiny tongue slathered him from head to back, tangling his meticulously groomed fur and leaving a face smeared with saliva. Lang Ting? Yu Mao's ears perked up with indignation as he turned to glare. The culprit sauntered away as if nothing had happened, lying down with an expression of innocent delight in his dark green eyes. For instance, when Yu Mao painstakingly dug a perfect hole to bury some potatoes and eggs, intending to retrieve fresh food in a couple of days. Just as he placed the items inside, a black paw gently prodded the soil, unearthing the buried treasures. Each time Yu Mao attempted to rebury them, the paw would nudge the soil aside, sending the food rolling out again. Frustration mounted as Yu Mao hopped up and down in anger, while the mischievous panther wagged his tail, wearing an expression that suggested he was merely assisting in verifying the integrity of the burial. On one particularly outrageous occasion, Lung Ting gifted Yu Mao a particularly sweet frozen fruit. Yu Mao, reluctant to consume it immediately, carefully hid it beneath the softest hay in his nest. However, upon returning from a stroll with Sway Sway, he discovered that his precious fruit had vanished, only to find Lung Ting leisurely chewing on something not far away, the remnants of familiar juice staining his lips. Lang Ting? Yu Mao was furious, his entire body bristling with agitation, eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. That was my treasure. Hidden away, how could you do this? Lung Ting swallowed the last morsel, flicked his tail dismissively, and replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Oh, I just saw it and ate it. The frozen fruits gifted by the groundhog were mediocre, lacking the sweetness of those he had discovered himself. He consumed the unpalatable ones, allowing Yu Mao to relish his frozen delicacies instead. Yu Mao was on the verge of apoplexy. This leopard, previously merely ill-tempered, had now become both malevolent and childish. How utterly unprincipled. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Yu Mao issued a grave warning. Lang Ting whimpered pathetically, while the little rabbit hopped over to lick his fur in consolation. What was wrong with the leopard? Leopards were merely large cats, after all. This gesture created a false impression for Lung Ting, who believed that the little rabbit was not truly angry. The weather was pleasant, and Yu Mao was squatting at the entrance of his burrow, basking in the sunlight. Lung Ting stealthily approached and, with his icy nose, suddenly nudged the fluffy tip of the rabbit's tail. Startled, Yu Mao sprang 3 feet into the air from this unexpected assault, heart racing upon landing. He turned to face Lung Ting, who wore an expression that suggested innocence, and the pent-up fury and grievance within him reached a boiling point. You are utterly outrageous. Yu Mao's ears trembled violently with rage. How could there be such a mischievous leopard? Childish, tiresome, and utterly unscrupulous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, to the point that his eyes began to redden. Unable to fight back or articulate his feelings, what else could he do? I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Yu Mao stamped his foot vehemently and turned, diving into his burrow, even using his paws to further secure the grass at the entrance, completely shutting out the world. He lay in his cozy nest, filled with soft fur and fragrant herbs. Burying his head deep within, his small body trembling with anger. Outside, he could vaguely hear Lung Ting scratching at the dry grass at the burrow's entrance, accompanied by soft calls. Yu Mao covered his ears, resolute in his decision to remain inside unless that mischievous leopard acknowledged his fault and promised not to tease him again. Otherwise, he would not venture out. Let him play alone in the empty cave. Outside, Lung Ting gazed at the tightly blocked rabbit burrow, his large head tilting in confusion. The delight of having successfully pranked the rabbit gradually morphed into a hint of bewilderment. Was the little rabbit truly upset? He lowered his head and gently nudged the pile of dry grass with his nose, but received no response. He attempted a low growl, only to be met with silence once more. Lung Ting paced in circles, his tail flicking with unease. Initially, he had merely found the rabbit's reactions amusing, wishing to tease him, never anticipating that it would lead to Yu Mao hiding away in discontent. What should he do now? The leopard's lamentations were silent, unlike before, as the little rabbit did not emerge. He needed to find a way to appease him. But how could he comfort a rabbit? His skills lay solely in hunting, fighting, and marking territory. What does one do to soothe a rabbit? His first thought was of food. The little rabbit adored sweets and novel delights. Yes, fruits. Sweet frozen fruits. Lung Ting sprang into action, his dark silhouette weaving through the winter forest with heightened seriousness, more so than during hunts. He was no longer content with merely finding fruits. He meticulously sought the largest, ripest, and brightest frozen berries. He even ventured into areas frequented by other beasts, all in pursuit of fruits that Yu Mao might not have tasted. Soon, a small pile of colorful, glistening frozen fruits lay at the entrance of Yu Mao's burrow. Lung Ting lay nearby, his gaze fixed on the burrow's opening. After a considerable wait, the dry grass remained still. He pondered, perhaps mere food was insufficient. He recalled that whenever Sway upset Yu Mao, she would chatter nearby with kind words. Thus, the imposing black leopard embarked on his first earnest attempt at an apology. He approached the small burrow entrance, striving to lower his typically intimidating voice, murmuring to the inside, "Yu Mao, there are fruits. Sweet fruit. I promise not to bother you anymore. Please forgive me, will you?" His vocabulary was limited, repeating only a few phrases, his tone rigid, more akin to a report than an apology. Yet he spoke with utmost sincerity, his dark green eyes fixed intently on the burrow entrance. Seeing no movement, Lung Ting began to roll around, exposing his belly, knowing that the little rabbit enjoyed resting atop him. From now on, the leopard would not groom his fur, dig holes, or consume the fruits Yu Mao had hidden. He recounted the grievances Yu Mao had shared, clumsily making promises, attempting to shove his large head into the burrow. He found it obstructed by the pile of dry grass and branches, preventing him from seeing the little rabbit. Inside the burrow, Yu Mao had, from the moment he furiously retreated, stuffed his long ears with two soft tufts of fur, effectively blocking out the world. Silence enveloped him. He lay comfortably in his nest, ready to enjoy a good sleep. Whether it was the frozen fruits Lung Ting had painstakingly gathered or the black leopard's first stammered apologies, he was blissfully unaware of it all. His small belly rose and fell with each breath, occasionally smacking his lips, perhaps still dreaming of battling the mischievous leopard, mumbling indistinctly about a naughty child. After a lengthy period of earnest entreaties, Lung Ting, parched and weary, noticed that there was still no response from within. Confused, he tilted his head and began to listen intently. Was it a sound of snoring? Very faint, yet steady. The rabbit was even muttering in its sleep, scolding him. Lung Ting planned to venture out to hunt, waiting for the little rabbit to awaken for a meal, but the entrance was too narrow, and he found himself stuck. It was not a significant issue, as a little effort would free him, yet he chose to remain lodged there. The little rabbit was tender-hearted. When he awoke to find this scene, he would surely feel pity. Chapter 50. The affectionate leopard, Yu Mao, slept deeply, erasing all the pent-up frustration of the past few days. As he languidly stretched, he removed the tufts of fur from his ears, shook his coat, and prepared to venture out in search of food. Navigating around the branches and dry grass that provided him with a sense of security, he poked his head out, only to freeze in shock. The entrance was blocked. No, not blocked. A colossal, furry black leopard head was wedged snugly at the burrow's opening. Those iconic green eyes were fixed on him, blinking slowly, glistening with an indefinable sense of grievance. Were they shimmering with physiological tears from being stuck too long? Or had the leopard been crying? Yu Mao's mind went blank for a moment. Leng Ting? How had his head become wedged in this burrow, so pathetically small for him? How long had he been caught? Had he been stuck since Yu Mao fell asleep? This thought tugged painfully at Yu Mao's heart. He immediately forgot all previous declarations of anger, replaced instead with urgency and concern. Leng Ting, your head. Yu Mao scrambled over, his small paws cautiously brushing against the black fur caught at the edge of the burrow. How did you get stuck? Does it hurt? Please don't move. I'll find a way to help you out. He paced anxiously, knowing that the burrow had been excavated to be narrow and winding to deter Leng Ting, and that the effort required for him to force his head inside must have been considerable, likely resulting in the loss of some fur. He must be in great pain. Seeing those steadfast green eyes silently fixed on him filled Yu Mao with a mix of tenderness and a slight pang of sweetness. He leaned closer, extending his small pink tongue, gently licking the forehead and cheeks of Leng Ting, who was stuck at the burrow entrance. His actions were exceedingly gentle, as though soothing an injured big cat. I apologize for my previous avoidance. I should not have concealed myself from you. Yu Mao, while gently licking, murmured softly, laden with remorse, expressing concern for your discomfort. Let's take our time. There is no need to rush. Leng Ting felt the tender warmth of the touch on his forehead and listened to the little rabbit's tearful apology, emitting a faint, choked whimper from his throat. He did not struggle or attempt to speak, allowing Yu Mao to carefully lick him, his deep green eyes fixed intently upon Yu Mao's face, swirling with complex emotions. The little rabbit loved him. As Yu Mao continued to lick, he suddenly found the scene before him oddly familiar. In a long-ago apocalypse, he had envied those who could keep pets, especially cats. He found their proud yet affectionate demeanor, along with their soft, fluffy fur, particularly healing. Unfortunately, he was barely surviving himself and could not afford such a luxury. Now, however, he gazed at the large creature before him, still fundamentally a feline. Peering at him with a pitiful expression, its head stuck at the entrance of his burrow, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. Was this not the very big cat he had longed to have, but was never able to? Though this feline had a mischievous temperament, loved to play pranks, fought fiercely, and often sought to keep him close, at this moment, seeing it stuck and in pain, yet silent, brought a wave of sympathy that softened Yu Mao's heart. It was not merely pity. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction and responsibility in having this magnificent cat. It's all right, no need to fear. Yu Mao's tone unconsciously grew gentler. Let me see how I can help you. Could you try to pull back, just a little? Slowly, he directed, gently nudging the part of Leng Ting's head that was trapped, attempting to find an angle for his escape. Leng Ting complied with the little rabbit's guidance, moving his massive head with utmost caution, yet his gaze never left Yu Mao. In his eyes, a mixture of grievance and an almost insatiable dependence was evident. While assisting him, Yu Mao could not help but silently chuckle to himself, realizing that not only had he been forgiven, but he seemed to have become even more indispensable. After all, he was his beloved big cat. With Yu Mao's efforts, Leng Ting's head finally emerged, and Yu Mao began to fervently groom him, finally understanding why he was so willing to do so for Leng Ting. This was a delightful experience of petting a cat. Once he accepted this notion, there was no turning back. While he had forgiven the cat, it was crucial to instill some lessons. Otherwise, the big cat might take advantage of him in the future. You must not cause trouble anymore. You are so large, and I am but a small rabbit, he said while gesturing. You must be mindful of your strength. Also, we need someone responsible at home. All right, I will heed your words, Leng Ting replied, rolling onto his back and gently nudging Yu Mao with his head, displaying his affection. The little rabbit adored his displays of affection. Yu Mao nodded, beginning to nibble on frozen fruits, savoring their delightful sweetness. He hid 2 pieces, planning to share them with Sway Sway when he arrived. Next time, do not squeeze into the burrow. Crunch, 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 you're all muscle, and I am tiny. Crunch, 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 you cannot fit. Leng Ting nodded, The big cat understood his misstep. He would relocate and block the entrance to the burrow. As the weather gradually warmed, the snow had not yet completely melted, but the midday sun brought a long-awaited warmth. Outside the burrow, the melting snow water dripped rhythmically, creating a melodious sound. Yu Mao transformed back into his rabbit form, sprawling out like a delicate yellow-white pancake, comfortably basking on a sunlit, warm stone at the burrow's entrance. He squinted his eyes, his ears drooping contentedly, relishing the sun's rays penetrating through his fur, dispelling the chill accumulated throughout winter. Long Ting lay a short distance beside him, his massive black form resembling a silent mountain, shielding him from the occasional cool breeze while allowing the sunlight to grace Yu Mao. With half-closed green eyes, he too relished this rare moment of leisure. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the blissfully warm, defenseless plump rabbit, especially the little white fluff of a tail that quivered with each breath, resembling a delicate cotton ball. Once that thought crossed his mind, it became irresistible. Long Ting hesitated momentarily, but succumbed to his instincts. He extended his enormous paw, equipped with thick pads and sharp claws, tentatively touching the fluffy tail with the softest part of his paw. It was furry, soft, warm from the sun, and exuded a unique scent of cleanliness and warmth from the little rabbit. The sensation was exquisite. Unable to resist, Long Ting rubbed his paw against it again. Yu Mao, basking in the sun, suddenly felt an odd sensation at the base of his tail. It was neither cold nor painful, but rather a ticklish, strange feeling that was indescribably delightful, as if a feather had lightly brushed against his most sensitive tailbone. He jolted, his entire body quivering, ears perking up in surprise. Turning around, he met Long Ting's eyes that feigned innocence, accompanied by his partially retracted paw and the pitifully squished little tail beneath it. Lang Ting? Yu Mao exclaimed with displeasure, his voice tinged with annoyance and a hint of embarrassment. He spun around, propping himself up on his hind legs, paws on his hips, glaring indignantly at the instigator. Why'd you touch my tail again? The sensation was so peculiar that it sent shivers down his spine. Seeing his intense reaction, Long Ting retracted his paw, his green eyes reflecting confusion and innocence. He merely found it delightful to touch. Why was the little rabbit so upset? However, he remained silent, pulling his paw back to rest before him, chin resting atop, continuing to gaze at Yu Mao, as if to ask, what is wrong with a little touch? Yu Mao, infuriated by Long Ting's unapologetic demeanor, stomped his hind leg on the warm stone, producing a deep thud, attempting to emphasize his dissatisfaction. The tail is not to be touched indiscriminately. It feels so strange. The little rabbit attempted to articulate, but the elusive sensation left him at a loss for words. So he could only reiterate the outcome. It was simply unacceptable. If you touch it again, I will bite your paw. He bared his prominent front teeth, feigning a fierce expression. Long Ting observed the little rabbit's erect ears, his round body trembling from the stomping, and that not-so-intimidating yet adorably fierce display. Emitting a chuckle from his throat, he found himself more inclined to touch again. Yet, recalling the previous incident when he had upset the little rabbit to the point of retreating into the burrow, he restrained his eager paw, leaning his head forward instead to gently nuzzle Yu Mao's slightly puffy cheek with his cold nose, an act that held a hint of appeasement. Yu Mao shivered at the touch of his cool nose. The inexplicable irritation seemed to dissipate significantly. He huffed, returning to his position on the stone, but this time purposefully shifting his rear and fluffy tail away from Long Ting, using his paws to tuck his tail beneath himself, revealing only a small tip of white. No more touching, the little rabbit warned again, then closed his eyes to continue enjoying the sunbath, though his ears remained alert, ready to guard against the mischief of a certain big cat's paw. Long Ting observed the little rabbit's contradictory demeanor of vigilance and relaxation, and the mirth in his eyes deepened further. He no longer attempted to approach that forbidden zone, instead quietly lying down, his gaze lingering on the small white fluff that occasionally peeked out from beneath him with each breath. The leopard adored the rabbit's tail. Long Ting's restraint faltered in the face of such plush temptation so close at hand. He observed Yu Mao gradually relaxing, his vigilance dissipating. while the suppressed, wicked thoughts within him began to stir once more. Surely, directly touching the tail would elicit a reprimand. Perhaps there was an alternative approach? Yu Mao, squinting and on the verge of dozing off again, suddenly felt a massive shadow envelop him entirely, followed by a heavy weight pressing down. Ugh! The little rabbit was caught off guard, letting out a soft grunt as it was instantaneously buried beneath a thick expanse of smooth black fur. It was Lung Ting. This rascal had actually laid his head and half of his chest on top of him. Lung Ting, get up. You're crushing me, Yu Mao exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger, his short legs futilely kicking beneath Lung Ting's fur, attempting to push this colossal mountain away. Unfortunately, his strength was utterly insignificant compared to that of Lung Ting. Not only did Lung Ting remain unmoved, but he adjusted his position, resting his massive head more comfortably near Yu Mao's soft belly, even allowing one paw to gently encircle the squirming warm bundle. Then he made a move that left Yu Mao frozen in shock. Lung Ting lowered his head and buried his nose deep in the soft fluff of Yu Mao's neck and back, inhaling deeply and slowly. Yu Mao felt as if he would turn to stone. What was happening? What were you doing? His voice had taken on a higher pitch. Lung Ting raised his head from the furry sea, his dark green eyes narrowing with satisfaction, emitting a contented purr as he boldly provided an answer that nearly knocked the breath out of Yu Mao. Sucking rabbit. Sucking rabbit? Yu Mao was utterly flabbergasted by these peculiar words and actions from the leopard. I didn't ask you to suck. Angered and with ears flushed, Yu Mao exerted all his strength to struggle. Get off me, do you hear? You rogue leopard. Yet, to Lung Ting, his struggles seemed akin to a mere massage. Not only did Lung Ting not loosen his grip, but he buried his head back into the fur, this time even extending his barbed tongue to lick Yu Mao's forehead and the base of his ears, as if savoring a delightful delicacy. Don't lick. It tickles. Yu Mao squealed, writhing even more. All he wanted was to bask in the sun. Why did this leopard have to disturb him? Frustration. Lung Ting appeared to have unlocked a new world, completely engrossed in it. The massive black panther lay sideways at the cave entrance, encircling the squirming yellow-white fluff in his embrace, occasionally rubbing his head against the rabbit, burying his nose to take a sniff, his purring unceasing, radiating an aura of blissful anger. Initially, Yu Mao struggled vigorously, cursing and swearing, but he soon realized it was futile. The sheer strength of this leopard was astounding, his resolve unwavering. Yu Mao's little arms and legs could scarcely budge him an inch. Exhausted from the struggle and drained from cursing, Yu Mao collapsed in the embrace of Lung Ting's fur and arm, surrendering to the inevitable. He stared into those nearly touching, contented green eyes, gritting his teeth as he muttered under his breath, "Pervert, childish fool, big lecherous leopard." Lung Ting heard him, but was utterly unfazed. In fact, he found the sight of the little rabbit, puffed up and helpless, to be quite amusing. He lowered his head again, affectionately nuzzling Yu Mao's cheek with his nose, then sighed contentedly, resting his chin on Yu Mao's soft back, exuding a languid and satiated atmosphere. In Chapter 52, The Clingy Leopard, Yu Mao lay in the warmth of Lung Ting's fur, evolving from initial indignation and struggle to a state of resigned calm. He felt like a lost, salted rabbit cake, allowing the childish yet domineering black panther to envelop him, periodically burying his face to inhale a deep breath or nudging his ear with his nose. Strangely enough, being sucked by a cat was rather amusing. The rabbit entertained himself, just as he was counting the countless shadows cast by the crevices in the cave's ceiling. Pondering the remnants of his dignity as a rabbit, a familiar rustling sound came from the nearby pile of dry grass. A small, earthy yellow head peeked out, clutching a half stem of grass. At a glance, he spotted the intertwined forms of the leopard and rabbit at the entrance, blinking in surprise, evidently unfazed by such a scene. Yu Mao! Yu Mao! Sway Sway hopped over, excitement evident in his voice. Stop lying around. Get up, I found something great. Yu Mao wearily lifted his eyelids, directing his gaze at Sway Sway. What good thing? His interest in good things paled in comparison to his desire to escape from the weight of this leopard mountain. Sway Sway proudly spat out the tender green grass stem he had been holding, pushing it toward Yu Mao. Look, fresh grass, tender shoots. The grass stem indeed looked fresh, with clear sap oozing from the cut, exuding the unique, slightly bitter scent of new grass. Yu Mao's eyes widened slightly in surprise at this time. The snow hasn't completely melted yet. How could there be such tender grass? Lung Ting was also drawn into their conversation, pausing his sucking to focus on the grass Sui had brought, his massive head still resting on Yu Mao's back, his dark green eyes shifting toward the grass. Sui wagged his tail proudly. You don't know this, do you? There's a type of grass that particularly thrives in the cold. Every year, it's the first to sprout from the snow. We call it dingshui grass. However, he smacked his lips. The flavor is rather average, a bit bitter and not very sweet. It's more about enjoying the freshness and tasting the essence of spring. He leaned closer to Yu Mao, his little eyes sparkling. I found a small patch. It looks really vibrant. Let us go and taste it together. We can also see if there are any other early sprouting goodies. Fresh grass? Yu Mao's rabbit ears twitched involuntarily. After a winter of munching on dry rations or meat, he was indeed feeling a bit weary of the same old fare. The tender grass shoots, even if their flavor was mediocre, were certainly tempting. He wanted to move, but then he remembered his situation, still firmly encircled by a certain large ornament. As Yu Mao attempted to shift, it seemed Lung Ting's paw tightened its grip even more, emitting a low rumble of discontent. Sui glanced at the eager yet immobile Yu Mao, then at the clearly possessive Black Panther, his little head spinning as he pieced together the situation. Not daring to challenge Lung Ting directly, he could only make eyes at Yu Mao. Ah, it seems you're stuck for now. I'll go by myself. If it's tasty, I'll bring back plenty for you. Yu Mao looked at Sui's understanding gaze and felt the heavy weight on his back, his heart sinking with despair. He could only watch helplessly as Sui said, "Make sure to bring back a lot." "No problem," Sui replied. "What a pity that my good friend can't join me." And with that, he picked up the demonstration grass stem and swiftly darted back into the tunnel from which he came, vanishing from sight. The cave entrance fell silent once again, leaving only the sound of melting snow dripping. Yu Mao sighed, resigning himself to lie down once more. The idea of fresh dingshui grass certainly sounded delightful. Stealing a glance at the Black Panther still lounging on him, he murmured softly, "Did you hear? There's fresh grass to eat. You can't keep pressing down on me forever, can you? I want to see too." Lung Ting's ears twitched, but he made no reply, merely burying his head deeper into Yu Mao's soft fur, taking a deep breath as if to say, "What is so great about fresh grass? Nothing compares to what I'm enjoying." Yu Mao. The little rabbit's temper flared up, and he realized that this large feline could not be indulged. The more one indulges, the more troublesome it becomes. With a few swipes, Lung Ting obediently retreated. He sobbed intensely, glancing at the little rabbit, only to see it disappear into the tunnel from which it had come. Lung Ting, in this cold weather, where should the heart of the leopard rest? If only the little rabbit could retort, "Where? In my hemorrhoids." Chapter 53. Fresh grass. When Sui paused midway through her journey, she heard movement behind her and spotted Yu Mao approaching. "Isn't the leopard not allowing you to come?" Yu Mao patted his chest confidently. "Between us, I am the one in charge. He cannot dictate to me." Sui gave him a thumbs up. Yu Mao truly was the standout among their small beast kin, even capable of handling such a powerful black leopard. Let us set off. The patch of grass was located on a sunlit slope sheltered from the wind, where the ice and snow melted rapidly, revealing the moist earth beneath. Just as Sui had said, a small cluster of resilient green shoots pushed through the soil. Although sparse, they appeared particularly enticing amidst the yellowed landscape and lingering patches of snow. Yu Mao leaned in to sniff. The scent was not particularly pleasant, carrying the characteristic bitterness of fresh grass, devoid of sweetness. However, for a rabbit that had gnawed on dry food and meat all winter, this fresh plant aroma was akin to a divine blessing. Without hesitation, he lowered his head, his small mouth moving rapidly as he selectively nibbled on the tenderest tips. Crack! Crack! The slightly bitter grass juice burst in his mouth, mingling with the earthy and crisp taste unique to early spring. Though not sweet, it was exceedingly refreshing. He ate with abandon, unable to stop. Sway Sway beside him was also indulging, mumbling between bites. How about it? I was wrong, was I? It's all about enjoying something fresh. Yu Mao nodded in agreement, his mouth too full to respond. He devoured an impressive amount until his little belly felt completely stuffed, finally pausing with lingering satisfaction, looking down at himself. His already plump figure had become even rounder from this feast, his belly protruding like a little inflated fur ball, making him feel a tad heavier as he walked. Burp. The little rabbit couldn't help but let out a tiny grass burp, contentedly following Sway Sway back. Sway Sway gossiped about other happenings, such as where a groundhog had dug a new tunnel and which forest had seen unfamiliar bird beasts. Yu Mao listened while rubbing his round belly, feeling that life was truly wonderful. Upon returning to the cave, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entrance. Lung Ting remained sprawled there, lifting his lazy, dark green eyes upon hearing the commotion. Then his gaze froze. He beheld a slowly shuffling, yellow-white, round fur ball entering the cave, almost indistinguishable from its neck and legs. The fur ball moved slowly, seemingly struggling, its round belly nearly grazing the ground. Lung Ting's pupils dilated slightly, instinctively tightening his muscles. What was this? A new species? Invading his cave? Before he could assume a defensive or offensive stance, the fur ball emitted a familiar voice, laden with satisfaction after a feast. Ah, I'm so full. It was Yu Mao. Only then did Lung Ting realize that it was not a ball, but his little rabbit. How had this rabbit returned from its outing looking a whole circle rounder? Its belly bulged like a rabbit ready to give birth, and its overly round body indeed resembled a rolling fur ball. After the initial shock, an indescribable impulse surged within Lung Ting. How extraordinarily round, how irresistibly adorable. He leaped from the ground and swiftly approached the slowly moving Yu Mao, his massive shadow instantly engulfing the round rabbit. Yu Mao was busy rubbing his belly when he suddenly found his path blocked. Looking up, he met Lung Ting's strikingly bright green eyes, which glimmered with a familiar yet somewhat fearful fervor. Lung Ting, what are you doing? Before the little rabbit could finish his sentence, a gigantic black paw reached out, not to attack, but gently pressed against his round, warm belly. The sensation from the paw pads was firm yet soft, full of elasticity, subtly rising and falling with Yu Mao's breath. Lung Ting let out a low growl, nearly losing control. He couldn't help but curiously knead the round belly. It was bouncy, warm, and fluffy. I don't rub. I just ate. Yu Mao felt a bit ticklish and slightly nauseous from the kneading, quickly pushing against the offending paw. But at that moment, Lung Ting was beyond reason. His little rabbit had transformed into a round, warm, explosively delightful furball. What leopard could resist? He escalated his antics, using both front paws carefully to bring the round rabbit closer, then lowered his head to nuzzle Yu Mao's plump cheeks and lick the shiny fur that glistened from being well fed. His paws were relentless, kneading here and squeezing there, savoring the exquisite texture of this upgraded rabbit ball. Stop, Lung Ting. I really might vomit. Don't lick. My fur is getting wet. No, no, no. Don't squeeze my belly. Yu Mao was utterly flustered by Lung Ting's sudden and nearly frenzied affection, attempting to escape. But his round body was less nimble than usual. He wanted to bite, but feared truly hurting the frenzied leopard, though the likelihood of that was slim. All he could do was futilely flail his little legs in protest, emitting a wholly unthreatening squeal. Ah, no. Yet Lung Ting was completely absorbed in the immense joy of petting the round rabbit. The tactile sensation was tenfold better than usual. He was utterly enamored, wishing to snuggle this fur ball into his embrace. The cave echoed with Yu Mao's frantic protests and Lung Ting's deep, contented purrs. A round, ball-like rabbit futilely struggled under the grasp of a massive black paw, while a large black leopard became captivated in the act of petting the rabbit, creating a scene both chaotic and oddly harmonious. Sway Sway had long since hidden back in her tunnel, peeking out with half her head visible, watching the amusing spectacle unfold, her little eyes brimming with sympathy. Yu Mao's day was not faring well. As night fell, it was time to return home to sleep. Yu Mao, unable to tolerate it any longer, raised his paw and gave Lung Ting a couple of swats. "You mischievous leopard! Enough with the touching. Am I a toy?" The little rabbit dashed into Lung Ting's fur nest, pushing with his hind legs to burrow into his little hole. He intended to settle down for a while. He wouldn't stay out too long. If he lingered, the leopard would surely come a burrow. And what would happen if the clumsy leopard got stuck at the entrance? Leopards are the large cats of rabbits, and rabbits must take responsibility for leopards. Chapter 54. The escaping snake last night, perhaps due to the lingering resentment for being fondled. The round rabbit displayed rare prowess, causing quite a ruckus for a long while, ultimately resting atop the black leopard as if claiming victory. Lung Ting allowed him to frolic until he grew tired and fell asleep, then cautiously moved the little creature, now resembling a rabbit pancake, into the nest. Rabbits are delicious. The leopard eagerly anticipated spring. The following day, Yu Mao was still in the cave, catching up on sleep, sprawled out in every direction, while Lung Ting routinely ventured out to patrol his territory, dealing with some pesky intruders. The cave was peaceful, filled only with Yu Mao's faint snores and the occasional crackle of the dying embers. Suddenly, the light at the cave entrance dimmed abruptly as a large, disheveled figure tumbled in, bringing with it a strong stench of swamp and an air of panic. It was Lung Lin. However, at that moment, the black python was devoid of his usual cold composure. His scales were tattered and curled in several places, caked with mud and dried blood, and even his tongue flickered weakly. The enormous serpent's head hung low, its amber vertical pupils filled with profound exhaustion and an almost overwhelming terror. It yearned for a sanctuary, and was there a place safer than the cold thunder's nest? Clearly, there was none. After catching a breath, it lifted its gaze and beheld a fluffy yellow-white creature nestled on the soft cushion, deep in slumber. The serpent's vertical pupils narrowed momentarily, yet at that moment, the thought of seizing the rabbit was entirely absent, replaced solely by an urgent desire to escape. It did not wish to disturb the sleeping creature, only to quietly settle in a distant corner away from the cave as entrance to catch its breath. However, the faint rustle of scales against the ground, along with the potent and unmistakable scent of blood and unfamiliarity emanating from its body, startled the slumbering Yu Mao awake. Instinct honed in the apocalypse surged within him. He abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could fully comprehend the scene, he felt an oppressive presence, laden with a metallic tang, looming dangerously close. A massive tongue, covered in black scales, hovered above him. Danger! Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Mao's body reacted faster than his mind. The muscles in his hind legs tensed instantaneously, propelling him forward with all his might, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the cold scales mere inches away. Thud! The blow landed solidly on the unprepared jaw of the serpent. Though it was not a grievous injury given the size of the monstrous python, the unexpected assault elicited a hoarse, pained shriek from the creature. Its enormous head jerked back violently, colliding with the stone wall, producing a dull thud. Ouch! Cold Scale winced in pain and indignation, hissing in protest, "Don't hit. I mean no harm." Yu Mao had already rolled to a safe distance, adopting a defensive stance, his eyes alertly fixed on the suddenly appearing, battered giant python. Upon hearing the creature's cries and explanations, he began to calm slightly, squinting to realize that this snake seemed somewhat familiar. Moreover, its condition appeared rather dire. "Cold Scale?" Yu Mao queried in confusion, his claws poised to strike again if necessary. "What brings you back here, and in such a state?" He noted that the injuries on the serpent did not resemble those inflicted by cold thunder. Those wounds were far more severe. Cold Scale, in agony, shook its head vigorously, and to Yu Mao's surprise, he detected a glimmer of what appeared to be tears in those amber vertical pupils. The serpent hissed, filled with a mix of indignation and grievance, and began to lament. "It's all Cold Thunder's fault. No, it's that mad eagle's fault, Ington. He's gone completely insane. I have no idea what Cold Thunder told him. That eagle has been pursuing me relentlessly, insisting that we build a nest on the cliff. He claims my smooth, reflective scales would make for the perfect decoration, and that my size would perfectly shield his eggs from the wind." The more Cold Scale spoke, the more agitated it became, its massive body trembling slightly with anger and fear. "I am a python. I dwell in swamps and caves. Who would want to live on that barren cliff? And who would shield his eggs? I am not his mate. Besides, he is male. Where would the eggs come from? Yu Mao listened in astonishment, his paws momentarily forgotten at his sides. The information was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it all. Cold thunder? Ington? Nest building? Shielding eggs from the wind? Cold Scale continued its tirade, tail drawing circles on the ground in a display of its inner turmoil. I refused, and he pursued me, attacking. From the swamp to the forest, from the forest to the stone beach. Look at these wounds on my body. They are from his pecking and scratching. He claims it's a necessary process to enhance our relationship. Enhance my foot. Its massive head turned toward Yu Mao, eyes filled with sincere despair. I never intended to trouble you. I am merely seeking refuge from his relentless pursuit. Cold Thunder-esque territory is the only place I dare not enter. Yu Mao silently lowered his raised paw, gazing at the pitiful, battered, and sorrowful black python before him, who was lamenting the harassment of a mad eagle. Unable to contain himself, Yu Mao burst into an unrestrained fit of laughter. He quickly covered his mouth with his paw, yet his shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. Soon, muffled chuckles escaped through his fingers, growing louder. I apologize, but this is just too funny. Yu Mao laughed until his belly ached, rolling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. What could Cold Thunder have said to drive such a cunning python into such a ridiculous and pitiful state? Nest building? Shielding eggs from the wind? Using smooth scales as decoration? What nonsense! As he laughed, he observed Cold Scale's expression of resigned frustration. Realizing this was perhaps the most amusing thing he had heard in quite some time. Laughter knows no boundaries, and Yu Mao reveled in it. After all, given Cold Scale's current state, it posed no immediate threat. He would let himself enjoy this moment of mirth before addressing the situation. Cold Thunder, noticing the erratic movements of Ington beyond his territory, realized trouble was afoot. Cold Scale had fled again, this time to his domain. True to Cold Scale's nature, he rushed home, only to find the python being ridiculed by the rabbit. Chapter 55. Drive the serpent away, just as Yu Mao was laughing heartily, and Cold Scale was lamenting in despair. The entrance was once again darkened by a swift, shadowy figure. Cold Thunder had returned. His dark green pupils narrowed into dangerous slits. His little rabbit was rolling with laughter, while that detestable black python lay coiled nearby, wounded and making a ruckus, an utterly vexing sight. He offered Cold Scale no chance for explanation, his massive form lunging forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Cold Thunder, wait. Yu Mao's laughter came to an abrupt halt, exclaiming in alarm. But it was too late. Cold Thunder's assault was more savage than when he faced Saya, for he believed Cold Scale was harassing or even threatening Yu Mao. His black claws swooped down upon the fresh wound on Cold Scale's jaw, aiming for the serpent's relatively vulnerable neck. No, don't hit. Just listen to me. Cold Scale's heart raced in terror, frantically dodging, as fresh blood flowed from new wounds upon its already battered body, causing it to hiss in agony. I came seeking refuge. That mad eagle, Ington. He wants me as a companion, and has been chasing me. Cold Thunder hesitated for a moment, but his killing intent remained unyielding, his assault slowing only slightly as his icy gaze fixed upon Cold Scale. So you chose to flee to my nest? His nest, the territory shared with the rabbit. Any unauthorized intrusion was punishable by death, especially from this scheming serpent. I had nowhere else to go. Cold Scale exclaimed, pain and fear mingling in its voice, its massive body coiling tightly in an effort to diminish its presence. He pursued me too closely. I had no choice. Out of respect for our blood relation, let me hide for just a few days. Cold Scale's amber vertical pupils brimmed with pleading, completely devoid of the cold, calculating demeanor it once possessed. It now sought only to preserve its life and avoid being caught by Ington for egg-sitting duties. Blood relation? Cold Thunder scoffed. When did I ever care for that? Get out. He advanced a step, his claws striking the ground heavily, a clear threat emanating from him. This is my nest. There is no place for you. Cold Scale, witnessing his ruthless demeanor and glancing at its own array of injuries, felt despair wash over it. Hoarsely, it voiced its last thread of defiance. Where am I supposed to go? That mad eagle will not spare me. Cold Thunder regarded it coldly, offering a suggestion that struck Cold Scale like a bolt from the blue. Then, why not bond with Ington? What? Cold Scale's tongue froze, its vertical pupils filled with absurdity and dread. I am a serpent. He is an eagle. How could that possibly work? Moreover, he merely wants me to shield his eggs from the wind. What does he take me for? At the very least, you won T die at his hands. Lung Ting's tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact. Yet, to me, he bared his teeth slightly, revealing his gleaming white fangs. This statement felt akin to a final verdict, shattering Ling Lin's last shred of hope. He had no doubt that if he lingered any longer, this even more deranged Black Panther would indeed tear him apart on the spot. Compared to being relentlessly pursued by Ington in a fervent courtship, at least for now, Ington seemed not to intend to take his life, but Ling Ting was genuinely capable of killing. I will leave. I am leaving now. Lung Lin dared not delay any further. Enduring excruciating pain, his massive form twisted as he fled the cave in a state of sheer panic, his silhouette exuding an aura of desperation. Only when Ling Lin's breath had completely vanished at the border of his territory did Ling Ting gradually retract his murderous intent. He turned and approached Yu Mao, who was still lost in thought, lowering his head to carefully scent him, confirming that he was uninjured, merely tainted by a hint of Ling Lin's foul odor. He didn't harm you? Ling Ting's voice remained somewhat taut. Yu Mao shook his head and briefly recounted Lung Lin's accusations, suppressing laughter at the absurdity of Ington wanting to nest and hatch eggs with Ling Lin. But he stifled it upon seeing Ling Ting's serious expression. After listening, Lung Ting merely flicked his tail and snorted. At least he knows his place. He had hardly given Ling Lin's tragic misfortune a second thought, even considering Ington's actions rather commendable. At least it kept that bothersome snake preoccupied and away from his rabbits. Meanwhile, Lung Lin, having fled the confines of Lung Ting's territory, was still shaken and dared not venture too far, fearing Ington's discovery. Ultimately, he found temporary refuge in an abandoned badger den nearby. Dragging his battered body, he managed to catch a few small animals to satiate his hunger. And the first thing he did was to exert all his strength to block the entrance with large stones and dirt, leaving only a tiny gap for ventilation. After completing this arduous task, he collapsed in the depths of the dark cave, feeling the searing pain from his wounds and the overwhelming emotions of rage and fear within him. Outside, the crazed eagle sought affection, and nearby lurked the ever-dangerous Lung Ting. His life had become unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he made a difficult decision to enter a state of hibernation, lowering his metabolism and minimizing activity to allow his injuries to heal slowly while evading those two lunatics outside. Thus, in this early spring season, as all things began to awaken, an unfortunate black python shut itself within a dark cave, commencing its forced hiatus. He could only hope that when he awoke, the outside world would have returned to normal and that the mad eagle would find other nesting materials. Within the cave, Yu Mao observed Ling Ting meticulously clearing away the traces left by Lung Lin and adding more firewood to warm the cave. He then approached, instinctively curling up beside him. Leaning against his warm body, Yu Mao recalled Lung Lin's pitiful fleeing figure and couldn't help but bury his face in Lung Ting's thick fur, muffling his laughter. One absurd situation, yet oddly satisfying. Lung Ting sensed the small rabbit's suppressed giggles and, though uncertain of the cause for the amusement, felt a sense of contentment. He lowered his head and nudged Yu Mao's fluffy crown with his chin, emitting a series of satisfied purrs. Excellent. The trouble is resolved, and the rabbit is quite happy. Shall we nibble on some grass later? No, thank you. Yu Mao shook his head. That grass is unpalatable. It might suffice for a single meal, but eating it daily would make me sick. The Black Panther joyfully wagged his tail, beginning to groom the little rabbit with his barbed tongue. The little rabbit, soaked and irate, stomped his feet. How annoying, you troublesome panther. Chapter 56. Found Yu Ington circled in the skies above Ling Ting's territory for several days, his keen eagle eyes scanning every mountain and marsh. Yet he could not locate the elusive black python. It was as if Ling Lin's scent had vanished in a thin air. This was impossible. Ingtan was well aware that Ling Lin had sustained serious injuries and could not have escaped too far in a short span. The only explanation was that he had taken refuge under the protection of some formidable entity. The only nearby presence capable of sheltering that cold-blooded giant python was the territory, cloaked in darkness, and its master, Lung Ting. Thinking of Lung Ting, a flicker of wariness crossed Ingtan's black eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a stronger obsession. Lung Lin was the partner he had chosen as most suitable for building a nest and nurturing their offspring. How could he simply let him escape? Even if he hid within Lung Ting's domain, what of it? Did he think that would thwart him? Let us not forget that Lung Ting detested having Ingtan soaring overhead. Yet he loathed Lung Lin even more. Thus, to find Ling Lin, Ingtan resolved to approach Lung Ting. He tempered some of his predatory ferocity and dove toward the direction of Lung Ting's cave, transitioning to gliding as he neared the border of the territory, ultimately landing on a barren tree not far from the cave. Lung Ting, Ingtan's voice was sharp and penetrating. I know you are there. Come out and let us converse. Inside the cave, as Lung Ting was grooming Yu Mao and affectionately ruffling the rabbit's fur, he paused momentarily, a glimmer of impatience flashing in his deep green eyes. Yu Mao, curious, lifted his head and perked up his ears. Slowly, Lung Ting rose and approached the cave entrance. His massive black form exuded an invisible aura of oppression merely by standing there. He lifted his gaze, casting a frigid stare toward the uninvited guest in the tree. What do you want? Ingtan flapped his enormous wings, striving to adopt a more courteous tone. I am searching for Ling Lin. You must have taken refuge within your territory. I understand you dislike having birds fluttering overhead, but I only require one day, just one. Allow me to fly over your territory and search. I promise I won't land, won't hunt, and won't disturb you or your rabbit. He deliberately added that last statement. Lung Ting remained silent, not responding immediately. In the depths of his dark green eyes, it seemed he was weighing the options. He certainly abhorred having eagles circling in his airspace. It was a provocation of his authority. Yet, he recalled Lung Lin's harried flight into his cave, as well as the incessant and bothersome complaints regarding nesting and hatching eggs. The little rabbit's attention had been completely diverted by Lung Lin. Permitting Tan to search for one day within his territory might lead to the complete removal of that irritating snake, or at the very least, frighten him into hiding. That did not seem like a bad outcome, compared to a scheming python that harbored ill intentions and perpetually sought to steal his rabbit. An eagle, though mad, yet clear in its objective and promising not to land and disturb, seemed, for the moment, tolerable. More importantly, Ling Ting had witnessed Ingtan's madness and obsession. If he were to refuse outright, this crazed eagle might continue to circle the edges of his territory, creating further noise and trouble. One day, Lung Ting finally spoke, his voice still frigid, yet conceding, "You may fly, but you must not land. Do not touch anything of mine. When the time is up, leave immediately. Otherwise," he bared his teeth slightly, "I would not mind tasting eagle meat." Seeing his acquiescence, Ingtan's eyes gleamed with joy, and he quickly assured, "It is settled then. Just one day. Thank you." Without further delay, he unfurled his massive wings, stirring a gust of wind as he soared upward, commencing a meticulous and efficient search above Lung Ting's territory. His sharp eagle eyes scanned like the most precise of scanners, missing not a single rock crevice, thicket, or depression in the ground. Yu Mao crouched at the cave's entrance, watching the black specks circling in the sky, quietly asking Ling Ting, "Can he truly find Ling Lin? Isn't Ling Lin hiding?" Ling Ting flicked his tail dismissively. "Whether he finds him or not is of no concern to me." He lowered his head, nudging Yu Mao with his nose, "as long as he does not come down to bother us." However, despite the fact that Ingtan's search adhered to the agreement and did not land, the immense shadow of its wings occasionally swept over the forest, instilling a sense of dread characteristic of raptors, which greatly frightened the other creatures within the territory of Ling Ting. For a moment, the forest fell into an unusual silence, as the smaller animals retreated into their burrows, too fearful to show themselves. Yu Mao observed the sky, which had become unusually lively due to the infatuated eagle, and then glanced at the composed Lung Ting beside him, silently lamenting for Lung Lin, who was trembling somewhere in a hidden corner. Why provoke anyone, but end up enticing such a creature? Now, even Lung Ting had consented to the presence of an eagle in his domain. Oh, Lung Lin, may you seek your own fortune. As Ying Tan circled in the high sky, he spotted a cave blocked by stones, and his instincts told him that Lung Lin was hidden within. He landed and moved the stones aside, revealing Lung Lin curled up in a ball. Upon seeing the injuries on him, Ying Tan felt a pang of concern. How much better it would have been had he followed him faithfully, instead of enduring all this suffering only to be found again. Lung Lin sensed danger, opened his eyes, and the enlarged eagle visage filled his vision. He could hardly accept this outcome, convinced he must be dreaming, still not awake. I have found you, Ying Tan smiled ominously, causing Lung Lin to tremble all over, certain he was trapped in a nightmare. No amount of self-deception would suffice. Lung Lin was captured by Ying Tan this time, and escape was impossible. A small rabbit stood in the cave, witnessing this scene, and felt a sense of dread as Lung Lin appeared to be in the same predicament. What are you watching? Lung Ting approached Yu Mao and lay down beside him, gazing upwards, seeing nothing. Watching the mad eagle's forceful affection. The small rabbit's feet tapped, contemplating another stomp. The leopard, puzzled, leaned closer to inspect the rabbit's tail, intrigued by the fluffy orb. In a cheerful mood, the rabbit's tail spun in circles, causing the leopard's eyes to swirl, eventually leading him to gently nibble the rabbit's tail. What are you doing? The rabbit questioned. The rabbit was now obsessively reminding himself that he was a human, not an actual rabbit, at most a rabbit beastman, and he was male. He could not bear young rabbits. The nest was of no use, and pulling fur yielded nothing. His stomach was empty, save for droppings. Next time, don't bite my tail, or I'll kick you. Chapter 57. The Rabbit of the Nest. Recently, Yu Mao discovered an embarrassing yet infuriating fact. His rabbit tail was exceptionally sensitive. Previously, he had deceived himself, but now it was undeniable. All because of that mischievous leopard. Once his tail was merely an ordinary fuzzy appendage, but now, after being licked by Lung Ting's barbed tongue and caressed by those thick padded paws, that small white fluff seemed to have activated some peculiar switch, becoming exceedingly delicate. Whenever Lung Ting's gaze flickered towards his rear, Yu Mao felt a tingling at the base of his tail. Should that paw graze him, even lightly, an indescribable sensation, a blend of itchiness, numbness, and inexplicable shivers would course through him, causing the entire rabbit to tremble, and he would uncontrollably drool. Lung Ting, I told you not to touch my tail, Yu Mao erupted, hopping away, his large eyes glaring at the eager black leopard. Lung Ting retracted his paw, confusion and innocence flashing in his dark green eyes. He merely found the way that small tuft of fluff danced with the rabbit amusing. Why was he not allowed to touch it? Fuming, Yu Mao retreated to his cozy burrow, trying to quell those strange sensations. However, as he lay there, another, more perplexing and irritating impulse began to grow within him. Suddenly, he had an overwhelming desire to pull fur. Not just any fur, but that soft, fluffy, warm fur. He wanted to gather it piece by piece, carefully laying it in his nest, compacting it into an even more perfect and comfortable haven. This thought startled him. He shook his head, attempting to dispel such absurdity. He was a male rabbit without that function and had no need to build a nest for young rabbits. Yet, the yearning to collect soft materials and craft a warmer, safer nest stubbornly took root in his heart, intensifying with every brush of his tail. It must have been that flirtatious leopard who caused this affliction. It was all his fault. Yu Mao thought angrily as he emerged from his cave, his gaze inevitably drifting towards the center, where the massive black leopard leisurely groomed his paws. Lung Ting was adorned with a dense, smooth black coat, yet Yu Mao knew that beneath the belly and neck, there was a patch of fur that was exceptionally soft, thick, and imbued with the leopard's unique warmth. The thought whispered like a devil's temptation, once again echoing in his mind. Since it was he who had created this trouble, it was only fair to seek recompense from his fur. Yu Mao's heart raced. He took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance as he stepped out of his burrow and crept over to Lung Ting. Noticing his approach, Lung Ting paused his grooming and looked down at him. Yu Mao tilted his face upward, striving to appear casual, even slightly ingratiating as he rubbed against Lungting's foreleg. Lungting emitted a low, rumbling sound. What is wrong with the little rabbit? Do you want to pull my tail in revenge? You may proceed. The leopard accepts. I want Yu Mao muttered softly as he quickly extended his paw, decisively seizing a tuft of the softest black fur from Lungting's abdomen, pulling it vigorously. A small clump of warm, faintly scented black fur was successfully grasped. After seizing it, Yu Mao promptly retreated 2 steps, clutching the fur tightly in his paw, his heart racing as he glanced nervously at Lungting. Lungting looked down at the patch of fur on his abdomen, then back at the rabbit, whose ears trembled with guilt. His dark green eyes held an indescribable complexity. This little rabbit could have simply asked to gather fur. It was no great matter. The leopard would not have refused. Seeing that Lungting did not immediately rage, Yu Mao felt emboldened, offering a timid defense. It's all your fault for constantly playing with my tail. I just wanted to pull your fur. He disclaimed all responsibility, insisting that the rabbit was innocent, and he, a rabbit with a hint of yellow fur, was the most honest of them all. Lungting remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting this logic. Then, rather than objecting, he slightly shifted his body, exposing the softest area of his abdomen more clearly to Yu Mao. He even gently swept his tail, tip across Yu Mao's tense back. The implication was unmistakable. Feel free. Yu Mao was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the tuft of black fur in his paw, then at the imposing black leopard before him, who appeared to be inviting him to proceed without reservation. His heart raced with uncertainty. Did this leopard not fear pain? Yet it did not matter. The fur was presented before him. Yu Mao's eyes lit up as he pounced, using both paws to greedily gather the coveted materials for his nest. Although his movements were cautious, they were bolder than before. Lungting lay quietly, allowing the little rabbit to diligently work upon him. And as Yu Mao became absorbed in his task, the complex emotions in Lungting's eyes gradually settled into indulgence and secret satisfaction. Though he did not entirely comprehend why the little rabbit suddenly became so fixated on his fur, seeing him so earnestly engaged, even momentarily forgetting the humiliation of having his tail pulled, Lungting mused that perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. After all, his fur was abundant and grew quickly. As long as his rabbit is content, it matters not if a small patch is grazed bare. This territory belongs to him. Who dares to mock his baldness? Yu Mao began to prepare his nest, diligently arranging his fur with his tiny paws, his hind legs kicking to flatten the bedding. His little nest was the warmest of all, yet he could not possibly have any offspring. The temporarily clear-headed little rabbit became irate again, climbing up to deliver a kick to the rear of the Black Panther. Lungting asked, "What is wrong with the little rabbit now?" Yu Mao emerged from the cave. Meandering nearby, where the sunlit snow began to melt, leaving mud beneath his paws. He had turned into a rather dirty little rabbit. The cleanliness-loving rabbit scurried back into the cave, burrowing into his little hideout. As the Black Panther approached, Yu Mao started tossing grass balls at Lungting, warning him to keep his distance. Next time, he would throw something else. Chapter 58 finally came to a close. Recently, Yu Mao had been experiencing an unexpectedly hearty appetite. Perhaps it was the arrival of spring, with nature reviving and fresh food becoming abundant, or perhaps it was the result of daily feeding by Lungting, which had grown into a habit. He began to eat voraciously. Tender grass shoots were devoured in large handfuls. Sweet hazelnuts were consumed until he burped, and he welcomed any meat that Lungting brought back. The consequence was that his already rounded figure expanded visibly, as if inflated. Now, as he walked, he no longer bounced lightly, but moved with a heavy, rolling gait, his little belly nearly brushing the ground. The soft flesh on his body quivered with each step, making him appear like a fluffy, moving rice dumpling, and a rather large one at that. One day, Sway Sway arrived as usual to share a newly discovered food map. Upon entering the cave and seeing the astonishingly round yellow-white figure, his little eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth formed an O, Yu Mao, sui sui hesitant cold, circling the extraordinarily round rabbit ball and poking its plush, elastic belly in disbelief. How did you get so fat? He tilted his head, his mouse-like face filled with shock and confusion, even beginning to doubt his memory. Wait, I distinctly remember you being a male rabbit. How could a male rabbit get so plump as if about to give birth? Those words struck Yu Mao like thunder, ringing loudly in his ears. What do you mean? Give birth? Yu Mao's anger flared, making him appear even rounder. He spun around, his large eyes fixed on Sway, ears standing straight up. I am a male rabbit. Male. Do you understand? Male rabbits do not have that capability. I have been eating a bit too much lately and gained some weight. Just a little weight. Fuming, he stamped his feet, but his roundness made the action seem adorably clumsy and utterly lacking in intimidation. Sway shrank back at his outburst, but could not help but mutter softly, "But you are fatter than any pregnant female rabbit I've ever seen." Shut up. Yu Mao, humiliated, wished to dig a hole and bury himself. Being questioned about his gender and capabilities by his best friend was a profound disgrace. He glanced down at his round belly and recalled the effort it took to walk, finally confronting a harsh reality. He, a dashing male rabbit, had indeed exceeded an acceptable weight. I have made a decision, Yu Mao declared through clenched teeth, announcing to Lung Ting, who had been quietly observing with what seemed to be admiration, I will lose weight. Leng Ting, who had been watching the little rabbit's furious antics with interest, tilted his gigantic head at this statement, a hint of confusion flickering in his dark green eyes. Fat. ISNT being a bit plump better? Softer to the touch, warmer, and cuter to behold. Why lose weight? At critical moments, this layer of fat can protect you. However, seeing Yu Mao's determined expression, Lung Ting nodded in support. Well, it might be beneficial to slim down for quicker running. The leopard's thoughts align with the rabbit's actions. And so, the next day, Yu Mao's weight loss journey officially commenced. His plan was quite simple. Exercise, run more. In the early morning, Lung Ting carried Yu Mao to the exercise grounds, as Yu Mao claimed that walking such a distance would tire him out unnecessarily. Upon arriving at an open woodland, Yu Mao hopped off Lung Ting's back, stretched his rotund limbs, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the horizon, "Let us go." He then set off, his short legs working hard to run. His round body bobbed up and down with each movement, the soft flesh rippling adorably, while his four little legs churned rapidly, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Lung Ting, on the other hand, sauntered leisurely beside him. Indeed, sauntering. For Leng Ting, Yu Mao's earnest sprinting pace was akin to his usual stroll. He moved with an elegant and unhurried grace, his black form appearing exceptionally agile and fluid in the morning light, each step covering considerable ground while remaining unhurriedly aligned with Yu Mao. Yu Mao puffed and panted, feeling the air in his lungs dwindle and his paws beginning to ache. He glanced at the calm, leisurely Lung Ting, who seemed to be strolling in his own backyard, and felt a surge of imbalance within. Hey, Leng Ting, could you be more serious? I'm running to lose weight. You're just taking a walk. Lung Ting looked down at him, his dark green eyes filled with a sense of understanding. I'm just following you. Following? Is that what you call it? This is merely ambling. Yu Mao mentally scoffed. How could there be such a vast disparity between their four-legged movements? Determined, Yu Mao gritted his teeth and sped up, his little legs nearly dancing as he propelled himself forward, resembling a rolling fur ball. Yet, Lung Ting maintained his leisurely pace, effortlessly matching him, even finding the time to lower his head and gently nuzzle Yu Mao's slightly warm, sweat-soaked ear tips. Keep it up, he encouraged, his deep voice laced with amusement. Yu Mao, taken aback by this gesture, stumbled slightly, panting with frustration. On the first day of his weight loss journey, Yu Mao not only felt the resistance of his excess fat, but also deeply understood the immense physical disparity between species. He collapsed onto the ground, tongue lolling, while his private rabbit coach, who served as a point of reference, showed not the slightest sign of fatigue. The road ahead seemed long and arduous. Yu Mao gazed at the azure sky, his round belly heaving with each labored breath. For the first time, he realized that losing weight might be even more challenging than he had anticipated, especially with a massive cat companion who effortlessly outpaced him. Thus, the little rabbit began to revise his weight loss plan, starting with 2 laps of running each day, followed by fluffing his nest, until one day, he produced a mound of droppings the size of himself. Suddenly, he lost all desire to fluff his nest. His figure began to slim day by day, returning to that chubby yet barely overweight form he once had. Yu Mao strictly forbade the Black Panther from touching his tail. A single touch would send him urinating all over Lung Ting's paw. He had come to understand that without a bit of playful mischief, Lung Ting would not learn his lesson. That frisky panther truly was a handful. Chapter 59. Spring has arrived. The trees quietly sprouted tender green buds, and the air became infused with the scent of moist earth and budding flora. The last remnants of winter's chill were dispelled by the increasingly warm sunlight. Spring had indeed arrived. With the changing seasons, Yu Mao began his obligatory springtime task as a rabbit, shedding fur. The long, dense coat he had grown to withstand the winter began to fall out in tufts. Within the cave, around his little nest, and even within Lung Ting's black fur, wisps of soft hair could be seen drifting about. He often found himself rubbing against stones or scratching his back with his paws, sending tufts of fur swirling in the air. Having shed its fluffy coat, Yu Mao revealed the relatively short and closely fitting undercoat beneath. Now, his round and plump figure was even more conspicuous. Without the embellishment of long fur, the contours of his rotund body became increasingly distinct, wobbling as he walked, while his four short legs appeared even more adorable in contrast to his rounded physique. Though his fur had become shorter, it remained soft to the touch, particularly the signature short tail, now resembling a compact little fur ball that playfully quivered with his movements. Transitioning from a long-haired chubby rabbit to a short-haired one, he retained his plumpness, his roundness still captivating a certain Black Panther's heart. Recently, Lung Ting's gaze had become increasingly fixated on Yu Mao, especially after the little rabbit-esque shedding, which revealed a clearer and rounder silhouette, its short fur glistening healthily in the sunlight, igniting two small flames deep within his dark green pupils. His grooming frequency had noticeably increased. Previously, he would occasionally lick, but now he seized every opportunity to do so. When Yu Mao basked in the sun, he would lean over to lick him. When Yu Mao gnawed on grass roots, he would come closer to lick. When Yu Mao lay in a daze, he would nuzzle against him and meticulously lick from head to toe. That barbed tongue gently combed through Yu Mao's newly shed short fur with just the right amount of pressure, effectively removing loose hairs and seemingly alleviating the slight itchiness caused by the molting process. "Stop licking, or you'll wear my fur thin," Yu Mao protested, feeling tingling sensations all over from the licking, but his voice, softened by comfort, lacked any real conviction. Lung Ting's licking bore an irresistible tenderness and indeed provided considerable relief from the itch. In addition to his diligent grooming, Lung Ting's enthusiasm for hunting had also intensified. Believing that Yu Mao's molting required substantial nourishment, the prey he brought back was always the freshest and most succulent, featuring a wider variety that included not only the usual deer and game hens, but also occasionally plump river fish or rare mountain birds. Each time Lung Ting prepared to head out, he would gently nudge Yu Mao with his nose and whisper, "Wait here." Yu Mao would obediently nod, transforming back into rabbit form and finding the warmest and coziest corner of the cave, selecting a spot where the sunlight poured in, comfortably lying down and turning himself into a rounded rabbit pancake. The molting period made him somewhat lethargic, and with the warm weather, a full belly, it was the perfect environment for sleep. When Lung Ting departed, he lay there in a drowsy stupor. When Lung Ting returned, he often found him still sprawled out, perhaps having shifted into an even more comfortable position, his little belly rising and falling with each breath, occasionally smacking his lips, clearly enjoying a deep and sweet slumber. Sometimes, upon returning with prey, Lung Ting would encounter this scene, his little rabbit basking in the spring sunlight filtering through the cave entrance, surrounded by wisps of shed fur, sprawled out in blissful abandon, exposing his soft belly and short tail, his rotund form radiating a sense of unguarded comfort and satisfaction. Lung Ting would set down his catch, quietly approach Yu Mao, first lowering his head to sniff and confirm his well-being, then gently nuzzling his warm cheek with his nose or tenderly toying with that little fur ball of a tail. Yu Mao would typically respond with an unconscious hum, burying his head deeper into the warm fur or his own paws, continuing to sleep soundly. Lung Ting would not disturb him, lying beside him, his gaze resting on the gently rising and falling rounded body, his dark green eyes almost overflowing with tenderness. Spring, sunshine, abundant food, a safe and warm nest, and a round rabbit that could be petted, licked, fed, and slept beside in perfect contentment. Lung Ting believed this was perhaps the most idyllic life he could imagine. As for whether the rabbit had gained a bit more weight or whether his fur was long or short, what did it matter? After all, he was his rabbit, pleasing to the eye in any regard and delightful to touch. In his dreams, Yu Mao could likely sense this tranquility. He nestled against the soft bedding beneath him, smacking his lips in his sleep, as even his dreams tasted sweet. The molting period had finally passed, and the refreshing short fur made him feel considerably lighter, though his round figure still betrayed the remnants of winter. But the rabbit was unconcerned. How could one survive winter without a thick layer of fat? However, before he could fully enjoy a few days of ease, another troubling issue arose. Spring had arrived, and with it, the awakening of nature, which also signified the onset of a particular season for certain animals. Recently, Lung Ting had been acting rather unusually. Whereas before he had merely been enthusiastic about grooming and playfully tormenting the rabbit, now his behavior could only be described as restless and incessant, both day and night. Daytime was somewhat manageable. He could maintain a facade of calm, yet his gaze clung to Yu Mao more tenaciously than ever, his dark green pupils appearing to harbor an unquenchable inner flame. But when night fell, and the cave was illuminated only by the flickering firelight and their shared breaths, Lung Ting's true nature was fully revealed. He became exceedingly clingy, his massive form nearly enveloping Yu Mao entirely. No longer playful, his embrace bore an unmistakable possessiveness. His tongue, always adorned with barbs, licked with increased frequency and intensity, no longer confined to grooming, but imbued with an almost greedy intent, lingering on Yu Mao's nape. The base of his ears, even trailing down his spine, inducing shivers that made Yu Mao's skin tingle. Most unbearable for Yu Mao was Lung Ting's seemingly unusual fascination with a particular area. Those hefty, padded paws incessantly attempted to toy with the sensitive short tail behind him or nuzzle around the base of his tail. Each time this occurred, Yu Mao would spring up as if his tail had been stepped on, completely embarrassed and furious. Chapter 60, Enduring Torment Lung Ting. Have you had enough of this? Yu Mao once again wriggled free from the panther's grasp, panting heavily, his round eyes wide with incredulity. What do you want? Lung Ting merely gazed at him with those striking green eyes that shone in the dark, a low, restless growl emanating from his throat, offering no reply as he attempted once more to draw him back. His breath was noticeably hotter than usual, wafting over Yu Mao's fur and creating an unsettling warmth. What added to Yu Mao's discomfort was that Lung Ting seemed wholly tireless. Late at night, just as Yu Mao was on the verge of dozing off amidst intermittent disruptions, he would often be jolted awake by an overly vigorous lick or an unexpectedly affectionate nibble. It seemed the hefty creature required no sleep, remaining in a state of inexplicable excitement throughout the night, brimming with frightening energy. Yu Mao was left severely sleep-deprived, feeling lethargic during the day, and to make matters worse, he sensed a discomfort in his rear. It was not an injury, but a dull, aching discomfort that was undeniably the result of the reckless enthusiasm of a certain someone. How long would a panther's mating season last? Yu Mao lay in his little nest, groaning weakly and kneading his sore back with his paws. He recalled that Sui Sui had once mentioned that the mating season for large predators could be quite prolonged, though the specifics had not been clarified. Stealing a glance at the other side of the cave, he saw Lung Ting pacing restlessly, his black tail flicking anxiously, occasionally scratching at the ground or emitting incomprehensible roars into the air. When his green eyes swept over, the intensity of their heat nearly scorched Yu Mao. Yu Mao silently buried his head deeper into the soft bedding. He now only hoped that this trying spring would pass swiftly. At this rate, he feared he might truly fall apart. The vibrant breath of spring has begun to gradually settle. Yu Mao stealthily devised an emergency escape route, ready to put it into action when the state of Lung Ting finally exhibited a change. The suffocating sense of oppression that had gripped the rabbit gradually dissipated. The cave was no longer filled with the restless pacing of Lung Ting or the muffled sounds of his tail thumping against the ground. Though he still spent most of his time in the cave, he no longer paced back and forth like a caged beast. Instead, he resumed his former languid, yet commanding posture. Deep within his dark green eyes, the two clusters of flames that had burned for so long finally subsided, returning to a form familiar to Yu Mao. Yu Mao cautiously observed for several days, confirming that the life-threatening restlessness had genuinely passed, rather than being a mere intermission. Before he dared to exhale deeply, he was still alive. His rabbit life had been preserved. After the relief of surviving a calamity came a long-suppressed sense of grievance and anger. He lay at the cave entrance, facing the warm spring sunlight outside, finally emboldened to pour out the words he had held back, albeit in a subdued tone, yet with fervent vigor. I knew the leopard didn't care for rabbits. It was relentless, intent on pushing the rabbit to its limits, always coming close like a moving furnace, trying to roast me alive. Does it not know that rabbits fear the heat? Grooming is one thing, but what force was that? It was like being ground against sandpaper. My fur is nearly being pulled out. And that gaze of yours, it terrified me, did you know? As if you were going to eat me. What little meat I have, is it enough to fill your gaps? If you can't handle it, then don't get riled up. What skill is there in tormenting the weak? Here I am, an innocent little rabbit, nearly losing both my purity and my life. It's truly a misfortune. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. His fervent tirade animated by emotion. His small, three-lobed mouth flapped rapidly, his lips taking on a plump, berry-like hue that stood out vividly in the sunlight. In his engrossed rant, he failed to notice that deep within the cave, those dark green eyes that had only recently regained their calm had quietly opened, fixated upon him with unwavering intensity. Lung Ting's gaze landed precisely on Yu Mao's animated, rosy mouth, and his throat involuntarily convulsed. A wave of thirst intertwined with a familiar yet deeper, secretive tremor surged forth from the depths of his being. He could even hear the sound of his own swallowing echoing distinctly within the silent cave. His tongue unconsciously licked his own dry lips, his dark green pupils narrowing slightly, locking onto that tantalizing red. The gaze was no longer the heated aggression of a rutting season, but rather a deeper, more profound focus. Yu Mao, parched and breathless from his outburst, instinctively licked his dry lips. In that fleeting moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the intense gaze that clung to his lips like a tangible force, sending shivers down his spine. All his words were abruptly silenced. Yu Mao felt as though his blood had frozen in an instant, only to rush back to his head. He beheld Lung Ting's deep, fearsome eyes and the movement of his throat, and he could almost hear the soft sound of swallowing. Run! The thought raced faster than his ability to think. Yu Mao emitted a short, high-pitched cry, akin to a startled spring, launching himself into action. In an instant, he darted into the depths of his winding rabbit burrow with unprecedented speed, not daring to look back. In his panic, his round, fluffy rear momentarily got stuck at the entrance before he clumsily wriggled inside. What followed was a flurry of frantic sounds. Yu Mao exerted every ounce of strength, piling soft grass, dry twigs, and even the soft fur he usually cherished against the entrance, desperately blocking it as if he wished to seal every gap with mud. Once this was accomplished, he collapsed at the bottom of the burrow, leaning against the cold earthen wall, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it would burst. His ears pressed tightly against his head from sheer terror and tension. Outside, the cave fell back into silence. Yet, the oppressive sensation brought by that penetrating gaze seemed to linger in the air. Yu Mao buried his head in his slightly trembling forepaws, feeling utterly desolate. The mating season had ended, yet this leopard felt even more intimidating. He resolved that until he was certain the danger lurking outside had completely returned to normal, he would not venture out. Lung Ting pondered over the tightly blocked rabbit burrow, which had remained silent throughout the afternoon, realizing that merely waiting would not suffice. His little rabbit had truly been frightened and angered this time. He needed to coax him. How to do so? For Lung Ting, the most direct and effective method remained food. He recalled Yu Mao's recent fondness for tender grass shoots. Thus, in the following days, Lung Ting's figure could frequently be seen in sunny slopes and by streams throughout his territory. He spent considerable time, with his claws more suited for tearing prey, awkwardly yet carefully selecting the juiciest, most tender grass tips. He would meticulously shake off the soil from the roots and avoid leaves marred by insect bites. Soon, a small mountain of vibrant green grass, exuding a fresh aroma, began to accumulate at the entrance of Yu Mao's burrow. The fresh colors and scents wafted through the loosely packed, dry twigs, filtering into the burrow. On the first day, there was no movement. On the second day, the mound grew taller with a greater variety, even adorned with a few brightly colored early blooming wildflowers. On the third day, when the pile of fresh grass nearly blocked half the burrow entrance, the faint sound of claws scraping through dry twigs finally emerged from within. Yu Mao had long been enticed by the increasingly rich scent of grass. After hiding in the burrow for several days, gnawing on dry rations, he was nearly ready to faint from hunger. The pile of fresh grass outside was undeniably a glaring temptation. He secretly pried open a small gap, his large eyes peeking outside. Upon seeing the offering of fresh grass arranged like a tribute, and the Black Panther seemingly resting nearby, yet with ears attuned to his direction, he thought, well, considering how sincere this creature is, he slowly mustered the courage to emerge from his burrow. First, he pawed at the mound of fresh grass, meticulously inspecting it, before finally lowering his head to nibble delicately. So tender, so juicy, it carries the unique sweetness of spring. After a few bites, his appetite awakened, and he could no longer maintain his composure, diving into a hearty meal. As he chewed, the tension from the past few days of fright and frustration bubbled up within him. No, he couldn't let that lecherous leopard get off easily. After satisfying his hunger, his little belly round and plump, he lifted his head and glanced at the still quiet Lung Ting. An idea of retaliation surged within him. He began to trot around the spot where Lung Ting lay, his round body bouncing slightly from the fullness of his meal, resembling a moving furball. He was not particularly fast, more like a display of defiance or release. After 2 laps, as he passed by Lung Ting's side, he suddenly accelerated, leaning in to nip at the soft, thick fur of Lung Ting's foreleg. Of course, he did not bite hard, merely grazing with his teeth, leaving a slight damp mark of saliva. After biting, he immediately jumped away, continuing to run as if the mischief had not been his doing. Lung Ting was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected assault, glancing down at the small spot marked by rabbit saliva on his leg. A hint of resignation flickered in his dark green eyes, but more so, a sense of indulgence and familiarity. His little rabbit was at it again. Occasionally, one may indulge in whimsical antics, expressing a touch of petulance without any lasting harm. This is likely how Yu Mao conveys that he is no longer angry. It still seeks to salvage a semblance of dignity. He remains motionless, allowing the plump rabbit to circle around him, occasionally darting in for a playful nip before dashing away. Seemingly inexhaustible in its merriment, Yu Mao ran several laps and executed numerous surprise attacks until he was breathless and finally halted. Approaching a mound of fresh grass, he nibbled a few bites, savoring the taste, and then smacked his lips in satisfaction. Having eaten his fill and indulged in enough frolic, weariness began to envelop him. With a languid gait, he ambled over to Lung Ting, deftly finding the coziest spot. Nestling against the warm side of the Black Panther, he sprawled into a round shape, resting his head on Lung Ting's foreleg and gently closing his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, bathing him in warmth, and combined with the satisfaction of a full belly and post-exercise fatigue, he swiftly slipped into a drowsy state. Lung Ting lowered his head, observing the plump rabbit beside him, whose breaths grew longer and more even. In the sunlight, Yu Mao's freshly shed coat appeared particularly smooth and soft, albeit slightly disheveled in places due to his previous exertions. Lung Ting extended his tongue, tenderly grooming Yu Mao's fur, starting from his rounded forehead to his drooping ears, and down to his back, which appeared even rounder in repose. His movements were cautious and imbued with a near-reverent delicacy. untangling the yellow and white fur and removing the grass and dirt accumulated during their playful escapades. In his slumber, Yu Mao instinctively nudged Lung Ting's paw, emitting a contented purr. The cave fell into silence, save for the rhythmic sounds of breathing and the occasional soft licking. The fresh grass had placated the irritable rabbit, who now sought a place to rest, while the ever-indulgent Black Panther took it upon himself to ensure Yu Mao was clean and safeguarded in his slumber. Life seemed to return to a reassuring rhythm, although the panther secretly longed for the days of Yu Mao's recent fervor. Alas, the intense exertion was ill-suited for the little rabbit. Perhaps Lung Ting's attentions were overly enthusiastic, for Yu Mao awoke with a nip, declaring that he should not lick the rabbit's tail or touch his belly, as he had just eaten. Lung Ting, puzzled, queried, "Does the little rabbit have eggs?" He had not licked them. Free, in a playful tone, called out, "Yu Mao, have you birthed little rabbits? Come out to play. I've discovered a patch of exceptionally sweet grass roots." Yu Mao, curled up in the warmest nook by Lung Ting's side, felt his ears being gently licked, too comfortable to open his eyes. The sound of Free's voice was like a pebble dropped into still water, causing Yu Mao's ears to twitch. Yet he remained still. Free, suspecting Yu Mao had not heard, raised his voice a notch. "Yu Mao, may I see the little rabbits you birthed?" The phrase "little rabbits" pierced Yu Mao's ears like a needle, prompting him to open his eyes wide, instantly dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Lung Ting also ceased his grooming and turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. When had the little rabbit given birth to little ones? He was utterly unaware. In a sudden burst, the fluffy yellow and white ball sprang from beside the Black Panther, bounding a few steps toward Free, nearly tripping over his own feet due to the haste. He steadied himself, his fur puffing out visibly, resembling a dandelion that had just burst open. Chapter 62. Rabbits Love Spring. Who birthed little rabbits? Yu Mao's ears stood erect in indignation, his nose twitching rapidly. Free. How many times must I reiterate? I am a male rabbit. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall nip your ears. His voice nearly erupted in a shout, the last word cracking with excitement, which, combined with his rotund form and frizzled fur, rendered the threat somewhat comical. Free, startled by this sudden outburst, recoiled slightly, raising his front paws defensively, confused. "I apologize. I specifically inquired with other rabbit beastmen, and they said males have eggs. Don't you have eggs?" "I do have eggs, albeit rather small ones. Male rabbits cannot give birth to little rabbits," Yu Mao asserted, taking a step forward to appear more imposing. "Did you not hear? There are eggs." Lung Ting regarded the scene quietly, his gaze falling upon Yu Mao's short tail, which quivered with excitement. A faint smile flickered in his dark green eyes. He recalled Yu Mao mumbling in his sleep, "Do not lick the rabbit's eggs," indicating that this was indeed a matter of utmost importance to the little rabbit. The rabbit's eggs were indeed quite small, and this could hardly be blamed on the panther. Free, amused by Yu Mao's earnestness, struggled to suppress laughter. Nodding vigorously, I understand. Yu Mao is a male rabbit." He swiftly shifted the topic. "So, shall we go dig for grass roots? They are truly sweet. I wouldn't deceive you." Gradually, Yu Mao smoothed down his ruffled fur, huffing in acceptance of the apology. He glanced over at the languid Lung Ting and then at the eagerly expectant Free, the temptation of sweet grass roots stirring his appetite. "Wait here," he replied, nudging Lung Ting's foreleg in a somewhat brusque manner, signaling his departure. "I'm going out to play." Lung Ting inclined his head, gently nudging Yu Mao's still unruly fur with his nose, emitting a low rumble from his throat, granting his consent. Yu Mao then turned, bounding away with Free toward the cave entrance, pausing momentarily to call back, "I'm going to dig for grass roots. The rabbit will return shortly." Sunlight spilled over the frolicking rabbit and the wiggling groundhog as they gradually disappeared from view. Lung Ting shifted into a more comfortable position, resting his chin on his forepaws. Yet his gaze remained fixed on a yellow and white fur ball until it vanished over the hillside. The cave fell silent, save for his own breathing. He closed his eyes, seemingly still able to sense Yu Mao's unique vivacity. Yes, a male rabbit, he mused silently, unconsciously flicking the tip of his tail. Free had indeed not deceived Yu Mao. The roots on the sunlit hillside were plump and exuded a sweet aroma, even with the earth still clinging to them. Free was an adept digger, swiftly unearthing a substantial pile. Yu Mao squatted beside him, clutching a root thicker than his own paws, his front teeth gnawing eagerly, juice trickling down the fluff of his chin. Sweet, he mumbled contentedly, his eyes squinting in delight, his mouth working furiously. Spring was truly delightful, replete with delectable offerings. Just as he was engrossed in his feast, a slow rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket, resembling something heavy sliding through the grass. Free's ears perked up, freezing in place, causing the grass root in his paws to drop to the ground. Yu Mao also halted, raising his head warily and sniffing the air. A faint scent wafted toward him, one he found oddly familiar. As the leaves parted, a massive, glossy black serpent's head emerged, its dark golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings with little emotion, finally resting upon Yu Mao. Lunglin? Yu Mao recognized him and relaxed, returning to gnawing on the root, but shifting slightly away from the cold snake head. What brings you here? Being Tom let you out? He recalled vividly how Lunglin had been exceptionally strict, making it difficult for him to venture far. The enormous black python languidly flicked its tongue, its massive body sliding out from the thicket, coiling into a circle, its head resting atop its body in a seemingly listless manner. I sneaked out, he acknowledged nonchalantly. Free trembled beside Yu Mao, instinctively fearful of such a large predator, despite knowing that this was Lung Ting's relative and would not pose a threat to them. He gradually shrank behind Yu Mao, wishing he could dig a hole and burrow in. Yu Mao, accustomed to such behavior, was, after all, a rabbit who had shared meals and slumber with a black panther, his courage well-tempered. Chewing on a root, he mumbled indistinctly, I knew it. If Ingtan had agreed, you would have already been accompanied by his raucous presence. The little rabbit imagined the great bird flying and scolding Lunglin, unable to suppress a smile, his three-part mouth twitching. Why be you come out? Looking for food too? Lunglin flicked the tip of his tail, appearing utterly bored, basking in the sun. It was stuffy in the burrow. His dark golden pupils turned towards the pitted sweet root Yu Mao was gnawing on, seemingly curious. Is it delicious? Absolutely. Yu Mao perked up instantly, raising the root in his paw, then gesturing towards the small pile of shavings. Would you like to try some? Though, it's vegetarian. All right. You don't seem to eat greens. He regretfully retracted his paw and took a large bite himself. Lunglin showed no interest in the root, lazily commenting, Does Lung Ting know you've come this far just to eat roots? Yu Mao paused in his chewing, instinctively flicking his ears back, but soon stood tall, boldly replying, I've already greeted him. Besides, it's not far. His nose is so keen, he'll find me easily. With a hint of suspicion, he looked at Lunglin. You didn't sneak out and wanted to cover for you, did you? The black python shifted his head, closing his eyes as if preparing to sleep. His voice languid, no need. He knows where I am. This statement sounded odd, but Yu Mao paid it no mind. After finishing the root, he licked his paw, eager to dig through the leftovers. Seeing him so calm, Sue felt a bit relieved and cautiously resumed digging, though each time he did, he secretly glanced at the seemingly slumbering black python. The sun was warm, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of roots and earthy aromas. Yu Mao's belly full, he let out a small burp and glanced at the motionless Lunglin, then at the sky. Sue, isn't it about time? Shall we head back? He needed to return before Lung Ting came looking for him. Otherwise, that fellow might truly come searching. Sue eagerly nodded, having wanted to leave for a while. Yu Mao dusted off his paws and called toward Lunglin. We're leaving now. You should head back too. Otherwise, if Ingtan comes, you'll be in big trouble. The black python didn't even lift his eyelids, merely flicking the tip of his tail slightly, indicating he heard. Chapter 63. The rabbit desires to witness the scene. Yu Mao, with a round belly, happily raced back. Before reaching the burrow's entrance, he spotted Lung Ting perched on a stone, gazing in the direction he had departed. His tail flicked impatiently. Lung Ting, I'm back. Yu Mao quickened his pace, bounding up to the black panther. Tilting his head to lick the panther's muzzle, I ran into Lunglin, He snuck out over that slope to bask in the sun, and even asked me if the roots were good to eat. Before he could finish, he noticed Lungting's dark green eyes narrow sharply. His ears turning toward the direction Yu Mao was pointing, a displeased rumble emanating from his throat. Lunglin? Is he alone? Where's Tan? I didn't see Tan. Yu Mao honestly shook his head, wiping his mouth with a paw. He said he was sneaking out because he was bored. Observing Lungting's suddenly tense muscles and the slightly fluffed fur on his neck, Yu Mao felt puzzled. What's wrong? Can't he bask in the sun? Basking in the sun? Lungting huffed, restlessly pacing in place. When did that lazy snake ever have the leisure for that? I think he swallowed his words, looking down at his innocent little rabbit, anger bubbling within him. This carefree little creature, did he not realize that the black python was an issue? And old grievances should not be mentioned? Tan was truly worthless. Lungting couldn't help but curse, his tone harsh and disdainful. Can't even keep an eye on the snake in his own den. What's the use of having such big wings? Hearing Lungting scolding Tan, Yu Mao's ears perked up, suddenly recalling Lunglin's languid statement about knowing where he was, connecting it with Tan's usual tension. A bold and thrilling thought darted into his mind. He blinked his jewel-like eyes, leaning forward, lowering his voice, infused with barely contained curiosity and excitement. Lungting, shall we go take a look? Lungting, already irritated, snapped back. What's there to see? That lazy snake basking in the sun? Not that. Yu Mao stood on his hind legs, gesturing with his front paws to clarify. Look, Lunglin sneaked out. Tan is bound to come looking for him, right? If he finds him, will he punish him? His eyes sparkled. You always say Tan has a fiery temper, right? I've never seen him angry. If they were to, get into a scuffle or a cough, engage in some lively antics, wouldn't that be quite exciting? The last few words spilled out rapidly, his eyes brimming with anticipation, unmistakably enthusiastic about witnessing the unfolding drama. Lungting's entire body stiffened. Slowly, he lowered his head, staring at his little rabbit's eager face, filled with a desire for chaos, his dark green pupils reflecting disbelief and confusion. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? Roots, sunshine, and such chaotic thoughts? Where did you even learn the term lively antics? From that rowdy group of foxes next door? Lungting felt his worldview as a panther was shaken. He opened his mouth, wanting to sternly advise Yu Mao that such spectacles should not be witnessed, especially regarding other beastmen as partners. Yet, as he gazed into Yu Mao's expectant eyes and the slight tremor of his whiskers from excitement, the words of refusal stuck in his throat. Fine. He gritted his teeth internally. Perhaps it's all right to take a look. I can keep an eye on that black python, ensuring he doesn't get too close to my rabbit. Moreover, if Tan truly is reprimanding Lunglin, I might arrive just in time to intervene. Ultimately, Lungting simply exhaled a resigned breath, conceding. He leaned down, allowing Yu Mao to climb on. Great, Yu Mao cheerfully exclaimed, skillfully clambering onto Lungting's broad back. Finding a comfortable spot, gripping tightly. Quickly, they might still be in the midst of it. Lungting, carrying his light little trouble, moved swiftly yet steadily toward the slope pointed out by Yu Mao. His movements were quick, but he ensured his steps were steady, minimizing any jolts for Yu Mao. Before nearing the thicket, they heard voices. Instead of the anticipated furious squawking or sounds of a fight from Tan, it was Lunglin's distinct voice, laced with icy sharpness. So, which part of your brain isn't functioning well, or are your eyes merely for show? Lungting halted, stealthily hiding behind a large rock. Yu Mao immediately peeked over his shoulder, eyes wide with curiosity, straining to see the source of the voice. In the clearing, the black python remained coiled, head raised, cold-slitted pupils fixated on the golden giant eagle standing before him, wings slightly spread. At Tan's feet lay 2 grayish-white eggs. Tan appeared a bit agitated, preening his feathers with his beak, his voice lower than usual but still brimming with defiance. I just like them. Look at how uniform their color is, and how large they are. They would look splendid in our nest. That nest of ours is so bare. Splendid? Lunglin's tail struck the ground with force, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Those are the eggs of that vulture next door. Their mother has been searching for them for 2 days, crying and circling over your and my burrow, making it impossible for me to have a moment's peace. Didn't you hear? The wings of Ingtan drooped slightly, reducing the sound. I heard it, yet when I bent down to pick it up, no other birds were watching nearby. Pick it up? Lung Lin's voice rose slightly, thick with sarcasm. You call that picking up? Where did you even get it? Ingtan, resembling a creature whose tail had just been stepped on, immediately retorted, casting a furtive glance at the 2 eggs. I just went out for a stroll, a couple of miles, to steal someone else's eggs? Lung Lin interrupted him without hesitation, his massive form inching forward, the pressure causing Ingtan to involuntarily retreat a half step. Let me tell you, return them immediately. Where did those eggs come from? Are you going to incubate them, or shall I? Hurry and return them to their mother. I can't bear to hear her crying at my den entrance. The scene momentarily froze. The imposing eagle, in front of its serpentine companion, was chastised like a misbehaving child, its claws anxiously scratching the ground, eyes darting towards the 2 troublesome eggs. Behind the stone, Yu Mao watched with keen interest, claws gripping the edge of the rock, eager to extend his ears. He whispered to Lungting, "Wow, Lunglin really knows how to scold, doesn't he? He's quite fierce when it comes to eagles." Lungting remained silent, merely wrapping his tail gently around Yu Mao's waist, signaling him to keep quiet. It seemed that every household had its own troubles, at least his rabbits. Though peculiar in thought, didn't he steal eggs and cause their neighbors to wail? At that moment, Lung Lin seemed to sense something, his dark golden pupils abruptly turning towards the direction of their hiding place, flicking his tongue. "Are you enjoying the show?" Lung Lin's voice, calm and devoid of inflection, drifted over. "Have you seen enough?" Chapter 64. Not wanting offspring, they had been discovered. Lungting had no intention of hiding. After all, he was not in the wrong. He carried Yu Mao on his back, confidently stepping out from behind the boulder, moving with a steady gait that conveyed a casual air of merely passing by. Yu Mao crouched on his back, instinctively tightening his claws, yet his expression was anything but nervous. Rather, he was more excited, his eyes wide with anticipation, almost eager to see a fight break out. Lung Lin cast a dispassionate glance at them, particularly surveying Lungting's posture that bore a clear air of vigilance, before swiftly returning his focus to the troublesome eagle before him. Ingtan was momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of the Black Panther and rabbit, but was quickly frozen in place by Lung Lin's icy gaze. "I truly realized my mistake." Ingtan's voice had lost its usual resonance, his wings drooping and his head lowering. "I just thought those eggs looked so round and beautiful in the nest. It wasn't intentional." He attempted to nudge Lung Lin's coiled body with his beak, only to be gently swatted away by Lung Lin's tail. "How many times have you said that?" Lung Lin's voice remained steady, but Yu Mao perceptibly sensed that the surrounding air had grown colder. "Ingtan, do you think my temper is exceptionally good, that I can endure anything?" His massive serpent body slowly unfurled, his head rising higher, gazing down at the cowering eagle. Each word was deliberate, chilling. "Initially, I desired a furry companion." At this declaration, Yu Mao, who had been munching on grass, perked up his ears, and even Lungting's tail tip halted momentarily. Lung Lin continued in his emotionless tone, as if recounting another story. "In winter, we could huddle together for warmth. It would be comforting. But what happened? You've never been quiet, always either fighting outside or bringing back all sorts of random items to the nest." His tail slammed heavily against the ground, causing the nearby vulture to weep so loudly that the cliffs trembled. "I haven't slept well for 2 consecutive days. Do you know how uncomfortable it is for a snake to lack sleep? My bones feel stiff." Yu Mao listened intently, unknowingly stuffing a handful of tender grass he had just pulled into his mouth, chewing slowly, his large eyes blinking as he watched Lung Lin, nearly smoking with anger. And the crumpled Ingtan, finding this far more entertaining than any prior imaginings he had conjured. Ingtan, chastised to the point of withered feathers, defended himself softly. "I just wanted an egg. Our nest feels so empty." "Want an egg?" Lung Lin's voice suddenly escalated, startling Yu Mao enough to halt his chewing. "If you wanted an egg, why did you come to me in the first place? Go find a female eagle. Let her lay 10 or 8 eggs, and you can guard and incubate them daily. Wouldn't that be splendid?" He seemed genuinely infuriated, his tone carrying a sense of resignation. Let us not torment each other anymore. If you only want an egg, fine, go find one that can lay eggs, whether it's soft or not. It doesn't seem matter, just don't bother me. Let us part ways peacefully. No. Ington suddenly raised his head, panic filling his golden eyes, replacing the previous hint of grievance. His wings flared wide before quickly folding again as he rushed closer to Lunglin. I don't want an egg anymore. Truly, I swear. If I ever bring back these random things to the nest again, pluck my feathers to use as bedding. In a flurry, he turned in place, his claws anxiously scratching the ground. Parting? How could we part, Lunglin? Don't say such things. I was wrong. I will return the eggs. I will do it right away. As he spoke, he reached for the 2 vulture eggs on the ground. Come back. Lunglin's cold voice halted his movements. Ington froze, looking back at his partner, his eyes filled with trepidation. Now, you realize the urgency? Lunglin slowly coiled his body back into a comfortable position, resting his head in a relaxed manner, eyes half closed with only a narrow slit visible. Of course, the eggs must be returned. You must return them as you took them, and apologize sincerely. He paused, his voice dropping, tinged with fatigue. As for the rest, it depends on your behavior. If there is another incident, Ington, I mean what I say. The implication of leniency was unmistakable. Ington instantly appeared rejuvenated, his large wings excitedly flapping twice, creating a gust of wind that tousled Yu Mao's fur beside him. All right, I'll go right now. I promise to apologize properly. Ington hastily gathered the 2 eggs with his claws. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lunglin, his tone unexpectedly solemn. Lunglin, you must believe me. I truly don't want an egg. I only want you. Get lost. Lunglin impatiently flicked his tail. The clearing fell silent, leaving only the massive black python and the observing panther and rabbit nearby. Yu Mao finished chewing the grass in his mouth, smacking his lips, and quietly remarked to Lungting, why didn't he expect Lunglin to be so formidable? Ington, usually so fierce, looks like a little chick in front of him. Lungting did not respond, merely observing Lunglin, who seemed to have fallen asleep in his coil. Yu Mao mused, Lunglin, you could get a stone egg to roll around with. His thoughts wandered, imagining a round egg tumbling down a hillside. Lunglin didn't even open his eyes, only the tip of his tail impatiently tapped the ground, responding, want one? Have your Black Panther produce one for you. Yu Mao paused, then contemplated this absurd suggestion. That won't work. I don't want to raise offspring, and besides, Lungting is male, he can't lay eggs. Resigned, Lungting steadied himself, lightly tapping Yu Mao's rear with his tail in warning, then growled softly toward Lunglin. A farewell mingled with discontent, before turning to carry his rabbit companion back home. Chapter 65. The Punished Rabbit upon returning to their snug cave. Filled with fresh grass and hay, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed in through the entrance, casting a gilded glow upon everything. Yu Mao was still immersed in the excitement of the earlier commotion, sliding down from the back of Lungting, muttering to himself, what if they start again soon? Before he could finish his thought, a powerful leopard tail gently coiled around his waist, pulling him backward. Caught off guard, Yu Mao's round form toppled back, landing amidst a warm and thick fur. Unbeknownst to him, Lungting had already lain down, encircling him snugly between his body and forelimbs. Yu Mao struggled to rise, his nose brushing against the soft fur on Lungting's chest, causing a ticklish sensation. He looked up to meet Lungting's gaze, which appeared different from usual, less languorous and indulgent, more profound and inscrutable, like clouds laden with rain. Have you said enough? Lungting's voice was lower than usual, imbued with an indescribable meaning. Yu Mao instinctively sensed a hint of danger, his ears flattening slightly, yet he stubbornly replied, what's the matter? I was just joking. I have no regrets. His voice grew fainter as Lungting drew closer, warm breath brushing against his sensitive ear tips, sending shivers through his fur. Indeed, I couldn't let you see the lively spring palace, nor can I lay eggs. Lungting nuzzled his ear, his voice almost penetrating Yu Mao's ear. But a male has other means to teach a disobedient little rabbit, whose mind is filled with strange thoughts and always wanting to witness the commotion of other beastmen. He paused, emphasizing each word. You know it's serious. Yu Mao's protest was stifled in his throat. Lung Ting seized the opportunity, lowering his head to lick the trembling side of Yu Mao's neck with his barbed tongue, not too gently, but not too harshly. The sensation was both ticklish and numbing, mingled with a slight sting, entirely different from the grooming he usually performed on himself. Yu Mao involuntarily shrank his neck, a short whimper escaping his throat, his claws instinctively gripping the hay beneath him. Lung Ting, you want my knot? Lung Ting continued to tease him, licking the soft flesh where his neck met his ear, while firmly enclosing him with his forepaws, preventing any escape. Let me teach you. Some things should not be carelessly spoken, and some spectacles should not be frivolously observed. I was just curious. Yu Mao found himself growing weaker under the onslaught of licking, the rough surface of Lung Ting's tongue eliciting unfamiliar shivers that clouded his mind. He attempted to twist away, but the strength of the Black Panther was far beyond that of his little rabbit form, and his struggles only brought their fur closer together. Curious? Lung Ting seemingly chuckled softly, his tail sweeping around Yu Mao's back, trailing downwards. Then let me pique your curiosity further, shall we? Before Yu Mao could comprehend his words, he felt the leopard tail tighten around his waist, lifting him slightly, followed by a warm, soft touch with undeniable force landing near the base of his fluffy tail. Yu Mao gasped, his entire body jolting, ears erect, and eyes wide. What are you doing? Although that area was also covered in fur, it was typically more private, and Lung Ting usually avoided it during grooming. Education. Lung Ting replied succinctly, continuing his ministrations. He began by mimicking the act of grooming, softly licking the surrounding fluff. But soon the nature of his actions shifted. No longer merely for cleanliness, his touches conveyed a clear sense of marking and possession. Of course, he controlled his strength well enough not to truly harm him, but the sensation of sharp teeth grazing his skin, combined with the repeated pressure of a moist tongue, left Yu Mao utterly flustered. Lung Ting, don't lick there, that is not right, don't bite. Be gentle. Yu Mao's voice quivered, a mixture of fear and overwhelming, unfamiliar stimulation. His paws flailed helplessly, as if ensnared in a warmer trap, completely enveloped by the scent and warmth of the Black Panther. The sensations from his rear grew increasingly vivid, tingling and itchy, with a touch of sharpness, leaving him both embarrassed and anxious. Yet his body betrayed him and softened against the overwhelming sensations. No one had ever told him that speaking out of turn and gazing at the wrong things could lead to such a lesson from his own leopard. Do you understand your mistake? Lung Ting paused, lifting his head to meet Yu Mao's gaze, his voice gravelly. At that moment, Yu Mao's eyes were slightly red, his long ears drooping weakly, his usually vibrant fur in disarray, especially around his tail, where a damp patch appeared pitiful yet enticing. Yu Mao's head spun. The peculiar feeling of complete submission, surging from his tailbone, had yet to dissipate. He pouted, his voice muffled and tinged with grievance. I understand. I want to speak carelessly or look mindlessly. He hesitated before, adding softly, You shouldn't do that. What is strange about it? Lung Ting was not inclined to let him off easily, nudging Yu Mao's damp nose with his own, his dark green eyes fixated on him. Have I done anything yet? And you cannot handle it? Yu Mao found himself at a loss for words. Everything felt strange, his body warm, heart racing, and particularly his rear felt electrified, both tingly and soft. He gazed dazedly at the leopard's face, the usual cleverness having fled, leaving only the innocence of being thoroughly overwhelmed and an unrecognized dependency. Seeing him like this, the irritation that had risen in Lung Ting due to Yu Mao's obliviousness and his tendency to focus elsewhere began to subside. He lowered his head, this time refraining from punishing the poor little area, instead gently licking Yu Mao's forehead and ears, meticulously arranging his disheveled fur. Just remember, his voice softened, satisfaction lacing his tone. You are my rabbit. Mine. The last two words were spoken with such weight, as if they were branded upon him. Yu Mao. The little rabbit sensed something was amiss and quickly transformed into human form, for he could not endure the beastly state any longer. Chapter 66. The rabbit who refused to admit misdeeds having been licked into a state of comfort. The disquieting sensations gradually faded, replaced by a familiar warmth of being cherished. Yu Mao nestled more tightly into Lung Ting's embrace, emitting soft purring sounds from his throat, a signal of relaxation and trust. As for the lingering, slightly warm sensation at his rear, well, he chose to set it aside for the moment. The cave fell quiet once more, filled only with their intertwined breaths and the evening breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. The last sliver of sunlight vanished, and the gentle dusk enveloped them. Yu Mao nuzzled into the warm embrace of the panther, finding the most comfortable position, his eyelids beginning to droop. In his drowsiness, he faintly heard Lung Ting murmur again, "No eggs, but I have other things all for you." Yu Mao, he knew he could not escape. The following day, as the sun warmed his backside, Yu Mao sluggishly extricated himself from the disheveled nest of hay. He felt as if his entire body had been dismantled and reassembled, achingly soft, particularly in his lower back and in a certain unmentionable area, creaking like rusted hinges with every movement. His ears drooped listlessly, and even his usually animated short tail lay flat behind him. He lingered there for a while, gathering his strength before shakily standing up, his limbs feeling slightly unsteady. Fragments of the previous night flashed uncontrollably in his mind. The searing warmth of the Black Panther, the heavy breaths, and the overwhelming force as if he were being completely enveloped. Yu Mao's cheeks flushed with heat, but soon after, a surge of unnameable frustration welled up within him. It was all that insatiable wild leopard's fault. They had agreed it would only be for a short while. What had happened instead? The moon has vanished, and the sun is nearly upon us. His voice is on the verge of hoarseness, his claws dulled from incessant scratching. Yet that fellow seems to possess boundless energy. The more he contemplates, the more his frustration mounts, and he resolves that if he doesn't release this pent-up anger today, he shall not be called Yu Mao. However, Lung Ting has mysteriously disappeared at dawn, presumably off hunting or patrolling their territory. Alone in the cave, he is surrounded by desolation. As the remnants of last night's skirmish silently narrate the chaos, further igniting Yu Mao's ire. Restlessly, he begins to pace within the cave. It is unacceptable to let this go unaddressed. He must do something to vent his frustration. Digging, a natural instinct for rabbits, beckons him. Though this cave has been rendered quite sturdy and comfortable by Lung Ting, there are still soft patches of earth in the corners. Yu Mao's gem-like eyes scan the area, swiftly identifying several targets. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he rushes to the wall's corner, revealing his claws, not particularly sharp, but certainly effective for excavation, and begins to dig fervently. Soil and small stones scatter in every direction as he pours all his dissatisfaction regarding a certain leopard into his efforts. 1 hole, 2 holes, 3 holes. Near the cave entrance, beside his sleeping nest, and even beneath the stone platform where fresh grass is kept, none are spared. The ground is pockmarked, varying in size and depth, as if struck by a meteor shower. He digs with unwavering focus and labored breaths until he feels a slight alleviation of his pent-up anger, at which point he finally ceases. Observing his handiwork, Yu Mao blinks, a twinge of guilt surfacing. Perhaps he has excavated a tad too much. He shakes the dirt from his claws, approaches the cave entrance, and flattens himself into a pancake-like shape, basking in the sunlight while feigning ignorance of the chaos he has wrought. Nevertheless, his ears remain perked, alert to any sound from outside. Before long, familiar footsteps approach. Lung Ting returns, a plump wild deer clenched between his jaws. Upon entering the cave, his first step reveals an unusual sensation beneath his paws. Glancing down, he sees a small patch of earth marked by claw marks. Lung Ting lifts his gaze, his dark green eyes methodically surveying the cave. From the entrance to the farthest corner, small pits are scattered about, some quite deep, nearly burying the carefully arranged hay from the previous night. The excavated soil lies in heaps, intermingled with hay scraps, rendering the once tidy cave a scene of disaster. Meanwhile, the perpetrator, sprawled on the only relatively flat surface in the cave, basks in the sun, exuding an air of innocence as he pretends to be a fragile little rabbit, his eyes furtively glancing at Lung Ting, whiskers quivering. Lung Ting places the wild deer on the undisturbed stone platform and strides toward Yu Mao, lowering his head, his large shadow enveloping the seemingly lifeless rabbit. Yu Mao senses his approach, his body stiffening imperceptibly, yet he stubbornly keeps his eyes shut, only the tips of his ears trembling slightly. Yu Mao, Lung Ting's voice betrays no discernible emotion. Yu Mao mumbles, sluggishly opening one eye. What are these holes? Lung Ting gently prods, indicating the nearest pit with his paw. Yu Mao immediately opens both eyes, striving to appear innocent and bewildered, even feigning a sense of grievance. What holes? He tilts his head, as if genuinely surprised by the disorder around him, his ears twitching in astonishment. Oh dear, how many holes are there? Could it be that a gopher has burrowed in? How outrageous to have ruined our home like this. His indignation swells, and he attempts to rise, aiming to confront the gopher, but his weak body betrays him, causing him to flop back down, resorting to angrily patting the ground with his paws. Indeed, Lung Ting, we must catch that gopher. Lung Ting silently observes his performance, a flicker of amusement dancing in his dark green eyes, though his expression remains impassive. He knows well what has transpired. Fresh earth still clings to Yu Mao's fur, and the spaces between his claws are unclean. What can he do? Quibble with this vengeful yet somewhat childish rabbit? Demand that he fill the holes back in? Given Yu Mao's current feeble state, it seems that digging was already a monumental task. To reprimand him? Gazing into those eyes that, despite their facade of composure, betray a hint of anxiety, Lung Ting finds it impossible to harden his heart. Finally, the Black Panther merely sighs, lowers his head, and, with a tongue bearing subtle barbs yet tempered in gentleness, licks the small patch of dirt from Yu Mao's forehead. Perhaps it was a gopher. Lung Ting concurs, his tone flat. Next time, I shall be more vigilant and drive them away. Yu Mao is taken aback, not expecting Lung Ting to so readily accept this excuse and even shift the blame onto the non-existent gopher. The retorts he had prepared instantly lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. How easily the leopard can be deceived. Chapter 67. The rabbit who acknowledges his mistakes yet remains unchanged after licking the dirt from Yu Mao's forehead. Lung Ting approaches the largest pit, methodically using his paw to push the surrounding soil back, filling in the hole. His movements are steady and practiced, as though he is merely engaged in a routine tidying task. Observing the Black Panther's silent labor, Yu Mao's guilt and previously feigned bravado dissipate like a burst bubble. He hesitantly shuffles closer, leaning over to the pit Lung Ting is filling, whispering, "Actually, it wasn't all gophers." Lung Ting halts his digging, turning to look at him. Yu Mao's ears droop, his paws unconsciously scratching at a small amount of dirt before him, his voice barely audible. I just woke up feeling unwell and a bit irritated. So I dug a few holes." The more he speaks, the lower his head sinks, nearly burying it in his own soft fur. I want to dig so many next time. At least, I want to dig near my sleeping area." Witnessing his earnest admission of fault, Lung Ting can no longer conceal the amusement flickering in his eyes. He extends his tongue, this time gently licking the fluffy nape of Yu Mao's neck, exposed from his lowered posture. "Still feeling unwell?" the panther inquires, his voice softened considerably. "Yes, a bit sore," Yu Mao replies, climbing closer, immediately starting to whine, resting his head against Lung Ting's foreleg, lamenting his plight. "His back aches, his legs feel weak, everything hurts, all because of him. Indeed, it is my fault." Lung Ting readily concedes, allowing the little rabbit to lean against him while continuing to fill in the next hole. "I shall massage you later." Yu Mao emits a soft hum, accepting this compensation proposal. He leans against Lung Ting, watching the Black Panther diligently refill each hole he had dug. He quietly stretches out a paw, nudging a small pile of dirt by Lung Ting's hind leg, contributing to the effort. The sunlight pours warmly into the cave, and the air is filled with fine dust. The Black Panther quietly tidies up the aftermath, while the culprit rabbit lazily reclines against him, occasionally causing a minor ruckus. Such is life. One is willing to give, and the other to receive. Moreover, the little rabbit has shown remarkable obedience, acknowledging his mistake. Lung Ting finds immense satisfaction in this current state of affairs. His favorite activity is to carry Yu Mao while patrolling their territory. The following afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and the breeze carrying the scents of grass and wildflowers. Lung Ting turns his head, gently nudging the drowsy Yu Mao, curled up into a fluffy ball in their nest. Mei, wake up. Let's go for a walk. Yu Mao's ears twitch, yet he does not open his eyes. Mumbling sleepily, walk where? I'm too tired. The sun feels just right. Having slept too long, his bones feel soft. Lung Ting, ever patient, continues to nudge him with his moist nose. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to see the stream and the newly bloomed purple flowers? I will take you. This piques Yu Mao's interest. Slowly, he opens one eye, still somewhat dazed. Really? Then can we also check if the clover has grown taller? As he speaks, he stretches luxuriously, pushing his limbs against the hay, and skillfully climbs onto Lung Ting's back. Lung Ting waited until Yu Mao was seated comfortably before striding out of their warm cave with a vigorous gait. The territory was extensive, encompassing forests, streams, several open meadows, and a marsh. Lung Ting walked at a steady pace, deliberately circumventing thickets and steep areas. Initially, Yu Mao was alert and curious, glancing around energetically. However, it wasn't long before the familiar rhythm of movement and the warmth of the Black Panther lulled him into a languid state, resting his chin on Lung Ting's neck and dozing off with squinted eyes. Meanwhile, Lung Ting remained quite spirited. Their first encounter was with a group of mountain goats grazing on a hillside. The lead ram, spotting the silhouette of the Black Panther from afar, immediately sounded an alarm, causing the herd to stir and watch the predator warily. Lung Ting appeared oblivious to their anxiety, continuing down the small path along the slope, even adjusting his angle to ensure the goats could clearly see the conspicuous tuft of fur on his back. Yu Mao, roused by the commotion among the goats, lifted his head in confusion, wondering what was amiss. It's nothing, Lung Ting replied, his voice imbued with evident delight. He intentionally slowed his pace even further, allowing his passenger to be more prominently displayed. Just continue grazing. The herd of mountain goats had clearly taken note of the unusual passenger on the Black Panther's back. A few curious young females stretched their necks, their hooves scratching the ground restlessly, seemingly puzzled as to why such a delectable-looking rabbit would be so comfortably resting atop its natural enemy. Lung Ting relished their bewilderment and surprise, slightly lifting his head and emitting a calm, purring sound, which, rather than a threat, felt more like a declaration. See clearly, this is mine, my little rabbit. It wasn't until they ambled past the hillside that the goats' agitation gradually subsided, but the astonishment would likely linger among them for days. As they continued downstream along the creek, they came upon several fawns drinking from the water's edge. The fawns, being more timid, instinctively wanted to flee upon catching sight of the Black Panther, but were soon rooted in place by the peculiar sight before them, their damp, wide eyes filled with curiosity. This time, Yu Mao did not need Lung Ting's prompting. He perked up, puffing out his little chest as he sat upright on the Black Panther's back, even raising a forepaw to wave at the fawns as a greeting. Look, how impressive I am. The panther is my steed. Lung Ting was amused by this little gesture, his heart softening as he paused to allow the fawns to inspect him. One bolder young deer took a couple of steps forward, whispering, "Rabbit, aren't you scared?" Yu Mao's ears perked up proudly, ready to declare their close relationship. But Lung Ting spoke first, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. At least in the context of other herbivores, he is nothing to fear. A mere 4 words, paired with the Black Panther's calm, yet imposing demeanor and the rabbit's naturally nonchalant stance, conveyed a powerful message. The fawn nodded, somewhat understanding, and hurried back to its mother, though its curiosity deepened. As they continued their leisurely journey, they encountered a family of burrowing groundhogs, a honey-foraging brown bear, and even a squirrel leaping between branches. Lung Ting tirelessly repeated this slow, demonstrative progress. He did not initiate any attacks, even suppressing most of the predator's aura. However, his silent display of pride was palpable. Look, my little rabbit, on my back, sleeping soundly. Adorable, isn't it? One of a kind. Initially, Yu Mao reveled in the attention, but as the gazes continued, he began to feel a bit shy, especially when a familiar squirrel called out, "Yu Mao, are you letting Lung Ting carry you again? You're so lazy. His ears turned crimson, and he gently tapped Lung Ting's neck with his paw. Hurry up, stop showing off. He buried his face in Lung Ting's thick fur. Mumbling softly, Lung Ting chuckled lowly, the vibrations resonating through Yu Mao. He finally quickened his pace toward a patch of blooming purple wildflowers. Upon arrival, Yu Mao eagerly slid down, bouncing to the flower bed, lowering his head to inhale the sweet fragrance, quickly forgetting his earlier embarrassment. Lung Ting crouched beside him, watching his little rabbit dart amidst the blossoms, his ears and nose dusted with golden pollen, sunlight casting a fluffy halo around his form. The purpose of surveying their territory had been fulfilled, proclaiming ownership and protection to all living beings. But more importantly, witnessing Yu Mao frolic carefree filled Lung Ting's heart with warmth. He couldn't resist extending his tongue to lick the pollen off Yu Mao's ear tip. Oh, that tickles. Yu Mao shook his ears, turning to face the Black Panther's shadow reflected in his large eyes. What are you doing? Lung Ting offered no reply, merely nudging his round little body with his head. What is it? I just think that my little rabbit is the most adorable creature in existence. Chapter 68. The beautiful neighbors. Recently, a pair of new residents moved into Lung Ting's territory. A couple of exceptionally vibrant parrots that chose a lush tree to make their home. This news reached Yu Mao through Sui Sui, who was always well informed. Sui Sui mentioned that one of the parrots had feathers of bright red and green, dazzling to behold, with a loud voice that had even the nearby squirrels contemplating relocation. Yu Mao felt a surge of excitement at the thought of parrots. In his memory, parrots were small and capable of uttering a few simple phrases at pet shops. Were the parrots here the same? In the afternoon, while Lung Ting napped on a nearby rock under the sun, Yu Mao could no longer contain his curiosity and hopped over to the tree. He gazed up at the meticulously woven nest crafted from fine twigs and feathers, and the vibrant figures flitting around it. How large! Much bigger than the kind that could perch on one's shoulder. This one was almost the size of his entire torso. The feathers glistened in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, resembling satin, truly beautiful. Yu Mao was entranced, his three-part mouth slightly agape, whiskers quivering. As he contemplated whether the parrot's call resembled his vague memories, the red and green male parrot suddenly lowered its head, its round, shiny black eyes locking onto him. Oh! The parrot spoke, its voice bright and clear. Look, a little fluff ball has come. Yu Mao jumped in surprise, his ears standing straight as he took a small step back. The female parrot also peeked out, her emerald feathers resembling a moving leaf, her voice softer, so adorable, so round. Is this a rabbit from the neighborhood? I've never seen one before. The male parrot flapped its wings, the red and green creating a mini rainbow as it approached with curiosity and kindness. Little rabbit, you are so cute. May I touch you? Touch. Yu Mao blinked, as he was not fond of being touched by creatures outside of Lung Ting. He was not a pet. He stood frozen, his paws anxiously rustling the leaves beneath him, producing a faint rustling sound. Looking up at the parrot, his neck began to ache. No, not allowed. The male parrot hopped a step closer on the branch, tilting its head. All right then, how about a distant touch? It extended its paw, mimicking a grasping motion in the air, its talons glinting in the sunlight. The female parrot gently nudged her partner with her beak, perhaps indicating that he was being too forward. Yet her gaze towards Yu Mao was filled with gentle curiosity. Yu Mao wagged his little tail. The parrot's feathers were indeed captivating. He decided to wait a moment longer, hoping a feather might fall so he could take it back to Sui Sui. Just then, a shadow silently enveloped them. Lung Ting had approached the tree without a sound, his massive form brushing against Yu Mao's small body, his dark green eyes calmly surveying the vibrant new inhabitants. He did not emit a threatening low growl. Rather, the very essence of his silent presence instantly hushed the chirping sounds from the trees. The male parrot retracted his claws and folded his wings slightly, maintaining a lively tone that was somewhat subdued. Oh, is this your rabbit? Is truly beautiful. Lung Ting did not respond to the comment about the rabbit's beauty. Instead, his tail gently curled around Yu Mao, forming an action imbued with possessiveness and a protective stance. Sensing Lung Ting's arrival, Yu Mao felt his slight trepidation dissipate, and he instinctively leaned closer to the warm leg of the Black Panther, emboldened He looked up at the parrot and inquired, "Did you fly here from a faraway place? Your feathers are truly stunning, much larger than any parrots I have seen." The female parrot chuckled, her voice bright. "We came from the great southern forest and flew quite a distance. It is peaceful here, and the trees are sturdy. We plan to stay for a while." She glanced at Lung Ting and then at the little rabbit nestled beside him, kindly adding, "Your fur is also quite special. It looks very warm." The male parrot seemed still captivated by the idea of touch, yet, noticing the silent black mass below, wisely refrained from mentioning it again, instead stating, "Come and play with us often, little rabbit. We have encountered many fascinating things that we can share with you. By the way, I can mimic many sounds. Would you prefer the sound of flowing water or the wind? Oh, I can even imitate a monkey's call." Listening to the enthusiastic invitation from the parrot above, Lung Ting glanced down at his rabbit's bright, curious eyes and silently sighed. It appeared that this tree would now have to be included in their regular patrols. His little rabbit was undeniably adorable, but evidently his curiosity about the outside world was equally significant. He extended his tongue, gently licking the back of Yu Mao's neck, which had stiffened from looking up for too long. "It's time to go home," Yu Mao exclaimed softly, a hint of reluctance evident as he cast one last glance at the beautiful couple in the tree before turning to follow Lung Ting back. After a few steps, he could not help but ask quietly, "Lung Ting, what does a parrot's feather feel like? Is it as smooth as it looks?" Lung Ting paused momentarily. How could he know? He had never touched one. It seemed that in addition to being wary of snakes, eagles, and various unwelcoming gazes, he now had to be cautious of overly enthusiastic, colorful birds as well. Life as a leopard was indeed full of challenges. Chapter 69. What's wrong with the rabbit-esque scarf? On a warm afternoon, Yu Mao greeted Lung Ting and announced his intention to find Sway Sway to play. Lung Ting, lounging at the entrance of the den with his eyes half closed, merely emitted a low rumble from his throat, acknowledging the statement while his gaze remained fixed on the fluffy yellow-white ball that bounced away, disappearing into the grass-lined path. Yu Mao was well acquainted with the route to find Sway Sway, his spirits high as he trotted along, his long ears bobbing with each step. The wildflowers along the roadside were in full bloom, attracting a number of brilliantly winged insects. Suddenly, a particularly striking blue hue caught his eye. It was a butterfly, its wings adorned with golden edges, flitting gracefully above a cluster of bellflowers. How beautiful! Yu Mao slowed his pace, his jewel-like eyes instinctively following that blue flash. The butterfly was not flying swiftly, almost teasing him. His paws itched with excitement, and he could not help but leap gently in the direction of the butterfly. The butterfly twirled lightly, landing on a pale yellow wildflower. Yu Mao held his breath, tiptoeing closer, his round body pressed low to the ground. Just as he was only a few steps away from the flower, the butterfly fluttered its beautiful wings and took off again, this time flying even lower, nearly brushing against the tips of the grass. Oh! Yu Mao instinctively chased after it. He did not truly wish to catch it. He simply found it delightful to follow that elusive blue shape under the afternoon sun, the wind whispering past his ears, carrying the scents of grass and flowers, evoking a sense of freedom and contentment. After a short pursuit, the butterfly appeared to tire, or perhaps it sensed that this fluffy rabbit meant no harm. It wobbled gently, eventually settling down, landing softly on Yu Mao's moist pink nose. Yu Mao froze instantly, barely breathing. He strained his eyes, attempting to discern the small creature perched upon his nose. At such a close distance, he could see the intricate, scale-like patterns on the butterfly's wings. The blue was as deep as a summer night sky, the golden edges shimmering under the sunlight. The gently vibrating antennae brushed against his nose, bringing a slight tickle. How beautiful, Yu Mao thought, enchanted, afraid to move lest he frighten away this unexpected gift. Just then, the nearby bushes rustled abruptly, and a brownish-gray figure sprang forth, scattering a few blades of grass. Yu Mao startled, and the butterfly, frightened, took flight. He turned to see what had startled him, and discovered a slightly smaller male rabbit, with ordinary fur but appearing quite robust. The male rabbit seemed equally surprised to encounter another rabbit, pausing for a moment, and then his dark red eyes became fixed on Yu Mao. He scrutinized Yu Mao from top to bottom, particularly lingering on the exceptionally soft and fluffy yellow-white fur that formed a small, thick collar around his neck and chest. Yu Mao felt perplexed and slightly displeased, as his beautiful butterfly had been scared away. He wrinkled his nose, intending to bypass this clumsy individual and continue his search for Sway Sway. However, as soon as he moved, the male rabbit nimbly leaped in front of him, blocking his path. "Oh, lovely lady, have you newly arrived in this territory? I have never seen a fellow like you with such outstanding fur and a figure so plump and elegant." Yu Mao was taken aback, his ears perking up, momentarily unable to comprehend to whom the male rabbit was referring. Seeing him silent, the male rabbit assumed he was stunned by his own charm and eagerly stepped closer, even attempting to showcase his powerful hind legs, his voice trembling with excitement. "Look, this patch of grass is very fertile, and I know several hidden and safe burrows. Come live with me. I promise to keep you well-fed and raise the strongest offspring." "Lady? Offspring?" These two words struck Yu Mao's mind like thunder, instantly obliterating any lingering disappointment over the butterfly. A surge of heat rushed to his head, and the fur on his body fluffed up at an observable speed. His already round figure expanded a whole circle, especially the fur on his back and tail, which stood erect, making him resemble a giant dandelion puff that had been stepped on, radiating anger. "Have your eyes been eaten away by insects?" Yu Mao's voice turned sharp and piercing, tinged with anger, as he stamped his hind leg fiercely against the ground. "Who is a lady? Which of your eyes saw me as a female rabbit? I am male. Male. I have eggs." Enraged, he bounced in place, attempting to demonstrate something, yet under the fluffy explosion of fur, nothing specific could be discerned. This only fueled his anger further. His ears pressed tightly against his back from rage, his nose flaring rapidly, and his large eyes bulging, nearly spitting fire. The amorous male rabbit was startled by this sudden outburst and the fierce appearance of the fluffed-up rabbit, instinctively taking a step back, though confusion and disbelief lingered in his gaze. "No, that can't be. Your fur, that collar, that face shape, clearly." Most of the female rabbits he had encountered had such soft, plush neck fur, which was a symbol of beauty. Clearly what? Yu Mao was completely furious. Thoughts of finding Sway Sway and the butterfly vanished into oblivion. He now had but one thought: to flatten this blind fool. "I take pride in my beautiful fur and my robust figure. What concern is it of yours? How dare you suggest that I bear offspring? I will make you bald first." As the words left his mouth, Yu Mao exerted his hind legs with tremendous force, resembling a cannonball of yellow fluff, hurtling straight towards the bewildered male rabbit. The speed was astonishing, and the ferocity of the charge was entirely uncharacteristic of his usual languid and somewhat pampered demeanor around Lung Ting. The male rabbit, taken completely by surprise, stumbled and nearly toppled over. It was only then that he realized this exquisite rabbit possessed not only a fiery temperament, but also considerable strength. "Ouch! Why are you hitting a rabbit?" "I'm hitting you for being blind. Stop babbling." Yu Mao was relentless, pouncing on a rabbit and scratching vigorously with his front paws. The rabbit's claws were sharp, serving as an effective tool for scratching. He even attempted to bite, but the rabbit narrowly avoided the attack. The male rabbit, dazed and feeling unjustly treated, had no desire to continue the fight and turned to flee. Yet, Yu Mao was in no mood to let him escape. Chasing after him while shouting furiously, "Stop! If you have the guts, don't run. I'll bite your ears into a sieve." Thus, a comical yet rare scene unfolded on the afternoon meadow. A gray-brown male rabbit was chased by an enraged, fluffy yellow and white rabbit, squealing in panic. The gray rabbit was swift, but Yu Mao, fueled by his anger and relentless determination, managed to keep close behind, occasionally pouncing to scratch and nibble at the fur. "Help! It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," cried the gray rabbit, frantically darting about. "Misunderstanding my foot. You blind fool." Yu Mao pursued fiercely, scattering grass in his wake. This one-sided assault persisted until the unfortunate suitor was thoroughly subdued, nearly on the brink of losing his life. Only then did Yu Mao, panting heavily, come to a halt. His fur was still ruffled, his chest heaving, nostrils flaring as he cast a final fierce glare in the direction of his fleeing adversary before gradually smoothing down his disheveled fur. "I'm so furious," the little rabbit muttered, glancing down his own disheveled collar that had become even more unruly from running, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Was it his fault for being handsome? Was it his fault for being robust? What else with all those judging gazes? He shook his head, deciding not to seek out sway for the time being. He needed to calm down, maybe snuggle up to Lung Ting to soothe his emotions. As for that blind male rabbit, he hoped never to lay eyes on him again. Fuming, Yu Mao turned on his heels and hopped back the way he came, his rotund silhouette radiating an aura that screamed, "I am fierce, do not provoke me." Chapter 70. The rabbit's perspective on the bigger picture. Lung Ting had been leisurely basking in the sun, the tip of his tail tapping rhythmically against the ground, contemplating that little rabbit would return once the sun set. However, he soon heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and the rhythm was distinctly off. It was not the usual light and leisurely patter, but rather a heavier, more urgent thud, each step seeming to defy the earth beneath him. He lifted his head, his dark green eyes peering ahead. A yellow and white fluffball emerged from the grassy path, but rather than the usual cheerful demeanor with ears perked high, this one had droopy ears and a slightly lowered head. His rotund body appeared even fluffier than before, as if he had just been in a tussle or had his fur ruffled against the grain, emanating a palpable aura of "do not bother me. I am irritated." What happened? Lang Ting wondered. Did he have a spat with Sway? That couldn't be. The timid groundhog was usually the one being bullied by Yu Mao. Had he failed to find sweet roots? That seemed unlikely, as if he hadn't found food, the little rabbit would surely return with grievances to voice. Yu Mao hopped near the burrow, not even glancing at Lung Ting, and was about to burrow in. "Mao Mao?" Lung Ting called out, his voice low and calm, laced with inquiry. Yu Mao halted, not looking back, his paws instinctively scratching the ground, and muttered in a muffled tone, "What's wrong?" Lung Ting stood up and approached his side, lowering his head to sniff closely. There was no scent of blood, nor any unfamiliar predator's presence, only the aroma of grass, earth, a hint of butterfly dust, and a faint trace of another rabbit's scent mingled with Yu Mao's residual agitation. Had he encountered another rabbit? Was it an unpleasant encounter? Lung Ting's gaze darkened. There were indeed some wild rabbit families within his territory, but they usually steered clear of him and certainly did not approach the vicinity of his burrow. Which fool had dared to provoke his rabbit? Not much. Yu Mao turned his head, blinking as he tried to calm himself, though the lingering anger and a hint of suppressed frustration were still evident in his eyes. He would never confess the truth. What could he say? That a blind male rabbit mistook him for a female and made advances? That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, he caught a glimpse of Lung Ting's suddenly sharp gaze. Yu Mao was acutely aware of how fiercely protective this leopard was and how strong his territorial instincts were. If he were to learn that some oblivious male rabbit dared to covet his attention, that fellow would never again enjoy grazing peacefully in this meadow. Perhaps the entire rabbit family would suffer the consequences. The coexistence between rabbit beastmen and ordinary wild rabbits was already fraught with challenges. Securing a safe territory was not easy, and he could not let a foolish blind fool bring misfortune upon innocent rabbits. Though Yu Mao's temper had flared, he still understood the gravity of the situation. "I was just chasing a butterfly," he said, turning his lips in a casual manner, though his ears involuntarily twitched, a small habit of his when he lied. They were blue with golden edges, quite lovely. I almost caught it, but it flew away. He omitted the part where the butterfly had landed on his nose and all the ensuing excitement. Lang Ting listened quietly, his gaze resting on the slight tremor of Yu Mao's long ears and his wandering eyes. The little rabbit was lying. He could almost be certain of it. The unnatural pauses and subconscious movements could not escape his notice. Moreover, merely chasing a butterfly and failing to catch it would not provoke such fury, nor would it leave his fur in such disarray. Yet, Yu Mao was unwilling to divulge the truth. The slight chill that had arisen in Lung Ting's heart due to the unfamiliar rabbit scent was gradually replaced by a more complex emotion. His little rabbit, clearly irate and with fur all fluffed up, chose to conceal the truth. Was he afraid of his overreaction, or were there other considerations? He did not press further. Instead, He extended his tongue and gently licked Yu Mao's still ruffled forehead, his touch tender, slowly smoothing down the disobedient tufts of fur. Yu Mao shrank his neck at the affectionate gesture, and the anger and frustration within him dissipated significantly under the familiarity of the touch. He leaned forward, letting his entire body collapse onto Lung Ting's warm and soft belly, burying his face into the thick, dark fur, inhaling the reassuring scent that belonged to his black panther. "I'm tired," the little rabbit murmured, his voice muffled. "Yes, sleep," Lung Ting replied, repositioning himself to ensure the little rabbit lay more comfortably atop his belly. He lifted his tail and gently draped it over Yu Mao, creating a warm and safe shelter. Yu Mao closed his eyes, the agitation from the afternoon's commotion gradually fading away, replaced by the steady heartbeat and warmth beneath him. He nestled closer and quickly fell asleep, his breathing becoming long and even. However, Lung Ting did not close his eyes immediately. He gazed in the direction from which Yu Mao had returned, his dark green pupils narrowing slightly under the sunlight. That rabbit who left a scent, he would remember. Nevertheless, since his little rabbit chose not to speak, he would refrain from acting for the time being. Yet, when patrolling his territory in the future, he would pay closer attention. He lowered his head, observing the defenseless little fluffball sleeping on his belly, occasionally smacking its lips in slumber, and his expression softened once more. Never mind. As long as his little rabbit was well, everything else was inconsequential. Chapter 71. The rabbit's determination. After that day, Yu Mao remained quiet for 2 days, spending his time either eating or sleeping or sprawled out into a perfect rabbit pancake on Lung Ting's belly. However, Lung Ting could sense that the little rabbit still harbored a flicker of energy within. His long ears would occasionally twitch involuntarily, and his large eyes would gaze blankly outside the burrow, lost in thought. Indeed, that morning, after nibbling on a particularly tender patch of morning dew grass, Yu Mao did not, as usual, seek a warm nook to snuggle into. Instead, he squatted in front of Lung Ting, puffed out his tiny chest, and with a serious expression declared, "Lung Ting, I have made a decision. I want to train." Lung Ting, who had been licking his front paw, paused his actions and lifted his eyelids to look at him. "Train?" "Yes." Yu Mao nodded vigorously, his ears trembling in enthusiasm. "I want to shed the excess fat on my body." He bashfully patted his round side with his paw, envisioning himself transformed into a solid mass of muscle. "Just like you." He cast an envious glance at the sleek, toned legs of the Black Panther. Lung Ting blinked, a flicker of understanding passing through his dark green eyes. He had an inkling of where the little rabbit's sudden ambition stemmed from. Rather than calling him out on it, he simply asked what prompted this desire to build muscle. Yu Mao's gaze wandered momentarily, and after scratching the ground a couple of times, he spoke with newfound confidence. "I just want to become stronger. You see, if any fool dares to offend me in the future, I could just kick them away with one powerful hind leg. No need for words." He imagined himself striking a formidable pose, and his whiskers twitched with excitement. Rabbits are undeniably adorable in their aspirations. "All right," Lung Ting replied decisively, flicking his tail lightly in support. "If you wish to train, then train away, as long as it brings you joy." He understood that no matter how much Yu Mao trained, it was unlikely he could truly kick a large beast aside. But the little rabbit's determination to be active was far preferable to lying around all day, leading to concerns of indigestion. Besides, what other choice did he have but to support Yu Mao in his endeavors? With Lung Ting's approval, Yu Mao instantly perked up, his eyes sparkling. "Let's get started." He bounded out of the burrow and stood in a sunlit clearing, surveying the area as if planning his training ground. First, he chose a patch of soft earth beside the entrance of the burrow. "I'll start by strengthening my claws and digging a, training pit," he muttered to himself, raising his rear and swiftly beginning to dig with his front paws. In no time, dirt flew, and grass clippings danced about as the little yellow fur ball nearly buried himself in the mound he had created. Lung Ting sauntered to the entrance, finding a comfortable position to lie down, watching the scene unfold with leisure. Yu Mao dug with great fervor, his little nose twitching as he encouraged himself. "Heave-ho! Eh-avo! Deeper! Deeper!" Before long, A crooked shallow pit emerged, just about large enough to accommodate him. Yu Mao paused to catch his breath, turned to admire his handiwork, and nodded in satisfaction. Then with a few swift kicks of his hind legs, he shuffled some dirt back into place to fill in a bit. Training should be gradual. I'll dig deeper tomorrow. Next came endurance training. He set his sights on a sturdy old tree at the edge of the clearing. I'll run around the tree to practice my speed and lung capacity, he proclaimed, and with a powerful push from his hind legs, he darted off. For the first few laps, he ran quite impressively, his yellow-white form resembling a rolling fur ball as he circled the thick trunk. Lung Ting silently counted 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, and by the 5th lap, Yu Mao's pace noticeably slowed, his ears drooping, and his breath coming in heavy gasps audible from a distance. Yet, he did not stop, muttering to himself, "Perseverance leads to strength." After struggling through 2 more laps, he finally came to a slow halt, sprawled out on the ground. His 4 paws splayed, panting heavily with his pink tongue lolling out. "I'm exhausted." After resting for what felt like an eternity, Yu Mao rose again. He approached the old tree, gazing up at it before turning around, facing the trunk, and gathering strength in his hind legs. Simply running isn't enough. I need to train my explosive power, the little rabbit told himself. Watch my unparalleled hind kick. Before he could finish his thought, he leaped backward, his hind feet striking the rough bark with a resounding thud. Bang! The tree remained unmoved, not even a leaf fluttering down. However, Yu Mao was jolted forward by the recoil, nearly tumbling over. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, shaking his slightly numb hind paws, defiantly staring at the trunk. "Let's try again." Thus, under Lung Ting's silent observation, Yu Mao commenced his kick, the tree training. After completing a lap or 2 around the tree, he would stop, find a suitable angle, shout a motivational phrase, and then deliver a mighty kick to the trunk. The sound of thuds echoed intermittently throughout the morning. By the end, the bark bore no marks. 4 rabbit paws are padded, but Yu Mao was thoroughly exhausted, his fur damp with sweat clinging to his body, making him appear as though he had slimmed down a bit. Finally, utterly spent, he wobbled back to Lung Ting, disregarding the dirt and grass clinging to him, and collapsed beside the Black Panther's outstretched front legs, resting his warm head against Lung Ting's cool fur. "I'm done training," the little rabbit said breathlessly, his eyelids growing heavy. "I think my muscles are growing." Lung Ting lowered his head, carefully sniffing Yu Mao from head to toe to ensure he had not sustained any injuries. Then, extending his tongue, he began to patiently groom the rabbit's dirt and sweat-streaked fur, from the damp forehead to the slightly trembling long ears, and finally to the rounder body that had become more pronounced due to exercise. "Well done," he said, his voice laced with warmth. The grooming was gentle and meticulous. As Yu Mao was meticulously preened, the wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon drifted into slumber, his small body rising and falling with each breath. In his dreams, he became immensely strong, kicking those foolish creatures right into the pits he had dug, observing the little rabbit's unconscious hind leg movements in his sleep. Lung Ting silently mused that he would need to keep an eye on the old tree's bark in the future, lest his rabbit truly wear it down. However, as long as the little rabbit was happy, he would gladly stand by, even if it meant the tree was uprooted. Chapter 72. The brave rabbit. Yu Mao's muscle transformation regimen continued diligently for quite some time, as he religiously dug pits, ran around the tree, and kicked the trunk each day. As for the results, one might say that his strength had indeed increased. Previously, moving a slightly larger stone had been a strenuous task. Yet now he could huff and puff while pushing aside the stone slab used to block the burrow entrance. His hind leg kicks had also gained considerable power. One time, he accidentally kicked Lung Ting while the panther was napping, causing the Black Panther to shift slightly, though Lung Ting claimed it was simply a lack of preparedness on his part. However, the issue remained that he had been hoping for the kind of beautifully defined muscles that Lung Ting possessed, yet none had appeared. His yellow-white fur remained fluffy and soft, encasing a body that still felt rounded and springy. In fact, after all the training, his appetite had only increased, and his little neck seemed even more plump than before. Thus, The once not-so-strong chubby rabbit had successfully evolved into a particularly strong chubby rabbit. Gazing into a small, tranquil puddle of water within the burrow, which Lung Ting had thoughtfully dug for him to drink, Yu Mao scrutinized his reflection closely. A round face, round eyes, and a rounded body all exuded an aura of plumpness. He poked his cheek with his paw, and the soft flesh yielded, creating a small indentation. Emo. He was truly feeling emo. Why was it that the panther could achieve beautiful lines through training while the rabbit merely became sturdier? It was simply not fair. Yu Mao drooped his ears, enveloped in a faint veil of melancholy. This feeling of sadness led him to ponder, and pondering made him hungry. Yes, hungry. He would transform his frustration into appetite. He immediately cast aside his trivial concerns about his physique and hopped off to find Sui Sui. In such moments, the companionship of good friends and delightful food is essential for healing the spirit. Recently, Sui Sui had discovered a new patch of alfalfa, located at the edge of their territory near a rocky slope, rumored to be particularly tender. The two little creatures set off together, with Sui Sui leading the way by sniffing the ground, while Yu Mao trailed behind, quietly lamenting his own size. As they walked, Sui Sui suddenly came to a halt, freezing in place, his tiny claws raised in fear before his chest. What is wrong? Yu Mao leaned in, following the trembling claw's direction. Not far ahead, beside a pile of stones, crouched a golden-brown furball. The creature was small, even smaller than Yu Mao, and was busily pawing at the crevices of the rocks, seemingly searching for something. Sunlight glinted off its fluffy baby fur, casting a soft glow. A cub of a lion. Yu Mao's ears perked up instantly. This was abnormal, exceedingly so. This area belonged to Lung Ting, with clear boundaries. Among the larger felines, aside from the occasionally passing cheetah family, lions were strictly forbidden entry. How could this little lion be here? Was it lost? Or perhaps a scout from Pride? Regardless of the reason, Yu Mao felt a thrill of excitement. What does lion meat taste like? He had yet to find out. Lung Ting seldom took him hunting, leaving him to nibble on grass, sweet berries, and the meticulously prepared, tender venison or antelope meat that Lung Ting would share with him. Lion? According to Lung Ting, it was not palatable. Yu Mao gestured for the frightened Sui Sui to hide behind the rocks, while he puffed out his chest, striding forth with what he believed to be an intimidating demeanor. Bouncing closer to the golden furball, the little lion seemed to sense the movement and lifted its head. It was a very young female lion with round, innocent eyes that held the naivety of a calf unafraid of tigers. Upon seeing a plump rabbit approaching, she tilted her head in confusion, not immediately displaying any hostility or fear. Yu Mao halted a few steps away from the cub, flashed his signature big front teeth, and endeavored to make his voice sound deep and menacing. Hey, little golden furball, where did you come from? Don't you know whose territory this is? The little lion blinked, innocently replying, I was chasing a butterfly, and I ended up here. Is it not allowed? Of course not. Yu Mao's confidence surged, his hind legs coiling with energy as he took a step closer, deliberately widening his eyes. This is Lung Ting's territory. I am his companion, and lions are not permitted here. The cub, intimidated by his fierce demeanor and the name of Lung Ting, shrank back, her claws anxiously tapping. I was just lost. Lost. Yu Mao scoffed, circling the little lion slowly, assessing where to strike appropriately. I see you harbor ill intentions. Here's the deal. Being so young, I will give you two choices. Either turn around immediately and roll out of this territory, never to return, or... Yu Mao deliberately elongated his words. Licking his lips, come into my belly for a while, let me taste what lion meat is like. I've never had it. This last statement revealed his true intentions, with curiosity and anticipation in his tone overpowering the pretense of ferocity. The little lion, innocent as she was, understood what into my belly implied. Her entire body bristled, and her round eyes quickly filled with tears of terror. Mama, she cried out, her voice rising in panic, abandoning thoughts of butterflies as she turned to flee. Her uncoordinated little legs scrambling in a frantic direction, crying, Mama, the rabbit is going to eat me. The little lion was fortunate. She had chosen the correct path. She dashed ahead, while Yu Mao followed leisurely. Teasing a lion was far more entertaining than eating one. Yu Mao skidded to a halt at the border, unwillingly watching the direction in which the little lion had vanished, his ears drooping in disappointment. After only a brief encounter, the little lion had returned home. He wouldn't be tasting lion meat today. Alas, Yu Mao, feeling dejected, thumped the ground with his paw. Lung Ting wouldn't lie to him. If it was said to be unpalatable, then it indeed was. With this thought, Yu Mao transformed back into a joyous little rabbit. He returned to the large stone and saw Sui Sui peeking out, half of his head exposed, eyes wide with astonishment, clearly still in shock from witnessing the stout rabbit intimidate the little lion. Sui Sui was now in greater awe of Yu Mao, the rabbit who could chase away lions. Remarkable indeed. Yu Mao, you are incredible. You are the most formidable rabbit I have ever seen. Yu Mao puffed out his chest proudly, basking in the praise. For indeed, he was the most formidable rabbit. Chapter 73. A stroll outside the patch of alfalfa did not disappoint Yu Mao. The grass blades gleamed vibrantly, lush and thick, oozing sweet juice with a gentle pinch, exuding the fresh tenderness unique to spring. Any regret from not tasting lion meat was instantly cast aside. He and Sui Sui burrowed into their task, their 8 paws and 2 mouths creating a symphony of crunching sounds. And this is delicious. Sui Sui, that patch over there is even more tender. Yu Mao mumbled, his cheeks stuffed, his 3-part mouth moving rapidly. He indulged himself, hopping from one patch to another, specifically seeking the juiciest centers. Sui Sui was similarly engrossed, the 2 furry creatures nearly disappearing into the alfalfa, with only the slightly twitching tips of their ears and the constant sound of chewing indicating their presence. When Yu Mao finally felt satisfied and slowly straightened up, his already round belly had swollen into a veritable little ball, so much so that he could barely see his paws when looking down. Content. He let out a fragrant burp, rubbing his belly, feeling as though the grass had nearly reached his throat. That was quite good. The little rabbit smacked his lips, saying to Sui Sui, who was still savoring his food, "I'm heading back now. I ate too much and need to lie down." Sui Sui lifted his head from the grass, his nose still muddy, mumbling in response. Yu Mao, with his heavy belly making his steps appear somewhat clumsy, bounced back toward the cave. The setting sun elongated his shadow, accentuating his round belly. As he ambled home, he savored the sweetness of the alfalfa, while also regretting the escape of the little lion. Lung Ting was lounging on a smooth rock at the cave's entrance, squinting his eyes with his tail hanging down and swaying gently. Hearing the familiar yet heavier thumping of paws, he opened his eyes to see his rabbit approaching in a rolling manner, his belly astonishingly round, with grass juice still clinging to his whiskers. "You're back." Lung Ting's voice carried its usual laziness as he leapt down from the rock, moving to Yu Mao's side, instinctively lowering his head to nuzzle him. "Yes, I'm back," Yu Mao responded, his voice infused with the joy of being well fed. As he nudged against Lung Ting's front leg, suddenly recalling something, he lifted his head, his big eyes sparkling. "Lung Ting, you won't believe it. I saw a lion today." As soon as he spoke, the languid aura surrounding Lung Ting vanished without a trace. "A lion?" His voice suddenly turned cold, as if encased in ice. He stood rigid, his once docile black fur bristling, his emerald green eyes narrowing sharply as they fixed on Yu Mao. "Where? When? How far from you?" A rapid-fire series of questions tumbled forth, tinged with an undeniable urgency. Yu Mao was startled by his abrupt shift in demeanor, his ears flattening back. "Right over there by the rocky slope, near the boundary. This afternoon, I was with Sui Sui looking for alfalfa, and I saw her. She was not far. I was standing right in front of her talking." "Standing right in front of her?" The voice of Lung Ting rose almost an octave as he immediately bent down, his massive head drawing closer to Yu Mao. His nostrils flared rapidly as he meticulously sniffed from head to toe, front to back. He inhaled deeply, even nudging aside the thick fur on Yu Mao's back with his nose to examine the skin beneath. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yu Mao, causing a slight itch. "Hey, what are you doing?" "She hasn't touched me. It's just a little cub, still not fully furred, and rather timid," Yu Mao explained as he was nudged to one side. "Little cub?" Lung Ting's movements halted, but his gaze remained sharp. A lion cub could not possibly appear alone deep within my territory. There must be adult lions nearby, likely an entire pride probing around. He reaffirmed that aside from the sense of grass, earth, and a hint of something fragmented, there was no fresh blood or aggressive lion scent on Yu Mao. His taut muscles relaxed just slightly, yet a cold fury began to rise within him. He stepped back, his dark green eyes fixed on the direction of the rocky slope. Releasing a low, menacing growl from his throat that made Yu Mao's ears tremble involuntarily. Too much like a cat's meow. I quite like little rabbits in a real name system. Stay here, don't go out, Lingting instructed Yu Mao as he prepared to leave. Where are you going? Yu Mao instinctively asked, suppressing a burp from his full belly. Just a little visit to the lion pride, Lingting replied, his voice having returned to its usual deep tone, yet the coldness remained intact. He had promised not to disturb one another, to let well enough alone. What did it mean to allow cubs to cross into my territory? He licked his sharp, canine teeth, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He needed to inquire further. With that, he did not linger, his agile form leaping silently into the dusk, vanishing into the forest with a few bounds. So swiftly that Yu Mao could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his tail's tip. Yu Mao stood rooted to the spot, blinking, glancing down at his round belly. Then at the direction Lingting had disappeared. Oh dear, it seems I have given Lingting something to do. He slowly hopped back to the cave entrance. Finding a comfortable position to lie down, pressing his heavy belly against the cool stone floor. Never mind, Lingting would reason with the lions, and he would just rest and digest here. Hopefully, those lions would be wise enough not to provoke his Black Panther. He yawned, the drowsiness brought on by sunlight and a full belly washing over him. The rest could wait until he awoke. After all, with Lingting around, that patch of clover should still be accessible. The lions couldn't possibly harm him. After a satisfying meal, Sui returned, bringing with him a cluster of berries to share with Yu Mao. Upon discovering Yu Mao asleep, he pondered what to do with a slumbering rabbit. First, he retrieved a berry, swirling it around Yu Mao's nose. In less than 3 seconds, the rabbit would awaken. With Yu Mao, this method was unfailingly effective. Where did you find these? Yu Mao exclaimed as he opened his eyes, ecstatic at the sight of the berries, rubbing against Sui before they began to feast together. You know, I excel at finding food, Sui declared with pride, boasting about being the most adept groundhog among his siblings. He could always fill his belly, and since meeting Yu Mao, he had been even more satiated. Chapter 74. Disorder reigns. It was only when the sky had thoroughly darkened that Lingting returned. Stepping through the starlight with a small deer clamped in his jaws. The deer was still warm, evidently freshly hunted. His gait was steady, his black form nearly merging with the night, save for his pair of dark green eyes that glimmered faintly in the darkness. Yu Mao had been anxiously awaiting his return. His stomach had nearly digested the clover and began to grumble again. Hearing the familiar light footfalls, he sprang from the hay pile at the cave entrance, darting toward Lingting, circling around him and eagerly sniffing the enticing aroma of fresh venison. You're back. No fights, right? Are you hurt? Yu Mao queried while standing on tiptoe, pawing at Lingting's front legs to inspect him closely. Lingting gently placed the deer on the ground, bowing his head to allow the little rabbit to nuzzle against him with its moist nose and soft fur, checking for injuries. He emitted a low rumble from his throat, a sound of reassurance. I'm fine, he replied succinctly, extending his tongue to lick Yu Mao's eager, upright ears. Satisfied that Lingting was unscathed, Yu Mao's attention shifted to the deer on the ground. He circled the deer, his eyes sparkling in the dark, his tail wagging with excitement. Are we eating this today? It smells so fresh. Yes, it's for you, Lingting said, skillfully slicing open the deer's belly with his claws. Removing the internal organs before tearing off the most tender piece of hind leg meat and placing it beside some flat stones he had positioned near the cave entrance to shield from the wind. Lingting gestured for Yu Mao to keep his distance, then lowered his head toward the pile of kindling, a deep, heated breath coalescing in his throat before he expelled it forcefully. It was not a massive flame, but a small, stable, dark blue heat wave that precisely licked the dry grass, quickly igniting a small flame that crackled and illuminated a small area. Yu Mao crouched nearby, observing as Lung Ting carefully placed the piece of deer meat above the flames, allowing the heat to slowly roast it. The surface of the meat turned a golden brown, the fat sizzling as it rendered, filling the air with a rich aroma that made Yu Mao swallow hard. Lung Ting returned to the deer, tearing off a large chunk of bloody raw meat and chewing it slowly, as this was his accustomed manner of eating. Yu Mao watched hungrily as his piece of meat gradually changed color over the fire, unable to resist asking, "Lung Ting, how did it go with the lion pride? What did they say? Was it just a little cub that accidentally wandered over?" Lung Ting swallowed a mouthful of meat, glancing at the little rabbit's expectant face illuminated by the starlit campfire before he replied in a calm, deep voice, "It was indeed an accident. Their situation has become chaotic." Chaotic? Yu Mao tilted his head, his paws absently scratching the ground. "Yes, a new group of lions has arrived from the northern valley, and they are quite numerous, led by a strong male lion, very fierce." Lung Ting bit off another piece of meat, continuing, "The original pride was overwhelmed, losing a significant portion of their territory. The lionesses have been hiding with their cubs, creating quite a disorder. The little lion that wandered in today likely did so in a panic while fleeing with its mother." Yu Mao's eyes widened in surprise. "Will they come over to our side?" When I arrived, they were in a standoff near the boundary, making quite the racket. Lung Ting's tone remained steady, but Yu Mao could envision the tension of that moment. "I had a conversation with the lead lioness and the new male lion." He had used the term conversation, but Yu Mao understood it was not a friendly chat. He recalled Lung Ting's icy demeanor when he had departed. "I informed them that this is my territory, and they are not permitted to enter. Regardless of who wins or loses, I will not interfere, but if they encroach, they should not expect me to be courteous." As he spoke, Lung Ting's dark green eyes glinted with the cold light of a top predator. And regarding the matter of the little cub, he decided to let it go, considering its innocence and the circumstances of its flight. "There won't be a next time." "Did they agree?" Yu Mao whispered, his nose instinctively inching closer to the sizzling meat. The new male lion was somewhat defiant, quite loud. Lung Ting replied with a hint of disdain in his tone. "After I spoke with him for a while, he quieted down. Now they are in such disarray that they lack the time or courage to provoke me." He spoke in a casual manner. Yet Yu Mao could surmise that their private conversation would hardly be friendly or peaceful. However, as long as Lung Ting was unharmed, everything was acceptable. Yu Mao, partially understanding, nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze completely captivated by the perfectly roasted venison. The aroma of the meat grew increasingly intense, with the edges presenting an enticing caramelized hue. Observing Yu Mao's eager expression, Lung Ting used his paw to slide the grilled meat from the makeshift rack onto a clean, large leaf to cool, then pushed it towards Yu Mao, cautioning him against the heat. "I know," Yu Mao cheerfully responded, eagerly leaning in to gently nuzzle the meat with his nose to ascertain its acceptable temperature before opening his mouth to take dainty bites. The roasted venison was crisp on the outside, yet tender within, its juices abundant. Though it did not melt in his mouth quite like the tender raw meat that Lung Ting had torn for him, it possessed a unique, smoky flavor that warmed him from within. Delicious. The little rabbit mumbled in delight, his whiskers twitching with satisfaction. Lung Ting continued to savor his raw meat dinner while observing Yu Mao's contented munching. The night in the forest was not entirely silent. Distant, muffled growls echoed, belonging to large felines, perhaps remnants of a dispute among a pride of lions. Yet, near the cave entrance, only the crackling of the campfire and the gentle sounds of the rabbit chewing could be heard. Be cautious when searching for food over there again. If something feels off, return promptly, Lung Ting advised. Yu Mao nodded vigorously, his mouth full of meat. I would just stay close by and avoid the rocky slopes. He was no fool. The allure of excitement paled in comparison to the value of his life. After finishing his share of the roasted meat, his belly round and full, he contentedly licked his paws to clean his whiskers. Once Lung Ting had finished as well, he stood, casting the bones aside, and lay down beside the campfire, curling his long tail around Yu Mao, who was beginning to feel drowsy after a satisfying meal. Yu Mao let out a small, fragrant burp, skillfully finding the coziest spot against Lung Ting's warm side, curling up and shutting his eyes. The distant lion roars seemed to gradually subside, perhaps scattered by the night breeze. Beside him was the familiar, reassuring scent and warmth. Lung Ting, the little rabbit, murmured sleepily, "This is indeed a wonderful place." Lung Ting did not respond verbally. Instead, he lowered his head and gently nudged Yu Mao's fluffy head with his chin. Chapter 75. A visit from relatives the next day. Yu Mao feasted once more on the savory roasted venison, lying contentedly atop Lung Ting. The cave was enveloped in a tranquil silence, particularly conducive to slumber. At that moment, a faint rustling sound, akin to scales brushing against the dry ground, approached stealthily, sliding in along the cave wall. The sound was too familiar. Yu Mao's ears twitched, and before he had fully opened his eyes, Lung Ting had already lifted his head, his dark green eyes fixed on the cave entrance, emitting a low rumble that hovered between a warning and an inquiry. A dark, gleaming figure slithered silently into the cave, coiling within the shadows of the entrance, its golden vertical pupils scanning the interior where a leopard and a rabbit resided. It was Lung Lin. However, unlike the last time he had lazily snuck out into the sunlight, he now appeared, how shall I say, more assertive, his posture exuding an air of legitimacy in his visit. "Oh, everyone is here." Lung Lin spoke slowly, his tone devoid of much inflection, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack the icy demeanor he had exhibited when agitated by Ying Tan, replaced instead by a sense of leisure. Yu Mao, now fully awake, lifted his head from Lung Ting's belly, his round eyes curiously gazing at Lung Lin. "Lung Lin, what brings you here again? Where's Ying Tan? Surely he hasn't snuck away again?" He recalled the previous incident involving the stolen eggs. The tip of Lung Lin's tail flicked lightly, as if expressing a silent sense of pride. "This time, it is not a sneaky escape. I am here openly." That foolish Ying Tan, he paused, seemingly selecting his words carefully, is preoccupied with gathering materials to reinforce his nest for his nephew, leaving him no time to keep an eye on me. Without his own eggs, had Ying Tan acknowledged his nephew to fulfill his dream of having offspring? Yu Mao was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring an image of a large eagle grasping a branch, soaring through the air with a small chick. Just as he was about to inquire further, he felt something cold and smooth lightly brush against the base of his tail. Yu Mao jolted, nearly jumping in place. He turned his head to see Lung Lin's dark, glistening tail tip, moving slowly and tentatively as it gently prodded his fluffy, round little tail. "What are you doing?" Yu Mao immediately tucked his tail tightly beneath him, his ears standing upright, and his large eyes glaring at the uninvited black serpent. Although he understood that Lung Lin was a relative of Lung Ting and harbored no malice, the sudden, cool touch against one of his most sensitive areas caused his fur to bristle instinctively. "Nothing," Lung Lin replied, his tone deceptively innocent. Yet he did not retract his tail. Instead, he inched it forward, hovering just above Yu Mao's fluffy tail, seemingly measuring something. It appears he elongated his words, a hint of amusement flickering in his golden pupils, that it is not as round as before. "What do you mean, not as round?" Yu Mao instinctively retorted, but the phrase struck a chord within him, stirring not anger, but a trace of secret delight. He endeavored to conceal his tail more effectively. Yet Lung Lin's annoying tail tip remained nearby, swaying as if to tease him further. "It just feels different," Lung Lin continued in his infuriatingly calm tone, the tip of his tail even swaying side to side, mimicking a measuring motion. Previously, a poke would sink right in. Now it seems a bit firmer. Firmer. This word illuminated Yu Mao's heart, which had felt somewhat despondent due to the absence of visible changes in his physique over the past few days. He disregarded the offense to his tail and abruptly turned to face Lung Lin, though still appearing somewhat miffed. The light in his eyes had transformed. "Really? You noticed?" Lung Ting observed the interaction between the snake and the rabbit, particularly charmed by Yu Mao's expression, which had shifted from one of irritation to one of joy at a mere compliment. His dark green eyes glimmered with affection and exasperation. He reached out a paw to draw Yu Mao closer to him, effectively creating a barrier against the restless snake's tail while choosing not to intervene in Lung Lin's remarks. "Indeed, it is not as round as before, yet the rabbit now appears happier, more so than before. Lung Lin seemed quite pleased with Yu Mao's reaction, retracting his tail tip, coiling it back comfortably before leisurely stating, "Yes, there's been a slight change, at least in terms of the tail. It no longer resembles a limp ball of yarn." He spoke lightly, yet to Yu Mao, it was music to his ears. Ha! Yu Mao was nearly buoyant with joy. The previous drowsiness and the minor irritation for being prodded by the snake's tail dissipating into thin air. He puffed out his little chest. Although his belly remained round from the recent feast, he felt his muscles pulsating beneath his fur. Look, I told you my training was effective." The little rabbit excitedly proclaimed to Lung Ting, patting his side fur in an attempt to produce a sound reminiscent of muscles, though to no avail. "I am no ordinary meat rabbit anymore. I'm a muscle rabbit, strong and mighty." He completely forgot the embarrassment from the earlier encounter with the serpent's tail. Consumed by the joy of recognition, Lung Ting lowered his head, gently nudging Yu Mao's adorable, fluffy ears with his nose, a hint of laughter in his voice. Indeed, quite impressive. Lung Lin, coiled in the shadows, watched as the rabbit transformed from a puffed-up ball of fur into a proud little sphere, a flicker of almost gentle emotion passing through his golden pupils. He closed his eyes once more, seemingly intending to linger in this cool spot at the cave's entrance. Seeking a moment of tranquility, it had been too long since he had enjoyed a peaceful respite from the clamor of Ingtan. Yu Mao, having relished his excitement, nestled back down beside Lung Ting, his heart now filled with incomparable joy. He even found comfort in the icy form of Lung Lin at the cave's mouth, akin to a natural large cooling stone. The muscular rabbit softly repeated this self-bestowed title with a smile before closing his eyes. In his dreams, he might transform into a super rabbit hero, capable of kicking down great trees, his body a mass of sinewy muscle. Lung Ting also resumed his position, his tail loosely encircling his cheerful little rabbit, his gaze sweeping over the quiet black figure at the cave entrance. It was of no consequence. As long as the little rabbit was happy, having an extra relative to shelter was hardly an issue. It was certainly not due to Ingtan's generosity. The leopard was not so superficial. Chapter 76. The rabbit who loves food. Lung Lin had been curled up in the shadow near the cave wall for a considerable time, resembling a breathing, frigid obsidian sculpture. Initially, Yu Mao was thrilled by the muscular rabbit's endorsement, but he soon dozed off again beside Lung Ting, waking to nibble on some stored hay before bouncing around the cave to perform his daily muscle maintenance exercises, occasionally stealing glances at the black python in the corner, curious as to why it had not yet departed. As the sun began to set in the west, a series of not particularly gentle flapping sounds and the soft thud of claws on the ground echoed from outside the cave. Suddenly, a great dark, furry head blocked the entrance, casting a shadow over a large area. It was Ingtan. He appeared to be carrying something on his broad back, carefully wrapped in a piece of gray-brown tan hide, bulging with contents. "Lung Lin, are you in there?" Ingtan's voice lowered as he cautiously stood at the cave entrance, his golden eyes eagerly peering inside. He first spotted the prone Lung Ting and the hopping Yu Mao, before finally locking onto the black figure in the corner, visibly relieved. "I found you at last." I flew several circles around the territory. Lung Lin slowly opened one eye, his dark golden vertical pupil glancing at him, then fell silent, closing his eyes again with an impatient flick of his tail against the ground. Ingtan seemed accustomed to this attitude and was not annoyed. Rather, he eagerly unloaded the wrapped item from his back and placed it on the flat ground at the cave entrance. Clumsily, he used his claws to untie the leather string and lifted a corner of the hide. Instantly, a wave of sweet, fragrant fruit aroma mingled with the scent of sunlight burst forth, rapidly filling the entire cave. Yu Mao, in the midst of performing high knees, froze upon inhaling this delightful fragrance. His nose twitched vigorously, long ears swiveling towards the entrance, his gem-like eyes widening in astonishment as he fixated on the exposed hide. Beneath the hide lay a mountainous heap of vibrantly colored fruits. There were deep red, almost purple berries, dusted with white frost, clustered together. There were round, yellow, honey-scented wild fruits. There were rough-shelled brown nuts, cracked open to reveal glistening fruit flesh. even a few dewy, crisp-skinned fruits that looked bursting with juice, so numerous that Yu Mao could not name them, filled the air with an intoxicatingly sweet aroma that made his mouth water uncontrollably, and his paws involuntarily began to dig at the ground. He was truly digging. His hind legs alternated rapidly, pattering against the cave's solid floor, creating a hasty and excited sound, as if dancing a tap dance in celebration of hunger and anticipation. Phui! So many fruits, sweet ones. Yu Mao's voice trembled with excitement. Glancing from the pile of fruits to Ying Tan, then to Lung Ting, his tail shaking like a dandelion in the wind. Naturally, Lung Ting also caught the enticing scent of fruit. Observing his rabbit in such a frenzied state, bouncing and digging in place, a smile spread across his eyes. He lowered his head and gently licked Yu Mao's warm forehead, which had heated up with excitement, smoothing the few tufts of fur that had popped up, his deep voice brimming with indulgence. Yes, I see them. They're all for you. Take your time. This phrase seemed to unlock a switch. Yu Mao exclaimed in delight, unable to restrain himself any longer. With a powerful push of his hind legs, he shot forward like a bolt of yellow-white lightning, darting to the mountain of fruits. He barely remembered to thank Ying Tan for bringing the fruits, his mind already consumed with sweetness as he sniffed around, inspecting his sugary bounty. Then, he carefully yet eagerly grasped the nearest bright red berry, biting into it with a satisfying crunch. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, accompanied by a perfect hint of tartness that tantalized his taste buds. Yu Mao's eyes squinted blissfully, his mouth moving rapidly, cheeks puffing out as he devoured one berry after another with a fervor that bordered on reverence. The crisp fruits crunched delightfully, the berries slurped messily, while he patiently pried open the hard shells with his claws and incisors. Before long, the colorful juice was splattered all over his mouth, paws, and even a white ruff on his chest. Ying Tan watched the little rabbit feast with such joy that a smile flickered in his golden eyes. He scratched his head and remarked to Lung Lin in the corner, I picked these from the cliffs near the bald stork's territory, and the sweetest ones from the river valley. Knowing you were here, I thought I'd bring some for Yu Mao as well. He felt a bit sheepish, aware that this pile of fruits served as both a consolation prize for Lung Lin and, in a sense, an apology in hush money. Lung Lin finally opened both eyes, surveying the colorful bounty, then glanced at the ravenous little rabbit who seemed ready to bury himself in the fruit pile, his tail vibrating with happiness, before casting a final look at Lung Ting, whose expression radiated pride for his little rabbit. Consider yourself somewhat useful, Lung Lin said slowly, his tail giving a gentle flick. Accepting this offering, his massive form began to glide towards the cave entrance, brushing past Ying Tan with a light sweep of his tail against the leopard's paw. I'm leaving. It's too noisy here. Ying Tan, feeling greatly relieved, quickly moved aside, and once Lung Lin had completely exited the cave, he nodded back inside, stating, Then we shall take our leave, before flapping his wings and following suit. Soon, the sounds of wings flapping against the air and gradually fading resonated outside the cave. Yet within the cave, Yu Mao was entirely oblivious to their departure. His world had shrunk to the sweet little mountain before him. Lung Ting lay quietly nearby, watching, occasionally extending his tongue to help the little rabbit clean off the stubborn fruit juice splattered on his cheek, his gaze so tender it could melt hearts. The soft glow of the setting sun filtered through the cave entrance, casting a warm and serene golden hue over the plump rabbit immersed in his feast and the guardian leopard by his side. The air was thick with an irresistible fragrance of fruit and a flavor known as satisfaction. Yu Mao finally grasped why Lung Ting had not chased Lung Lin away this time. He knew Ying Tan would bring his favorite fruits. Lung Ting was too clever. The smartest leopard. The rabbit adored him. Lung Ting chewed, I love you, little rabbit, while Yu Mao's heart swelled with joy, his tail wagging furiously. Chapter 77. Sharing with good friends, although Yu Mao was lost in his feast, he still thought of his timid friend, Sway Sway, with whom he had shared sweet grass roots. The fruits brought by Ying Tan were simply too abundant. Even if he were to burst, he could not finish them all. Looking at the remaining pile of fruits, Yu Mao patted his round belly, letting out a fragrant burp. Here, I'll save some for Sway Sway. He pointed at the colorful mound of fruits, addressing Lung Ting beside him. He will surely love them. Another pile was reserved for myself. I am certain that I will crave it tomorrow. Lung Ting naturally had no objections, as he gently nudged Yu Mao's sticky cheek with his nose, signifying his agreement. Early the next day, as the sun began to illuminate the cave entrance, Yu Mao, brimming with energy, sprang to his feet. He directed Lung Ting to carefully wrap a selection of fruits in a clean piece of animal hide. There were red berries, yellow honey fruits, and a few crisp green fruits, each type evenly distributed. The bulging hide was meticulously tied with grass stems. Then, the little rabbit skillfully climbed onto Lung Ting's broad and steady back, gripping tightly onto the precious package. Let us set off. We are going to find Sway Sway. With the little rabbit and the fruits in tow, Lung Ting strode steadily towards the gentle slope where Sway Sway's home was located. The morning dew had yet to dry, the air was fresh, and the birds chirped melodiously. Yu Mao sat atop the height, shaking his head with pride, feeling like a great hero delivering treasures to a dear friend. Sway Sway's home was nestled on a sunlit slope, its entrance concealed and surrounded by clusters of flourishing grass. Lung Ting halted a short distance away, while Yu Mao, clutching the somewhat hefty leaf package, hopped excitedly to Sway Sway's entrance, gently tapping the ground with his paws. Sway Sway, Sway Sway, come out quickly. Look at what I brought you. Inside the cave, a rustling sound first emerged, and soon, a little creature with a brownish coat and a round head peeked out, its nose twitching rapidly, and its small, dark eyes reflecting the confusion of having just awakened. Mao Mao, so early? Before Sway Sway could finish his sentence, he was overtaken by the irresistible and sweet aroma of fruits. His eyes widened as they fixated on the bulging animal hide at Yu Mao's feet. What is this? Fui? Sweet fui. Brought by Ying Tan, and there are plenty. I specially saved some for you. Yu Mao proudly nudged the hide towards Sway Sway with his nose, deftly pawing aside the grass stems to reveal the enticing contents within. Wow! Sway Sway exclaimed in delight, his front paws excitedly rubbing together, his little whiskers twitching with anticipation. He cautiously leaned closer, first picking up the smallest red berry and deeply inhaling its scent before cherishingly taking a small bite. The sweet flavor melted in his mouth, and Sway Sway's eyes squinted into slits of bliss. How sweet, so delicious! Mao Mao, you are too kind. Observing his friend's delight brought Yu Mao more joy than eating himself. He plopped down beside Sway Sway, rummaging through his own bag to extract a yellow honey fruit, crunching into it with a satisfying burst of juice. Right, this one is sweet too. And this crisp one, it crunches delightfully. The two furry little friends sat head to head, shoulder to shoulder, on the sunlit grass, sharing their sweet breakfast. One for you, one for me. Occasionally debating which was sweeter or juicier, their mouths and paws smeared with sticky fruit juice, yet neither paid it any mind. Lung Ting lay under a nearby large tree, watching over them with a gentle gaze. Seeing the little rabbit happily accompanied by a friend, he stood up, flicked his tail, and called softly to Yu Mao. Yu Mao, with his cheeks stuffed, mumbled back indistinctly. Got it, you go ahead. I'll wait here for Sway Sway to finish eating. Then we can play in his burrow until you return to fetch me. Lung Ting nodded, casting one last glance at Sway Sway, who was struggling with a fruit nearly the size of his own head, before turning and silently disappearing into the forest for his daily patrol and potential hunting. Yu Mao and Sway Sway eventually consumed all their fruits. Their bellies round and content, they lay on the grass basking in the sun, airing out their fur, now covered in fruit stains. Let us go lounge in your burrow, Yu Mao suggested, feeling somewhat drowsy. I haven't had the chance to properly admire your newly arranged nest yet. Sway Sway readily agreed, leading Yu Mao into the small burrow, which, although modest in size, was managed with great comfort and warmth. Upon entering, Yu Mao couldn't help but sniff the air. Sway Sway's burrow carried a particularly pleasant aroma, a blend of the earthy scent of dry soil, the faint fragrance of stored grass seeds, and the warm scent of Sway Sway's own fur, all of which instilled a sense of security and relaxation. The burrow was thickly lined with soft, dry grass, and in the corner, Neatly stacked were some dried berries and roots, a testament to a well-lived life by the groundhog. So comfortable, Yu Mao sighed, unreservedly settling down in the softest part of the hay pile, stretching out his paws in bliss. Sway Sway nestled beside him, the two round, fragrant fur balls snuggled closely together. The drowsiness after their meal washed over them, combined with the comforting scent and warmth of Sway Sway's burrow, causing Yu Mao's eyelids to grow heavy. Sway Sway was nearly the same, his little head bobbing. Sway Sway, Yu Mao murmured sleepily, your burrow smells so lovely, I cannot quite describe it. But it is delightful, Sway Sway, half awake, murmured back, Mao Mao, your scent is also pleasant, the leopard scent is not. Soft purring sounds began to fill the air as the two little fur balls nestled together, sinking into a sweet slumber within the safety of Sway Sway's fragrant little burrow. Outside, the sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the occasional chirp of birds flitted by, creating a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Waiting for that dark figure to return, bringing the scent of the hunt, to fetch back his sleepy and playful little rabbit. Unfortunately, this serene moment did not last long. A wild boar was rooting about on the hillside, having caught the enticing scent of the sweet fruits. Why is there none here? Sui Sui. Are there fruits to eat today? Sway Sway opened his eyes, hearing the commotion of the wild boar, but not paying it much mind. Today there were no fruits, as he had eaten them all. Yu Mao, with a fiery temper, had been sleeping soundly when he was disturbed. He bolted out of the burrow, scratching the wild boar across its face, and then issued a warning. You pesky creature, dare to interrupt my sleep, and I shall let my leopard devour you. Wild boar, Sway Sway's home has been invaded? Chapter 78. All a misunderstanding today. Lung Ting's hunting was quite successful. He soon returned dragging a plump mountain goat. With thoughts of the little rabbit still playing in Sway Sway's burrow, he quickened his pace. As he approached the gentle slope where Sway Sway's home was located, he noticed something amiss in the open area outside the cave. His little rabbit, who had been so lively that morning, was now closely huddled against Sway Sway. With Yu Mao's ears pinned back against his body, his round form slightly hunched, eyes alertly staring ahead. His front paws instinctively pushed Sway behind him, adopting a protective stance, although he appeared more like the one in need of protection. What had them so tense was an adult wild boar beastman, standing across from them, its coarse black fur bristling, two curved tusks jutting from its mouth. The wild boar was lowering its head, its stout nose sniffing the grass, occasionally emitting snorting sounds. Its hooves impatiently digging at the ground, seemingly on the hunt or confronting something. In Lung Ting's eyes, his delicate little rabbit, who had just enjoyed a satisfying meal of fruits and should have been comfortably resting, was being bullied by this oblivious wild boar. Moreover, the rabbit was so frightened that its fur was standing on end, adopting a defensive posture. Lung Ting's dark green pupils narrowed into dangerous slits. A low and menacing growl rumbled from his throat, and he momentarily forgot about the mountain goat in his jaws, releasing it as his massive form surged forward like a streak of black lightning, filled with lethal intent, charging directly at the wild boar. Seeking death, the cold, furious roar accompanied the sound of claws slicing through the air. Oh my! The wild boar beastman let out a high-pitched, terrified scream, its body agilely rolling aside, just narrowly avoiding the deadly strike of Lung Ting's claws that could carve deep marks in a stone. He rolled in a mass of grass and dirt, disregarding his appearance, and scrambled behind a large rock, peeking out with only half of his head visible. His tusks trembled as he spoke, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Please, don't take action. There must be a misunderstanding. Lung Ting's strike missed its target, and he gracefully landed on the ground, positioning himself in front of Yu Mao and Sway Sway. His massive tail flicked anxiously, his eyes fixated on the wild boar hidden behind the stone, emitting a low growl that was laced with menace. Misunderstanding? You have intruded upon my territory and bullied my rabbits, and you dare speak of misunderstandings? He took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. And you are a wild boar from the lion's territory? What brings you here? Did the lion send you? What scheme are you concocting? A relentless barrage of questions fell like icy daggers, each laced with a chilling intent to kill. The wild boar, visibly frightened, shrank into a tight ball, desperately shaking his head, his fear causing his words to tumble out in disarray. And no, it's not the lions. I have nothing to do with them. I am merely an ordinary wild boar. How could I dare bully rabbits? He stammered, casting a furtive glance at the still furious Yu Mao behind Lung Ting. I often come to this area. The wild boar attempted to regain his composure, though his voice still trembled. I was looking for that little groundhog. He pointed at Sui Sui, who, at that moment, peeked out from behind Yu Mao, nodding slightly. I sought him out simply for some fruit. The wild boar sheepishly retracted his neck. Sometimes, when he's in a good mood or has leftovers, he gives me a couple, and that is the sweetest treat of my day. He would never seek out sweet fruits himself. Instead, he relied on Sui Sui as assistance, offering grass roots in exchange. So that is how it is, Yu Mao exclaimed in realization. He recalled Sui Sui mentioning that a large creature would occasionally come seeking food. It turned out to be this seemingly fierce, yet cowardly wild boar. But why didn't he mention it earlier? Sui Sui quickly nodded, adding in a soft voice, yes. Yes, it's just like that with Huahuan. When he comes, I give him some fruit. If there is none, I want he go out. And he will leave on his own. The lion's territory is particularly chaotic right now, with fights breaking out. Many beasts from there have either moved away or are hiding at the edges. Huahuan, though a bit clumsy and intimidating in appearance, is large, and when he roams nearby, those with ill intentions dare not approach my area, making me feel much safer. As Sui Sui spoke, he cast a grateful glance at Huahuan, the wild boar. Listening to their explanation, Lung Ting gradually reigned in his murderous aura, though his scrutinizing gaze remained unwavering. He observed the somewhat guilty little rabbit, and then turned his attention to the timid wild boar, who looked longingly towards them, finally settling on Sui Sui, whose expression was earnest. Could it truly be a misunderstanding? This wild boar was not here to bully the rabbits. He had come seeking food instead. Seeing that the Black Panther seemed less inclined to immediately dispatch him, Huahuan's courage returned just a fraction as he added, I have no other skills. Just a keen nose for finding deeply buried grass roots. I know exactly which slopes around here have good roots. I only wanted to trade for something sweet to eat. His voice trailed off, and he instinctively licked his lips, as if reminiscing about the sweetness he had previously received from Sui Sui. With the misunderstanding cleared, the atmosphere shifted to one of mild absurdity. Yu Mao began to groom himself, acknowledging that he had erred in the situation and decided to compensate the wild boar with a few fruits. After a moment of silence, Lung Ting exhaled through his nose, signifying his acceptance of the explanation. He cast a warning glare at the wild boar Huahuan. From now on, when you come here, be quieter and don't frighten them. Also, keep your distance from my rabbits. Yes, yes, I promise, Huahuan replied, visibly relieved, nodding fervently. Lung Ting disregarded him and turned back to Yu Mao, lowering his head to gently nuzzle the still disheveled ears of the rabbit, softly asking, Are you frightened? Yu Mao shook his head, nuzzling against his nose, and whispered, No, I was just startled awake from my sleep. I didn't know at first that he was Sui Sui's friend. The turmoil had subsided in an unexpected manner. Lung Ting once again picked up his rock sheep, preparing to take Yu Mao back home. Before leaving, Yu Mao cheerfully waved his paw at Huahuan. Next time I have extra fruit, I'll ask Sui Sui to give you some. Huahuan, taken aback, nodded repeatedly, watching as the Black Panther carried the rabbit away into the distance, before collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. Sui Sui approached him, offering a small, slightly shriveled berry from his collection. Here, have this to calm your nerves. Huahuan, moved almost to tears, carefully accepted the little fruit with his nose, cherishing it in his mouth. This delightful treat had truly been hard-won. Chapter 79. The Rabbit and the Panther Go to Battle in Recent Days. The turmoil within the lion's territory had intensified. The nights grew restless, filled with a cacophony of furious roars, threatening growls, the terrified squeals of cubs, and the urgent calls of lionesses, all mingling together and carried by the night wind, intermittently reaching the cave where Lung Ting and Yu Mao resided. The sounds were not particularly close, But the ferocious essence of large feline conflicts seemed to permeate the night, weaving its way into their cave. Yu Mao was the first to succumb to the disturbance, his rabbit instincts compelling him to be startled, his courage akin to Schrodinger's cat. On the first night, he was in the midst of a sweet dream, happily nibbling on succulent fruits, when a particularly loud and painful-sounding lion's roar startled him awake, causing him to tumble off Lung Ting's back. Woo! Yu Mao blinked sleepily, the cave cloaked in darkness, yet the haunting roar echoed in the distance, intertwined with other chaotic sounds. In the dark, those noises seemed amplified, and he could almost see the shadow of a lion, its gaping maw and fearsome fangs reflected against the cave walls, as if it were about to pounce and carry him away. His heart raced, and he could no longer maintain the facade of a brave rabbit. He darted beneath Lung Ting, like a truly frightened little rabbit. The warmth of the Black Panther's belly and his powerful limbs created an undeniably safe triangle. Yu Mao curled tightly within, his back pressed against Lung Ting's soft abdomen, his nose brushing against the fur that bore the scent of the leopard. The comforting aroma and tangible presence gradually dispelled the terrifying phantoms swirling in his mind. Lung Ting had long been awake, or rather, he had never truly fallen into a deep sleep. He had heard those lion roars and was quite annoyed when he felt a rustling beneath him, followed by a trembling, furry little body burrowing in, pressing closely against him. Yu Mao's voice emerged muffled and shaky, trembling with fear. It's so loud outside. There are lions. Lung Ting's heart tightened immediately. He lowered his head, swiftly locating Yu Mao's head buried in his fur, extending his tongue to gently lick the rabbit's cold, trembling long ears from the base to the tip. With utmost patience and tenderness. "Do not fear," he whispered, his voice resonating in his chest, reaching Yu Mao, who was pressed against him. "They cannot come here. I am here." Surrounded by his soothing presence, Yu Mao gradually relaxed, his taut body slowly unwinding, breaths evening out. In the latter half of the night, similar awakenings occurred 2 or 3 more times, each time prompting Yu Mao to instinctively burrow deeper beneath Lung Ting, as if only the weight and breath of the Black Panther could shield him from the dreadful nightmares of lion encounters. The next day, Yu Mao munched listlessly on grass, one ear drooping while the other stood alert, keenly attuned to any unusual sounds carried by the breeze. Lung Ting observed his state, his emerald green eyes swirling with intense anger and concern. Those damned lions were disturbing his little rabbit's sleep and causing him nightmares. "I will go," Lung Ting declared after finishing his meal, standing up with a calm demeanor, though Yu Mao sensed the suppressed ferocity beneath. "Tell them to quiet down." Yu Mao's chewing came to an abrupt halt as his ears perked up towards Lung Ting, his round eyes widening in astonishment. "You're going? What for?" "To silence them," Lung Ting replied succinctly, his tail swaying ominously. "Or perhaps, to ensure they remain silent forever." In an instant, Yu Mao comprehended the gravity of his words. This formidable leopard intended to eliminate the source of the incessant noise. Terrified, he leapt to obstruct Lung Ting's path, despite their size disparity, exuding a fierce determination. "No, you must not go." "Why not?" Lung Ting gazed down at him, his icy demeanor unyielding. "They disturbed your peace, invaded your dreams. That does not justify fighting." Yu Mao protested fervently, stamping his feet. "There are so many lions. You will undoubtedly be injured. You could bleed, feel pain, face danger." The memory of witnessing wounded creatures in their final throes haunted him, his voice tinged with a quivering fear. He could not bear the thought of Lung Ting returning with injuries. If he were gravely harmed, other beastmen would surely seize the territory, coveted by countless others. "I can handle it." Lung Ting attempted to sidestep him. "I said no means no." Yu Mao insisted with unusual resolve, throwing himself onto the ground and grasping Lung Ting's front leg in a display of defiance. "If you go, I will be furious. Very, very furious." Observing Yu Mao's earnest demeanor, Lung Ting's murderous intent was momentarily replaced by a sense of helplessness. He recognized that the little rabbit was genuinely concerned for him. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Yu Mao waking in terror each night, seeking refuge beneath him. After a protracted standoff, Long Ting temporarily relented and did not set off immediately, though the thought lingered in his mind. Another day passed, and in the evening, Lung Ting watched as Yu Mao finished eating, lying there with ears twitching nervously from the day's sporadic roars. Silently, he rose and moved toward the cave entrance, planning to resolve the situation with the lion pride swiftly and return before Yu Mao woke. However, just as he reached the threshold, he heard Yu Mao's hurried hops and a tearful cry. Lung Ting, are you going to find the lions again? Leng Ting Ho Tut. Yu Mao rushed to stand before him, his large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, not from fear of the lions, but from Lung Ting's disobedience. You reek of impending conflict. I can smell it. You intend to fight, don't you? Lung Ting fell silent, tacitly conceding. Yu Mao's tears fell freely, not in a fit of wailing, but a silent cascade of frustration and fear. Fine, go ahead and fight. He wiped his tears away and retreated, his voice trembling with resolve. If you go now, I will run away from home. I will seek Sui, and I won't return. You'll return from battle and find no rabbit. These words struck Lung Ting like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in shock. Run away from home? Not return? He spun around sharply, casting a vast shadow over the weeping rabbit, his throat emitting a low, anxious growl. You dare. Try me, Yu Mao retorted, crying even harder but defiantly glaring back. You're willing to risk everything to fight the lions, so what am I even doing here? The final threat pierced Lung Ting's heart. He could confront the lion pride, sustain injuries, and bleed, but the thought of returning to find his beloved rabbit missing was unbearable. Merely imagining that scenario caused him more anguish than any physical wound could inflict. He lowered his head, nudging Yu Mao's tear-streaked cheek with his nose, tenderly licking away the salty traces, his movements cautious, imbued with a sense of appeasement and remorse. I will not go, I promise, Mao Mao. Please don't cry. Yu Mao sniffled, pushing away his nose with a paw, yet he no longer mentioned running away. Really? He asked for confirmation. Really, Lung Ting affirmed, gently rubbing his forehead against Yu Mao's. I will stay right here, watching over you. Gradually, Yu Mao's tears subsided, though he continued to stipulate. Then you must swear not to sneak off again, unless they truly come to fight. Very well, I swear, Lung Ting replied without hesitation. From that day forth, Lung Ting became entirely compliant, even when the lion's roars pierced the night, awakening Yu Mao, who sought refuge beneath him. He merely tightened his embrace around the little rabbit, patiently licking and soothing him, suppressing any flicker of his own simmering fury deep within, fearful of provoking another threat of departure from the sensitive rabbit. For the sake of Yu Mao's sense of security, the leopard resolved to endure the cacophony. After all, nothing was more paramount than the safety of his little rabbit, even surpassing his own irritations and the trivial peace of the territory's edge. Chapter 80. A respite after several tumultuous days. The maddening roars of the lions finally ceased one particular morning. It was not a gradual winding down, but a sudden silence, as if something had forcefully severed their throats. Yu Mao found himself enjoying an uninterrupted sleep, awakening refreshed, his ears no longer twitching nervously. In high spirits, he nibbled on fruit, contemplating whether to seek out Sui for play or to persuade Lung Ting to take him on a more adventurous expedition. As the entrance darkened, a familiar silhouette glided in, its tail curled around a bulging bundle wrapped in fresh large leaves. It was Lung Lin. Instead of coiling in a corner, he smoothly made his way to the center of the cave, gently placing the leaf-wrapped object on the ground before lifting his expressionless serpent head. His dark golden vertical pupils scanned Lung Ting, then settled on Yu Mao, who was tilting his head in curiosity. It's quiet, Lung Lin spoke slowly, as if greeting them. Yu Mao nodded enthusiastically, his ears perked up in delight. Yes, it's especially quiet. He curiously eyed the leaf bundle, his nose twitching, detecting the scent of fruit. Lung Ting also lifted his head, his dark green eyes fixed on Lung Lin, questioning. Lung Lin pointed his tail towards the direction of the lion pride with a flat tone, though if one listened closely, there was an undercurrent of exasperation. It became unbearable. That foolish bird from Tan complained daily, unable to sleep, feathers all ruffled. So, I brought in a few friends from the mountains to the north, who also found the noise intolerable. The way he used brought alongside his monotonous tone added an unexpected humor. The imposing figures, along with that foolish bird, visited yesterday afternoon, confronting the most boisterous lions, both newcomers and old residents, and persuaded them one by one. He emphasized the word persuaded. Yu Mao's eyes sparkled as he envisioned the scene of massive raptors swooping down, sending the lions into a frantic retreat, and he felt exhilarated. And then? Did they settle down? Indeed, Lung Lin confirmed with a nod. The leaders of the ruckus were subdued, and the other lions were sufficiently frightened. The territory has been redefined, and for the time being, they cannot engage in conflict, hence the tranquility. After speaking, his dark golden eyes shifted to Lung Ting, scrutinizing him thoroughly before adding nonchalantly, "I expected you to take action first." Lung Ting remained silent, his tail twitching awkwardly. Lung Lin did not require a response, continuing on his own, a hint of teasing in his tone. "It seems with a fluffy little rabbit to care for at home, you've lost your appetite for battles." His gaze returned to Yu Mao, lingering momentarily on the rabbit's soft, sleek fur that appeared particularly fluffy from a good night's rest, his tail unconsciously swaying gently. Afraid of scaring him? Or worried he might run away? That last remark hit the mark with uncanny precision. Lung Ting's ears immediately perked back, and a low warning grunt emerged from his throat. Yu Mao, however, was oblivious to Lung Ting's reaction. He hopped forward a couple of steps, leaned over the bundle, and sniffed vigorously, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lung Lin. "Is this fruit?" he inquired excitedly. Lung Lin flicked his tail to part the leaves slightly, revealing an assortment of fresh fruits glistening with morning dew in vibrant colors. This variety seemed richer than what Ying Tan had brought last time. There were several types that Yu Mao had never seen before. "I picked these from beneath a cliff. That silly bird said, these are sweeter, and the rabbit will surely love them." Yu Mao's joy was palpable, his tail quivering with excitement as he lifted his head and flashed a toothy grin at Lung Lin. "Welcome, especially welcome. Fruits into the burrow." He emphasized the fact that the fruits were to be brought inside. Lung Ting observed his rabbit's exuberance at the sight of the fruits, and then glanced at the seemingly aloof yet precisely feeding black python beside him, feeling somewhat stifled. He shot a warning glare at Lung Lin, but the latter had already reverted to his lazy demeanor, as if the previous exchange had not occurred at all. "Go ahead and eat," Lung Ting finally said to Yu Mao, his tone laced with indulgence. Yu Mao let out a cheer and immediately pounced on the pile of fruits, embarking on his joyous selection process. He first picked up a dark purple berry coated with white frost, took a bite, and his eyes squinted with delight. This is so sweet." Then, his curiosity piqued, he unearthed a rough-skinned, gray-green hard fruit, tapping it with his paws. "What is this? I've never seen it before." Without lifting his eyelids, Lung Lin lazily replied, "Smash it with a stone. Inside is white, sweet, and juicy." At these words, Lung Ting silently stood up and approached the entrance, clawing back a sharp-edged flat stone. Yu Mao quickly placed the gray-green fruit on the ground, and Lung Ting gently struck it with the stone. The fruit cracked open, revealing its crystalline white flesh, which indeed exuded a sweet fragrance. "Wow!" Yu Mao exclaimed, scooping out a piece of fruit flesh and popping it into his mouth, feeling its icy sweetness and unique texture. "Delicious. Lung Ting, you should try some too." He dug out a larger piece and offered it to the Black Panther. Lung Ting lowered his head and ate from Yu Mao's paw, his tongue inadvertently brushing against the rabbit's soft paw pad. It is quite sweet." Lung Lin, lounging nearby, watched the Black Panther accept the offering with apparent ease, disdainfully thinking, what is that smug leopard showing off for? Chapter 81. Leopard and friends this time. Though Yu Mao relished the bounty of fruits brought by Lung Lin, his mind was buzzing with plans. Once Lung Lin was taken away by Ying Tan, only the rabbit and the panther would remain in the burrow. He deliberately set aside the best portion, carefully dividing it into 2 bundles with broad, clean leaves. One package was plump and full, meant for Sway Sway. The other was slightly smaller, but contained large fruits intended for the wild boar, Huan Huan. Yu Mao felt a twinge of guilt for the misunderstanding that had led to Huan Huan being hurt last time. "Leng Ting," Yu Mao exclaimed, tapping the Black Panther's foreleg with a paw sticky from fruit juice, signaling the two bundles. Let's go find Sway Sway. We should take these to him and also to Huan Huan. Lung Ting observed the two carefully prepared gifts on the ground and then looked at Yu Mao's bright, expectant eyes, naturally feeling inclined to comply. He bent down, allowing Yu Mao to place the larger bundle for Sway Sway on his back, securing it with a blade of grass. Then Yu Mao climbed aboard, clutching the smaller bundle for Huan Huan tightly in his forepaws, fearing it might slip away. If it drops, there will be nothing to eat. Let us go, Yu Mao announced joyfully once settled. Lung Ting, carrying the rabbit with the fruit bundle, made his way towards Sway Sway's little hillock. The sun was warm, casting a glow upon Yu Mao that made him seem radiant. Upon reaching the vicinity of Sway Sway's burrow, they heard soft, high-pitched voices inside, accompanied by a familiar, hearty snort. Yu Mao's eyes lit up. Huan Huan was there too. Sui Sui. Huan Huan, I'm here, Yu Mao exclaimed eagerly, slipping off Lung Ting's back while tightly clutching his apology and friendship gift. Sway Sway's head popped out from the burrow entrance, and upon seeing Yu Mao and the approaching Lung Ting, as well as the bundle in Yu Mao's arms, his small eyes immediately brightened. Shortly after, a massive, dark silhouette blocked much of the burrow entrance. Huan Huan approached cautiously, and upon seeing Yu Mao and Lung Ting, he noticeably flinched, particularly at the sight of Lung Ting, nervously scraping his hooves against the ground. Nevertheless, he forced a grin, displaying his tusks in an effort to appear friendly. Mao Mao, you've come, Sui Sui exclaimed joyfully. Huan Huan just happened to drop by today to see if there are any, dried fruits. Huan Huan nodded eagerly, his voice a low rumble. Yes, yes. I just came to take a look and to sniff the fruit's aroma. After speaking, he shyly lowered his head and nudged the ground with his snout. Yu Mao chuckled and first extended the smaller leaf bundle towards Huan Huan. Here, Huan Huan, this is for you. Huan Huan was taken aback, raising his large head, his small, dark eyes blinking in disbelief. For me? He distinctly remembered the last time when the Black Panther had looked at him with a murderous glare. Yes. Yu Mao nodded vigorously. I'm sorry for scaring you last time. These fruits are especially sweet. You should try them. Sway Sway chimed in from the side. Yes. Huan Huan, Mao Mao specifically saved these for you. Only then did Huan Huan cautiously extend his snout, gently brushing against the leaf bundle. The rich sweetness overwhelmed him, prompting him to inhale deeply. He lifted his head, gazed at Yu Mao's sincere smile, and then stole a glance at the expressionless Lung Ting. Overwhelmed by surprise, he could only clumsily repeat, thank you, little rabbit. You're welcome, Yu Mao replied generously. He then picked up the larger bundle. Sway Sway, this is yours. Let us eat together. The three little companions, a yellow and white rabbit, a groundhog, and a massive black wild boar, settled down on the sun-warmed grassy patch outside Sway Sway's burrow. Yu Mao unwrapped the three-leaf packages, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors and fruits glistening with morning dew, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Wow! Sway Sway and Huan Huan exclaimed in unison. Sway Sway eagerly grasped a red berry with his small paws, while Huan Huan skillfully curled his nose around the largest yellow fruit, careful not to let his tusks touch the skin. Then followed a delightful symphony of crunching sounds. Sway Sway nibbled delicately, taking small bites but not at all slow. Yu Mao, with his sharp front teeth, made quick work of the juiciest pieces. Huan Huan, though his mouth was large, savored each bite, emitting satisfied grunts as his massive body swayed with joy. This purple one is so sweet, Sui Sui exclaimed. This crunchy one sounds like ice when I bite it. Huan Huan chimed in. This one is white inside, cool, and delicious. They exchanged their tasting experiences, and the grassy patch was soon filled with the aroma of fruits and the sounds of joyful munching. Not far away, Lung Ting lay beneath a large tree, observing this peculiar yet harmoniously delightful scene. His little rabbit sat at the center, flanked by the diminutive groundhog and the colossal wild boar. Three distinctly colored and sized creatures huddled together, enjoying their feast of fruits. As the fruits began to dwindle, the two little ones' bellies rounded with satisfaction. Sway Sway and Yu Mao leaned against each other, burping contentedly, while Huan Huan sprawled out, basking in the sun with his belly rising and falling. At that moment, Lung Ting stood up and flicked his tail, softly saying to Yu Mao, "I'm going hunting. We'll have roast lamb for dinner." Those words instantly ignited Yu Mao's appetite, which had just been filled with fruits. Roast lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant roast lamb. It was his favorite. "Great." Yu Mao responded immediately, his eyes sparkling. "Catch plenty and make sure they're fat." A flicker of amusement crossed Lung Ting's eyes as he nodded slightly. Casting a glance at the two friends still savoring the remnants of the fruit, Sui Sui and the sprawled-out Huan Huan, before he turned and silently vanished into the woods. Yu Mao, having seen off Lung Ting, turned back to the two satiated friends and proposed, "Shall I lounge in your cozy den, Sui Sui, while we await his return?" "Naturally." Sui Sui agreed, and Huan Huan, with a few grumbles, climbed to his feet. Although he couldn't fit into Sui Sui's burrow, he sensibly relocated to the cool shade beside the entrance, curling up like a massive black guardian, continuing to doze off with the taste of fruit lingering in his dreams. Yu Mao and Sui Sui nestled into the fragrant, dry little nook, lying side by side. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the entrance, casting warm patches of light upon the ground. The sweetness of the fruit seemed to linger in the air, mingling with the fresh scent of hay. "Mao Mao," Sui Sui whispered, "Huan Huan is actually quite nice, albeit a bit intimidating in appearance." Yu Mao replied drowsily, his eyelids growing heavy with him around. "You are safe, and the fruit is delicious." His voice trailed off, gradually fading into a gentle, rhythmic snore. Sui Sui nestled against him and quickly fell asleep. Outside, Huan Huan's snores echoed like distant thunder, yet oddly provided a sense of reassurance. Inside the burrow, the two little fur balls cuddled together, dreaming of sweet fruits and roasted lamb. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lung Ting returned, dragging a plump mountain goat behind him. The campfire blazed anew, and the goat meat sizzled over the flames, the fat crackling and releasing a rich aroma that decisively dispelled the last vestiges of sweetness in the air, wafting towards Sui Sui's burrow and into the nostrils of the napping wild boar. Yu Mao awoke, almost entranced by the delicious scent, rubbed his eyes, called for Sui Sui to join him, greeted the drooling Huan Huan, and then joyfully dashed towards his panther companion and the impending feast. By the campfire that night, Lung Ting meticulously turned the golden brown meat, while Yu Mao squatted nearby, watching with eager eyes, his tail swaying gently in anticipation. The air was thick with the mouth-watering scent of roasted meat. Huan Huan and Sui Sui indulged nearby, undisturbed by the affectionate closeness of the panther and the rabbit. With sweet fruits to share with friends and delectable roasted lamb for dinner, life could not be more delightful. Chapter 82. Unlocking again upon returning to their warm, cozy den. Yu Mao felt a comforting warmth envelop him. After feasting on the succulent roasted lamb, the warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs, even causing his ears to feel a bit flushed. Satisfied, he licked his paws and, with lingering delight, smacked his lips, feeling that merely lounging to digest felt like a disservice to the warmth and contentment he felt after his meal. Tilting his head, he gazed at Lung Ting, who was leisurely cleaning the grease from his paws. In the glow of the firelight, the panther's sleek muscles subtly rippled with each breath, his smooth fur reflecting a shadowy sheen, and his deep emerald eyes appeared especially profound in the dim light. Suddenly, Yu Mao felt a tingling sensation, akin to the softest grass, tickling him. He shifted his rounded body closer to Lung Ting, first nudging his head against the panther's sturdy forearm, letting out a soft, affectionate purr. Lung Ting paused, looking down at him with a softened gaze. "Are you tired?" he asked quietly, assuming the little rabbit was ready for sleep after a hearty meal. "Not tired," Yu Mao mumbled, yet his body pressed even closer, his front paws clinging to Lung Ting's neck, burying his furry cheeks into the panther's thick, soft fur, beginning to nuzzle gently. Like a restless dandelion seeking the most comfortable angle to nestle into, he rubbed against Lung Ting with no particular rhythm, sometimes pressing his forehead against the panther's chin and other times brushing his warm cheek against Lung Ting's cool nose, the fine fur grazing over sensitive skin. His warm breath carried the scent of lamb and a hint of sweetness from the fruit, wafting against Lung Ting's neck, while his paws unconsciously scratched lightly at the panther's fur. This pure, dependent yet affectionate interaction ignited a suppressed flame within Lung Ting, his muscles tensing and a deep, resonant purr escaping his throat, heavier and more tremulous than usual. Yu Mao, with his gem-like eyes glistening in the dim light, looked up, a mix of innocence and mischief dancing in his gaze. Instead of halting, he intensified his actions, pushing his hind legs against Lung Ting, pressing his whole body closer, even attempting to flatten his round belly against the panther, murmuring softly, "So warm, Lung Ting, you're warm too." These words acted as the final catalyst. Lung Ting abruptly lowered his head, extending his warm tongue, no longer merely offering soothing licks, but instead with a clear desire and possessiveness. He licked from the tip of Yu Mao's ear all the way to the back of his neck, leaving behind a trail of moisture. Yu Mao trembled at the sensation, a short whimper escaping his throat, not from fear, but rather as if struck by this sudden fervor. Rather than retreating, he instinctively tilted his neck, exposing his most vulnerable area to Lung Ting's lips and tongue, his paws gripping tighter around the panther. The glow of the campfire danced across their intertwined forms, elongating and distorting their shadows upon the stone wall, creating an ambience of intimacy. The air was thick with a lingering aroma of roasted meat, the scent of burning wood, and the intensifying atmosphere of their mutual desire. Lung Ting's breath grew noticeably heavier, no longer content with simple licks. He nudged Yu Mao's tightly curled form with his nose, his agile tongue exploring more concealed territories, applying gentle pressure. The warm, wet sensation rendered Yu Mao weak, prompting him to involuntarily kick his hind legs, his paws weakly scrabbling against the dry grass beneath them, producing faint rustling sounds. "Wait, wait," Yu Mao stammered, feeling overwhelmed by the direct stimulation, his voice soft and peculiar. Yet his body betrayed his words, pressing even closer to the warmth. "What a strange." Lung Ting's voice brushed against Yu Mao's sensitive ear, gently tugging at the tip of one of his rabbit ears, eliciting stronger shivers and whimpers from the little rabbit beneath him. Just. Yu Mao struggled to articulate, feeling as if a fire were burning within him, mingled with countless little claws scratching at him, a mix of emptiness and yearning. He transformed into a human form while retaining his ears and tail, instinctively arching his back to draw nearer to Lung Ting. This silent invitation shattered the last remnants of Lung Ting's restraint. He carefully adjusted his position, tenderly enveloping the trembling, sweet-scented fur ball with his robust body, forming a tight, possessive embrace. "Shall we try this?" Lung Ting's voice was hoarse, and he silenced Yu Mao's faint protests and shy whimpers with a kiss, plunging them both into a whirlpool woven from instinct and affection, hot and familiar. The night in the cave was no longer peaceful. Soft whimpers, restrained growls, rapid breaths, and the intimate sounds of fur brushing against dry grass intertwined to compose a melody exclusively theirs, fiery and private. Chapter 83. The exhausted rabbit, after indulging in sweet fruits for several consecutive days, coupled with feasting and playful frolics. Yu Mao felt as though his little body was somewhat overextended. It wasn't the kind of discomfort that signified illness, but rather a languorous state where he lacked energy, even finding his favorite tender grass tips too tiresome to chew, preferring to simply lie down. Particularly in his lower back, there was a persistent sensation of soreness and fullness, as if someone had stealthily used it as a springboard. One sunny morning, the sunlight poured in through the cave entrance, golden and radiant. Lung Ting, adhering to established customs, sought to gently rouse Yu Mao, who was ensconced within a cozy hay nest, intending to take him for a leisurely stroll and perhaps showcase his presence. However, the moment his nose brushed against Yu Mao's ear, the latter emitted a soft grunt and buried his head deeper into the hay, responding with a muffled and impatient tone. "Don't disturb me. I shan't go out today." Lung Ting paused, lowering his head to scrutinize him closely. "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" "I am not unwell," Yu Mao replied languidly, extricating his head slowly, his eyes half open and exuding a palpable fatigue. I'm simply tired. Exhausted, in fact. I need to rest properly. Perhaps for a day, or even several days. You must not pester me. I wish to be alone. His words suggested that Lung Ting was typically the clingy one, which, to some extent, was true. Observing the little rabbit's drooping ears and lackluster demeanor, Lung Ting's heart ached. What could be troubling him? Was he ill? That seemed unlikely. Very well, I shall not bother you. Lung Ting acquiesced, moving back just enough to find a vantage point where he could see Yu Mao without intruding, settling down with his tail neatly curled around him. You sleep. I shall remain here. Yu Mao responded with a contented hum and shut his eyes once more. Yet, sleep evaded him. He simply did not wish to move. After a while, feeling the hay prickling his neck, he lazily shifted to a sun-warmed patch at the cave entrance, where the smooth stone felt blissfully inviting. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, with warmth seeping through his fur, coaxing him into a state of utter relaxation. Yu Mao sprawled out, stretching his limbs into a perfectly formed rabbit shape, allowing the sunlight to bathe him entirely. His fur glistening from his recent indulgent diet. As he settled comfortably, instinct took over. He noticed some tufts of fur had become tangled from sleep and rolling about, and he yearned for a thorough grooming. Tilting his head, he extended his petite, agile pink tongue and began the meticulous task of preening himself. He commenced with his shoulder, the delicate tongue moving methodically in the direction of fur growth, smoothing down the rebellious strands. Next was his chest, where he paid special attention to the luxuriously soft ruff, patiently untangling the minute knots. Sunlight glinted off his moist nose and the tip of his pink tongue, creating a sparkling spectacle. He licked with focused enthusiasm, relishing the moment, his eyes narrowing in bliss, emitting a contented purr from his throat. His round body gently undulated with each lick, particularly his short tail, which appeared especially plump and fluffy, swaying gently in the direction of Lung Ting, occasionally quivering with the joy emanating from its master, resembling a playful, furry bell. Lung Ting lay nearby, professing not to intrude, yet his gaze was utterly transfixed upon his beloved rabbit. He watched the nimble pink tongue dance, the sunlight glisten on the sleek fur, and the round tail rise and fall with each breath. A primal urge began to stir within the Black Panther. That tail looked incredibly soft, fluffy, and of a creamy hue, akin to a sweet fruit. What would it feel like to bite into it? Surely it would be tender, perhaps even springy? Would it be akin to sinking one's teeth into a fluffy cloud? Lung Ting's canines itched, and his throat involuntarily tightened. He was acutely aware that such thoughts were inappropriate, utterly so. The little rabbit was engrossed in his grooming, relaxed, and trustfully sprawled before him. If he were to lunge and take a bite of that tail, Yu Mao would undoubtedly be terrified, react with fury, and retaliate with what he perceived as formidable kicks. Perhaps even threaten to ignore him for days, or, in a more serious vein, consider leaving home. Reason insisted that he must not bite, absolutely not. Yet, the tail's alluring motion, coupled with its plush texture glistening in the sunlight, beckoned him to take just one gentle nibble. Surely it would go unnoticed. Lung Ting's tail tip began to involuntarily thump against the ground, producing soft pattering sounds. He forced himself to divert his gaze to the trees outside the cave, to the clouds in the sky. Yet, mere moments later, his attention was irresistibly drawn back to the warm, furry rabbit, especially that focal, round tail. Having licked his chest and one shoulder, Yu Mao turned to face the sun, resuming his grooming ritual. As he rolled, his tail traced a brief arc in the air, swaying tantalizingly in front of Lung Ting. In an instant, Lung Ting's claws clenched into the earth, his mind racing with the imagined sensation of sinking his teeth into that soft fluff. No, the panther must resist. Taking a deep breath, he buried his head in his crossed forepaws, revealing only his emerald green eyes, stealthily continuing to observe. The conflict within him, an urge to take a bite versus the fear of being rebuffed by the little rabbit and losing his trust, created a delightful yet agonizing turmoil within. Oblivious to this internal struggle, Yu Mao continued to bask in the sun, grooming his fur, occasionally stretching luxuriously, tightening his round tail. completely unaware of the Black Panther beside him, who appeared tranquil yet was grappling with a tempest of desire. He simply thought that being able to sunbathe languidly, grooming his fur in peace, free from the roars of lions, was rather delightful. Once this moment passed, he would seek out some herbs to consume, to ensure he remained robust, for rabbits were known for their vitality. Should he call out to Sue for assistance, or would he venture forth alone? Yu Mao pondered deeply. Chapter 84. Baorua, to the thread of reason within Lung Ting snapped with a resounding crack as Yu Mao's fluffy tail twitched unconsciously once more. Without much contemplation, Lung Ting's body acted before his mind could catch up. His considerable form crept closer, his massive head bowed, intent on his target. With a mouth lined with sharp canines, he gently closed around Yu Mao's tail, which was swaying slightly with his grooming motions. There was no force, no real bite. Rather, he enveloped the small, fluffy, warm tuft in his warm mouth with tender care. His teeth merely brushed against it, cautious not to inflict any pain. Instantly, the fur was enveloped in the warmth of his mouth, its texture even softer than the day before, infused with the warmth of sunlight and Yu Mao's unique scent. A delightful blend of grass and fruit. Lung Ting froze, maintaining this clandestine posture, his emerald eyes fixated on the back of Yu Mao's head, his heart pounding in anticipation of being kicked away or met with a furious outburst. However, the anticipated wrath did not materialize. Yu Mao's grooming momentarily faltered, the unfamiliar sensation of his tail being held causing him to tense slightly. He slowly turned his head, his gem-like eyes devoid of anger, instead reflecting a blankness tinged with confusion and deeper concern. He glanced at his tail, now in the mouth of the Black Panther, and then up at Lung Ting's tense, somewhat rigid face, which was now alarmingly close. Yu Mao mumbled, hesitating to withdraw his tail. He currently lacked the energy to deal with this trivial matter. Wrinkling his nose, he said, Lung Ting, tell me, where might we find herbs to remedy kidney deficiency around here? Lung Ting nearly dropped the tail from his mouth, blinking in disbelief at what he had just heard. Kidney deficiency? His little rabbit, when he held its tail in his mouth, was surprisingly preoccupied with thoughts of finding medicine for kidney deficiency. Yu Mao seemed to have opened up a floodgate of conversation, or perhaps he had finally found a confidant. Beginning to murmur, his gaze still somewhat distant. I must be incredibly fatigued lately. My back aches and I feel drained. Isn't that a manifestation of kidney deficiency? I recall there are herbs for treating kidney weakness. Are they found at the shady slopes? Are they black? Or perhaps red? He pondered earnestly, completely oblivious to the fact that his tail was still in the other's mouth, even unconsciously brushing the tip of his tail lightly within the warm confines of Lung Ting's mouth, as if assisting his thoughts. This gentle motion felt like a feather brushing against Lung Ting's heart. The initial tension and anticipation of impending punishment were shattered by Yu Mao's utterly distracted reaction and that absurd concern for kidney deficiency. The leopardess mind went blank, and the little rabbit was not angry. Not only was he not upset, he seemed to drift into a reverie, contemplating the fictitious issue of kidney weakness. Could this be interpreted as his tacit approval? Perhaps even encouragement? This thought ignited a wildfire, consuming Lung Ting's last remnants of hesitation. He not only maintained his grip, but also, with a more pronounced flick of his tongue, licked the soft fur within Yu Mao's mouth, and then reluctantly released him. The liberated round tail instinctively shook off some unwarranted warmth. Meanwhile, Lung Ting's paw silently ventured forth. First, with his paw pad, imbued with careful yet irrepressible excitement. He pressed gently against the soft, sun-warmed lower back of Yu Mao. Yu Mao flinched at the touch, momentarily pulled from his herbal musings, turning to look at him. What are you doing? Just helping you relax, came Lung Ting's husky voice, his paw becoming increasingly restless, applying just the right amount of pressure on the warm, fluffy expanse of Yu Mao's lower back and spine. The technique not quite professional, but sufficiently attentive. Aren't you tired? Well, Yu Mao mused, sensing a semblance of logic in that, and indeed, it felt quite soothing. He relaxed once more, settling back down, squinting his eyes, emitting that delightful, soft purring sound from his throat. Acknowledged by Yu Mao, Lung Ting's confidence surged. One paw continued to knead the back, while the other joined in the delightful endeavor of pampering the rabbit. He became bolder, gently enveloping Yu Mao's rotund form with his entire paw, caressing from shoulder to rear. Repeatedly, unable to restrain his affection, his palm felt the smoothness of Yu Mao's short fur and the sturdy yet soft little body beneath, occasionally grazing Yu Mao's sensitive ribs or squeezing the particularly rounded curves of his backside, accentuated by his sideline position. "How about here? Does this feel sore?" Lung Ting inquired softly, his paw pressing against the base of Yu Mao's hind leg. A bit. Yu Mao felt a little dizzy from the massage, basking in the sunlight, while the Leopard's ministrations seemed to alleviate his backache significantly. He remained blissfully unaware that the boundaries of this massage were rapidly dissolving. Lung Ting grew bolder, lowering his head to nuzzle Yu Mao's neck and the base of his ears with his nose and cheek, his breath warm against the sensitive fur. His tongue was not idle either, occasionally sneaking in to swipe at the damp forehead or cheek that Yu Mao had just licked clean, ruffling the neatly groomed fur once more. "Hey, don't lick it again. I just tidied it up," Yu Mao protested, though his voice was soft and lacked conviction, sounding more like a playful complaint. He felt like a rice cake slathered in jam, allowing the Black Panther to manipulate him freely, unperturbed, reveling in his pleasant mood. Until the afternoon, when the little rabbit spotted the grass, that magical herb that could bring such joy to the leopard was catnip. The rabbit had ultimately miscalculated. After the catnip incident, Yu Mao declared he needed a good rest, yet he could only manage a day and a half of tranquility. It was not that Lung Ting was pestering him. Rather, he found himself restless. Something felt amiss in his lower back, a hollow sensation that simply basking in the sun could not remedy. He contemplated that he must seek out some herbs to replenish himself. Just as Shuaishu often dug up odd roots, claiming they were beneficial for fur or digestion, he considered himself an expert in this area. He scurried off to find Shuaishu, their fluffy heads huddled together, murmuring about how to alleviate the weariness of his kidneys. Though Shuaishu was a groundhog, he had seen enough while burrowing to have heard a few words from the elders in their clan. Scratching his head, he pondered for a long time before uncertainly stating, "I believe there's a kind of herb with heart-shaped leaves, serrated edges, and small purple flowers that grows in particularly sunny crevices of rocks. My great-grandfather mentioned that herb could, invigorate beastmen, but I've never tried it myself, so I'm not certain." Upon hearing the term invigorate, Yu Mao felt hopeful. That was precisely what he needed to boost his spirits and strengthen his lower back. The two furry friends immediately set off, meticulously searching the sunny slopes and rocky crevices within their territory. After searching for most of the day, just as Yu Mao was about to give up, Shuaishu suddenly exclaimed as he spotted something in a steep rock crevice. "Mao Mao, I think I found it." Yu Mao hurried over, peering in. There, struggling to grow, were a few blades of grass, their leaves indeed shaped like small dark green hearts, with finely serrated edges and tiny light purple flower buds atop their stems. They appeared rather unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, a faint and peculiar scent reminiscent of mint mixed with honey wafted up. The aroma was quite distinctive. Yu Mao sniffed, cautiously pawing at it. "Shuaishu, are you sure this is edible? It won't cause any stomach issues, will it?" Shuaishu was also uncertain. "That's what my great-grandfather said. How about you try a small piece of leaf first?" Yu Mao considered this reasoning. He extended his tongue, carefully curling a small piece of the tender leaf and placing it in his mouth. Oh, the taste is surprisingly good. It was refreshing, and once chewed, a distinct sweetness unfurled on his tongue, sweeter than many herbs, complemented by that unique fragrance. After swallowing, his throat felt cool and pleasant. Sweet, quite delicious. Yu Mao's eyes lit up as he pulled another small piece into his mouth. Indeed, it was delightful. The sweet, cool flavor was to his liking, and after eating, he felt a small warmth spreading within his chest, quite comforting. "Really? Then I'll try it too." Shuaishu, hearing that it was tasty, curiously plucked a small piece for himself. He chewed thoughtfully, nodding, "It's sweet, and it doesn't seem to have any strange taste." The two fluffy beings exchanging bites, unknowingly devoured all the tender leaves and stems of the few plants in the crevice. Yu Mao consumed the most, believing this herb might indeed nourish his precious rabbit-esque vitality, thus indulging heartily. Not long after, however, Yu Mao began to feel something amiss. That warmth spreading from his chest seemed to be expanding too rapidly. It was not only his chest that felt warm, his stomach, and even his limbs began to feel pleasantly warm. His mind felt a bit fuzzy, as if he had drunk too much, and everything appeared softened, veiled in a gentle, glowing haze. He shook his head, trying to regain clarity, and turned to look at Shuaishu, who was still savoring the flavor of the grass roots. Upon seeing him, Yu Mao's heart skipped a beat. Shuaishu was still the same Shuaishu, with his brown fur and round, black eyes, busily rubbing his paws. Yet at this moment, in Yu Mao's eyes, Shuaishu's usually soft fur appeared exceptionally sleek and glossy. The pair of small, bean-like eyes appeared especially clear and bright. Even his actions of rubbing his paws exuded an indescribable charm and adorableness. Something felt amiss. This was decidedly not right. Yu Mao's heart raced with alarm. He was merely a rabbit belonging to the older male. Sui Sui was his dear friend and brother. How could he find his good brother's delicate features so alluring? This grass must be problematic. It certainly was not the kind to invigorate and bolster the waist. Sui Sui. Yu Mao abruptly stood up, feeling the warmth within him transform into an intense heat. His ears felt flushed, and his tongue tangled in confusion. Suddenly, he recalled that Lung Ting had urgent matters to discuss with him. I must leave now. I will play with you another day, he declared without waiting for Sui Sui to respond, propelling himself forward with all his might like a cannonball shot from a barrel, racing desperately toward the cave. The wind rushed past his ears, yet could not dispel the growing fervor and longing within him. He held only one thought in his mind: return to the cave and find Lung Ting. Immediately, at once, Sui Sui was left bewildered by Yu Mao's sudden behavior, standing still for a while before scratching his head and muttering, "Did that grass truly enhance vitality? It seems I should gather more next time we meet." Yu Mao dashed through the entrance of the cave, almost tripping over himself. Lung Ting was at the entrance, tending to a small antelope he had just caught. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up to see his little rabbit rushing in as if his tail were on fire, for all askew, panting heavily, eyes glistening with urgency and confusion. Mao Mao. Lung Ting immediately abandoned his prey and approached, his nose anxiously sniffing Yu Mao's scent. What is wrong? Why are you running so fast? Yu Mao had no time to explain. He felt an overwhelming need to be close to Lung Ting, inhaling his familiar and reassuring scent, which only intensified the fire within him, nearly obliterating his rationality. He leaped onto Lung Ting, transforming into a beautiful rabbit figure, gripping the thick, warm fur of the black panther tightly, burying his flushed cheeks into it. His voice came out in gasps. Lung Ting, that grass. It's not right, I feel so hot. Lung Ting was momentarily taken aback by Yu Mao's actions. Then he carefully inhaled his scent, particularly noting the strange sweetness in his breath. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. His dark green eyes narrowed dangerously as he glanced in the direction Yu Mao had come from. What kind of cursed grass did the little rabbit consume? However, there was no time for contemplation. The little rabbit was nuzzling against him, his body radiating an alarming heat, eyes dazed and dependent, continually whimpering about his discomfort. With a resigned sigh, Lung Ting curled his tail around the little beauty clinging to him and guided him deeper into the cave, to a pile of softer, thicker animal skins. Do not be afraid, he said softly, lowering his head to nuzzle Yu Mao's feverish ears. I am here. Yu Mao felt as if he had found the only antidote, pressing closer, instinctively seeking the coolness and solid comfort of the Black Panther to alleviate the burning heat within him. The rustling of the hay under the animal skins echoed in the cave, and the air seemed to thicken with their entwined scents and rising body heat. Chapter 86. Another leopard after a period of exhaustion. Yu Mao obediently basked in the sun for several days, alternating between eating and sleeping, occasionally hopping around the cave entrance to stretch, resolutely avoiding any vigorous activity, including being carried off by Lung Ting for display. Whether it was due to sufficient rest or the effect of that grass, The discomfort in his waist had finally dissipated. He had returned to being the energetic little rabbit, filled with curiosity about the world. One morning, after finishing the fresh grass Long Ting had brought him, licking his paws clean, he excitedly declared his intention to visit Sway Sway. Long Ting observed the upright ears and sparkling eyes of his little companion, realizing he had truly recovered, and merely cautioned him not to stray too far before letting him go. Yu Mao dashed to the small mound where Sway Sway lived. Sway Sway had just finished organizing his little storage and was rummaging for seeds at the entrance. The two friends, having not seen each other for several days, affectionately rubbed their heads together. "Sway Sway, I'm back to normal." Yu Mao chirped joyfully. "That grass nearly wore me out." Sway Sway blinked his dark, bean-like eyes. "Puzzled, that grass? I had some too. I didn't feel tired at all." "Huh?" Yu Mao tilted his head, scratching his ear with his paw. "Did you not feel particularly hot after eating it?" Sway Sway shook his head. "Not at all, just digging holes and looking for food as usual." Yu Mao grew even more confused, circling around Sway Sway, examining him closely, attempting to discern any differences. Finally, he nodded sagely, as if arriving at a profound conclusion. "I understand. It must be because you haven't experienced anything yet." "Experience anything?" Sway Sway did not comprehend. "It means you do not have a partner." Yu Mao whispered conspiratorially, "You see me, I am paired with Long Ting, sleeping together every night." The little rabbit attempted to explain the situation. Sway Sway listened, somewhat understanding, but felt that what Mao Mao said seemed quite reasonable, so he nodded along. "Oh, then you must supplement more." "I have already supplemented." Yu Mao flicked his tail, bursting with energy as he hopped in place. "Let's go find something delicious. I know a hollow where I saw particularly juicy grass last time, and there are also vines that bear little red fruits." Upon hearing about food, Sway Sway immediately discarded thoughts of partnerships, eagerly rubbing his paws together. All right, I'll lead the way. I know a shortcut." The two furry little creatures were in perfect agreement, setting off with great excitement. The shortcut Sway Sway mentioned led through a sparse grove near the eastern edge of Long Ting's territory. The trees here were taller, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light. As Yu Mao followed Sway Sway, he glanced around, sniffing the air for various scents, the smell of fresh grass, earth, and decaying leaves. When suddenly he halted, ears perked with alertness, turning toward an unusually tall tree ahead. Sway Sway, not noticing, continued running until Yu Mao gently swept his tail against him, prompting him to stop and look back in confusion. "Shoo!" Yu Mao signaled for silence, his gaze fixed intently on the dense canopy of the large tree. He seemed to glimpse a color starkly contrasting with the bark and green leaves. It was not a bird. Birds were not that large. Sway Sway followed his gaze, but initially saw nothing. However, when a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, a long, powerful silhouette emerged clearly in the dappled light. It was a leopard beastman. He reclined leisurely on a sturdy branch, most of his body concealed in the foliage, yet the exposed part revealed his astonishingly beautiful fur. The base color was a warm golden hue, adorned with sleek black rose-patterned spots that shimmered in the sunlight filtering through the leaves, giving the impression that the patterns were alive, glistening with a silky sheen. His physique was similar to Long Ting's, with gracefully flowing muscle lines, a long tail naturally hanging, its tip gently curling. At that moment, he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, yet the dangerous aura of a top predator lingered faintly in the air. Yu Mao was bewildered. He had seen Long Ting's sleek, satin-like fur and the golden mane of a lion. But the leopard before him seemed to embody the very essence of both sunlight and night. This was not the main concern. The critical issue was whether Long Ting was aware of the leopard's presence at the edge of his territory. "No. Wait," Yu Mao murmured quietly, his eyes widening. "Sui sui," however, was petrified, his entire body stiff as stone, gripping Yu Mao's hind leg fur tightly, his voice trembling like leaves in the wind. "A leopard. It's a leopard. Mao Mao, run. He will eat us." "But he seems to be sleeping," Yu Mao replied uncertainly, though he too instinctively felt a hint of danger. How had it come to the edge of Long Ting's territory? He had not heard of any leopard in this area. Did Long Ting know? Why the hesitation? "Hurry up." Sui exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears as he tugged desperately at Yu Mao's arm. At that moment, the leopard perched on the tree seemed to sense the scrutiny and subtle movements below. Slowly, it opened its eyes, revealing gem-like sapphire irises that glimmered with a chilling intensity amidst the dappled sunlight. It cast a languid glance at the two visibly frightened creatures beneath the tree, a puffed-up groundhog and a plump rabbit whose curiosity outweighed its fear. The leopard's gaze lingered momentarily on Yu Mao's striking golden and white fur, its nostrils flaring slightly as it caught a familiar, potent scent. It was the scent of Lung Ting's rabbit. Displaying little emotion, the leopard shifted into a more comfortable position and closed its eyes again, showing no interest in the rabbit belonging to Lung Ting. Nevertheless, the intimidation from that fleeting glance was sufficient. Unable to contain his fear any longer, Sui urged Yu Mao to flee. Let us go, quickly. As Sui pulled Yu Mao along, he stumbled back toward their cave, glancing back at the towering tree. The leopard had vanished into the depths of the foliage, leaving only its long, striped tail swaying gently in the breeze. Countless questions flooded Yu Mao's mind. Where did this leopard come from? Was it aware that this was Lung Ting's territory? Did it catch a whiff of Lung Ting's scent lingering on him? Chapter 87. Another cousin Sui dragged Yu Mao back to the cave with great urgency, almost tumbling over himself. Once they reached a safe distance, Sui collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he clutched his bushy tail, refusing to go any further and insisting, "You must tell Lung Ting. There's a leopard, a huge leopard." Yu Mao's heart raced, not solely from fear, but also from unease. He comforted Sui, advising him to hide in the crevices of the rocks where he usually played, before hastily entering the cave. Lung Ting was lounging there, leisurely grooming his front paws. Upon seeing the little rabbit burst in, ears perked and nose twitching rapidly from exertion, he lifted his head. "Leng Ting, Leng Ting," Yu Mao gasped, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Sui and I saw a leopard in the eastern woods by the tallest tree. It was enormous, with golden fur and black spots. It saw us." He gestured animatedly with his paws, illustrating the size and splendor of the leopard. Leng Ting listened quietly, his deep green eyes devoid of the alarm or anger Yu Mao had anticipated. Instead, a flicker of understanding crossed his features, perhaps even a hint of resignation. He extended his tongue to lick Yu Mao's slightly dry nose from excitement, asking calmly, "Were you frightened?" "Huh, not really," Yu Mao replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. Admitting it startled me a bit. Sui was terrified. How could it have come here? Could it be a cousin of mine? Lung Ting interrupted his speculation, speaking in a tone as casual as if commenting on the fine weather. "A cousin?" Yu Mao blinked in surprise, his ears flopping back in astonishment. "A cousin." Images of Lung Lin's black python flashed through his mind. It seemed that Lung Ting's family was quite diverse. "Yes," Lung Ting nodded, resuming his relaxed position, his tail lazily draping over Yu Mao. "Jin Yao arrived a few days ago from the west, settling near that old tree on the edge of my territory." He paused, adding, "I granted permission." "You granted permission?" Yu Mao exclaimed, even more astonished. "Why? Isn't he going to hunt the animals in our territory?" While he found the leopard undeniably striking, it was still a foreign predator. The little rabbit was not fond of other leopards. Leng Ting snorted lightly, as if amused or slightly disdainful. He is notoriously lazy. He spends all day sleeping, and when he wakes, he just lounges around the tree. His range doesn't exceed 50 steps from that spot. Hunting? Unless prey wanders right beneath his paws or he is absolutely starving, he won't budge. Rest assured, he is not interested in us. Yu Mao's mouth fell slightly open, the image of the elegant wild leopard basking in sunlight, abruptly contrasting with the notion of it being an unusually lethargic creature. "So that is how it is," the little rabbit murmured. Curiosity piqued once more. "Is he like you? I mean, in temperament?" "Not at all," Lung Ting replied succinctly, his tail brushing Yu Mao's back gently. "My cousin has no particular feelings towards furry creatures and doesn't care about territory disputes. He simply seeks a quiet place to sleep." He glanced at Yu Mao's bright eyes and added, "You need not fear him. He doesn't tea like furry things, and one tea intentionally trouble you. However, it's best not to disturb his sleep, as he can be grumpy upon waking. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the cave entrance. It was Sway Sway who, still anxious yet too frightened to venture further, cautiously peeked in, his little paws resting on the cave's edge, ears perked to catch the conversation. He clearly heard Lung Ting's remarks about disinterest in furry creatures and his extraordinary laziness. Sui Sui's heart, which had been racing, finally began to settle. Not interested in furry things? Did that mean he wouldn't bother the groundhog? If he was that lazy, perhaps he wouldn't go to the trouble of digging up his burrow? Clutching the cave entrance, Sway Sway whispered, relieved, Mao Mao, then I won go over there. You shouldn't either. While he trusted Lung Ting's judgment, safety for Yu Mao did not guarantee safety for the groundhog. No matter how lazy the leopard was, its size and claws posed a threat. If it were in a bad mood or extremely hungry, it wouldn't be out of the question for it to snatch a passing snack. Sway Sway held a clear understanding of his own value as a snack. Yu Mao turned to see Sway Sway's anxious yet earnest expression and felt he was right. He nodded at Sway Sway, got it. I want to go. We can find food away from that tree. There is plenty of space in our territory. There is food everywhere. Sway Sway finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest with his tiny paws before darting back into the cave, likely to find a place to calm his nerves. His fur is really stunning, Yu Mao muttered to himself, but it's not as beautiful as Lung Ting's. Lung Ting is the most beautiful. Upon hearing this, Lung Ting lowered his head to examine his own sleek, solid black coat, reminiscent of a starless night, recalling Jin Yao as flamboyant spots, and flicked his tail in displeasure. The little rabbit praised another leopard's appearance, which made him feel slightly offended. All flashy and gaudy, Lung Ting remarked dismissively, then reached out his paw to draw his little rabbit closer, resting his chin on Yu Mao's fluffy back, and closed his eyes. Yes, my little rabbit is the best. Its color is warm, its texture soft, and it fits perfectly in my embrace. What do I care for Jin Yao or Yin Yao? Nothing compares to my little one's fluffiness. Just another lazy cousin on the edge of my territory, as long as he doesn't bother me or my rabbit. He can sleep as long as he pleases. I think the leopard is beautiful too, Yu Mao chimed in, recalling the magnificent creature he had seen while watching a nature documentary in his past life. Lung Ting, pleased with Yu Mao's agreement, nodded in satisfaction and began to groom the little rabbit. Meanwhile, Sway Sway had retreated into his burrow, having spent enough time with Yu Mao to feel that there was no danger, though he knew that the leopard could easily devour him in one bite. Chapter 88. Protecting a friend's rabbit, Sway Sway stayed tucked away in his small burrow for a full 4 days, keeping a vigilant watch at the entrance to ensure no beasts approached to eat him. Only when he confirmed the absence of predators would he cautiously emerge to nibble on the blades of grass just outside his home. Until the sound of the wind seemed to truly fade away, the direction of the fearsome leopard tree remained eerily quiet. Only then did his frightened heart gradually settle back into his belly. That day, feeling unusually restless and with supplies running low, he mustered his courage and dashed off to Yu Mao's cave. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette of the Black Panther and the languid yellow-white furball basking in the sun, Sway Sway finally felt genuinely safe. Mao Mao, Sway Sway rubbed his paws together and softly suggested, shall we return to that patch of land to search for tender grass and red fruits? I've heard they've grown back, particularly fresh and succulent. Recently, Yu Mao had been closely monitored by Lung Ting and hadn't ventured far, so upon hearing of a tasty treat, his spirits lifted. All right, let us go. This time, the two furry companions acted wisely, taking a wide detour to avoid the leopard tree. They successfully found the low-lying area where tender grass was lush and green, glistening with dewdrops, and small red fruits hung heavily from the vines, trembling at the slightest touch. Yu Mao and Sway Sway enjoyed a delightful meal, their bellies full, and their spirits lightened. With their appetites satisfied, they were less vigilant on their way home. Sway Sway hummed a little tune he had composed about digging holes. They chose a path near the creek where visibility was clear and the vegetation low, so theoretically, there should be no danger. However, as they passed a small patch of sparse bushes, A languid, raspy voice called out from a tree that was not particularly tall but had dense foliage. "Hey, little rabbit." Both Yu Mao and Sway jolted in unison and looked up in alarm. Perched on the branches was a long, elegant figure stretching lazily. Its splendid golden yellow fur and black rose-patterned spots shimmering in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. It was none other than the leopard, Jin Yao. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Yao had moved his lair closer to the creek. Sway froze instantly, his half-finished tune caught in his throat, transforming into silent gasps. His front paws remained in a rubbing motion, but he dared not move, his eyes fixated on the tree, his mind blank. Yu Mao was startled as well, but recalling Lung Ting's words, he managed to compose himself a little. He took a small step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the petrified Sway. Tilting his head up to regard the languorous leopard with ears perked in vigilance. "What do you want?" Jin Yao, unfazed by the rabbit's apprehension, shifted into a more comfortable, lounging position, his long tail dangling down, the tip swaying lazily. His eyes sparkled with pure curiosity as he scrutinized Yu Mao, particularly his forelegs. "I'm just curious." Jin Yao's voice was slow, akin to murmuring in a dream. "Aren't you rabbits supposed to hop around? With short front legs and long back legs, jumping and bouncing?" He gestured with his paws, mimicking a hopping motion. "I see you sometimes walk like this, all 4 feet firmly on the ground. You walk quite steadily." He tilted his head, seemingly perplexed. "Isn't that tiring?" Yu Mao, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, but soon a small flame of indignation flared within him. This lazy leopard, lounging in a tree with nothing to do, was scrutinizing how other creatures walked, and even critiquing. "I'll walk however I please." Yu Mao's ears flicked back, his voice unintentionally rising, infused with annoyance at the perceived affront. "Who says rabbits must always hop? I might feel like hopping today and walking tomorrow. My hind legs are strong. I'll walk if I want to and jump if I wish. What does it matter to you?" His anger escalated. "I walk steadily because I practiced. I'm quite strong. Unlike some leopards who only know how to lie around and sleep, and yet have the audacity to comment on others." Jin Yao was momentarily taken aback by this rapid-fire outburst, his ears instinctively flattening against his head, even the swaying tip of his tail stilled for a moment. He blinked, gazing at the small rabbit, whose round eyes were wide open and brimming with indignation, musing to himself, "Wow, this rabbit is quite the temper, even more fiery than his cousin, Lung Ting." He had merely asked out of curiosity, not intending to provoke the rabbit. After being scolded, the remnants of his drowsiness and curiosity were cast aside, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Jin Yao shifted his gaze from the irate Yu Mao to the still, quiet little fur ball beside him. Oh, there's also a groundhog. Compared to the irate rabbit, this little groundhog appeared far more pleasant. A small, round creature with a plump head, its paws neatly placed before it, wide eyes staring blankly, it sat silently, embodying the essence of an innocent bystander who had neither seen nor heard anything. Jin Yao rarely initiated conversation, but with a softened tone, he addressed the little snack below. "You're quite the well-behaved groundhog." Sway thought. He isn't well-behaved. He is so frightened he can't move. The moment he heard the leopard's voice, his limbs, tail, and even his eyes felt as though they belonged to someone else. He wanted to run, to scream, to dig a hole, but his body simply wouldn't obey. All he could do was maintain his initial stiff posture, resembling a true groundhog-shaped stone. Upon hearing Jin Yao praise Sway for being well-behaved, Yu Mao glanced at Sway, who seemed to be in a state of shock, and realized Sway was indeed terrified. He took another step forward, completely blocking Jin Yao's view of Sway, and said tersely, "What are you looking at? Sway is timid. Don't scare him. We're leaving." Afterward, he gently nudged the still petrified Sway with his head and whispered, "Sway, let us go home." With that gentle nudge, Sway seemed to regain a modicum of control over his body, turning stiffly to follow Yu Mao, moving with a very uncoordinated gait, all the while daring not to glance back. Jin Yao, perched in the tree, watched the two little fur balls, one filled with fury and the other stiff as a board, wander off, a flicker of mild confusion crossing his eyes. He pondered. I merely remarked on the oddity of rabbit locomotion. Why did it provoke such a strong reaction? Are modern rabbits all like this? Or is it just this one raised by Lung Ting? He decided not to dwell on it. It was too taxing. Jin Yao yawned widely, revealing his sharp canines, then buried his head in his crossed forepaws, letting his tail cover his nose, quickly drifting into a half-sleepy haze. Sleeping was far simpler. It required no effort, no thought. And one wouldn't have to endure a rabbit's outburst. Chapter 89. The Eager Rabbit After several days of sunny weather. This morning felt peculiar. The sky hung low and gray. The air was humid and stifling. Even the wind carried a heavy moisture. Before Yu Mao could finish his portion of fresh grass for breakfast, the rain began to pelt down in large droplets, initially sparse, but quickly becoming a torrential downpour. Weaving a gray-white curtain outside the cave, the sound of rain instantly filling the air. The smooth stone slab at the cave entrance, usually warmed by the sun, quickly became drenched, glistening with cold water. Yu Mao squatted inside the cave, gazing longingly outside. The curtain of rain blurred the distant mountains and the nearby grasslands, making the entire world seem to consist solely of the sound of pouring rain and the damp atmosphere. Without the sun, he felt a bit droopy and shook his ears, which had inadvertently caught some of the incoming raindrops, leaving them wet, a sensation he disliked. It's raining. Lung Ting's voice sounded beside him as he approached, squatting next to Yu Mao at the cave entrance, both observing the heavy downpour outside. The rain didn't affect Lung Ting much, at worst. It would make his fur damp and uncomfortable, but seeing the little rabbit looking longingly at the rain, unable to go out, he understood that the little fellow must be feeling quite restless. Yu Mao responded glumly, unconsciously scratching the ground with his paws. After watching the rain for a while, he suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening slightly as he turned to Lung Ting and said, "Once the rain stops, perhaps mushrooms will sprout in the forest. The plump, large-capped mushrooms. It has been quite a while since I last indulged in mushrooms, and roasting them brings out their exquisite flavor." He recalled having tasted a particular type of fungus that Lung Ting had brought back, the unique umami lingering in his memory. Lung Ting glanced down at his bright, wide eyes, which sparkled with excitement, and found it amusing how quickly the little fellow's emotions shifted. Mushrooms? One must be discerning, as some are inedible. I know. Sway can identify them. Yu Mao chimed in immediately, his tail swaying gently with newfound anticipation. Sui yes, Aki knows. She can tell which are poisonous and which are not. Once the rain subsides and the ground isn't so wet, I shall seek her out, and together we will forage for mushrooms in the woods. He had already begun to devise a plan, envisioning the round, plump mushrooms beckoning to him. Listening to his exuberant tone, Lung Ting remained silent, merely extending his tongue to lightly lick the bits of grass clinging to his paw. The rain showed no signs of abating, and he had initially intended to patrol the edges of his territory today, checking for any changes brought on by the heavy downpour, while also searching for food that little rabbits might enjoy. His gaze fell upon Yu Mao's quivering whiskers, a clear indicator of his excitement. The little rabbit had been waiting at the entrance of the burrow since dawn, although rain had greeted him instead. His earlier musings about mushrooms, combined with his understanding of his pet rabbit, indicated that the little glutton within was stirring once more. Simply dreaming of mushrooms was hardly sufficient. I shall go hunting, declared Lung Ting, rising and shaking his tail, the scent of rain invigorating him. I will take a look around. Yu Mao immediately shifted his focus from mushrooms, exclaiming now, "The rain is still so heavy." "Fear not," Lung Ting reassured him, nudging his forehead with his nose. "Stay here in the burrow and do not venture outside until I return. Be careful. The ground is slippery," Yu Mao cautioned, observing the agile form of the panther effortlessly stride into the curtain of rain, soon engulfed by the gray-white deluge, leaving only a blurred silhouette fading into the distance. The cave fell quiet, accompanied only by the rhythmic sound of rain. Yu Mao resumed his vigil at the entrance, but his thoughts were restless. He oscillated between dreams of delectable mushrooms and concerns about whether Lung Ting would return soaked and sick, all while wishing for the rain to cease. In contrast, Long Ting's thoughts were far simpler as he stepped into the rain. Hunting was merely a side task. His primary objective was to patrol the territory, particularly checking for any disturbances near the lair of that lazy fellow, Yu Mao. Additionally, he aimed to gather some fruits for his little rabbit, ensuring that he never went without. Long Ting's nostrils flared in the humid air, avoiding the intensified sense of mud and vegetation washed by the rain. As he focused on his search, he knew of several types of berries, which, when exposed to storms, often became sweeter upon ripening. There were also those vine fruits growing on sunny cliffs, their tough skins resistant to the rain's assault. Amidst the downpour, the sleek black figure deftly navigated the terrain. He discovered a deer sheltering under a rock from the rain and successfully caught it. While processing his catch, his keen eyes scanned the surrounding shrubs and cliff faces. Indeed, by a sheltered stone crevice, he spotted clusters of berries partially obscured by large leaves. Their vibrant red, after the rain's cleansing, appeared particularly enticing. A bit farther away, on the familiar cliff face, he could faintly discern several round, yellowish-green shapes nestled among the vines. A slight smile curved at the corners of Long Ting's mouth. He knew his little rabbit must be craving something sweet today. How could he possibly have spotted the fruits otherwise? It must be fate. He picked up the processed venison, carefully gathered some berries with his paws, wrapped them in large leaves, and glanced once more towards the cliff. Perhaps, when the rain lightened in the afternoon, he could return for another visit. For now, he should head back to avoid keeping that greedy rabbit waiting. Upon Long Ting's return, Yu Mao danced around him, checking for any injuries. Once assured of his safety, the little rabbit began grooming the panther's damp fur, which he found unappealing. Long Ting lay on his back, watching as the rabbit fussed over him. His little rabbit was the most adorable creature in the world. After a while of grooming, the rabbit's tongue grew weary. The panther's size was imposing, leaving him to ponder why such a large creature existed when he was so small. Noticing that the rabbit had ceased grooming, Long Ting understood it was time for him to clean himself, and he began to groom himself while also attending to the rabbit's fur. Chapter 90. The rabbit rebukes the panther. The incessant rain persisted, at times heavy and at others light, for 3 full days before finally showing signs of clearing. Yu Mao felt as though he might sprout mushrooms in the burrow, finding daily joy in watching the rainwater cascade into rivulets while savoring the assorted sweet fruits that Long Ting had brought back. On the 4th morning, upon awakening, Yu Mao sensed a change. The damp, stifling atmosphere of the burrow had lifted, replaced by a refreshing breeze infused with earthy scents wafting through the entrance. He quickly sprang up and dashed to the opening, exclaiming hooray, although the sky remained overcast, with thick clouds parting slightly to allow a few pale beams of light to filter through. The rain had indeed ceased. The puddles had receded significantly, and glistening droplets clung to the leaves and grass tips, the air now invigoratingly fresh. The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped, Yu Mao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement before turning to Long Ting, who was busy grooming his fur. I'm off to find Sway and gather mushrooms. Long Ting glanced at the sky. While the clouds still lingered, it seemed unlikely that rain would return anytime soon. Very well, go ahead. Just do not wander too deep. Be cautious, as the ground is slippery. Understood. Yu Mao, filled with impatience, hardly took the time to bid farewell before dashing out of the cave, racing towards Sway's little hillside. The path, damp and muddy from the rain, forced him to slow his pace, carefully selecting drier stones or roots to tread upon. Yet his spirits soared, buoyed by thoughts of mushrooms and the joy of adventuring with friends. Mushrooms, delectable mushrooms, and the thrill of exploring with my best friend. He joyfully approached Sway's home. However, before he could call out her name, he abruptly halted. Before Sway's burrow, on the freshly washed little hillside, lay a large patch of intertwining golden and black fur. The sleek form and exquisite patterns unmistakably belonged to Yu Mao, who lounged there in a completely relaxed position, resting his head atop one leg, his long tail draped across his belly, eyes shut, and chest rising and falling slowly with each breath. Was he actually sleeping? Or, at the very least, resting with his eyes closed? His massive body thoroughly blocked Sway's entrance, leaving only a small gap at the top. Yu Mao's mind buzzed as a fiery spark ignited within him. How infuriating! That lazy panther! After frightening Sway last time, he now had the audacity to block her entrance. Sway was so timid. Surely she must be terrified, unable to venture out at all. Without a second thought, he stormed forward, stopping a few paces away from Jin Yao, stomping his hind legs into the muddy ground, splattering a few droplets of mud, and then tilting his head back, unleashing the most furious and piercing shout he could muster. Jin Yao, what are you doing lying there? Startled by the sudden, nearly ear-splitting roar, Jin Yao jolted awake, his ears perked up, and his eyes flew open. Heavy with sleep, yet somewhat bewildered as he turned to face the source of the noise. It was that fiery-tempered little rabbit again, staring at him with wide eyes. His fur slightly bristled in indignation. Jin Yao, somewhat dazed, slowly lifted his head, glancing around to confirm he hadn't misplaced himself. This was simply a normal sunlit spot, a pleasant place to lie after the rain. Looking down, he saw nothing but a small black hole beneath him, hardly significant enough to shelter any creature. Jin Yao, was merely sunbathing on a hill, he replied, his voice still hoarse from sleep. He spoke as if it were a matter of course, even with a hint of petulance from being abruptly awakened. The clouds had not yet fully dispersed, but there was at least a glimmer of light. Lying here waiting for the sun to rise was quite comfortable. Sunbathing? Upon hearing this, Yu Mao's irritation grew. He pointed his claw at the tightly blocked hole belonging to Sway. Can't you find another spot to bask in the sun? Can't you see this is Sway's home? With such a large mass obstructing the entrance, how can Sway come out? He's timid. Are you deliberately bullying him? A barrage of questions fell like small pebbles. Jin Yao, taken aback by the reprimand, turned to look at the inconspicuous little burrow behind him. Oh, so this hole belonged to that rather docile groundhog? He had no idea when he lay down earlier. He just felt that the slope was quite comfortable for his back. I didn't notice, Jin Yao attempted to explain, his voice faltering under Yu Mao's furious gaze. I just thought it was a comfortable spot to lie down. I didn't mean to bully anyone. His voice dwindled further, and his massive body instinctively shrank back, trying to diminish his presence, giving him a rather pitiful appearance. A top predator, yet at this moment he resembled a misbehaving kitten caught by its parent, with ears drooping slightly. Didn't he notice? A hole this large, and you didn't notice? Yu Mao was unconvinced and stepped closer. Get up and move. Don't block the way. Sway can't crawl out. Jin Yao pressed his ears back at the shout. He genuinely just wanted a place to lie down. Why was this rabbit so fierce? Far more difficult to deal with than his cousin Lung Ting. He wanted to vociferously defend himself. Yet, seeing Yu Mao's rage threatening to leap at him, he dared not utter a word. Oh, Jin Yao mumbled, reluctantly shifting his body, rising from the favored spot. He shook off the water droplets and grass clippings from his fur, then glanced back at the little entrance, which remained quiet. He murmured to himself, that groundhog is awfully timid. I assenti, if I blocked his hole, he could just say something. Never mind. I can't provoke this irritable rabbit. Jin Yao flicked his tail, too dispirited to search for another spot, and with a dejected demeanor. He strolled toward the grove he often frequented, intending to find another branch to continue his sunbathing endeavor. Yu Mao glared at Jin Yao as he walked away, only exhaling once the spotted figure disappeared behind the trees. He then turned towards Sway's burrow, softening his voice by an octave. Sway, are you in there? It's me, Mao. That silly leopard has left. Come out quickly. Let us go mushroom picking. After a considerable while, a timid little head cautiously emerged from the edge of the burrow, trembling slightly. Sway's black bean-like eyes still bore traces of fear as he quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that the terrifying leopard was indeed gone, before exhaling a long sigh, his entire body slumping at the entrance. Mao. Sway's voice carried the exhaustion of surviving a fright. I thought he was blocking my hole, treating me as his food reserve. Yu Mao hurried over, nudging his cool nose against Sway's. It's all right. He was simply lazy, just looking for a place to lounge, not thinking about blocking your entrance. I've already chased him away. Come on, let us go mushroom picking and clear our minds. Sway, still shaken, nodded hesitantly, taking a moment to gather his courage before climbing out of the burrow. The two furry friends engaged in conversation for a while, finally managing to compose themselves, setting off toward the rain-soaked forest. Yet, throughout the journey, Sway remained closely pressed against Yu Mao, occasionally glancing back anxiously, fearful that the sluggish yet intimidating leopard might reappear from some hidden corner. Chapter 91. Encountering a robber. Once Sway's fright had somewhat subsided, he led Yu Mao along a winding path to an old forest nestled against the mountainside, shrouded in shadow. Here, the trees towered grandly, their canopies nearly obscuring the sky. The ground was thickly carpeted with decaying leaves, soft and spongy from soaking up the rain, exuding a damp fragrance mingled with soil, rotting wood, and a unique freshness. "This is it," Sway whispered, his black bean-like eyes scanning the fallen timber, the protruding roots, and the damp stones behind them. In years past, after rains, this place always yielded a bounty of mushrooms. Yu Mao inhaled deeply. Amidst the rich scent of decay, he indeed caught a whiff of the unmistakable, fresh aroma of mushrooms. He widened his eyes, following Sway as they meticulously searched through the layer of leaves. "Look, Mao!" Sway suddenly exclaimed, lowering his voice in excitement, gently brushing aside a patch of brown leaves. Beneath a partially buried decaying log, they discovered a small cluster of plump, round, grayish-white mushrooms, their caps glossy and inviting, with short, stout stems that appeared delectable. "Wow, there's so many!" Yu Mao quickly spotted a few clusters of pale, yellow mushrooms nearby, their caps spread like little dishes, glistening with moisture. The two little creatures immediately cast aside their earlier displeasure, joyfully embarking on their tasting adventure. Sway expertly instructed Yu Mao on how to identify the mushrooms, pointing out which vibrant colors were to be avoided and which odd folds beneath the caps needed to be steered clear of. They selectively picked those that appeared safe and succulent, delicately pinching off the stems with their claws, tasting them with delight. This one is crunchy and slightly sweet." Yu Mao chewed on a grayish-white mushroom, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "This yellow one is even fresher and juicier." Sway held a mushroom that was nearly the size of his head, nibbling at it daintily, juice smearing his fuzzy cheeks. Engrossed in their feast, they remained oblivious to the presence of a monkey with gray-brown fur and a long tail, perched on a branch of a nearby tree. The monkey watched the two furry creatures with keen interest, then suddenly let out a sharp screech, leaping down to land directly in front of Yu Mao and Sway, blocking their path. "Hey, you two!" the monkey shouted, hands on its hips, exuding an air of superiority as it pointed at them and then at the surrounding forest. "Who gave you permission to pick mushrooms here? Don't you know this forest is my territory? All these mushrooms belong to me. If you want me to let you go, it's simple. One of you has to die today. I'm in the mood for meat." Yu Mao, who had been enjoying his feast, nearly choked at the sudden scare. He looked up at the small, yet imposing monkey and wrinkled his nose. Sway, frightened, instantly hid the half-eaten mushroom behind him, shrinking closer to Yu Mao. He intended to protect Yu Mao's escape. After all, he was familiar with this forest and could run away. "Your territory?" Yu Mao swallowed the mushroom he had been chewing, standing up, though shorter than the monkey. He refused to be outdone in spirit. "I haven't heard anything about that. This forest is clearly within Lung Ting's domain. If anyone owns it, it's Lung Ting." "Lang Ting? That black leopard?" The monkey seemed momentarily wary, but glancing at the plump rabbit and the small groundhog, its courage swelled. It bared its teeth, adopting a fierce demeanor. "I don't care. I've lived here for quite a while. I planted these mushrooms. If you steal my mushrooms, that's a no-go. Make a decision quickly, or you want to be leaving." Yu Mao had already been feeling irritable due to the rain and the earlier incident with Jin Yao blocking his way. Now, seeing this unreasonable monkey daring to threaten him and Sway, a surge of anger ignited within him. "So, you want to listen to reason, huh?" Yu Mao's ears flicked back, his eyes widening as the muscles in his hind legs tensed. "Return your mushrooms? Show me when you planted. The resources of this forest are shared among all. We're picking our own. It's none of your business." And if you want to eat meat, well, isn't that a coincidence? I eat meat too. The monkey was taken aback by the audacity of the rabbit, momentarily stunned. Before fury surged within him. You audacious fat rabbit. You refuse my courtesy and choose punishment instead. With a shriek, he lunged towards Yu Mao. His slender claws aimed directly at Yu Mao's face. Anticipating this, Yu Mao reacted with remarkable swiftness, nimbly sidestepping the monkey's assault while simultaneously coiling his powerful hind legs like a spring, launching himself forward with immense force. A dull thud echoed through the air as he delivered a mighty kick, striking the monkey's unprotected flank. The strength of a rabbit's hind legs is formidable, and Yu Mao's were no exception, having been honed through rigorous practice. The monkey let out a pitiful yelp, sent careening sideways, rolling twice before colliding with a small tree, where he came to a halt, his side ablaze with pain, his head ringing, stars dancing before his eyes. You dare strike me? The monkey cried, clutching his waist. A mix of shock and anger etched on his face. More than anything, disbelief that he had been kicked by a mere rabbit. What of it? You brought this upon yourself with your unreasonable behavior. Yu Mao, emboldened by a successful strike, advanced another step, declaring, if you do not retreat, I shall strike you again. Sway, witnessing the spectacle, was left speechless, marveling at Yu Mao's prowess. He too desired to train, aspiring to become a formidable rodent. The monkey, now genuinely intimidated, recognized that this rabbit possessed not only a fierce temper, but considerable strength. Struggling to rise, he hesitated to approach again, unwilling to concede defeat. His eyes darting about until he suddenly shrieked, "Help! Robbery! A rabbit is stealing my mushrooms and intends to kill me." His frantic cries resonated through the tranquil forest after the rain, carrying far and wide. Realizing he could not win, he sought reinforcements. Confident his kin would not let this rabbit escape unscathed. Yu Mao and Sway were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected outburst. Yu Mao, incensed, contemplated delivering another kick. You think I would not retaliate? Sui inalid deeply, bring fort a Leopard. Just then, from the nearby thicket, a subtle rustling diverged from the monkey's cries, suggesting the stirring of a large creature. Upon hearing the commotion, the monkey, believing his kin had arrived, redoubled his cries. Embellishing his tale, "Hurry, beast! The rabbit has slain a monkey." As soon as he finished, the dense underbrush parted with a rustle, revealing a sleek, gold-and-black figure moving with an elegant yet slightly irritable gait. It was Yu Mao, disturbed from his tranquility by the monkey's pig-like wails, his eyes radiating irritation and displeasure as they scanned the scene. A monkey clutching its waist while screeching, an enraged rabbit with bristled fur, and a stunned groundhog. Every encounter with this groundhog left Yu Mao perplexed at its cowardice. What a cacophony, he muttered slowly, his voice laced with annoyance at being roused from slumber. Do you not allow a leopard to rest? Chapter 92. To take away upon seeing the formidable and intimidating leopard arrive, the monkey's initial delight quickly transformed into apprehension. Believing Yu Mao to be the lord of this territory, he eagerly pointed at Yu Mao to lodge his complaint. This land belongs to you. You have arrived just in time. This rabbit has stolen my mushrooms and assaulted me. You must take my side. Yu Mao's gaze shifted to Yu Mao, who stood tall and unyielding, defiantly meeting Yu Mao's stare, as if to say, what of it? Have you never encountered a rabbit before? Yu Mao observed the scattered mushrooms at Yu Mao's feet, then regarded the monkey's frenzied antics, furrowing his brow. He was disinclined to intervene in the matter of mushrooms, but the incessant noise was indeed irksome, and he lifted his nose to sniff the air. Just awakened, my stomach is a tad empty. His gaze returned to the monkey, his previous impatience replaced by a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the monkey's spine. The monkey attempted to flee, but it was too late. Take charge. Yu Mao licked his lips and sauntered towards the monkey, his large frame exuding a silent pressure. Perfect. I have yet to have breakfast. Wait, I do not want the mushrooms. They are all yours. I will leave immediately. The monkey, gripped by sheer terror, disregarded his aching side and struggled to escape. Yet, after being kicked by Yu Mao, his movements were hindered. Jin Yao, seemingly lethargic, moved with lightning speed, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, pinning the monkey beneath his paw before it could flee. Ah, now I have my meal, Jin Yao murmured contentedly, lowering his head to seize the monkey by the nape of its neck. The monkey was silenced before it could utter another cry, its life extinguished. Sui Sui stood by, wide-eyed, unable to process the rapid turn of events. The boastful monkey had been transformed into the leopard's feast in mere moments. Glancing at his own small stature, Sui Sui realized he was far too insignificant to be a meal for the leopard. Jin Yao, clutching his prize, cast a glance at the stunned rabbit and groundhog, particularly noting Sui Sui's fearful expression. With a disinterested flick of his tail, he left behind a parting remark. Rodents must possess greater courage. He then turned and, with his characteristic graceful stride, vanished into the dense forest, restoring silence to the woods, save for the gentle patter of rainwater and the heavy breaths of the two little creatures. Sui Sui cautiously approached Yu Mao, his voice trembling. Mao Mao, shall we continue foraging for mushrooms? Yu Mao, regaining his focus, surveyed the scattered mushrooms they had painstakingly collected, then glanced in the direction where Jin Yao had disappeared. Swallowing hard, why not forage? Mushrooms are delightful. With renewed determination, Yu Mao bent down to pick up the largest grayish-white mushroom, exclaiming, "Hurry, let us finish and return home." Days passed since the monkey incident, yet Sui Sui felt an uneasy sensation lingering within him. Although Jin Yao had carried the monkey away, seemingly resolving the trouble, Sui Sui couldn't shake the feeling that the leopard had cast a fleeting glance in his direction before departing. The meaning behind that gaze eluded him. It felt neither predatory nor indifferent, merely lingering for a moment. That fleeting glance haunted Sui Sui for several nights, filling his dreams with those emotionless eyes. One day, while Sui Sui nestled in his home, carefully arranging his treasured seeds and dried berries, contemplating whether to venture further afield for new food sources. After all, he would never dare approach the mushroom patch again. Suddenly, the light at the entrance dimmed. Sui Sui froze, slowly raising his head. At the entrance stood the elegant, golden-black figure, almost blocking the entire opening. Jin Yao lowered his head, peering through the narrow entrance at the curled-up groundhog within. Sui Sui forgo to breathe. A buzzing sound filling his ears. It's over, he has come. Is he here to devour me? Because I was too loud? Or because I witnessed him consume the monkey that day? Jin Yao merely regarded him for a few seconds before unexpectedly turning away, extending his long, powerful tail into the burrow, gently wrapping it around Sui Sui. Terrified, Sui Sui couldn't even scream, feeling a whirlwind of motion as he was whisked away from his warm little burrow. He shut his eyes tightly, gripping the golden fur on Jin Yao's tail, his mind a blank slate consumed by a single thought. I am to be eaten, I am to be eaten. The anticipated pain never came. Jin Yao, carrying him, ambled leisurely through the forest. Sui Sui cautiously cracked open his eyes, realizing they were not headed towards Jin Yao's usual territory of large trees, nor to Lung Ting's cave, but rather towards the edge of Lung Ting's territory, approaching the old forest where they had foraged for mushrooms. Before long, Jin Yao came to a halt, placing Sui Sui gently on the ground. The timid creature, Sui Sui, found himself unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground. Only then did he dare to survey his surroundings. This place was a sun-kissed little hillside, the soil soft and dry, offering a much broader view than the previous cave entrance. Not far off lay the ancient forest where they had encountered monkeys and witnessed the fierce hunt of a leopard. Jin Yao casually scraped at the ground with his claws, exposing the dry earth beneath, then swept aside some pebbles and twigs with his tail before glancing down at the trembling Sui Sui. Slowly, he spoke. This is your new home. Sui Sui stared blankly at the vast, unwelcoming hillside, then glanced at the ominous forest that haunted his dreams, finally directing his gaze toward the imposing leopard that had determined his new dwelling. A wave of profound fear and confusion engulfed him. Jin Yao seemed disinterested in further conversation. Having completed the task of relocation, he flicked his tail and turned to leave. After a moment's thought, he added, "This is my new territory." Left alone on the desolate hillside, The afternoon sun beat down upon Sui Sui, yet he felt no warmth, only a chilling dread and lingering fear. The wind swept in from the direction of the ancient forest, carrying with it the scent of decaying leaves and dampness, as if echoing the haunting cries of the monkeys and the glimmer of the leopard's sharp teeth from that fateful day. He surveyed his forcibly assigned new home, barren and devoid of even a patch of grass for shelter. The former little cave had been cozy, safe, and hidden with Mao Mao nearby and the invisible protection of Lingtian. But now, what did Jinyao's act of bringing him here signify? A warning? Captivity? Or merely convenience for a future meal? Sui Sui curled into a ball, his round black eyes glistening with desperate tears. Would he ever see the sun rise again? What did the leopard intend for him? A mere groundhog longing for a tranquil existence? The wind brushed over the hillside, stirring up fine dust. For the first time, Sui Sui felt that this seemingly radiant afternoon stretched endlessly, a burden too heavy to bear. Chapter 93. Sui Sui wants to go home, Yu Mao, as cheerful as ever, set out to find Sui Sui. He had discovered a particularly crunchy and refreshing type of grass shoot and was eager to share it with his dear friend. Bouncing along, he arrived at the familiar little hillside that marked Sui Sui's home, calling out joyfully, Sui Sui, Sui Sui, come out and see what I brought you. The entrance was eerily silent, with no response. Puzzled, Yu Mao hopped to the cave's mouth and peeked inside. The interior appeared unchanged since his last visit, with dry grass strewn about and a corner stacked with seeds and dried fruits. But Sui Sui was nowhere to be found. The air still held that distinct scent belonging to Sui Sui. Has he gone out? Yu Mao mused, brushing off the oddity. Assuming Sui Sui had merely ventured to find food or dig a new storage chamber, he carefully placed the tender grass shoots in a prominent spot at the cave entrance and settled down on a nearby, flat stone to wait. He thought to himself, I will wait for him. He'll surely return soon. As the sun slowly shifted from the morning's gentle rays to the scorching noon, Yu Mao grew increasingly bored. Consuming half of the grass shoots he had brought and rearranging the rest, he occasionally stood to look around, straining to hear Sui Sui's familiar footsteps or the sound of him digging. But all he could hear were the whispers of the wind and the songs of birds. Why isn't he returned? A sense of unease began to creep into Yu Mao's heart. Although Sui Sui was timid, he was also deeply attached to home and rarely stayed away for long, especially near mealtime. What if he encountered trouble outside? The memory of the aggressive monkey from a few days ago and Jinyao blocking the cave entrance not long ago sent a shiver down his spine. He leaped down from the rock, circling the mouth of Sui Sui's cave, sniffing intently. Aside from the lingering scent of Sui Sui, he detected a faint trace of a larger feline-esque presence, one that had recently passed by. Yu Mao's heart tightened with dread. Could it be that Jinyao, taking advantage of his absence, had done something to Sui Sui? He had previously blocked Sui Sui's entrance without reason, unable to wait any longer. He turned and raced back to his own cave, his mind swirling with frightening possibilities. Sui Sui was so small and so fearful. What if the leopard had set its sights on him? I must find Lingtian. 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 Yu Mao burst into his cave, his voice tinged with panic. Sui Sui is missing. He may have been taken by Jinyao. We must go find him. Lingtian, who had been resting, immediately stood up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his dark green eyes. Calm down. What happened? Yu Mao, in a flurry of words, recounted how Sui Sui had been missing from his cave, how he had waited all day without a sign, and how he had caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, growing increasingly frightened as he spoke, tears welling in his eyes. It must be Jinyao. He frightened Sui Sui last time. Perhaps this time he has taken him back to his lair as a snack. Lingtian, you must rescue Sui Sui. Lingtian lowered his head, nudging Yu Mao's damp nose with his own. Do not worry, I will find him. You stay here. No, I want to go too. Yu Mao clung tightly to Lingtian's front leg. I must see you find Sui Sui. Seeing Yu Mao's determination, Lingtian relented and lowered himself. Climb on. Yu Mao swiftly scrambled onto Lingtian's back, gripping tightly. Lingtian carried him like a shadow, silently merging into the deepening twilight. He first approached Sui Sui's original cave, carefully sniffing around, particularly for the scent of the leopard. Then he lifted his head, his green eyes narrowing slightly in the dim light, and began to track in a specific direction. Ling Tian's tracking skills were exceptional, and Jin Yao had not made a concerted effort to conceal his trail. They soon crossed the edge of the forest that had so frightened Sui Sui. Yu Mao's heart raced, pressing close to Ling Tian, his eyes scanning the darkening trees with vigilance. After a while, they emerged onto a relatively open hillside. To Yu Mao's shock and fury, a small figure was visible, facing away from them, diligently digging into the earth with its front paws. The newly excavated hole was taking shape, with fresh soil piled nearby. That round back and familiar movements could only belong to Sui Sui. Nearby, lounging lazily on a large flat stone, was Jin Yao, his long tail dangling as he idly swished it against the ground. His amber eyes were half closed, appearing either to supervise or simply drift into a daydream. The last rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon his splendid coat, suggesting he was rather comfortable. Yu Mao leaped down from Ling Tian's back and rushed forward, his voice laced with anxiety. "Sui Sui, are you all right? What are you doing here? Did he bring you here?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Jin Yao, his eyes aflame. Upon hearing the voice, Sui Sui spun around, tears welling in his dark eyes as he dropped the dirt from his paws and tumbled into Yu Mao's side, gripping his fur tightly. "Mao Mao, you're here. He brought me here to live. I didn't dare to disobey." Upon hearing this, Yu Mao's anger surged. His ears perked up, fur bristling as he turned to Jin Yao, shouting, "Jin Yao, what is the meaning of this? How dare you bring Sui Sui here without our consent? You've frightened him enough. Now you want to keep him under your watch? What do you intend to do? Do you mean to eat him?" Jin Yao, taken aback by Yu Mao's barrage of furious questions, widened his eyes slowly, displaying a mix of confusion and annoyance. He shifted his position, flicked his tail, and replied languidly. His old cave was inadequate, too far from the forest, exposed to the wind and noisy. Here it is quiet. I watch over him. No other creatures dare disturb him. It is safe. Safe my foot. Yu Mao Jian harbored no belief in this notion. He deemed safety to be dictated solely by his own perceptions. He chose where to reside without concern, and insisted on returning promptly. Jin Yao appeared to be subdued by the unrelenting fury of the little rabbit, displaying signs of annoyance as he turned his head away, exuding an air of disinterest in engaging in a quarrel. At that moment, the previously silent Lung Ting made his move. Unlike Yu Maogan's loud inquiries, he approached with measured steps, standing before the boulder where Jin Yao lay, his emerald green eyes fixed coldly upon him. Jin Yao felt an intensified sense of pressure, compelling him to turn back and meet Lung Ting's gaze. "Make him return," Lung Ting commanded, his claws itching for a confrontation. Jin Yao emitted a disgruntled grunt from his throat, as if to argue, but the predatory stance of Lung Ting and the furious gaze of the agitated rabbit, alongside the tearful groundhog hiding behind the rabbit, made him realize he might indeed be in the wrong. Reluctantly, he shifted his paws and descended from the stone, clearing the way, yet he couldn't resist muttering, "This place is clearly better." Lung Ting ignored his mumbling, merely signaling Yu Mao Jian with his eyes. Yu Mao Jian understood immediately, nudging the still, trembling Sui Sui with his head, urging, "Sui Sui, let us go home. To your original home." Sui Sui, as if granted a pardon, nodded eagerly, abandoning the half-dug burrow and closely following Yu Mao Jian, determined to return home. Once they had distanced themselves, Lung Ting shot Jin Yao a final warning glare before turning to follow them. Jin Yao remained alone on the barren hillside, watching their departing figures and glancing at the half-dug burrow. He flicked his tail and leaped back onto the boulder, sprawling out to gaze at the last remnants of twilight in the western sky, releasing a great yawn. Let the be, he thought. Sleeping is far more comfortable. Meanwhile, Yu Mao Jian, accompanied by Sui Sui and under the protection of Lung Ting, finally returned safely to the cozy yet concealed little burrow belonging to Sui Sui. Upon seeing his intact home, Sui Sui's tears fell once more, this time from relief. "You frightened me. It's all right now, it's all right." Yu Mao Jian comforted him with a gentle pat on the back. "If that lazy leopard dares to come again, to shout loudly or hurry to find me, Lung Ting, and I will take care of it." Lung Ting, observing Sway's post-trauma demeanor from behind. Flicked his tail lightly before turning to set off in pursuit of the lazy leopard. Chapter 94. The mouse that needs to dig a hole. Seeing Sway's tearful and shaken expression, Yu Mao felt a pang of sympathy. He pondered for a moment before nudging Lung Ting's foreleg and softly said, "Lung Ting, I would like to stay here tonight to keep Sway company. He spent the night alone in that dreadful place yesterday. It must have terrified him." Lung Ting glanced down at his rabbit's worried expression and then at the trembling brown fur ball in the burrow. After a brief moment of silence, he nodded. "Very well. Return early tomorrow." He extended his tongue to gently lick Sway's cold ears and cheek. "We're here. We're safe. Look, the burrow entrance is partially blocked by a stone. No one can enter except for us." During the day, he had deliberately moved a stone to partially cover the entrance, allowing for ventilation while providing a sense of security. Feeling the warm, moist touch on his ears and the rhythm of Yu Mao's heartbeat, Sway gradually felt the icy grip of fear release. He softly responded, "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We are good friends." Yu Mao gently nudged Sway's head, urging him to sleep. "It's all right. Lung Ting is nearby, and so am I." Sway nodded and closed his eyes. The nerves frayed by fright were not easily relaxed. In the middle of the night, Yu Mao, drowsily sleeping, felt the small body in his embrace tremble suddenly, waking him instantly. He looked down to find Sway, now wide-eyed, filled with lingering fear, listening intently to the sounds outside the burrow, his nose twitching to capture the scents in the air. "Sui," Yu Mao called softly. "What is the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" Startled by his voice, Sway snapped back to reality, turning to see Yu Mao's concerned face illuminated by the faint starlight seeping through the burrow's opening. His tense body gradually relaxed. He nestled closer into Yu Mao's embrace, his voice trembling slightly. No. I just woke up to check if we were still in the burrow." He dared not mention the half-dream, where he again saw that barren hillside and the eyes watching him from the shadows. His first instinct upon awakening was to ensure he had not been captured again. Feeling a pang in his heart, Yu Mao extended his tongue, gently licking Sway's cold ears and cheek, just as Lung Ting would do for him. "We're here, safe in our home," he reassured. "See, the burrow entrance is still partially blocked. No one can get in except us." Sway felt the warm, moist sensation on his ears and the comforting rhythm of Yu Mao's heartbeat, and the chill of fear slowly ebbed away. He murmured softly and closed his eyes again, this time gripping Yu Mao's fur less tightly. In the latter half of the night, similar awakenings occurred a couple more times. Each time, Sway would abruptly open his eyes, alertly sensing his surroundings until he confirmed that his warm, familiar companion was still by his side and that this was indeed the home he had labored to excavate, each inch of earth familiar, before he could finally drift back into a peaceful slumber. Yu Mao patiently roused himself each time, soothing Sway with gentle licks or soft purrs. As dawn approached, Sway awoke without panic, quietly lying in the darkness for a while, listening to Yu Mao's steady breathing and savoring the tranquility and warmth of their little nest. He extended his paw to touch the sturdy walls of the burrow, then the soft, dry hay beneath him. Finally, he silently resolved that once daylight broke and he bid farewell to Yu Mao, he would dig the burrow deeper, creating winding tunnels with multiple branches and storage spaces. The entrance would also need better camouflage, concealed with more grass and vines. Though Yu Mao would protect him, having a safer, more hidden home would provide greater reassurance. Dig deeper, even deeper. That way, should any large creature come seeking him, he would have a place to hide, buying time until help arrived. Contemplating this plan, Sway felt a sense of stability blossom within him. He nuzzled Yu Mao's warm belly one last time before continuing to sleep. Chapter 95. Sway's new burrow. Sway slept particularly soundly until the commotion of birds outside and the sunlight streaming through the cracks finally roused him. As he opened his eyes, the first sensation he registered was the warm, reassuring presence beside him. Yu Mao was curled up beside him, sprawled in a most unrefined manner, one hind leg resting on his back, his three-part mouth slightly ajar, emitting the faintest of snores. Observing his friend's defenseless slumber, Sway cautiously shifted his position, ensuring he did not disturb Yu Mao, and stealthily crawled to the entrance of their burrow, peering through the narrow gap. The sun shone brightly, the flora appeared fresh, and everything seemed as tranquil as usual, as if the terrifying forced relocation from the previous day had merely been a dreadful dream. Yet he was acutely aware that it was not. The overwhelming fear of being helplessly cast into an unfamiliar environment lingered vividly in his mind. Clenching his tiny paws, a flicker of determination flashed in his dark, bean-like eyes. He retreated into the burrow, glanced back at the still, slumbering Yu Mao, and then made his way to the innermost corner, where the soil was the softest. With his forepaws, he began to dig. The rustling sounds quickly roused Yu Mao from his slumber. Groggily lifting his head and shaking his ears, he noticed Sway vigorously excavating in the corner, his little rear end elevated, dirt flying out from behind him. Sui, what are you digging so early for? Yu Mao yawned and approached him. Sui alted, turned around, his face speckled with mud, yet his expression was earnest. Mao, I've decided I want to deepen this burrow. Dig it deeper, add a few twists, and create a couple of entrances. He gestured animatedly, reminiscent of how he used to before he met Yu Mao. Yu Mao paused for a moment, then comprehended Sway's intent. Before their acquaintance, Sway, as a solitary groundhog, must have managed an extraordinarily concealed and intricate burrow, the very foundation of his survival. However, with the companionship of Yu Mao and the protection of Lung Ting, Sway had likely relaxed his vigilance, content with a basic level of comfort. But now, the visit from Jin Yao rekindled the harsh realities of survival. All right, I'll help you. Without further ado, Yu Mao squeezed into the corner, extending his claws to assist in the digging. The paws of a rabbit may lack the finesse of a groundhog's, yet they possess considerable strength, especially as Yu Mao considered himself a muscular rabbit, putting forth great effort in his endeavor. Let us make this burrow impenetrable, so no one can find it. The two little furballs set to work with resolve. Sway, an expert in burrowing, directed the overall plan and precise operations, determining where to turn, where to widen, and where to create a small storage room or misleading passage to confound potential predators. Yu Mao, like a strong little laborer, diligently pushed the loosened soil backward, or vigorously dug in areas requiring considerable expansion. Let us go a bit deeper here, Sway instructed. Yes, then turn left. Be careful of your head. Don't let it collapse. Rest assured, I'm holding it up. Yu Mao braced his head and back against the freshly dug ceiling, paws working tirelessly. How about we dig another exit over there, concealed by vines? Excellent idea. That direction has thick grass. It will be hard to detect. As dust swirled around them, the two furry companions soon transformed into little mud balls, their yellow, white, and brown fur coated with soil. Yet they worked with fervor. Sway focused intently on his task, the familiar sensation gradually returning. The winding passages enhanced his sense of security, while the additional forks and hidden exits instilled a growing sense of assurance within him. This was his instinct for survival. Before meeting Yu Mao and Lung Ting, he had relied on these complex tunnels to evade hawks, foxes, and other ill-intentioned creatures. While assisting, Yu Mao observed Sway's gradual rejuvenation and even a glimmer of excited focus in his dark, bean-like eyes, which brought him joy. He understood that what his friend needed was not mere consolation, but a renewed sense of control over his life. When a mouse contends with a leopard, the mouse may indeed be considered mere fodder. However, a groundhog hidden within an intricately constructed underground fortress could at least compel a predator to expend more effort, thereby securing a sliver of hope. They labored throughout the entire afternoon. The previously simple and cozy burrow had been transformed into a robust structure with 2 main tunnels and 3 concealed exits, one of which was exceedingly small, just large enough for Sway to squeeze through. Several twists and an additional storage chamber completed their underground stronghold. Although it may not have reached the complexity of Sway's prime, its defensive capabilities had significantly improved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lung Ting's silhouette appeared at the burrow entrance, carrying a bundle wrapped in leaves. Upon seeing the two dirt-covered little creatures and the markedly altered burrow, a flicker of understanding passed through Lung Ting's dark green eyes. He placed the leaf bundle in a clean spot at the entrance and nudged it open with his nose, revealing fresh, plump berries and a few pieces of perfectly roasted tender meat, which Yu Mao adored. "Wow, berries!" Yu Mao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. But then he scratched his head with his dirt-covered paw, resulting in a shower of soil. "Sway, sway, save these for you, to calm your nerves and replenish your strength." Sway Sway quickly shook his head. "No, no, Mao Mao, you eat. You helped me all afternoon. You should keep it." Without allowing further debate, Yu Mao pushed the leaf bundle toward Sway Sway, taking only the smallest piece of roasted meat for himself, swallowing it in a few bites. "I still have more at home. Lung Ting will surely prepare a feast for me." As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed against Lung Ting's foreleg, leaving a muddy paw print. Lung Ting looked down with resignation, licking the muddy mark, then glanced at the newly revitalized, complex burrow of Sway Sway, murmuring a low, "Well done." This brief acknowledgement puffed Sway Sway's little chest with pride, his dark bean-like eyes brimming with the satisfaction of having accomplished something significant. Yu Mao meticulously briefed Sway Sway on a few final details, such as which exit was the most concealed and how to escape in case of danger, before affectionately nudging Sway Sway with his head. "I'll head back now. You rest well, and I'll come play with you tomorrow." Sui Sui nodded vigorously, clutching the sweet-smelling fruits, standing at the deeply winding entrance they had crafted together, watching as Yu Mao skillfully climbed onto Lung Ting's back. As Lung Ting carried his dirt-covered yet gleeful little rabbit, he turned and walked into the thickening twilight. Sway Sway gazed at their receding figures, then turned back to admire his sturdy new home, inhaling the sweet aroma of the fruits he held. Suddenly, he felt a surge of optimism. Tomorrow would surely be a day abundant with sunshine. He could envision countless tomorrows filled with sunlight. Chapter 96. The Leopard comes to apologize. Sway Sway slept soundly in his new fortress throughout the night, free from nightmares. The following morning, he was awakened by the grumbling of his stomach. Stretching contentedly, he felt revitalized and re-energized. Cautiously, he emerged from the main entrance, intending to breathe in some fresh air before seeking breakfast. Just as he steadied himself at the entrance, he was taken aback. On the flat stone he had meticulously cleared for sunning fruits, there lay a neatly arranged pile of berries. Scarlet berries, golden honey fruits, and several green, crisp fruits, all plump and glistening with fresh dew, sparkled in the morning light. Sway Sway's initial reaction was to assume Yu Mao had returned. However, Yu Mao had only just departed the day before, and if it were indeed Yu Mao, he would have entered the burrow to call for him, or, at the very least, left behind a trace of his scent. Curious, he approached, his small nose sniffing delicately. Beneath the sweet fragrance of the fruits, there lingered an exceedingly faint scent that sent a shiver down his spine. It was Jinyao. Terrified, Sway Sway jumped back, nearly retreating into the burrow. What could that leopard be up to now? Was this a new form of intimidation? Or had he poisoned the food? He warily fixed his gaze on the vibrant berries, his claws anxiously scratching at the ground, hesitating between fleeing back into the burrow or simply kicking the suspicious fruits away when a faint rustling from the nearby bushes caught his attention. Sui Sui froze, turning his head to look. Emerging from the thicket was that elegant, elongated figure, adorned in a striking pattern of gold and black, hesitating as it approached. On this day, Jinyao did not languidly recline as usual. Rather, he sat upright a few paces away from the cave entrance, observing Sway Sway with a gaze that lacked his customary indolence and perhaps conveyed a hint of awkwardness. His tail curled restlessly by his side, its tip gently tapping against the ground. Sway Sway, frightened, stood frozen, ready to retreat into his safe burrow at the slightest movement from Jinyao. The sight of Susue's terrified demeanor stirred a moment of silence within Jinyao, who then spoke slowly, his voice maintaining its characteristic monotone. Yet his words flowed slightly quicker than normal. "That fruit is for you." Sway Sway remained silent, inching backward in response. Jinyao appeared increasingly uncomfortable. He flicked his tail and averted his gaze momentarily before returning it to Susue's face, stating earnestly, It was wrong of me to carry you over there a few days ago. He paused, as if grappling with the complexity of expression. A challenging endeavor for a leopard whose time was predominantly spent in slumber. I didn't anticipate you would be so frightened. Lung Ting and your rabbit friend are quite upset. Lowering his head, he unconsciously pawed at the blades of grass beneath him. His voice dwindling. I merely thought it was quiet over there. I never intended to scare you. He lifted his head once more, a rare sincerity gleaming in his pupils. The fruit is an apology. Please do not be afraid. Though his apology was halting and somewhat inarticulate, the sentiment was conveyed. Sui Sui stared in astonishment at the imposing leopard, whose size dwarfed him many times over, and whose claws could easily crush him. It seemed that this leopard, while perhaps not the brightest nor the most motivated, was not intentionally harmful. The act of offering fruit as an apology, though abrupt and startling, upon reflection, did not seem malicious. Sui Sui's taut nerves relaxed slightly, and his innate kindness began to take precedence as he observed Jin Yao's awkward demeanor, waiting for his reaction. He finally spoke softly, "Oh well, thank you. I accept the fruit." After a moment's pause, he quickly added, with firm conviction, "But I am quite fine here. Please refrain from carrying me in the future." This acceptance of the apology delineated a boundary. Jin Yao sighed with relief. The tapping of his tail ceased. He nodded and uttered a brief "HM," as if he had accomplished a significant task, before turning to leave. He remained inept at navigating emotional exchanges. Just then, a furious yellow and white fur ball, resembling a small cannonball, burst forth from the nearby grass, clutching a bundle of dewy tender grass tips specifically chosen for Sui Sui. Yu Mao had risen early that day, intending to play with Sui Sui, who had been startled the previous day. However, upon spotting the infuriating figure of the leopard squatting at Sui Sui's entrance, with Sui Sui appearing weak and helpless, the protective instinct within Yu Mao snapped. Without a moment's thought, he discarded the grass tips, propelled himself forward, and confronted Jin Yao, his fur bristling, ears pinned back, and eyes wide with fury, emitting a threatening growl. "Jin Yao, what are you doing here again? Are you trying to bully Sui Sui once more? Let me tell you, it won't happen." As he shouted, he charged forward, raising his paw to scratch Jin Yao's elegantly furred foreleg. Although rabbit claws are not particularly sharp, they still cause enough discomfort to elicit a startled yelp from Jin Yao, who instinctively tried to retreat but was cautious